Chapter 401 Raising Money. Nonsense, we don't want money, we just want a chat. Zhang Meiting said angrily. Everyone, you may not know this, but I am also a victim. A few days ago, I listened to a bad friend and sold all the contracts for the unfinished building to you. These days, I'm looking for a solution. Well, we've already raised the money, so we're out having a few drinks to celebrate. Zhang Yu, having worked at Century Group, was quick-witted. In a short time, he had already devised a way to deal with them. Are you really raising money, or are you hiding from debt collectors? Chen Chunhua asked with skepticism. Could we have been wrong? Zhang Meiting wondered. You're wrong, Auntie, you don't know me. Don't you trust Xiaohong's judgment? I'm definitely a trustworthy man, otherwise why would she choose me? Zhang Yu spoke with sweet words. Zhang Meiting frowned. Is this true? Chen Hong has been hurling very harsh insults at him these past few days, which doesn't seem like she trusts him at all. But if Zhang Yu really does make up the money, doesn't that prove he's innocent, just someone who was scammed? Forget it, your business with Xiaohong is something for young people to discuss. I can't interfere. Zhang Meiting revealed a sly smile. You'll have to pay back Auntie's 1 million before I can trust you. No problem, give me your account number. Zhang Yu transferred the money readily for his own purposes. After all, it was only 1 million, so it didn't matter if he lost it. Ding dong. A bank text message arrived. 1 million yuan has been deposited into my account. Xiao Yu, it seems Auntie misunderstood you. Zhang Meiting smiled broadly. As long as the money was in her account, everything was negotiable. This million was pure profit for her. Xiao Yu, why don't you pay back your aunt's money too? Chen Chunhua chuckled inwardly. Was Zhang Yu supposed to be smart? How come he seems even dumber than Su Hao, foolishly losing $1 million? Money is no problem, I can pay for it. Zhang Yu smiled confidently, then casually added, but I have one condition, you have to give me the contract. Pay first, then give us the contract. Chen Chunhua interrupted Zhang Meiting as soon as she saw her about to say something. Auntie, what do you mean by this? Zhang Yu realized something was wrong and looked directly at Zhang Meiting, asking, Auntie, did you sell the contract? Zhang Yu's ability to read people's expressions is still too strong. He could tell there was a big problem just from the change in Zhang Meiting's eyes. Without a contract, what is he supposed to compensate? What he's doing isn't losing money, it's making money. If he returns the money that originally belonged to Chen Chunhua and the others, and gets the contract back, he will still be a hidden tycoon with 5 billion yuan in real estate. Xiao Yu, Auntie won't lie to you. Zhang Meiting nodded and said directly, to be honest, some idiot took over those contracts. Which idiot? Zhang Yu frowned, several names flashing through his mind. Among the people Zhang Meiting and Chen Chunhua both know, who has the financial strength to buy the land? After much thought, there was only one candidate. Could it be Su Hao? He's actually that rich? Zhang Yu blurted out, utterly astonished. He didn't actually have much money, but he couldn't withstand our pressure. It's not so much that he's rich, but that he's stupid. Chen Chunhua said smugly, being able to control Su Hao makes me happy. After confirming it, Zhang Yu secretly cursed them for being the biggest fools. They missed out on great opportunities to make money, and in the end, they only managed to recoup their initial investment. No! Chen Chunua's money was borrowed, and she had to pay interest, so she definitely lost money. Zhang Meiting invested little, but by a twist of fate, she earned millions in profit. Auntie, go to Su Hao's place now and get the contract back. I'll give you an extra 10 million in interest. Zhang Yu thought for a moment and decided to make good use of Chen Chunhua. Really? Chen Chunhua couldn't believe it. Absolutely true. Zhang Yu immediately swore. I don't want to listen to any of this nonsense, just transfer the 10 million to me first. Chen Chunhua only believed in money. Okay. Zhang Yu felt a pang of regret. This was 10 million. If he threw this money away, he would be finished. But at this point, he had no other choice but to give it a try. Ding dong. Chen Chunhua also received 10 million yuan. She smiled triumphantly at Zhang Meiting and said, Xiao Yu, you wait here, I'll go and snatch the contract back right away. After saying that, she opened the door and was about to go out. Unexpectedly, Su Hao and his two companions ran into each other as soon as they arrived.
Look, I found it for you. Don't even think about getting this money back.
Chen Shunhua always likes to take advantage of small things, and this time she got a great deal. Zhang Yu composed himself, wondering what methods he could use to get Su Hao to hand over the contract before he could speak. He heard Chen Hong angrily say, "Zhang Yu, how dare you show your face like this?"
Darling, it's all a misunderstanding.
Zhang Yu flashed a bright smile, trying to coax her.
Misunderstand?
Chen Hong angrily swung her right hand and slapped him hard.
Xiao Hong, what are you doing?
Zhang Yu hadn't said anything yet, but Zhang Meiting was heartbroken.
Xiao Hong, Xiao Yu already said it was a misunderstanding, why did you hit him? You two have feelings for each other. Sitting down and having a good talk is more important than anything else.
Chen Shunhua also began to help persuade them.
Mom, Auntie, have you two been bewitched? You're actually helping outsiders? Don't you know Zhang Yu has been lying all along?
Chen Hong was confused. How could these two have sided with the enemy so soon?
Xiao Hong, I've already told you it's a misunderstanding, but you just won't believe me.
Zhang Meiting said anxiously. It's not Xiao Yu's fault at all, he was also scammed. Now he's back to pay back all our money. Chen Shunhua explained.
The two elders took turns recounting Zhang Yu's performance.
Especially when the two of them showed the bank text messages, it became even more that's convincing.
Brother Yu, did I really misunderstand you?
Chen Hong looked over and saw that Zhang Yu still had injuries on his face, and immediately felt extremely guilty.
It's not your fault, it's just a matter of information asymmetry.
Zhang Yu desperately wanted to retaliate, but he chose to endure it for the sake of the contract.
Brother Yu, you really spoil me too much.
Chen Hong's eyes were red with emotion as she walked over and threw herself into Zhang Yu's arms. Zhang Yu also put his arm around her, and the two of them looked as if they had made up.
This works?
Su Hao was stunned. Some people are just love-struck and have absolutely no ability to think independently.
Lin Yao glanced at Su Hao, thinking that if he ever made a mistake but showed a good attitude in admitting it, she would definitely forgive him. Su Hao, you've come at the perfect time.
Zhang Yu quickly released Chen Hong and looked at the only two men in the private room with a cold gaze. I heard from the two aunties that you took over all the contracts for the unfinished buildings?
Yes, I was just helping them, Su Hao nodded, admitting. 402, Chapter 402 Ingratiating. Su Hao, I know you don't have much money either. Su Hao first set the tone for him, then pretended to be nonchalant and said, no matter what, I can't let you suffer a loss. Now that I'm back, I've decided to take back the entire contract at the original price. It's 260 million in total, right? If you think it's too little, I can add about 10 million more as interest.
Upon hearing this, I feel most sorry for Chen Hong.
Wouldn't it be better to give her 270 million? She said with concern. Brother Yu, calm down. My mom and the others have already sold their contracts. Even if you want to, you don't need to help. Just leave it to Su Hao.
She felt that since the two had already reconciled, spending money to acquire the contract again would be a waste of money.
If someone absolutely has to be the sucker, Chen Hong hopes it's Su Hao. Xiao Hong, you should be kind and considerate. This is an internal family matter. How can we make things difficult for Su Hao?
Zhang Yu said with righteous indignation. This Chen Hong was speechless for a moment, feeling as if Zhang Yu had become a completely different person.
His image suddenly became majestic.
Xiao Hong, you have excellent taste in people. A responsible man like Xiao Yu is someone you can entrust your life to. Zhang Meiting said confidently. Yes, unlike some people who won't suffer even the slightest loss in the end, you still have to trust your own people. Chen Shunhua had just received a 10 million yuan bribe, and if needed, she could praise Zhang Yu to the skies. Lin Yao frowned. Her mother was really something, helping an outsider to badmouth Su Hao.
Has she forgotten that she was begging Su Hao for help before, and now she's turning her back on him? Su Hao, you heard it all. Brother Yu is willing to take over for you. Chen Hong looked at Su Hao again and warned, if you don't act now, when will you? I appreciate your kindness. As for the contract, I don't want to transfer it. Su Hao said calmly.
Why, don't push your luck.
Chen Hong said angrily.
Why, because I don't need these few coins. Su Hao said confidently.
Ah. Chen Hong was confused. Was he really that rich? Brother Su Hao, we appreciate your kindness, but you can't actually trade the contract without it. Why don't you transfer it to me? I'll find a way to recoup my losses. Zhang Yu said politely. Thank you for your kindness, but it's completely unnecessary. You re-pour yourself, and trying to take back these contracts would probably bankrupt you, Su Hao said calmly. What's a little financial ruin if I have to give up everything to win back Xiao Hong's heart? Zhang Yu said very politely. In short, I have no intention of selling the contract. He was too lazy to argue any further, so he took Lin Yao's hand and said, Chen Hong's crisis is over, so let's not bother them anymore and go back. Okay. Lin Yao happily agreed, feeling very pleased that he was willing to hold her hand again. Wait a minute, are you really unwilling to make a move? I'm willing to give you a reward of 20 million. Zhang Yu thought that the money he offered was not enough. With so much money, why don't you save it to buy Xiao Hong a handbag? Su Hao didn't give him a chance, and after speaking, he and Lin Yao drifted away. Brother Yu, are you really willing to give me 20 million to buy a handbag? Chen Hong was overjoyed, her eyes gleaming with greed. By my ass. Do you know how valuable those plots of land are right now? The current valuation has reached 5 billion. Do you really think Su Hao is stupid? He got a huge bargain. Zhang Yu roared angrily, and in his agitation, he revealed the truth. What, 5 billion? Chen Chunhua was stunned. Such immense wealth had just slipped away like that. Xiao Yu, is this true? Zhang Meiting regretted it. If she had invested more back then, wouldn't she have received even more money? No wonder he wouldn't sell, he was just playing us. Chen Hong stamped her foot in frustration and immediately chased after him, shouting, Su Hao, you come back here right now. Chen Chunhua and Zhang Meiting exchanged a glance and then followed them out. However, if you delay for even a little while, how will you see Su Hao's back when you come out? He and Lin Yao seemed to have vanished. Bang! Why couldn't Chen Hong and the others catch up? Lin Yao has something to say about this. After Su Hao came out, he jumped off the building with her. Her heart was in her throat. That was so exciting. You childish brat. Lin Yao blushed. They were both this age, yet he was still using such methods. Mr. Lin, how about I be your driver? Su Hao immediately said. Okay. Lin Yao handed him the keys to the Rolls-Royce with peace of mind. Back in the car, Lin Yao opened her mouth as if she had something to say. Speak your mind. Su Hao said calmly as he drove steadily. Why don't you want to sell the contract? Isn't this the best opportunity to get rid of the business? Lin Yao asked curiously. You are also fooled by Zhang Yu. Is he the kind of person who would let himself be taken advantage of? Su Hao reminded him. Could it be that the land has appreciated in value? After being reminded, Lin Yao immediately realized. Yes, Dong Province is about to invest over 100 billion yuan to develop the eastern part of the city. The price of this land will reach over 5 billion yuan. Su Hao nodded and calmly announced. To him, 5 billion and 50 yuan are no different. He just doesn't want to sell to someone like Zhang Yu. 50 billion? Lin Yao was stunned. The Lin Group's market value was only a little over 10 billion. Su Hao's investment this time yielded an astonishing return. Hey, you're not a greedy woman too, are you? If you're going to marry me for money, I'd better think it over. Su Hao joked. Oomph, I'm not that kind of shallow woman. Lin Yao snorted coldly. If she's not a superficial woman, then who is? Su Hao's phone rang. It was Chen Hong calling first, but he hung up immediately. Then came an unfamiliar number, presumably Zhang Meiting's, which was also directly it's over. Finally, it was Chen Chuanhua's call, and he showed it to Lin Yao. Accept it. Unless I block them all, they'll keep calling. Lin Yao shook her head helplessly. I'll do whatever President Lin says, Su Hao said jokingly, then answered the call and put it on speakerphone. Xiao Hao, why did you suddenly disappear? Xiao Hong and I have been looking for you so hard. Chen Chuanhua's politeness gave Su Hao goosebumps. Lin Yao found it outrageous. This guy was Xiao Hao when he needed him, but a gigolo when he didn't. Auntie, is there something you need? Su Hao asked casually.
Here's the thing, after thinking about it for the past 2 days, I feel that I can't let you suffer a loss. Are you free to come back now? I'll take back the land contract.
Chen Chunhua spoke up. Mr. Lin and I have to go back to the company, we're busy for the time being. Su Hao said calmly. It's alright, I know where the Lin Group is, we can go there now.
Chen Chunhua said ingratiatingly. 403, Chapter 403 Setting the Scene.
Auntie, don't rush to the company yet, let's talk on the phone first.
Su Hao wasn't in a hurry at all. Driving was pretty boring anyway, so he might as well keep her company. Chen Chunhua said a lot of caring things, from sharing the burden to saying that she was getting old and didn't need so much money, all of which were for Su Hao's sake.
Auntie, you're in such a hurry to buy back the land, did you find out some information? Su Hao asked directly. No, we don't know anything.
Chen Chunhua said, sounding flustered, her accent even changing slightly.
You really don't know?
Su Hao frowned. This was the last chance.
Really, we'll be family sooner or later. Would your aunt lie to you?
If Chen Chunhua continued, she would have to use Lin Yao's marriage as a condition again. Lin Yao knew her predicament and directly interrupted the spellcasting, saying bluntly, Mom, Aunt, Xiaohong, stop pretending. It's just that the land value has increased. What's there to hide? Anyone who knows a little about the internet can easily find out.
Lin Yao, what do you mean by this? Do you want to side with Su Hao?
Zhang Meiding's voice was sharp and piercing.
What do you mean by standing on Su Hao's side? This land belongs to him now.
He warned you back when you were selling that the land was likely to appreciate in value. The more greedy you were then, the more you regret it now.
Lin Yao said indignantly.
I've seen bloodsuckers before, but I've never seen one suck blood like this.
Daughter, tell that man surnamed Su that this matter is not over. Before Chen Chunhua could say anything more, Lin Yao hung up on her.
This mother is really clueless.
What's wrong with letting Su Hao earn the money?
She just wanted to give it to her sister and niece. She really can't tell who her own people are. She had already decided to spend her life with Su Hao. Even if they remarried, she would have half of the 5 billion yuan. Why should she give it to an outsider? Of course, Lin Yao values feelings more than money. If he only cared about money, he wouldn't have waited for him, he would have given it to other young masters long ago.
The Bai family.
After getting off work, Su Hao still came here. After dinner, he returned to his room, intending to read some ancient books. Unexpectedly, Bai Zhirua arrived and took him out for a walk.
Do you work at Lin Yao's company during the day? Bai Zhirua asked casually.
Yes, I'll stay with you at night and with Lin Yao during the day. I want them both.
Su Hao said half-jokingly, knowing what she meant. How greedy.
Bai Zhirua smiled bitterly. She was confident she could outshine any other woman, but Lin Yao held far too much weight in his heart. Every man values his first wife. Su Hao didn't continue talking about relationships, he simply accompanied her to admire the moon.
How about you sleep in my room tonight?
At 10 p.m., Bai Zhirua extended an invitation with a smile.
No, I'm perfectly fine living alone. Su Hao politely declined.
Are you really not going? It's such a long night. How lonely it would be without a beautiful woman by your side. As Bai Zhirua spoke, she inadvertently revealed her delicate shoulder.
This.
Before Su Hao could answer, he received a call from Lin Yao. He answered with a smile, feeling that the call had come at just the right time. But the smile vanished immediately.
Something happened? Bai Zhirua asked instinctively. Su Hao, are you with Bai Zhirua? It's so late? Lin Yao asked in confusion.
Don't overthink it. I am just temporarily staying at the Bai family's place. The most important thing right now is to rescue your brother.
Su Hao said solemnly.
Yes, saving Xiao Hao is the priority. I'll go there first, you come as soon as possible.
Lin Yao hung up the phone immediately. What exactly happened?
Bai Zhirua realized that something terrible had happened. I don't have time to talk about this right now. Arrange a car for me. I need it urgently.
Su Hao said nervously. Good. Bai Zhirua summoned the housekeeper and gave Su Hao a Mercedes-Benz.
After getting into the car, he slammed on the gas and sped off like a rocket. Bai Zhirua noticed that Su Hao's eyes were bloodshot. She guessed someone was about to be in trouble. Just minutes before, Lin Yao was working overtime in her office. She cherished her current position as CEO and wanted to turn the company around as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, a mysterious package was delivered by security. When she opened it, she found a bloodied right hand inside, along with an IOU. When she picked up the IOU and looked at it, she almost fainted. It turns out that Lin Hao had incurred a debt of 20 million at the casino and was unable to repay it, so he had his right hand chopped off and sent to Lin Yao's office. The other party left a message: bring 20 million over, or you can expect to collect Lin Hao's corpse tomorrow. Lin Yao was extremely anxious. On her way to the casino, she called Su Hao and told him the whole story.
Lin Yao, be careful. Su Hao was extremely worried. Those people at the casino were difficult to deal with, and Lin Yao was no match for them. Underground casino. When Lin Yao arrived, two people immediately came out and led her to the second basement level, which was brightly lit. In the empty room, Lin Hao was bound, his right arm still dripping blood. His hand disappeared. It was the one from the package. Sister Lin Hao saw him, his face pale, and managed to muster a little strength to speak. Xiao Hao, what exactly happened? Lin Yao was exasperated, feeling that he was really hopeless, actually causing trouble at the casino this time. I was framed. Lin Hao recalled the past with great anger. Tonight, he was drinking at a bar when he overheard someone mentioning how exciting underground casinos were. Drawn in, he followed them here. At first, he won nearly 1 million. Encouraged by those around me, I decided to go all out. In less than 2 hours, all the money was gone. At the time, a beautiful woman suggested that he borrow money from the casino to recoup his losses. That beautiful woman was dressed very scantily. He saw almost everything he was supposed to see, and even got Lin Hao to touch him. He immediately lost his mind and borrowed 5 million from the casino. Then came the second 5 million, the third 5 million, and the fourth 5 million. When Lin Hao finally received the IOU for 20 million, he realized he was completely unable to repay it. The casino manager gave him no room for negotiation, picked up a large knife, chopped off his right hand, and sent it to the Lin Group. You still have the nerve to complain. If you didn't like gambling, who would set up a scheme to harm you? Lin Yao laughed in anger at his pathetic state. Mr. Lin, we are a legitimate casino. How could we possibly have rigged the game? It's simply that Mr. Lin's card skills are lacking. A person nearby said disdainfully. Lin Yao looked in the direction of the sound and saw a chubby man sitting there casually, smoking a cigar. Behind him stood dozens of thugs. Can a casino be considered legitimate, given its appearance? Lin Yao suddenly felt that this person looked familiar. Was he Wu Tianzi, whom she had met when she first came to Dong Province? 404, Chapter 404 Plan. So it was you. Lin Yao said angrily. Miss Lin, so you've always remembered me. Could it be that you have a crush on me? Wu Tianzi laughed heartily. Shameless. Here's 20 million, release them immediately. Lin Yao took out a check and placed it on the table. Now was not the time to argue with him. The priority was to rescue Lin Hao first, and then consider the rest later. 20 million? That's not enough. Wu Tianzi shook his head. How is it not enough? The IOU says 20 million. Lin Yao was dumbfounded. Mr. Lin, you're a smart man. Even if you borrow money from the bank, you'll still have more than 20 million after you get it, right? Wu Tianzi sneered. If you don't give me 25 million tonight, don't even think about taking your brother away. So much? Lin Yao was furious. This was usury. I'll give you another half hour. If you can't add another 5 million, then say goodbye to young Master Lin's left hand. After Wu Tianzi finished speaking, a thug walked out, holding a blood-stained machete. Needless to say, Lin Yao understood that his previous hand had also been severed by this machete. Sister, hurry up and give me the money. Lin Hao's expression changed drastically. He had already lost his right hand. If he lost his left hand too, wouldn't he become a cripple? He would even have trouble eating in the future. Young Master Wu, I left in a hurry and have no other money on me. Could you grant me a day's grace? I'll bring you 10 million tomorrow. Lin Yao said. Tomorrow, are you trying to play me? When young Master Lin signed the IOU, he said it would be settled tonight. Wu Tianzi shouted angrily. Is there any other way? Lin Yao asked. Have Drink the wine and I'll let him go. Wu Tianzi grinned mischievously. That's exactly what he was waiting for. The IOU he sent didn't specify how much to repay. He was confident Lin Yao was inexperienced. He just needed to give her some random number so she couldn't come up with enough money, allowing him to carry out his plan. No, how can I drink this kind of wine that I don't know anything about? Lin Yao frowned. There was definitely something wrong with this wine. Not drinking? Wu Tianzi sneered. The thugs with knives immediately coordinated and slashed at Lin Hao. Immediately, blood flowed freely. Lin Hao let out a painful cry. Mr. Lin, you can think about it slowly, without any pressure, but every minute, my men will inflict a wound on you. If you think about it until tomorrow, will you be able to survive? Wu Tianzi laughed shamelessly. Lin Yao's face was grim. Didn't this mean there was no choice at all? Xiao Hao, I hope you will always remember this day and never gamble again. Lin Yao said helplessly. Sister, don't worry, I'll definitely turn over a new leaf after I get out. Lin Hao immediately promised. Okay, I'll drink it. Lin Yao picked up the wineglass in grief and indignation and drank it down in one gulp. Immediately, she felt dizzy and collapsed, powerless. Get him out of here. Wu Tianzi grinned lewdly and immediately released Lin Hao. He has already gotten back his 20 million yuan principal, without any loss whatsoever. Keeping this useless person around is pointless. Sister, hang in there, I'll get someone to rescue you. Lin Hao said something before leaving, but Lin Yao was completely unconscious and couldn't hear him at all. You all get out too, don't disturb my good time. Wu Tianzi chuckled. His men left obediently. He gazed at Lin Yao's alluring body, not in a hurry to make a move, but leisurely took out her phone, pulled up the call log, and called the people he had recently contacted. Su Hao, do you know me? Wu Tianzi asked with a smile. Who the hell are you? What are you doing with Lin Yao's phone? Su Hao couldn't recognize his voice at all and said angrily. Damn, you didn't even know that? My name is Wu Tianzi. He kindly offered his advice. What Wu Tianzi? Su Hao still couldn't remember. The main reason was that this guy had such a low profile when he first harassed Zhang Yinger at the bar. He didn't cause him any trouble later at the restaurant. When he caused trouble with his men, it was just trouble. He had no real power whatsoever. Never mind if I don't know. In short, Lin Yao is in my hands. Your woman will soon become my woman. This is what happens when you offend me. Next, I'll let you hear what she's like when she's with other men. Before he could finish speaking, the door was kicked open from the outside. Su Hao made his entrance directly. Why are you here? Wu Tianzi was shocked. So it was you, you fatso. Su Hao only remembered his name when he saw him. Hey Su, Lin Yao is in my hands, you'd better be careful. He spoke with a fierce but weak tone. He still felt somewhat confident even with the phone hanging up. Upon seeing the person, he knew they were not to be trifled with. Their murderous aura was so intense it sent chills down his spine. You think you can threaten me? Su Hao walked over and kicked him to the ground. He then ignored his presence, turned around and checked Lin Yao, and found that she had only drunk a sleeping potion and was not seriously injured, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Men, kill him! Wu Tianzi shouted. However, there was no response from any direction. It was as if he had completely vanished. He realized that Su Hao must have taken advantage of the situation outside to deal with his thugs. Now he was all alone and had to face his angry opponent. Don't come any closer. We have no grudge against each other. Kill me, and the Wu family will never let you get away with it. Wu Tianzi said, his tone fierce but his voice weak. You've reminded me. Su Hao walked over and, with a snap, kicked the man's head, smashing it open. This man was indeed a nobody. There was no point in even trying to interrogate him. After doing all this, the shadow warrior stepped forward and said, Mr. Su, leave the cleanup to us. Thank you for your hard work. Su Hao hadn't expected that they would actually be of some use. He took Lin Yao and left the casino. Just as they were about to take him to the hospital, they saw a furtive figure and immediately walked over coldly, slapping the person across the face. Snap! The man lost his balance and fell to the ground. Brother-in-law, why did you hit me? This person was Lin Hao, who was completely stunned by the slap. He had already suffered a lot today, but he didn't expect to be slapped again. You still don't realize your mistake. If it weren't for you, would Lin Yao have been in danger? Seeing that he was completely unaware of his mistake, Su Hao became furious and started punching and kicking him. Don't hit him, he'll die. Lin Hao cried out for mercy. Stop. Just then, Chen Shunhua came out with several thugs and loudly stopped them. Stop, today I'll make him know what he did wrong. Su Hao punched and kicked again. Lin Hao fell to the ground, using his severed hand to protect his head. You surname Su, are you even human? Xiao Hao is already injured like this, how could you bear to do that? Chen Shunhua already had a problem with him, and now she cursed him even more. 405, Chapter 405 The Way Forward. His injury is none of my business. His actions today should serve as a lesson. Su Hao said angrily. Lin Hao always causes trouble, and Lin Yao always ends up getting hurt if he doesn't get a beating. Will he learn his lesson? Mom, I'm innocent. Someone set a trap for me today, trying to steal my money. Through my covert investigation, I've discovered that Su Hao was the one who orchestrated this. Fearing that his secret would be exposed, Lin Hao decided to preemptively accuse Su Hao and shift all the blame onto him. You, Su Hao, how could you be so vicious? Haven't we, the Lin family, treated you well? Why did you set this up to harm Xiao Hao? Look at him, his hand is broken, I'm not letting this go. After she finished speaking, she rushed over. It was a shrew's fighting style, and Su Hao didn't tolerate it. He slapped her directly, sending her flying. Have you made enough of a scene? You two, mother and son, will suffer a great loss one day because you don't distinguish right from wrong. Su Hao frowned. No amount of explanation would be of any use to them. I'll remember this grudge, you surnamed Su. Now release Lin Yao, and don't even think about harming her. Chen Shunhua said angrily. I'll leave it to you? Lin Yao has been drugged with a complex formula, there's nothing that ordinary medicine can do. Su Hao was not at all at ease. What do you want to do? Take her away and do something shady to her? Chen Shunhua said angrily. None of your business, mind your son. Su Hao was too lazy to waste words with her and carried Lin Yao directly into the car. The final destination was actually the Bai family's residence. Sister, something terrible has happened. Brother-in-law has brought Lin Yao back. After receiving the news from the guards, Su Anan rushed to find Bai Jiruo. No way? This is my home, how could he bring Lin Yao back? Bai Jiruo couldn't understand it. Su Hao had never acted so recklessly before. Why don't you go and see for yourself? Su Anan muttered to herself. Let's go. Bai Jiruo nodded solemnly. The two sisters arrived outside Su Hao's room and knocked on the door. Come in. Hearing the footsteps, Su Hao knew who it was and said softly. Su Hao, did you bring Lin Yao back? Bai Jiruo pushed open the door and went in, directly questioning him. But when she realized the situation, she immediately regretted it. Lin Yao lay motionless on the bed, as if she had experienced some unexpected event at that moment. Su Hao was using golden needles to continuously detoxify her. Sister, I think I misunderstood Brother Su, Bai Anan said apologetically. Anan, don't get it wrong. Next time I told you before that Su Hao isn't that kind of person. Bai Jiruo also breathed a sigh of relief. 10 minutes later, Lin Yao opened her eyes and looked around in confusion. She recalled that before she lost consciousness, she had drunk Wu Tianzi's wine of unknown origin, and then she lost consciousness. Su Hao, did you save me? Lin Yao asked in surprise. Yes, you're fine now, just a little weak. You'll be fully recovered after a night's rest. Su Hao said with a smile. Is this the Bai family's residence? Lin Yao then felt a little embarrassed. She and Bai Jiruo were rivals in love, and she never imagined that one day they would be hiding here. Yes, Su Hao nodded. Jiruo, things happened rather suddenly. I didn't have time to tell you before I brought her back. I hope you don't mind. I understand, saving lives is the priority. Bai Jiruo thought to herself, we're already here, what else can we do? We can't just send them away, can we? Brother-in-law, are you going to sleep together?
Bayanin was unhappy. Saving people was understandable, but living together was absolutely unacceptable.
Ah, that won't do.
Lin Yao blushed. This definitely wouldn't work. Brother-in-law, let's go, don't disturb Miss Lin's rest, Bayanin said, trying to break up the couple.
Lin Yao, get some rest, call me if you need anything. After Su Hao left, he was put in the next room.
He and Lin Yao were separated by a wall, so Bayanin moved next door to keep a close watch on them, not wanting Su Hao and Lin Yao to have close contact in the Bai family home. Su Hao was both amused and exasperated. Bayanin's guarding against him like a thief was really unnecessary. Go to sleep. He yawned and quickly fell asleep.
At midnight, Su Hao's door was banged on repeatedly. Su Hao, come out here.
Lin Yao's voice from the outer sect was filled with anger.
It's so late, what happened?
Su Hao asked in surprise, rubbing his eyes. Bayanin and Bai Zhirua were also woken up, and the two stood not far away, looking like bystanders.
Tell the truth, didn't you beat up Lin Hao tonight?
Lin Yao said angrily.
Yeah, he's cheated you so many times, so I'm teaching him a lesson. What's wrong with that? Su Hao readily admitted, not seeing anything wrong with it. So it really was you.
My mom just called. Lin Hao was in critical condition at the hospital. The doctors couldn't save him, and he's dead.
Did you beat him to death tonight?
As Lin Yao spoke, she rushed over and started punching and biting Su Hao.
Lin Hao is dead. Miss Lin, I'm afraid there's some misunderstanding.
No matter what, Su Hao would have known better than to kill Lin Hao. Bai Zhirua stepped forward to explain. That's right, Brother Su was kind-hearted. How could he possibly harm his own people? He must have been framed. Bayanin was also eager to explain.
Innocent, who else but him would lay a hand on Lin Hao?
Lin Yao said angrily. Reason told her that this matter was likely unrelated to Su Hao. But the incident happened suddenly, and Su Hao is currently the only suspect, so it's hard to believe him.
Lin Yao, don't panic, let's go to the hospital. I want to perform the autopsy myself.
Su Hao tried to comfort him, but quickly realized he had said the wrong thing.
Don't rush.
Hey, Su, why are you so cold? Blood. Lin Hao is my own brother, and my only brother.
He's dead, how can you expect me to stay calm? Furthermore, what do you mean by performing an autopsy? You want to dismember him into 8 pieces, right?
Lin Yao said angrily. Why? In short, this matter has nothing to do with me. Let's go to the hospital first until the cause is found out. You can. Su Hao tried to persuade her, but found that Lin Yao was completely stunned. The sudden blow froze her completely, shutting herself off from the outside world and turning her into a walking corpse.
Su Hao, this time it's a big deal.
Bai Zhirua exclaimed in surprise.
Do you need our help? Bayanin asked with concern.
Never mind, I'll go to the clinic and borrow the car for now. We can talk about the rest later. Su Hao put Lin Yao in the back seat, fastened her seatbelt, and then stepped on the gas, speeding towards the hospital.
What exactly happened?
Before they separated, Lin Hao was at most injured, so why did he suddenly die? He vaguely felt that behind the whole thing, there was an invisible hand controlling the course of events.
406, Chapter 406, Taking Action Personally. You surnamed Su, you murderer, how dare you come to the hospital now?
When Su Hao arrived with Lin Yao, Chen Chunhua and the others rushed out immediately and questioned him loudly. I'll only say this once, Lin Hao's death has nothing to do with me. Su Hao said coldly.
Are you still trying to deny it?
Our Lin family has no enemies, only you are jealous of Xiao Hao.
Regardless, you did it.
Chen Chunhua immediately assumed he was the murderer and refused to listen to his explanation.
The murderer?
Lin Yao vaguely heard those 4 words being muttered, then suddenly woke up with a start when she looked at Su Hao. Her eyes were filled with boundless anger. Why?
He's my brother, why won't you let him go? Although he's not very useful usually, he's my only younger brother. If you kill him, how are we supposed to get along afterward? Su Hao, do you never want to remarry me in this lifetime? You've endured this for so long just to get revenge on me?
Lin Yao was heartbroken when she said those words. In a single day, she lost her younger brother, and the man she loved most turned out to be her murderer. The double blow has left her mental state somewhat unstable.
Lin Yao, wake up, there's someone else behind this.
Su Hao grabbed her shoulders and shouted a warning.
The mastermind? Who exactly is it? Can you even say it? Are you mute? Speechless? Su Hao, I hate you.
Lin Yao was overwhelmed with grief and burst into tears. Seeing her so heartbroken, Su Hao felt a pang of pain in his heart.
Guards, seize him. Chen Hong roared and ordered several bodyguards to try to grab Su Hao. I will get to the bottom of this sooner or later. Lin Yao, wait for me to return with evidence.
Su Hao didn't take the bodyguards seriously, a single glance from him was enough to scare them all away. Chen Hong and the others could only watch helplessly as Su Hao left in the end. They all rushed to get Lin Yao to a VIP ward and called the hospital's head of surgery that very night.
Everyone, please don't be nervous. President Lin's illness is entirely caused by mental instability.
To put it bluntly, it's a psychological issue. As long as the person who caused it appears and brings her the best news, she'll recover. In the ward, Lin Yao seemed like a wooden doll. She stared blankly at the ceiling, completely ignoring everyone around her. It's all Su Hao's fault. Chen Chunhua gritted her teeth. Without him, things would never have turned out this way. He's truly the nemesis of the Lin family. First he took Xiaohao away, and now he's causing trouble for Yao Yao. That kind of person deserves to die. The elders of the Lin family were furious. Hospital, morgue. Su Hao opened the freezer and saw Lin Hao again. He was already a corpse, with multiple wounds on his body, several of which were inflicted by Su Hao himself.
Could it be that I really don't like killing him?
Su Hao had almost forgotten how much of his strength he had used when he taught him a lesson. Even if it was only 1/10, it would still be extremely fatal. After searching for a while, he finally found a tiny needle mark at the Baihui acupoint.
Is this a poison needle?
Su Hao took out a magnet and, with great effort, managed to pull out the silver needle. The silver needle turned completely black. He held it in his hand and examined it, confirming that it was undoubtedly a poison needle.
There are other hidden reasons behind Lin Hao's death. But who exactly is it?
Su Hao only obtained the evidence, but did not find the real culprit. He spent the night in the car, enduring hardship. I wasn't in the mood to go back to the Bai family home at the time. My head is still buzzing. Lin Yao is in such a terrible situation. If the real culprit isn't found in time, she might really be driven to a mental breakdown.
Buzz buzz buzz. My phone rang.
Yi Long called, "Boss, where are you now? Something's happened to the Kunpeng gang."
What? I'm coming right away.
When it rains, it pours, one strange thing after another happens, it's really giving me a headache. He floored the accelerator and sped toward the Kunpeng gang headquarters. As soon as he entered, he heard the sounds of fierce fighting coming from inside. He went in with a grim face. There were many wounded gang members on the ground, and Yi Long himself had a knife held to his neck.
The once thriving Kunpeng gang is now in ruins.
A group of masked men in black are taking control of the situation.
Boss, you finally arrived.
Yi Long said happily, as if he had seen a glimmer of hope.
What good will his arrival do?
A burly man next to him kicked Yi Long and broke his ribs. The man turned to look at Su Hao and said coldly, "I thought you would hide, but it turns out you have some guts."
Who exactly are you? Su Hao asked in a deep voice. Ridiculous, even I don't know?
The man proudly took out a token with the character Wu written on it. Su Hao immediately understood that this person was an honored guest of the Wu family. To put it more bluntly, it was the dog that the Wu family kept.
You traitor, how dare you lay a hand on the Kunpeng gang? Su Hao said angrily.
Kunpeng gang, don't think you can cover up the truth just because you changed your name. This is clearly the headquarters of the Red Dragon Gang. And you're nothing but a bandit who stole the Crimson Dragon Gang from the previous leader.
Today, let me, Lu, take back the Crimson Dragon Gang for the Wu family. The man said coldly. Are you Lu Yun? Yilong's expression changed drastically, and a voice echoed in his mind.
Among the guests of the Wu family was a master named Lu Yun, whose strength was almost at the level of a grandmaster.
Some say that he is even stronger than Nangongyu.
The reason why they are not as famous as the other side is because of their background. Lu Yun came from an ordinary family, but through his own efforts and talent, he became famous overnight and was eventually chosen by the Wu family to be a guest of honor. This person is known as the #1 martial artist below the grandmaster level.
Is Lu Yun very strong? Su Hao asked calmly.
Chief, you don't know this, but this person is below the grandmaster level and invincible existence.
Tell me, how many grandmasters or experts do we have in our eastern province?
When he personally takes charge, no one can stop him. Yilong said tremblingly. Su Hao just pursed his lips and didn't take it to heart.
Hey Su, you never thought you'd end up like this, did you? Now that you're facing experts from my family, can you still be arrogant?
A blonde woman walked in through the door, her arrogant and domineering demeanor showing no signs of diminishing despite her injury.
It's you! Su Hao recognized her. Wasn't she Wu Lily?
The direct descendant of the Wu family, a woman who had once flaunted her wealth in a luxury car, was injured by Su Hao. Enemies meeting again are bound to be hostile, and her hostility towards him was extremely strong.
I've had someone investigate you. You're just an ordinary person, yet you dared to seize control of the Crimson Dragon gang, Wu Lily said angrily today. I'm going to take back the gang and make you suffer terribly. Are you going to take action yourself? Su Hao said disdainfully.
Wu Lily said angrily. Last time she made a move, she didn't have the upper hand at all.
407, Chapter 407 is somewhat useful. Hey, Mr. Su, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and admit your mistake. Maybe I'll let you off if I'm in a good mood. Wu Lily said angrily. Yeah? Why should we admit our mistakes? Do you think the Wu family can rely on these dogs they keep? They are very loud, barking dogs don't bite. If you want to rely on them, you're making a big mistake. Su Hao sneered. Lu Yun, did you hear that? He called you a dog. And a useless piece of trash.
Wu Lily shifted the blame, directly handing the choice to Lu Yun. You surnamed Su, you really won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Today I'll show you just how powerful this guest of honor of the Wu family really is. Lu Yun gave a cold shout, and everyone surrounded Su Hao.
Boss, don't worry about us, let's go now.
Where there's life, there's hope. Once you're gone too, our Kunpeng gang will have no hope of revenge.
Yilong loudly urged him on. Why are you leaving? Is this Lu Yun really that strong? In my opinion, he's not that great. Sova shook his head, full of confidence.
Yilong was stunned. How could someone who was so close to becoming a grandmaster not be strong? Confidence is a good thing, but if it backfires, then it's troublesome.
Arrogant.
You're just a nobody, while I have long been famous in Dongshang. I can handle you with just one hand. There's even a chance that I could kill you instantly without even lifting a finger, just by blowing on you. Lu Yun was very confident.
Well said.
He's just a weakling who only managed to defeat me by resorting to despicable means. Compared to true masters, he's just a paper tiger.
Wu Lily said dismissively.
Su Hao was both amused and exasperated. She was truly shameless when dealing with her. Wasn't a single punch enough, but in her mouth, it became using despicable means.
I'll give you a chance. It's no easy feat to have cultivated to your current level.
Cherish this opportunity now that you've escaped the Wu family, you still have a chance to live.
Su Hao offered advice in return. This is so infuriating, it's almost laughable. With your strength, can you even withstand one of my punches? Since you're courting death, I'll grant your wish.
Lu Yun gave a wink, and everyone else stopped, while he took a big step forward.
He was like a mountain, unleashing a towering wave of energy towards Su Hao. Die!
Lu Yun shouted loudly. The Wu family guards were overjoyed. This was the strength of someone close to a grandmaster. With just one move, it was enough to destroy the world.
You're finished. With this punch, nothing will remain. Wu Lily said gloatingly. Does Nangon Yu really have such strength? Yi Long was very skeptical. When Lu Yun made his move, the entire Kunpeng gang combined was no match for him. I can't even imagine how strong Wu Junbao really is. To act with murderous intent is not a good decision, it means I have no choice. Su Hao clenched his fist, his body gleaming with golden light, and suddenly threw a punch forward, like a raging dragon emerging from the abyss, tearing apart all of Lu Yun's attacks. The remaining power was transformed into countless sharp swords. Sizzle! To everyone's astonishment, Lu Yun was struck by countless attacks, collapsed to the ground, and died instantly. Is he very strong? Su Hao asked again in a low voice. The guards who had accompanied the Wu family were all deathly pale. Were they even human? Whether Wu Junbao can kill Lu Yun in one move is a question. Damn it, we've lost another key player. Wu Lily's expression changed drastically. Su Hao's strength is beyond imagination. Even the Wu family wouldn't find it easy to cultivate a master like Lu Yun. It's such a pity that he was instantly defeated. Boss, just how much strength are you still hiding? Yi Long was stunned. Su Hao always manages to bring surprises. Now, even Lu Yun can be easily defeated, his strength is unfathomable. Wu Lily, do you have anything else to say? Su Hao looked coldly at the troublemaker. Consider yourself lucky to have found Lu Yun's weakness. You don't really believe that Lu Yun is invincible below the Grandmaster level, do you? This is just a propaganda tactic by the Wu family. Our family has 10,000 more experts like him. That was just a temporary victory. The final victor will definitely be our Wu family. Wu Lily said proudly. What exactly are you showing off? Su Hao was dumbfounded. Wu Lily was full of nonsense, and not a single word she said could be believed. It is unwise to oppose the Wu family. I advise you to kneel down and admit your mistake. If you gain my forgiveness, I will allow you to apply to join the Wu family and become an honored guest. Wu Lily said coldly. Dream. I'm going to make you stay here today. Brothers, it's your turn to make a move. At Su Hao's command, the Kunpeng gang leaders who had just fallen to the ground immediately stood up. They glared angrily at Wu Lily. They were bullied so badly by the Wu family just now, but things are different now with the gang leader backing them up. They can unleash their fury and seek revenge. What do you want to do? You bastard! Do you think you can scare Miss Wu? Go back now, and I won't bother arguing with you. Wu Lily said, her voice sharp but her tone weak. With Lu Yun dead, the strength of the experts around her was greatly reduced, and they had no chance of winning against the Kunpeng gang disciples. Let's do it! Su Hao said coldly. Yi Long led the way, and the group of people all took action. The two sides clashed, with the Kunpeng gang members fighting furiously, each one seemingly reckless, which terrified the Wu family, causing them to retreat in defeat. One by one, the honored guests collapsed, until only Wu Lily remained. Arrest her! Su Hao thought this person was somewhat useful, so he shouted. Stop! Just then, a voluptuous woman burst through the door, exuding a powerful aura. Shout loudly. Upon hearing this, Su Hao looked over and frowned. This person was none other than Dong Yu, Shang Wanshue's good friend. I never expected that we would meet again here. I had heard before that she came from a family of martial arts practitioners, and it turns out it's true. Cousin, you've come just in time. Wu Lily said happily upon seeing the person who had arrived. What exactly happened? Dong Yu frowned. This woman brought people to cause trouble for the Kunpeng gang, but now she's being held back by my men. It's that simple. Su Hao said calmly. What Kunpeng gang? This land originally belonged to our Wu family's Red Dragon gang. He seized it first. We were just casually taking back the territory we had lost. Wu Lily said, very unconvinced. Just a casual move, you can't beat them, so what's the point of calling it a casual move? Su Hao said forcefully. Well. Wu Lily looked pale. Yes, if you can't win a battle for territory, even the most righteous become unreasonable. Su Hao, it seems this whole thing was a misunderstanding. Could you please let Wu Lily off the hook for my sake?
Dong Yueying said with a smile.
408, Chapter 408 is back. Your face? Are we that close? Does your Dong family have a lot of influence?
Su Hao posed 3 questions. Dong Yu's face was grim. She had disliked this man for a long time, and seeing him again now only strengthened her resolve.
What exactly do you want?
Dong Yu asked through gritted teeth.
It's simple, make her kneel down and apologize. Su Hao said calmly. Impossible, I am Miss Wu, how can I apologize to the Red Dragon Gang? Wu Lily would never agree to that.
Dong Yu, did you hear that? There's no way to resolve this simply.
Su Hao said coldly. Let's know when to stop. UVE already gained the upper hand, and the Wu family has suffered heavy losses this time. What's wrong with everyone taking a step back? Dong Yu frowned. Let's compromise. Ask her if she's willing to agree, Su Hao said in a deep voice. Of course not, this isn't over. Wu Lily has already lost Lu Yun, how could this matter be resolved so easily? Shut up. Dong Yu was convinced.
This cousin is completely useless, she just bullies people with no connections. If you encounter a tough opponent, there's absolutely nothing you can do. If she hadn't arrived in time, Wu Lily would have already been arrested by the Kunpeng gang.
Su Hao, I'm not trying to make things difficult for you. Wu Lily's identity is quite extraordinary. Do you know who his elder brother is? Dong Yu said coldly. Could it be Wu Junbao? Su Hao blurted out, not even bothering to guess. Isn't the strongest person in the Wu family this so-called Wu Junbao? Right. Wu Lily is Wu Junbao's younger sister. Even if you don't care about me, you still have to give this person face, right? Dong Yu advised. Before Su Hao could say anything, the expressions of everyone in the Kunpeng gang changed drastically. That's Wu Junbao. He was on par with Nangongyu. The debate over who was stronger between the two continues to this day. One thing is certain, Wu Junbao's strength far surpasses Lu Yun's. The claim that Lu Yun is the strongest person below Grandmaster is just a gimmick. However, Wu Junbao and Nangongyu's strength is indeed very close to that of a Grandmaster. Everyone understands that whoever reaches the Grandmaster level first will be the number 1 person in the Eastern Province. It is said that Wu Junbao is ambitious and is actively integrating into the martial arts world in the south. He has even declared that he plans to become the youngest martial arts leader in history before he turns 30. This means that he dreams of becoming someone like Ouyang Ku. You think you can scare me with just the name Wu Junbao? Su Hao said dismissively. If you're not afraid, then aren't others afraid too?
Dong Yu knew he was arrogant and dismissive of everyone.
Boss, she's right. Knowing about Wu Junbao won't do our Kunpeng gang any good, it might even bring us annihilation. Yi Long trembled with fear. Boss, you have to think about us too, the others cried.
This same sentence made Soha somewhat relent.
The Kunpeng gang is already severely weakened. If they force Wu Lily to stay, the gang members will ultimately suffer the consequences.
Alright, I'll let Wu Lily go today, for the sake of our own people.
Su Hao agreed. That's more like it. Dong Yu sneered. This person was also someone who boasted without thinking. Knowing Wu Lily's identity, he immediately backed down.
Ha, I thought you were so powerful you must have peed your pants when you heard my brother's name, right?
Wu Lily said, trying to intimidate others.
Wu Lily, you have the right to be arrogant. If you dare to act tough again, believe me, I'll kill you right now.
Su Hao roared angrily.
He simply didn't want his followers to get into trouble. It didn't mean he was afraid of Wu Junbao.
Let's go.
Dong Yu didn't want things to escalate, so she pulled Wu Lily along, constantly hinting at it.
Walk? Who does he think he is?
Sooner or later, my brother will get his revenge.
Wu Lily said angrily.
No sooner had she finished speaking than a loud crack was heard, and a powerful force sent Wu Lily tumbling twice in the air before crashing heavily to the ground.
My leg! Wu Lily screamed in agony.
Just as she landed, all her leg bones shattered, and she couldn't feel anything in her right leg at all. It was as if it were useless.
Go back and tell Wu Junbao not to go out for the next 3 days. I will pay you a visit in 3 days. Su Hao said coldly. Are you crazy? Dong Yu was stunned. She hated me, but she didn't want to see me commit suicide. Wu Junbao's strength is definitely not something you can try to fool. He doesn't come to you, yet you want to challenge him? Dong Yu couldn't understand it at all. Wu Junbao is her cousin, who has shown amazing talent since childhood. Challenging him will only lead to one outcome, utter annihilation. Ha ha ha. I heard you, and it's no use you changing your mind now. Our families will meet in 3 days at that time. I will cripple one of your legs. Wu Lily said, limping. Boss, you're being too impulsive. Wu Junbao's strength is basically invincible. If you challenge him like this, you'll definitely not have a good ending, Yi Long said anxiously. Rest assured, everyone, I am issuing this challenge in my personal capacity. It's just a challenge, we haven't even faced off yet, so who can be sure I'll lose? Su Hao said confidently. Su Hao, I will take the message back. See you at the Wu family's residence in 3 days. Dong Yu took one last look and showed a disappointed expression. I don't know what Xiao Xue was thinking, that she actually liked such an arrogant person. Perhaps this challenge is also an opportunity. As long as this person tries to fight a losing battle and dies at Wu Junbao's hands, Shangwan Shui will be able to give up this idea. Wu Family Martial Arts School. Wu Junbao sat in a chair, yawning. He was instructing the Wu family disciples in their training, but finding their skills lacking, he angrily exclaimed, useless, all of you are useless. Wu Jiayang, you've been here so long, how come you haven't made any progress at all? He rushed onto the arena, and Ming Lin and the others attacked with all their might. A dozen or so innate disciples, united, seemed invincible. However, when Wu Junbao made his move, a flying kick, followed by a spinning roll, sent them all flying. Waste! He roared again. His disciples, instead of being angry at losing, said with admiration, young Master Junbao, how could we possibly compare to your strength? Yes, I think young Master Junbao is the best in Dong province. Nangong Yu didn't dare to make a move at the Bai family last time, so his strength is probably not that great. Several people flattered him. Don't slander young Master Nangong, he is a respectable opponent. Wu Junbao shook his head, disagreeing with their statement. At that time, the Bai family had an elder from the Shu Mountain sect in charge. Could the situation be the same? Even if he were to exchange with Nangong Yu, he wouldn't dare to attack the Shu Mountain sect. What difference would that make from courting death? Young master, you are too modest. Another person flattered. Elder brother. Just then, Wu Lily returned. 409, Chapter 409. Everyone knows. Lily, what's wrong with you? Who the hell dares to hurt you? Say his name, and I'll make him regret ever being born. Wu Junbao was a doting brother to his sister. Seeing Wu Lily injured makes him feel even worse than if he were injured himself. Brother, the person who injured me is called Su Hao. You don't need to worry. He has already announced that he will officially come to our Wu family in 3 days to issue a challenge to you. Wu Lily relayed Su Hao's words. What? Is this true? Wu Junbao scratched his head, wondering if he had misheard. He had only been in seclusion for a few months, and now such a powerful figure had appeared in the eastern province, and they no longer took him seriously? Brother, don't be shocked, he's just an unknown person. I think he was just trying to stage an accident to extort money. Even if I lose to you, I can still make a name for myself. Wu Lily looked disdainful. Yeah, tell me, what do you think of Su Hao's abilities? Wu Junbao didn't quite believe Wu Lily's judgment. Su Hao's strength is actually a mystery. He seems very strong, yet he also seems very weak. We'll only know his true strength in 3 days, Dong Yu said. Sister Yu, isn't this the same as saying nothing at all? Wu Lily said unhappily. In short, he's definitely not the weakest martial artist. He gets stronger when facing stronger opponents, which is very strange, Dong Yu said, frowning. Forget it, since he's coming to challenge me anyway, I can't back down. Wu Junbao chose to remain calm. He instructed his disciples,
Promote this event while our Wu family hasn't had a competition in a long time. 3 days should be enough for everyone in the eastern province to know about it. Clear. The Wu family disciples received the order. They immediately started various publicity campaigns, and in less than 3 days, the news became known to everyone on that very afternoon. Have you heard? Su Hao is going to challenge young Master Junbao. I know young Master Junbao, one of only 2 genius young masters in Dong province. What is Su Hao? Who is he? You don't even know Su Hao. He's the man who stole Nan Gongyu's fiancée. So it was him. It seems the title of genius young master of Dong province will be expanded to include another person. Young Master Su must be on the list. Just as some people guessed. Su Hao's reputation is gradually growing. Competing with Nan Gongyu for Bai Zhirua didn't have that much impact. Nan Gongyu suffered a great loss back then and didn't publicize it. The Bai family also felt ashamed and wouldn't mention it publicly. However, the challenge with Wu Junbao is different. He initiated this challenge, which affected tens of millions of people in the eastern province. The Bai family. What? Is this true? When Baianin brought the message back, Bai Zhirua smiled bitterly. Su Hao is such a troublemaker. They didn't even take Wu Junbao seriously. Is he looking for death? Chen Bing exclaimed in surprise. He's just asking for trouble. Bai Yufang sneered. Last time, Nan Gongyu didn't make a move. Does he think he can run rampant in Dong province? Doesn't he know that Nan Gongyu only let him go because of Zhang Yongkang? Please don't doubt me yet, I personally believe in Su Hao. Bai Ziyuan suddenly said, have you all noticed that Mr. Su hasn't fully revealed his true strength yet? He might actually be able to fight Wu Junbao to the death. Dad, when did you start trusting him so much? Bai Zhirua was stunned. Ever since I found out you were pregnant with his child, I've felt that he has a bright future. Bai Ziyuan joked. Dad, you're making fun of me. Bai Zhirua shook her head helplessly. Su Hao's strength is indeed an unknown quantity. He may win, or he may not, but I believe one thing, he is definitely capable of escaping unscathed. There are still 2 days left, and I can't wait. Baianin said with a smile. The Ouyang family. What? Mr. Su is challenging Wu Junbao. Ouyang Qing was stunned. Does he have that ability? Ouyang Ke said dismissively. Didn't he have it? Ouyang Ke walked out and looked at his unfilial descendants, feeling a headache coming on. If they had half of Su Hao's strength and effort, the Ouyang family would be saved. Grandpa, what do you mean by that? Ouyang Jun asked in astonishment. Have you all forgotten that Xiao Su once caught one of my crazy punches? Ouyang Ke reminded everyone. Is Grandpa implying that Mrsa's strength has reached the Grandmaster realm? Ouyang Jun was stunned. Could there be such a young Grandmaster? Whether we've reached that level is still uncertain, but I must remind everyone, Xiao Su is a friend of the Ouyang family, so don't bother him unnecessarily. Ouyang Ke was clearly reminding his worthless descendants. It's just unclear whether these people can understand it. The Nangong family. After suffering a loss, Nan Gongyu returned home and focused on cultivation. One day, he stopped to listen to the news that Su Hao was preparing to challenge Wu Junbao. Young master, do you think this is reliable? Su Hao's strength is unassuming. Can he really fight against young Master Junbao? A mysterious girl beside him asked doubtfully. Interesting. We'll know the result in 3 days. I hope he can teach Wu Junbao a lesson. Otherwise, how could he be qualified to be my opponent? Nan Gongyu seemed to look down on Wu Junbao completely. Hospital. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin doesn't want to see you right now. Came the message from the nurse in the VIP ward. How is she now? Su Hao asked worriedly. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin doesn't want to see you right now, the nurse replied mechanically. Su Hao was helpless. It seemed the Lin family had ordered her not to reveal any information. He used all his connections to find the owner of the poison needle, but with little success. This poison needle is too ordinary, it's just for acupuncture silver needles. The mastermind behind this is well hidden, and the investigation has yielded no results in the past few days. He had the Kunping gang investigate the surveillance footage, but the results were extremely frustrating. The surveillance cameras from that night had inexplicably malfunctioned. Regardless of which nurse, doctor, or other person administered the injection, the investigation is proving very difficult. The official autopsy results have been released, confirming that Lin Hao died from poison needles. Even so, the Lin family still doesn't trust him. Chen Shunhua even stated that Su Hao was skilled with silver needles and capable of concocting strange poisons, possessing the motive, tools, and ability to commit the crime. Fortunately, the police found no evidence, and the case made no progress. The best way is to find out who made this poison. Su Hao tapped his head, then suddenly remembered that the time for the challenge was approaching, and he had to go to the Wu family now. As soon as Su Hao stepped out of the hospital, he was followed by hundreds of Kunpeng gang members, including Yi Long, who headed aggressively toward the Wu family. 410, Chapter 410 Eloquent. Wu Family Martial Arts School. Today is the most glorious day of the past decade. Thanks to their vigorous promotion, everyone now knows that the leader of the Kunpeng gang is challenging Wu Junbao. They can omit Su Hao and use the title of the leader of the Kunpeng gang simply to attract more casual observers. Anyway, those in the know all know who the leader of the Kunpeng gang is. As for those who are unaware of the situation, just hearing the word gang leader will excite them to come and watch the battle. What are the reasons behind the Wu family's actions? Of course, it's for making money. They had a brilliant idea. Since there hadn't been any high-intensity arena battles in the eastern province in recent years, the Wu family started selling their sect. Standing tickets are 888 yuan each, seated tickets are 1,688 yuan each, VIP seated tickets are 3,888 yuan each, and there are also grandstand tickets, etc. In the words of the Wu family, if concerts can make money, why can't ancient martial arts competitions make money? As a result, they sold a huge number of tickets and made a fortune. The most common type of ticket is still the standing ticket. To sell standing room only tickets, they even resorted to a bizarre tactic. They demolished the walls on both sides and installed tens of thousands of standing room only tickets. This alone cost nearly 10 million yuan. In just this one game, they could count so much money their hands would cramp up. On the day of the competition, the Wu family set up a cordon early in the morning, and no one without a ticket was allowed to enter. Bai Ziyuan, along with Bai Jiruai and Baianan, successfully passed through security and arrived at the foot of the arena, where they sat in the first row of super VIP seats. Dad, there are so many people, it seems everyone is very interested in ancient martial arts. Baianan exclaimed. Most people here are here because of Wu Junbao so famous, and now that he finally has a chance to compete in a public arena, who wouldn't want to see who wins? Bai Ziyuan said understandingly. Sigh, I wonder if Su Hao is up to the task. Bai Jiruwa sighed. Let's have more faith in him anyway, being able to step onto such a stage will definitely make him famous, Bai Ziyuan said with a smile. Just then, a dignified and elegant middle-aged man walked up with a smile. He is Wu Xianyuan, the head of the Wu family and Wu Junbao's father. Oh, isn't this Boss Bai? I didn't expect you to come and support this competition. Wu Xianyuan walked over with a smile. Boss Bai, which contestant do you think is more likely to win? I personally think Su Hao is the best. Bai Ziyuan's answer surprised him. Well, it's not your fault after all, your family isn't a lineage of ancient martial arts practitioners. Wu Xianyuan had been expecting the other party to mention Wu Junbao's name so he could boast about how hard Wu Junbao had trained in his youth. Then, the other party can praise Wu Junbao for his diligence, talent, and so on, so that his old father can be proud. Unexpectedly, Bai Ziyuan didn't play by the rules. Do you know why I have high hopes for Su Hao? Bai Ziyuan said with a smile. Why? Wu Xianyuan asked subconsciously. Because he is my future son-in-law, you know, a father-in-law must keep a close eye on his prospective son-in-law, right? Bai Ziyuan boasted first. Boss Bai, it's one thing to look at someone's appearance, but whether they actually have the ability is another. I think the final winner will definitely be our Junbao. Wu Xianyuan did not agree. What are you two talking about? A deep old man's voice came from behind them. The two turned around and were pleasantly surprised to find that the former leader of the alliance, Ouyang Ku, had arrived. His complexion seems to be getting better and better. Senior Ouyang, thank you for your help last time. Bai Ziyuan expressed his gratitude again. That's all in the past. I've come to see Xiaosu today, Ouyang Ku said with a smile. Senior Ouyang, do you also think highly of Su Hao?
Wu Xuanyuan's expression turned somewhat unpleasant.
No, I'm just a little more familiar with Su Hao, but Wu Junbao is more famous and has a better chance of winning. Ouyang Ke was a shrewd person and didn't want to offend him, so he said a few nice words.
Senior Ouyang is still the most cheerful. Come on, let's go to the VIP seats, the view is the best there. Wu Xuanyuan gave Ouyang Ke plenty of face.
Mr. Bai, ladies, let's go over together. Ouyang Ke didn't forget to invite the 3 members of the Bai family. Wu Xuanyuan's expression changed. He felt that Ouyang Ke was being nosy. The 3 of them were not qualified to sit in the VIP section, but since the other party had already spoken, he did not dare to refute him. He could only smile wryly and lead the way.
Ouyang Ke walked in the center of the VIP section, directly facing the arena.
On the left is Bai Ziyuan, next to him are Bai Zhirua and Baianan, and on the right are Wu Shenyuan, Dongyu, and Wu Lili. Not long after Wu Shenyuan took his seat, he went out to socialize again. It turned out that representatives from the Vermilion Bird sect and other sects had come to watch the battle. The major sects of the southern martial world were paying close attention to Wu Junbao's strength.
Look, my brother-in-law is here.
Baianan kept staring at the doorway and finally saw Su Hao lead the Kunping gang members in. Yilong is very good at creating momentum. He brought out a banner.
Our leader is the best in the world. If you disagree, just keep it to yourself.
His provocative and domineering words caused everyone to gasp in shock after they saw them.
They're so arrogant. Who's the leader of the Kunping gang, daring to call himself the best in the world?
He completely disregards all the major martial arts sects. Today, I support young Master Junbao. Give him a good beating.
Don't bother asking. Nobody knows who he is. Just a nobody.
Various sarcastic remarks were heard incessantly. Su Hao shook his head. Yilong was really something, causing such a commotion. He was originally very afraid of the Wu family, but when he thought about making a name for the Kunping gang, he prepared a banner.
At least in terms of momentum, they are not much inferior to the Wu family.
Su Hao, what brings you here? Just then, a few familiar faces walked by.
It was Chang Jun, Yang Juanqing, Chen Sisi, and several of their classmates. None of your business.
Su Hao frowned. These people were really persistent. Surname Su, don't go around causing trouble. Today is the most important competition in Dong province, not a place for someone like you, Yang Juanqing said disdainfully.
Brother Su, don't take it to heart, Chen Sisi said with a smile, feeling that they had gone a bit too far.
Yeah, I treat them like barking stray dogs and don't care.
Su Hao nodded. What did you say? Chang Jun and Yang Juanqing both changed their expressions at the same time.
Hey, Su, if it weren't for the fact that you're Zhirua's friend, we wouldn't even bother talking to you, a sharp-tongued woman standing beside them said coldly.
And who the hell are you?
Su Hao was speechless. There are all sorts of people, and these people's attitudes were truly appalling. I am Zhu Qian, Zhirua's best friend from high school, she said smugly.
So what, aren't you friends anymore? You're not qualified to sit with Zhirua anymore?
Su Hao said coldly. You're so quick-witted, you can only talk nonsense in front of women. If you're so capable, why don't you come up on stage and have a contest? Xu Qian said sarcastically.
411, Chapter 411 is indeed handsome.
Xu Qian, don't make things difficult for Su Hao. How could he possibly participate in a competition like this? The person surnamed Su can only get by in small cities. Once he goes to a bigger place, he simply disappears.
Chang Jun said dismissively.
I heard that the one challenging Wu Junbao this time is the leader of some gang, but I don't know his background.
Yang Juanqing said.
Ah Xing, this is because you didn't find out clearly. The challenger is Su, the leader of the Kunping gang. He is said to be young and promising. He is not yet 30 years old, but his strength has already reached the level of a grandmaster. Before he even made his move, he instantly killed Lu Yun of the Wu family. Xu Qian's eyes held a hint of admiration. There are many beautiful women who want to marry the gang leader. If they win, this desire can increase several times over.
Isn't Lu Yun supposed to be the number one person below the grandmaster level? How come he's no match for Chief Su? Yang Juanqing asked in surprise. It's just a title, do you really believe it? He defeated Chief Su in one move. If he really had that kind of strength, it wouldn't be Wu Junbao fighting now, it would be Lu Yun instead, Zhu Qian said disdainfully. To be honest, I'm very familiar with Chief Su.
I once had a bad experience with him when he toasted me. He kept his glass low and didn't dare to be arrogant in front of me. Seeing that Chen Sisi was very interested in this kind of thing, Chung Jun couldn't help but start bragging, hoping to attract the beauty's attention.
Really? Chen Sisi looked over with admiration. It's absolutely true. If I'm lying, may I eat 3 meals of dog shit? Chang Jun swore.
Young Master Chang, I never knew you were hiding this so well. You're actually a friend of Chief Su.
Xu Qian looked at him with admiration.
No, not friends theoretically speaking. I'm the financial backer of the Kunping gang these days. Gangs can't survive without funding. They have no choice but to rely on big financial tycoons.
Chung Jun's bullshit got bigger and bigger. What did you just say you were going to eat? How many tons?
Su Hao asked abruptly.
3 meals a day, what's wrong? Chung Jun was very dissatisfied that someone dared to question him. Can you eat this?
Su Hao smiled.
Are you trying to get attention, you bastard? What does it have to do with you if I'm chatting with my friends?
You think you can just stand in front of gang leader Su and not even recognize him?
Chung Jun frowned.
That's right, the tragedy of a nobody is nothing more than this, unable to even touch the threshold of a big shot, Yang Juanqing said disdainfully. Oh, I see's also surnamed Su, but unfortunately he's not as powerful as Chief Su was just a nobody, so he must be unhappy about it, Zhu Qian said with a mocking smile.
You really know Chief Su, and he even has to offer you a toast?
Yi Long couldn't stand it anymore and stared at Chung Jun with an unfriendly look in his eyes.
Nonsense, do I need to explain to you?
Chung Jun said proudly.
What a coincidence, I happen to be from the Kunping gang.
Let me introduce myself. I am the vice leader of the Kunping gang.
I'll ask you one more time, do you know Chief Su?
Yi Long's oppressive aura caused Chung Jun's expression to change, and he began to tremble. Chung Jun was embarrassed, he had gone too far in his boasting.
Whether I know Chief Su or not, it has nothing to do with Su Hao. Anyway, he's the lowest of us.
He had no choice but to continue targeting Su Hao, preparing to suppress him severely.
Ha ha ha. You're the one who's ignorant and narrow-minded, you're just a joke.
To tell you the truth, the Mr. Su next to me is the leader of the Kunping gang. He is the unparalleled genius who will challenge Wu Junbao today. Boasting is a phenomenon that spreads from person to person, and Yi Long couldn't help but boast a little, treating Su Hao as a peerless genius.
Ha ha ha.
Unexpectedly, Yi Long's words did not frighten them. Chung Jun and the other two were so frightened that their stomachs ached.
Su Hao, you really are something. I almost scared him. Chung Jun almost gave himself away, and now he quickly tried to cover it up. If you are the gang leader and vice gang leader, why didn't I see you at all when I went to the gang meeting?
Young Master Chang, don't you understand this? They're all fake. They're just trying to stage an accident for us, Yang Juanqing said disdainfully. It's pathetic. There are too many scammers these days. Someone actually pretends to be the leader of the Kunping Ganji. Don't know what their motives are, Zhu Qian said disdainfully. Yi Long was involved in a gang, and surprisingly, he couldn't win an argument with them. These people are shameless. They can turn black into white and truth into falsehood. They are utterly shameless.
Forget it, don't bother with them.
Su Hao was already used to this and calmly replied.
Humph.
Yi Long was furious. If the gang leader hadn't stopped him, he would have taught them a lesson.
See, that's what you call a guilty conscience. Chang Jun shouted. Shut up.
Yi Long roared. What's with the fierce attitude? What a barbarian, Chung Jun muttered to himself. Yi Long's shout just now had been quite frightening, making him afraid to act recklessly. Chung Jun breathed a sigh of relief. At least things were quiet for the time being, and his world seemed to have become much more peaceful.
Young Master Junbao has arrived. Suddenly someone shouted.
The doorway automatically parted to make way for someone. A young man dressed in pristine white, with a captivating smile, made a dashing entrance. Is that Wu Junbao? He looks about our age. Chung Jun was extremely envious. Comparisons are odious.
So handsome, really handsome. Zhu Qian exclaimed, swooning.
He's really handsome, even I'm ashamed of myself.
Yang Juanqing exclaimed.
The entire martial arts school was shaken when the main figure appeared.
Xian Yuan, is this your young master?
He is truly a handsome man, far superior to those good-for-nothings in our family.
Ouyang Ku sighed. Wu Junbao's appearance overshadowed Ouyang Jun and his ilk.
Senior Ouyang, Junbao idolizes you and dreams of becoming the leader of the Southern Martial Arts Alliance. One day he hopes to receive your guidance when he has time.
Wu Xianyuan seized the opportunity to cultivate a relationship. No problem, Ouyang Ku replied dismissively.
The other sects, upon seeing Wu Junbao, were filled with envy and jealousy.
It's just a competition, why dress like this? Are you treating this like a fashion show? Young Master Junbao's strength is unfathomable. Does his public appearance this time mean that his strength has broken through to a new level?
Grandmaster Realm, he probably hasn't reached that level yet, but he'll likely be close. Various sounds appeared from time to time.
Wu Junbao arrived at the arena and greeted the seniors from various sects.
Junbao, you are truly a promising young man, said the hall master of the Vermilion Bird sect. Junbao, if you had joined our sect back then, your cultivation level would probably be higher than it is now, the elder of Qingyun sect said with regret. Wu Junbao smiled faintly, thinking to himself that Qingyun sect was very picky when he chose a sect. Fortunately, he had mastered the skills, otherwise, following them would have been a lifelong regret.
Wu Junbao, you're finally out.
Suddenly, someone flew into the center of the arena from the crowd, removed his mask to reveal a masculine, square face, and said in a deep voice, "You fame-seeking scoundrel, do you dare accept my challenge?"
412, Chapter 412 Dimensional Reduction Attack.
Who do you think you are, daring to challenge young Master Junbao? You'll have to get past me first. Immediately, a master trained by the Wu family flew onto the arena and extended a claw forward. When the attack was launched, everyone nodded in approval as expected of a master from the Wu family. His strength had at least reached the threshold of the heavenly ranking. Surprisingly, the person in the ring attacked with fierce force. With just one punch, the Wu family expert was sent spinning 3 times in the air, landing with broken bones all over his body and screaming in agony.
Grass. What is this person's background? Everyone was stunned. Was today supposed to be the duel between Wu Junbao and Chief Su? What is this person's purpose in appearing? Someone come here. Take the troublemakers away. Wu Xianyuan couldn't stand it any longer and shouted.
Yes, sir. At a command, 3 figures flew onto the arena. The 3 men, each holding a long sword, stood in 3 different positions, surrounding the person on the platform. Get out of the way, I don't want to hurt innocent people, the square-faced man said in a deep voice.
Let's do it. With one person giving the order, 3 experts launched a powerful attack.
Su Hao nodded secretly. That expert who appeared later was of the same strength as Lu Yun. It seemed that the Wu family had begun to take this seriously and was not underestimating this enemy.
Do the 3 of them have a fighting chance? As it turns out, there was none.
The mysterious man who came on stage took out a bright green stick, like a dog beating stick, and knocked the Wu family members flying in a few blows. This person's moves are wide and sweeping, clearly from the martial arts world of the north. Having defeated the expert in the second round, this man stood proudly and said, "The Wu family is nothing special. Or rather, the martial arts world in the south is nothing special. In the face of true masters, the martial arts world of the south is a joke." These words caused an uproar among the ancient martial arts masters present.
Arrogant fool, what right do you have to compare yourself to the martial arts world of the south? You think you can be so arrogant just because you beat a few of the Wu family's dogs?
The real masters haven't made their move yet, I'm just letting you have some fun first.
Many people are eager to try their hand at it.
Ouyang's expression turned ugly. This person had come to challenge the southern martial arts world. Wasn't this a slap in the face? He completely disregarded him, the former leader of the alliance.
You really don't dare to introduce yourself?
Below the arena, a voice boomed like a bell.
You defeated opponent, how dare you ask my name?
The man with the bamboo stick said disdainfully.
Very well, let's see how long you can keep up your arrogance. The man leaped up, wielding a gleaming sword. My god, it's Sect Master Jiang of the Divine Sword Sect.
Master Jiang has always hated evil as if it were his enemy. He would definitely be the first to sit still if he saw someone provoking our southern martial arts world.
With him involved, this guy is finished.
Jiangmen was extremely famous in the eastern province. He once chased down dozens of notorious bandits with just a long sword. In recent years, I have been cultivating my character and rarely take action. Until this particular occasion, he became the hot-tempered vanguard officer once again.
Bring it on, let me see just how much the Divine Sword Sect is worth. This person is very confident. If you're looking for death, I'll grant your wish. Jiangmen's leader flew onto the arena while still in midair. He flicked his long sword, unleashing a sword curtain dozens of meters long that swept over the enemies on the arena.
Nothing special.
The man sneered disdainfully, brandishing his bamboo stick. He used it to break through the enemy's encirclement, eventually striking Jiangmen City with his stick. The latter was sent flying backward, landing with a pale-faced Jiangmen. Zhangju coughed up a mouthful of blood and then died. What ruthless methods! If it's a contest, why resort to killing?
There are such masters in the martial arts world of the north?
What everyone saw was shocking. Jiangmen master died from being beaten with a bamboo stick by this kind of person for standing up for everyone.
Disciples of the Divine Sword Sect, heed my command, fight him to the death and avenge our sect leader. Below the arena, the members of the Divine Sword Sect, filled with righteous indignation and hatred, were about to take the stage. It's no use if even your sect leader isn't good enough, then you're even less capable.
The man said dismissively. Even if we can't beat you, so what? The Divine Sword Sect isn't so easy to bully. Junior brothers, follow me.
The senior disciple of the Divine Sword Sect, along with dozens of junior disciples, charged forward.
Court death.
The man brandished his bamboo staff. His intent to kill. Clear. Any move he made could take down a disciple of the Divine Sword Sect in less than a minute. The stage was a river of blood. Watching the disciples of the Divine Sword Sect rush to their deaths one after another, everyone was filled with awe and respect. The Divine Sword Sect is truly courageous. From the sect leader to the disciples, not a single one is a coward inspired by them. More and more people rushed onto the stage. However, this person's strength was unfathomable. He grew stronger when facing stronger opponents, defeating hundreds of martial arts practitioners and knocking them off the stage. He stood proudly, completely unharmed.
Who exactly is he? Cheng Jun asked in surprise. This is what everyone is thinking. After fighting for so long, not even knowing the other's name, doesn't that make the southern martial arts world look too shameful? Could the bamboo stick in his hand really be a dog-beating stick?
Oh Yang Ke's heart skipped a beat. There was a traitor in the Beggars sect in the martial arts world who defeated countless masters with his mysterious bamboo staff, and even killed the top 15 Spear King on the heavenly ranking in one move. This person is Hong Fu, who claims to be the one who will create a new Beggars sect.
So it was Hong Fu. No wonder he has such strength. This guy is a troublemaker, and he's challenging all the top experts on the heavenly ranking. Why did he challenge Wu Junbao?
You didn't know that? Young Master Junbao finished his seclusion and beat up the previous 13th ranked expert on the heavenly rankings, now a peerless expert, ranked 13th on the heavenly ranking.
Everyone was amazed. Are two top-ranked experts about to clash? This is interesting.
Wu Junbao, don't let these useless cowards come up here to die. If you're not a coward, come up now and fight me to the death.
Hong Fu said arrogantly. The reason I didn't take action is very simple. You are not worthy to be my opponent. Hand. Wu Junbao said proudly. Not worthy?
I just beat the 14th ranked player yesterday, so of course I'll challenge you next. I will fight my way up one by one and become number one on the heavenly ranking. When the time comes, we'll have 100 followers, establish a new Beggars sect, and crush all the martial arts sects in the south under our feet.
Hong Fu said with great ambition.
Your plan may be good, but you shouldn't have come to me. You really think I'm only ranked 13th? That's because I was the only person we could find recently. The gap between your strength and mine is much larger than you imagine. Take my advice, if you want to live, don't come and challenge me.
Wu Junbao stomped his foot and instantly arrived at the center of the arena.
His graceful landing drew thunderous applause. Hongfu, study hard. This performance alone is enough for you to learn for a lifetime.
Young Master Juanbao's strength is not something you can easily fool. It's over before the fight even started.
Of course, many more people chose to believe Wu Junbao, feeling that it was a kind of lower dimension attack.
413, Chapter 413 is wrong. Wu Junbao, everyone says you are a genius.
In my opinion, you've been hyped up too much. You have absolutely no real ability.
Hongfu said dismissively. You're courting death. Wu Junbao's face immediately darkened. What weapon are you using?
Hongfu waved the bamboo stick in his hand.
It's completely useless against you. Wu Junbao said coldly. Very well, then go die.
Hongfu has achieved his goal. He would be somewhat wary if the other party used a weapon, since the other party is so arrogant. Let him see the power of the bamboo stick in his hand. When he wielded his weapon, his attacks were like a surging river, one move after another, without end. This is one of the beggar's sex signature moves, called No Dogs Under Heaven. Ouyangke's expression changed. This move was not easy to deal with. Once you were caught in the opponent's moves, you could try to neutralize the first move, but the subsequent moves would keep coming until you were exhausted and had no way to counterattack.
It's alright, I have confidence in Junbao.
Wu Xianyuan smiled faintly.
When others saw this, 99% of them were worried for Wu Junbao. Everyone has witnessed Hongfu's abilities. Wu Junbao's strength remains a mystery to this day. Judging solely from the rankings, is there really a big difference between 13th and 14th place? Let's wait and see. Bang! The bamboo stick successfully struck Wu Junbao in the chest.
This scene was something no one expected.
Wu Junbao neither retaliated nor defended, but simply blocked the attack with his own body. Are you fucking asking for death? Hongfu roared angrily. Yeah. Your attack is absolutely threatening. Wu Junbao stood still, motionless.
Hongfu's expression changed. His attack hit the opponent successfully, but had no effect.
Not a drop of blood appeared. Did Wu Junbao block his attack solely with his protective inner energy? He grinned maliciously and launched another powerful attack. Bang, bang, bang.
The bamboo sticks rained down on his protective inner energy, but to no avail.
Now you know, right?
I'm ranked 13th on the heavenly ranking because this is the only opponent I can find. Yuri ranked 14th because this is the only strength you have.
Above that, no one is someone you can fake an accident with.
After Wu Junbao finished speaking arrogantly, he suddenly stretched out a palm, carrying a murderous aura, and struck the bamboo stick squarely.
Click.
The dog-beating stick that accompanied Hongfu in defeating countless masters shattered instantly. He continued his attack, punching Hongfu right through the chest.
You think you can challenge me?
Wu Junbao roared angrily, waved his hand, and threw Hongfu away.
The latter had already suffered massive bleeding before fainting.
Upon landing, his breath was faint, and his fate was unknown.
Young Master Junbao is so powerful. Even among the top experts on the heavenly ranking, there is still a gap. The ticket was worth it today. Young Master Junbao's position is secure. Everyone gasped and stood up to applaud.
Hongfu caused trouble everywhere and looked down on the entire martial arts world in the south. Finally, he ran into Wu Junbao and completely lost his arrogance. This battle can be considered as ridding the martial arts world of a scourge.
Senior Ouyang, how much of your peak strength do you think Junbao has now? Wu Xianyuan asked Ouyangke with great satisfaction.
I estimate it's about 30%, Ouyangke said after a moment's thought.
30%, that's already pretty good. Junbao is still young, he'll catch up with Senior Ouyang one day. Wu Xianyuan said happily, then looked at Bai Ziyuan and asked, Boss Bai, does your future son-in-law have that kind of ability? I will not make any comments until the results of their competition are in. Bai Ziyuan frowned. As a master of ancient martial arts, how would he know these things?
Bai Jirua and Baianan didn't look too good. Even if they believed in Su Hao, they still had to rely on their abilities.
Hongfu was already very strong when he appeared.
In the end, he defeated Wu Junbao in one move. In other words, even Hong Fu couldn't force Wu Junbao to use his full strength, so who knows just how powerful this genius really is. Gentlemen, what we just had was merely an appetizer. The main course is about to begin. Where is Chief Su? Come up on stage and fight me. Wu Junbao stood arrogantly on the stage. He still dares to show his face? If it were me, I would have sneaked away long ago when Hong Fu collapsed. Young Master Junbao is not someone we can afford to offend. If you know what's good for you, just admit defeat. Everyone laughed. Given Hong Fu's example, only a fool would show up. Chief Su, young Master Junbao called your name, aren't you going to show up? Cheng Jun said with a disdainful smile. I think he was so scared that his legs went weak and he couldn't walk at all. Yang Juanxing laughed. The only thing our Chief Su can compare to young Master Junbao in is his looks. Everything else is nothing. Xu Qian only acknowledged that Su Hao was handsome, but can good looks put food on the table? Today's match is a real contest, requiring genuine competition. You don't need to goad me, I'll definitely go up. Su Hao smiled faintly, still looking calm and collected, and slowly walked onto the arena. Is he really the leader of the Kunping gang? Cheng Jun asked belatedly. Nonsense, aren't you supposed to eat 3 meals a day? Yi Long didn't let him off the hook. Did I say that? Who heard me? Cheng Jun no longer dared to admit it. What's the use of daring to go up, without the strength to back it up? It's just courting death. Yang Juanxing said disdainfully. The other party was young Master Junbao, but he's already gone. Xu Qian shook her head. Perhaps there's a tiny chance, Chen Sisi suddenly said. Sisi, why do you trust Su Hao so much? Cheng Jun asked, dissatisfied. Perhaps because he keeps his word? Chen Sisi blinked. Cheng Jun was extremely embarrassed. Was this a deliberate attack on him? No matter what, I definitely can't accept it. On the stage, Su Hao finally showed up. When many people saw Su Hao for the first time, they found him to be handsome and even more so than Wu Junbao. Does anyone know if young Master Su has a girlfriend yet? Of course, he's so handsome, he must have at least 2 or 3 girlfriends. That doesn't matter at all, I'd be happy to be his 3rd or 4th girlfriend. If young Master Su were to pursue me, I would gladly accept $1 million. It's over. I don't know which one to choose between young Master Su and young Master Wu. Many women have started to swoon over him. I was originally going to watch people fight, but now it's turned into a showdown between 2 handsome guys. You're Su Hao? Wu Junbao said dismissively. You're Wu Junbao. Su Hao said the same thing with a cold expression, as if he didn't take him seriously. I've seen people like you many times. They have no real talent, they just want to ride on the coattails of celebrities. You've simply chosen the wrong person. Offending them will never end well. Wu Junbao's eyes were cold, as if he were looking at a dead person. 414, Chapter 414 External Release of True Qi. Are you famous? I'm sorry, I really didn't know. Su Hao's words could drive a person crazy. You nobody, what you did today will become a laughingstock for everyone in the future. Wu Junbao rebuked angrily. My challenge to the Wu family is actually quite simple. I just find your people to be utterly useless, constantly clashing with me, and dealing with them one by one is too much trouble today. After defeating you, I'll show those good-for-nothings in the Wu family what's what. From now on, if you see me, stay far away. Don't you dare come looking for trouble. Su Hao's voice reached everyone's ears. Did I hear that right? Chief Su actually looks down on every single member of the Wu family as an equal? The reputation of the Wu family's experts is entirely in the hands of young Master Junbao. Is Chief Su arrogant or confident? Let's get this started, I can't wait. The 2 players' pre-match declarations have already whetted everyone's appetite. Su Hao's true strength remains a mystery, but his confident words inspire confidence in a small group of people. Ha, this is Xiao Su. As expected, he's not afraid of battle. Ouyang Ku laughed heartily. Senior Ouyang, do you really think this boy has the ability to defeat Junbao? Wu Xianyuan was quite skeptical. I didn't say that. I just think the two young people each have their own style, and I appreciate Xiao Su's way of handling things more. Ouyang Ku was as shrewd as ever, not wanting to openly refute the Wu family head.
Senior Ouyang, I have a different opinion.
After hearing Su Hao's words, I actually felt that he was confident of victory.
Bai Ziyuan said with a smile. Oh? Ouyang Ku blinked, offering no comment whatsoever. Boss Bai, what do you mean by that? Does that mean Jun Bao is inferior to Su Hao?
Wu Xianyuan said unhappily.
This is just my personal opinion, and you may disagree. Bai Ziyuan said calmly. Very good. Wu Xianyuan was very unhappy. He could sense that Ouyang Ku also looked down on Wu Junbao. Why don't we take a gamble? If Su Hao loses, you have to give me that set of blue and white porcelain from the state banquet. Bai Ziyuan's expression changed.
This set of blue and white porcelain is extremely rare now. If it were to be sold, it would easily fetch 200 or 300 million yuan.
What, you can't bear to part with it?
This was exactly the effect Wu Xianyuan wanted, making him feel the pinch.
If Su Hao wins, what will you give in return? Bai Ziyuan asked coldly.
First of all, Jun Bao will not lose. Secondly, if he accidentally loses, I am willing to share the 18 forms of Qing Yun. Wu Xianyuan said calmly. Upon hearing this, Wu Lily was the most surprised.
Dad, the Bai family only offered broken porcelain, while we offered our ancestral sword technique. Isn't that inappropriate?
She felt that this deal was definitely a loss for them.
It's alright, don't you trust your brother? We're guaranteed to win this bet.
Wu Xianyuan said directly.
Yes, brother will definitely not lose.
Wu Lily burst into laughter. On the Bai family's side, Bai Zhirua also felt that the blue and white porcelain was extremely precious. It was an ancestral treasure, priceless and collectible. If it could be successfully passed down to the next generation, the price of the state banquet blue and white porcelain could double.
Dad, don't agree. The price we're paying is too high, Bai Zhirua advised. What are you afraid of? I choose to believe Su Hao. Bai Ziyuan ignored her completely and said directly, we'll ask Senior Ouyang to be a witness once the competition is over and the results are in. No one can renege on their promise. Alright, it's a deal, and no one can renege on their promise. Wu Xianyuan said happily. Bai Ziyuan was actually taking a huge gamble.
Recent events have long since taught him that the inheritance of martial arts is the most important thing.
The Bai family is wealthy, but useless. Their status and power are nowhere near those of ancient martial arts families. If they win this gamble, they will obtain the Wu family's ancestral manual. Could they then gradually transform themselves into an ancient martial arts family? If it succeeds, taking a risk of 200 or 300 million is absolutely worthwhile. Su Hao, just admit defeat. We don't have to fight each other. Wu Junbao pretended to be generous. Admit defeat? This is what you really think, isn't it?
Knowing that you can't win, admitting defeat directly is a good strategy.
Su Hao said confidently. You mean, I'll lose to you? Wu Junbao thought he had misheard.
Everyone else laughed, thinking they had also misheard.
Su Hao is getting more and more arrogant. Dong Yu frowned.
He's playing with fire. The more he provokes his brother, the more severe the backlash will be in the end, Wu Lily said coldly.
On the stage, Su Hao calmly nodded. Anyone could lose.
The path of cultivation is endless. No one can ever be the strongest.
You should feel lucky that you lost to me.
After all, I'll make you admit defeat wholeheartedly. Upon hearing this, Wu Junbao burst into laughter, finding it to be the funniest thing that had happened that day.
Would I really lose to this nobody?
If Nangong Yu had said something like that, he would have felt some pressure. But this person was just Su Hao, a name no one had ever heard of.
Su Hao, I don't want to bully the weak either. Before the match, I'll give you a 3-move head start. I hope you seize this opportunity. After 3 moves, there will be no more chances.
No one found Wu Junbao's words out of place. He certainly has that kind of ability and that kind of status.
Before this competition, who would have compared Su Hao and Wu Junbao? No.
This is enough to show that, in the minds of those present,
Wu Junbao was naturally superior to Su Hao. Giving way for 3 moves is quite common in martial arts competitions. Generally speaking, it is the elders who show deference to the younger generation. Need not. We will have a fair fight. No one should give way. Su Hao said calmly. He refused because he didn't have that habit. I've fought countless people before, but at most I've only managed to let them make the first move. Giving them the upper hand is impossible. That's disrespectful to oneself. Su Hao, I'm telling you this clearly. You are the most arrogant person I have ever met in my life. Wu Junbao roared angrily, and he could even feel Su Hao's contempt. That's a pity, you're not the most arrogant person I've ever met. Su Hao said calmly. Upon hearing this, several people burst out laughing. Su Hao's serious disregard for Wu Junbao was actually quite amusing. Who's laughing? Wu Junbao shouted angrily, looked around, and saw that all the people who had been laughing earlier had their heads down. Is scaring ordinary people your only skill? Su Hao said dismissively. Fine, if you wanna die, I'll grant your wish. Wu Junbao roared, his aura suddenly increasing. Black energy emerged from his palm, eventually transforming into a gigantic dragon that charged towards Su Hao. This move is the flying dragon in the sky, one of the Wu family's signature techniques. External release of internal energy? The crowd watched with great excitement. The top 13 experts on the heavenly ranking were indeed extraordinary. With just this one move, they were enough to leave Hong Fu far behind. For 15, Chapter 415 evenly matched. I declare victory belongs to Brother Junbao. Wu Lily laughed heartily upon seeing this. Once this move was launched, no one could resist it. So my cousin's strength has reached this level. It's truly an eye-opener. Dongyu felt very gratified looking at Su Hao. She had a helpless smile on her face. It was all his own doing. Why did he have to challenge Wu Junbao? Isn't this like throwing an egg against a rock? You'll be instantly killed in one move. Senior Ouyang, did you see that? This is Junbao's strength. To be honest, this is only Junbao's first stage. He is still hiding a great deal of power. Wu Xianyuan proudly announced. A father's status rises with his sons. The joy of being a father when he has a genius son is something that outsiders cannot understand. Junbao is a martial arts prodigy, a fact acknowledged by all the major sects in the southern martial arts world. In this duel, I think the odds are about 80-20. Ouyang Ke smiled mysteriously. Some people are happy, some are sad. Bai Ziyuan's face was grim. Could it be that Su Hao couldn't even withstand one move? If that's the case, then his porcelain vase for the state banquet is truly doomed. These are all external things. The most important thing is Su Hao himself. In such a high-intensity duel, it's rare to suffer a minor injury after a defeat. If he loses, the consequences would be unimaginable. Sister, is Brother Su gone? Baiyanan frowned, almost crying. You're such a jinx. The fight isn't over yet. It's too early to say these things. Bai Jiruo was equally distressed, but she could only choose to believe it. The disciples of all the major sects became excited. As expected of being ranked 13th on the heavenly ranking, young Master Junbao's strength is something we should strive to catch up with. Catch up, cultivation relies on talent. Even if you have another 100 years, you still can't catch up. Young Master Junbao is the pride of the southern martial arts world. Su Hao is no match for him. I am now only looking forward to when he will have a showdown with young Master Nangang. I believe that will be the ultimate battle. Almost everyone is optimistic about Wu Junbao. Only a few people felt that Su Hao seemed calm and composed, as if he wasn't nervous at all. Was he really going to lose the competition by a landslide? Perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope? Not bad, your moves are full of momentum. But this one move alone is far from enough. Su Hao uttered a soft sound, then suddenly raised his right leg. A powerful burst of true energy rose from the ground, instantly shattering Wu Junbao's attack. The two fought to a draw on their first move. What a pity, he actually caught it. Chung Jun said with some disappointment. He does have some strength, but not much. He may have already given it his all just now. While I believe that young Master Junbao has only just warmed up, his subsequent attacks will only be stronger, fiercer, and more difficult to deal with. Yang Juinxing said confidently. Ancient martial arts rely on foundational knowledge and experience. He's just a self-taught individual,
how can he compare to a genius young master from a prestigious family? Zhu Qian chose to believe in metaphysics. On the arena, Wu Juanbao's expression changed. I didn't expect your strength to be so decent. Don't get too excited yet, that was just a warm-up. If you think that's all I'm capable of, you're sorely mistaken. Wu Junbao smiled coldly, still exuding arrogance. You'd better have some real strength. Otherwise, there will be no surprises in this competition. Su Hao said calmly. Arrogant. You get a little sunshine and you're all beaming with pride. Next, I'll show you what a true genius is. Wu Junbao was furious. He clenched his fist instantly, and his aura intensified once more just as Wu Shenyuan had said. Wu Junbao had been concealing his strength, and the attack he unleashed now was far more powerful than his first. This time, it was a two-pronged attack, transforming into two white dragons. It hurtled toward Su Hao, carrying a chilling killing intent, as if it wanted to tear him to pieces. Not bad, this is a little more interesting. But it's still not enough. If you can unleash your full strength, you can barely force out 30% of my power. As Su Hao spoke, he suddenly stretched out his hands, and a powerful wall of energy blocked his way. Boom! The two dragons collided and suddenly hurtled towards the roof. The ceiling of the Wu family martial arts school immediately cracked, and as a powerful gust of air burst out, the entire place trembled. The force of the earthquake was as powerful as a natural one. However, this is not a natural phenomenon, it is simply the effect of the techniques used by the two fighters in their battle. Wu Juanbao's attack was undeniably powerful. Su Hao's defense was undeniably formidable. When they faced off in the second move, it still ended in a draw. This kid actually has some skill, but it's not enough. When his older brother unleashes his power, he'll be crushed. Wu Lily sneered, feeling that this was just the beginning. The upcoming matches will only be more exciting. Indeed, he managed to block two of Juanbao's moves, which is enough to make him famous in history in the future. When people mention the competitions at the Wu Family Martial Arts School, they will remember him. This move is destined to make my son famous in the martial arts world, and he will be the perfect backdrop. Wu Shenyuan was not flustered at all. They are indeed two geniuses. Ouyang Ke nodded, quite satisfied with today's match. They haven't decided who won yet. Bai Ziyuan was increasingly confused. The two of them almost destroyed the entire venue when they worked together. Even so, the two of them haven't used their full strength yet? My goodness, the strength of such a genius is simply terrifying. He became increasingly interested in the Wu family's secret techniques. If he could cultivate a genius like Wu Junbao, who would dare to look down on the Bai family in the future? Sister, isn't Brother Su taking it too easy? Baianan felt something was wrong. It seemed there was no need to worry, as Su Hao could handle things with ease. Don't be too happy yet. Wu Junbao definitely has more tricks up his sleeve. The next offensive is the most important. Bai Zhirua didn't dare to open the champagne halfway through the game. Furthermore, Su Hao doesn't seem to have any advantage at the moment. Evenly matched? Wonderful, that was absolutely fantastic. The strength of these two people is unfathomable. If young Master Juanbao's strength is only this much, it is rather disappointing. Everyone felt that Su Hao's strength exceeded expectations, but Wu Juanbao's performance was mediocre. What's the point of a seemingly powerful move if it can't suppress the opponent? It's all just for show. Young Master, who do you think will win? The mysterious woman, veiled in white, was somewhat confused and asked Nangongyu directly. It seems that Wu Junbao has the initiative, but in reality he is being restrained by Su Hao. What if? Nangongyu's face was grim. He didn't want to speculate any further. Su Hao is his enemy, and if he gains significant strength, he will become a huge threat in the future. Young Master, no way, he can win? The mysterious woman couldn't believe it. Just keep watching, the results will come soon, and Wu Juanbao's strength hasn't been fully revealed yet, Nangongyu said mysteriously. Alright, let's wait and see. The mysterious woman nodded. 416, Chapter 416. Nothing special. Su Hao, you're very good. He was actually able to fight me to a standstill, even when I was suppressing my strength.
However, you will definitely suffer a crushing defeat next.
Don't feel any regret, because you were destined from birth to never be my match. Wu Junbao stood aloof, his aura gradually increasing.
Oh. Interesting.
I mean, you have a very interesting way of speaking. As for your strength, we'll find out soon enough.
Su Hao said dismissively. Sister, what is he doing?
Baianan couldn't understand why wasn't this guy's aura weakening, instead, it was gradually increasing.
I don't understand either, Bai Zhirua shook her head. Senior Ouyang, what's going on? Bai Ziyuan asked Ouyang Ke directly.
It's perfectly normal for ordinary people not to understand the method young Master Wu used is actually quite uncommon. He has a restriction within his body suppressing his strength. Once it's lifted, his strength will increase by leaps and bounds. Ouyang Ke said, this is a method of martial arts cultivation. The more intense the suppression and the longer it lasts, the greater the final benefit.
Does Senior mean that the strength he just displayed was not his full strength? Bai Ziyuan was stunned. It's not just not all of it, it's estimated that he only used 30% of his strength.
Ouyang Ke frowned, which also meant that Wu Junbao had found a powerful master.
Ha ha ha.
Wu Xuanyuan's laughter echoed throughout the entire martial arts hall. This is what makes Junbao so powerful. What you've seen is only a fraction of his strength. Once the restrictions are lifted, that's when he reaches his peak. He can defeat Su Hao in a single move.
That's right, compared to his brother, he's really too weak. Wu Lily also trusted him unconditionally. One move is enough? Many people's expressions changed drastically. Today's competition is getting more and more interesting. See, the one who laughs last will definitely be young Master Junbao. Su Hao may be arrogant for a while, but he'll have to fall in the end. Cheng Jun said gloatingly.
If he admits defeat now, I doubt young Master Junbao will agree, Yang Juanqing said with a cold smile.
What a pity, one of the two handsome guys is going to die, Zhu Qian said hypocritically.
Nangong Yu merely frowned. He had been paying close attention to Wu Junbao's strength and knew that the latter possessed a secret cultivation method. In fact, this competition had already caused Wu Junbao considerable damage. If he can suppress it for another 6 months or so, the rebound will only intensify, and he will have a chance to reach the Grandmaster realm.
The power gained from being forced to break the seal prematurely today will be greatly diminished. This was a last resort.
Su Hao came to challenge him. He had no choice but to admit defeat, right?
Young Master, is young Master Wu about to win?
The mysterious woman asked.
Let's just keep watching. Nangong Yu shook his head slightly. The mysterious woman was puzzled. What exactly was Su Hao's ability that made young Master Nangong value him so highly? In just a few minutes, Wu Junbao's strength suddenly tripled.
He had a confident smile on his face.
Next, let everyone witness the Wu family's strongest martial arts technique.
The man surnamed Su is actually not good at fist techniques at all, he's good at swordsmanship. As he finished speaking, a master from the Wu family walked over, stood at the edge of the arena, and presented him with a long sword.
This sword is called Etienne. It's also a divine weapon. You're lucky you died by this divine weapon.
When Wu Junbao grasped the sword, his aura rose to another level. The long sword was drawn, its cold light flashing instantly. Anyone who got close to the edge of the ring felt the chill to the bone.
Nu. You have a divine weapon, you're powerful, are you satisfied now?
Su Hao followed his words and said calmly.
What do you mean? Wu Junbao angrily rebuked. Idiot. No matter how high you jump, you can never be my match.
Su Hao said coldly.
Very good, I hope you can still smile from now on.
Wu Junbao raised the divine weapon in his hand, and instantly a dazzling light shot straight into the sky. In an instant, countless rays of light transformed into a rain of swords that gathered into a sword aura several feet long, which descended from the sky.
Rumble.
This momentum is incomparable to the previous punches, the intensity has increased tenfold.
Su Hao is dead.
Wu Lily sneered. This is the Wu family's strongest martial art, the heaven-destroying and earth-shattering technique from the 18 forms of Qing Yun. The fact that the Wu family patriarch chose this name speaks volumes about his confidence. Before this move, the opponent had no way to avoid it and could only face it head-on. Destroy the heavens and the earth. Wu Junbao roared. In an instant, a powerful airflow surged forth with ferocious force. The entire arena trembled precariously, and the powerful internal energy directly blew away the surrounding audience. Such strong air pressure. Bai Jiruo and the other two felt a powerful force that almost lifted them off the ground. The other VIPs around them were all sent flying backwards. Young Master Wu's strength is indeed formidable. Ouyang waved his hand, creating an invisible barrier of energy to help the three members of the Bai family stabilize the situation. Senior Ouyang, Junbao will be very pleased if he hears of your praise. Wu Xianyuan laughed heartily. Don't be too happy yet, the outcome is not yet decided. Ouyang said calmly. Senior Ouyang, do you really think Su Hao can win? Wu Xianyuan asked in a deep voice. Ah! Just then, someone shouted in surprise. On the arena, golden light shone brightly, and two golden needles appeared in Su Hao's hands. They rose up, piercing through countless sword beams, and finally caught the divine weapon Etienne. Is this all the strength you have? Su Hao sneered and exerted a slight force. With a clang, the divine weapon broke in two. Wu Junbao stood there blankly. He actually lost? Is he, who was about to enter the Grandmaster realm, inferior to the unknown Su Hao? Impossible. Wu Lily's face turned pale. How could her brother lose to someone like this? Junbao. Wu Xianyuan couldn't accept it either. Do you still remember? Is that your question from back then? When I said it was 80/20ths, I didn't mean Junbao had an 80% chance of winning. Only then did Ouyang reveal the true meaning of those words. So young Master Junbao's divine weapon is the sword of benevolence and righteousness, and he can't bear to hurt people. Bai Ziyuan laughed mockingly. See, my brother-in-law is the real genius. Baianan said triumphantly, even happier than the victorious Su Hao. It's good that he's not hurt. Bai Jiruo's heart finally settled down. Victory or defeat was secondary, leaving the arena unscathed was the most important thing. Young Master Junbao lost? Cheng Jun and his two companions were completely stunned before the competition. Who could have guessed this? Young Master, you have such a good eye for people. The mysterious woman exclaimed. Wrong, I know nothing about Su Hao, I just think Wu Junbao's strength is average. Nan Gongyu's understanding is not about Su Hao, but about Su Hao's opponent. Wu Junbao was very arrogant, always considering himself one of the top two in the province. Does he even deserve it? He can't even beat a mere Su Hao, he's an incompetent fool whose reputation outweighs his ability. For 17, Chapter 417 News of the Miraculous Medicine. You lost. Su Hao announced dismissively, then turned and nodded to Bai Jiruo before slowly walking off the stage. Impossible. How could I possibly lose to you? I am the strongest genius in the East Province, and you are nothing. The proud Wu Junbao could not accept this fact. He stared at Su Hao's back with angry eyes. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He grabbed the broken sword and attacked Su Hao fiercely. Shameless. Countless viewers were outraged upon seeing this. By the time Su Hao reacted, the man's weapon was already behind him, seemingly leaving him with no chance of dodging. Go to hell. Wu Junbao grinned maliciously. With a clang, as the broken sword struck Su Hao, a golden light appeared. It turned out that he had erected a wall of energy to block the fatal attack. A sneak attack? Su Hao said dismissively, and threw a punch, sending his opponent flying into the air. He gracefully flicked a silver needle backward, which, as if it had eyes, pierced through his dantian. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. No! He destroyed my dantian. After landing, Wu Junbao was shocked to find that he had become a cripple in martial arts. You surnamed Su, why did you attack so ruthlessly? Wu Xianyuan suddenly flew into a rage, gave a signal, and instantly all the hundreds of experts from the Wu family locked onto Su Hao. Are you blind? How could you ask such a question? No wonder he raised such a good-for-nothing young master.
Su Hao didn't bother to answer.
Everyone saw what happened clearly. Wu Junbao couldn't accept defeat, so he launched a sneak attack from behind, attempting to kill Su Hao.
Su Hao successfully countered and destroyed his dantian. From many perspectives, Su Hao's behavior was perfectly acceptable. It wasn't a counterattack, it was already merciful enough. You surnamed Su, you hurt my son, this is an irreconcilable feud. Enraged, Wu Shenyuan sought a new topic of conversation, wanting to take revenge. I've said it before, I hope the Wu family won't cause any more trouble after this competition. You're all too weak, I don't have time to play with you. Su Hao said coldly. Well said. Wu Junbao has already fallen, are you any match for young Master Su? Young Master Su was already a saint, why bother making a fool of yourself? Many martial arts veterans present stood up and criticized the situation. Wu Shenyuan, you can't go back on your word about the secret manual. Bai Ziyuan laughed heartily. You've gone too far. Wu Shenyuan was very unhappy, his face was gloomy, and he seemed to be considering whether to take action.
Shenyuan, now is not the time for revenge. Instead, take young Master Wu to see a doctor. His dantian has been destroyed, but it can be restored if he receives timely treatment.
Ouyang Ko reminded him. Senior Ouyang, please show me the way. Wu Shenyuan asked hurriedly. Medicine King Valley. Ouyang Ko reminded him, then said, don't forget to hand over your secret manual. A person should be honest. All right. Wu Shenyuan dared not disobey the former leader's words. He made a two-pronged arrangement. He would first go and get the secret manual and hand it over to Bai Ziyuan, while a group of family disciples would take Wu Junbao to Medicine King Valley to seek medicine. Ladies and gentlemen, today's competition has come to an end. The winner is Su Hao. Ouyang Ko finally announced. Congratulations, Chief Su. Chief Su is so powerful, do you accept apprentices? I don't seek to become Chief Su's disciple, I only seek a way to join the Kunpeng gang. Many martial arts sects stood up and thanked Su Hao. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Su Hao cupped his hands in greeting to these people. When you win, everyone in the world is a good person. If we lose, these people will definitely kick us while we're down. Su Hao was already used to this hypocrisy and couldn't be bothered to bother with it. Little Su, may I have a word with you in private? Ouyang Ko asked with a smile. Okay. Seeing more and more people approaching, Su Hao quickly slipped away with Ouyang Ko. Everyone, if anyone wants to join the Kunpeng gang, you can register here. As long as you meet the gang's requirements, you can become one of our members. Then, everyone can follow gang leader Su. Yi Long stepped forward, waving a flag and shouting encouragement. Real? Such a good thing? I want to sign up. Yi Long is quite good at publicity, he recruits people directly in public. Many talented young people have joined. In less than half an hour, the strength of the Kunpeng gang doubled. If we take into account the subsequent impacts, the strength of the Kunpeng gang has reached a point where smaller sects have to take it seriously. Little Su, you are truly the pride of our southern martial arts world. Ouyang Ko looked at him with a smile. After this battle, Su Hao was able to establish himself in Dong province. A person with ability deserves everyone's respect. The martial arts world of the south? Su Hao frowned. He was actually from the capital, but had studied martial arts in the north. Strictly speaking, he couldn't represent the ancient martial arts of the south. However, he didn't want to be associated with the north, but if people respected him, he could reluctantly pretend to be a master from the south. Little Su, you don't need to be modest. You are now one of the best among the younger generation of martial arts practitioners in the south, Ouyang Ko said with a smile. Senior Ouyang, stop beating around the bush and just say what you need to say, Su Hao said calmly. That's how it is. A competition will be held soon. I can recommend you to represent Dong province in this competition. Ouyang Ko said directly. Me, representing the eastern province, is that appropriate? Su Hao said helplessly. You asked for this. You defeated Wu Junbao, and you still want to stay out of it? Ouyang Ko smiled faintly. Senior Ouyang,
It's not impossible for me to represent Dong province in the competition, but you have one condition, you must agree to it. Su Hao's heart stirred, he felt this was a great opportunity that he couldn't miss.
Please speak. Ouyang Ke smiled.
I need 1,000-year-old snow lotus and a 9-turn Lingji mushroom. If you could provide at least one of these, senior, I would be very grateful. If I can find a single miraculous medicine, I can take Wu Junbao's place in battle.
Su Hao said bluntly.
He certainly wouldn't fight if there were no benefit to it. He has no interest in becoming famous. If he could find the elixir, he would be happy to agree if he had that as leverage.
You certainly know how to pick.
Whether it's the 1,000-year-old snow lotus or the 9-turn Lingji, they are both rare medicinal herbs that appear only once every 1,000 years.
I happen to know one of them. If you win the match, I'll definitely help you practice. Ouyang Ke promised. It's a deal. Su Hao agreed. It's a deal.
Ouyang Ke smiled with him joining. The chances of victory for the southern martial arts world had greatly increased.
No one in the world can fully grasp this kid's strength yet. Is he really only at the innate realm? Ouyang Ke had his doubts about this. If not, wouldn't that mean Su Hao has reached the level of a grandmaster or higher? We absolutely cannot lose this competition. Ouyang Ke patted his shoulder. Don't worry, I don't like losing, Su Hao agreed with a smile. When had he ever lost? 418, Chapter 418 Learning on the Spot. Medicine King Valley.
Elder Yang, please save Junbao. The Wu family is willing to give a large sum of money if he can recover. After handing over the manual, Wu Shenyuan rushed to Medicine King Valley as quickly as possible and directly requested an audience with the elders.
Isn't young Master Wu a peerless genius? How did you get injured like this?
Elder Yang frowned. This was not something that could be easily resolved. Sai, it's all Su Hao's fault. He concealed his true strength, challenged Junbao, and resorted to underhanded tactics.
Wu Shenyuan still refuses to admit that Wu Junbao's strength is inferior to his opponent's. Mr. Su again?
Elder Yang revealed a half-smile. In recent times, various legends about Su Hao have emerged one after another. He finally said, please be patient, I will do my best to treat your son.
Elder Yang led the person into a secret room and focused on treating them.
An hour later, he emerged, his face drenched in sweat, his expression grave. I've done everything in my power, but your son's condition is truly dire. His dantian is destroyed, a grave offense for any martial artist. Fortunately, our Medicine King Valley possesses a sacred medicine sufficient to rebuild his dantian, but...
Elder Yang, please speak freely, I can accept it. Wu Xuanyuan's face was somewhat pale.
His dantian is fine, but his cultivation level cannot be restored, and his internal energy is dissipating. The current situation is somewhat special. He has retained his original realm, but he doesn't have the strength to match it. Simply put, he's now just as Shopi's. Elder Yang sighed.
Please, Elder, show me the way. Wu Shenyuan pleaded hastily.
Now we can only rely on your son's master. I believe he has some unique methods that can help him recover quickly. Elder Yang spread his hands, indicating that this was all the Medicine King Valley could do for the time being. In any case, thank you very much for Elder Yang's great help. I will send someone to deliver a gift of thanks another day, Wu Shenyuan said respectfully. This is all I should do. Elder Yang smiled faintly. The Bai family is wealthy, and he believed that they would certainly reap the rewards from this treatment.
Father, I'm not done with Su Hao yet. As soon as I regain my strength, I will definitely take revenge on him. Wu Junbao couldn't swallow this insult and said angrily.
A gentleman takes revenge even after 10 years. What you need to do now is recover from your injuries. We can talk about other things later. Wu Shenyuan frowned. Even in his prime, he was no match for Su Hao. Even if it recovers in the future, there's no guarantee of another chance. This revenge must be taken, but we cannot act rashly.
That's it, find my master. As long as Master Zhou Yang is willing to help, dealing with Su Hao will be very easy.
Wu Junbao's eyes lit up. He had come up with the best solution. He is far superior to Su Hao. He has a powerful sect behind him. Even if he's injured now, so what? With Master Zhou Yang's intervention, Su Hao will have no choice but to kneel down and beg for mercy.
Alright, let's go find Master Zhou Yang.
Wu Shenyuan spoke with great respect when he mentioned the Nine Yang Master. for he was a true peerless master.
The Bai family.
Baianan excitedly took the Qingyun 18 styles and came to find Su Hao.
Brother-in-law, could you give me some pointers on cultivation?
I also want to become a peerless master someday.
Baianan said excitedly. You? Su Hao's 2 words conveyed contempt.
Baianan is already an adult and has long missed the best opportunity to cultivate.
What about me? Bai Zhiruo walked in.
You're just a so-so. Not cut out for dancing, Su Hao said bluntly, then saw Mosa in the distance, waved, and said, come on, I can give you some pointers.
Is this appropriate?
Mosa was a little excited, but she was afraid that Bai Zhiruo and the other person would lose face. There's nothing inappropriate about it. Yuri, the leader of the shadow dancers. If you master this technique, you can better serve the family in the future. Bai Zhiruo didn't have any obsession with martial arts. She was already happy just to see Su Hao.
Thank you for your help, miss, and thank you for your guidance, Mr. Su.
Mosa said respectfully.
Wait a moment, let me take a look at this manual.
Su Hao took the ancient book and studied it carefully. Mosa was a little confused. It turned out he hadn't seen it at all. She couldn't help but feel uneasy. What if Su Hao couldn't handle it either? Wouldn't this secret manual be wasted? Although Wu Junbao was Su Hao's defeated opponent, everyone still recognized his strength. Not everyone is Su Hao. There are definitely no more than 2 people of the same age who can defeat Wu Junbao. The moves that could frighten the Wu family are the dream of countless martial artists.
Where's your knife? Su Hao asked calmly.
Here. Mosa respectfully presented the scalpel. I'll demonstrate for you using a knife instead of a sword. Pay attention, don't miss a single detail. This wasn't the first time Su Hao had imparted his skills. He had given Jin Tian guidance when he was in Luo City. Back then, the sword techniques were entirely deduced, making them even more difficult than they are now. With a whoosh, the willow leaf blade sliced through the air, accompanied by gusts of wind. Under Su Hao's practical experience, it evolved into 18 sword moves. He didn't use any true energy, he merely performed the sword moves in a showy manner, yet his posture was graceful, and all the moves came naturally, as if he had practiced for over a decade. Little did he know, he had only read it once. Until the very last move, every movement was a feast for the eyes. The Wu family sword technique requires extremely high levels of internal strength or true energy. Currently, the Bai family has only obtained the sword technique, but not their method of cultivating internal strength, so they will ultimately be unable to perfectly combine it. Even so, the technique itself is powerful. If you learn it, your strength will increase by at least 1 to 2 times. Su Hao did not underestimate the Wu family's swordsmanship, it was just that Wu Junbao was too weak to fully utilize it.
Don't worry, Mr. Su, I will do my best.
Mosa replied cheerfully. Su Hao then instructed Mo Sha to pass on these moves to others, so that any shadow warrior could learn the 18 forms of Azure Cloud. Brother-in-law, the way you spoke just now made you sound like the head of the Bai family. Yes.
Baianan joked. Thank you for calling me brother-in-law so many times. I can't just sit idly by, can I?
Su Hao smiled.
Of course. Baianan laughed heartily. Su Hao, how is Lin Yao?
Bai Zhiruo's sudden words caused Su Hao's face to darken. He and Lin Yao haven't been able to talk lately. The other person is suffering from a serious mental illness, and he doesn't know if she's feeling any better now or if she's still half dead. Su Hao, don't worry too much. Miss Lin has seen a lot of things and she'll definitely pull through. Bai Zhiruo comforted her. I hope so. She can be quite vulnerable at times. Su Hao sighed silently. Lin Yao may seem tough, but she's actually more of a woman than Bai Zhiruo and needs more care. Bai Zhiruo was also caught in a dilemma. Logically speaking, if she took advantage of the situation now, she could completely replace Lin Yao and his heart, but if she did that, she wouldn't be able to get past her own conscience.
Lin Yao's phone call? Su Hao's phone rang, and he frowned. For 19, Chapter 419 The Reverse Scale.
Su Hao, I'm feeling really confused right now. Lin Yao's voice was a little hoarse on the other end of the phone.
Why did you suddenly call me?
Su Hao asked, somewhat surprised.
What, you never want to talk to me again? We're not mortal enemies.
The previous rift was only because of Xiao Hao's matter.
Give me an answer, do you want to meet and discuss this in detail?
Lin Yao seemed very disappointed.
Where should we meet? Su Hao agreed. Taiyangxiangju,
Lin Yao said, then hung up the phone.
Su Hao frowned, feeling that something was amiss. Are you going out? Bai Zhihua didn't expect that just after mentioning Lin Yao, she would be called now.
Yes.
Su Hao said, expressing his feelings in a single word.
Drive slowly. Bai Zhihua handed him the car keys and watched him drive away. She sighed inwardly. No matter when or where, if Lin Yao was in trouble, he would definitely rush over immediately.
Can this man's heart truly hold a second woman?
Sister, don't be sad. That's just the kind of person your husband is. Back when you were in trouble, he was the first one to come to the provincial capital. Baianin was an outsider, but she saw things clearly. Su Hao is only cold on the outside but warm on the inside. He is very kind to everyone around him.
That makes sense. Bai Zhihua felt relieved. Taiyangxiangju.
When Su Hao walked in, Lin Yao was sitting with her back to the door. She was dressed very thinly today, and even her back gave off a lonely feeling. Hearing footsteps, Lin Yao turned around, glanced at Su Hao, and a hint of hatred flashed in her eyes. I'm here. Su Hao sat down, a hint of embarrassment on his face.
Look me in the eyes and answer loudly, did you kill Lin Hao?
Lin Yao suddenly said.
Of course not.
Su Hao frowned, picked up the tea on the table, and slowly took a sip.
Really? Really not?
Lin Yao continued to look at him.
You don't believe me?
Su Hao asked helplessly. This was the crux of their conflict. Okay, I believe you. Lin Yao stood up, sat down next to him, leaned her head closer, and said, you know what, I've been under a lot of pressure these past few days. I keep feeling like Xiaohao's death has something to do with me, but Mom and Auntie both say you did it, and I don't believe it. But why don't you explain it to my face? How can I explain this? Your mother and the others used every means at their disposal to suddenly bring us together. Su Hao sighed.
So, you went to the hospital to check on Xiaohao's health?
Lin Yao suddenly asked. Yes, this is the evidence I found. As Su Hao spoke, he took out the poison needle from his pocket. It was pitch black and smelled of decay.
My brother actually died from a poison needle?
Lin Yao asked, her voice trembling with sobs. She hugged his shoulder, initially sobbing softly, but eventually bursting into loud wails.
Don't be sad. I know none of this is your fault. After all, you're just following orders, you're nothing more than a pawn.
Su Hao put his arm around her back and suddenly said coldly.
Su Hao, what do you mean?
Lin Yao suddenly stood up, her tone becoming firm.
Not bad, the disguise skills of your disciples are quite masterful. I saw through you at a glance and you actually fooled me.
Su Hao said, spitting out the tea he had just drunk.
Sizzle.
The sound of decaying came from the ground.
He realized something was wrong when he drank the tea. You surnamed Su, how did you figure it out? The fake Lin Yao asked in surprise. Wasn't the poison she used colorless and odorless?
It's very simple. You're shorter than Lin Yao, and your chest is smaller than hers. When I was drinking tea, you showed a hint of smugness, and I immediately felt something was wrong. Su Hao said coldly.
As expected of you. You actually saw through me. The fake Lin Yao tore off the mask, revealing a pale face.
She's a beauty too, but compared to Lin Yao, she's far inferior in terms of figure. She's even further behind.
Are you a disciple of the Poison Gu Master?
Su Hao remembered an old friend. That's right, I am Zhang Buhui, the second disciple of the Poison Gu Master. She introduced coldly. Now I'm giving you a chance to join my master's sect, and together we will accomplish great things and conquer the entire southern martial arts world.
Sorry, I have absolutely no interest in that kind of thing. Where is Lin Yao? Release her immediately, or don't blame me for taking action.
After saying that, Su Hao acted swiftly, grabbing her by the throat and threatening her.
You dare to lay a hand on me?
Zhang Buhui gave a cold laugh, and then a group of women in black came down from the second floor, with Lin Yao tied up behind them. Her eyes were still somewhat vacant. She glanced at Su Hao from afar, slightly excited, but couldn't utter a word for a long time after opening her mouth. She has not fully recovered from the trauma she suffered.
Release them!
Su Hao was furious. Lin Yao was his Achilles heel, and these people were practically licking blood off his own throat.
You, surnamed Su, all I wanted was to become your senior sister, and you actually wanted to kill me? Zhang Buhui laughed loudly.
The poison goo master is harming the martial world, how can I help him? Su Hao rebuked angrily.
Don't be so absolute. So-called prestigious sects and powerful families aren't much different from us. Do you really think the Vermilion Bird sect, the Wu family, and the Nangong family are anything special? Everyone is just fighting each other for their own interests. We're skilled at disguise and poisoning, so why can't we do it?
Zhang Buhui grinned maliciously, not feeling that he had done anything wrong at all.
Incomprehensible.
Su Hao frowned. Were all the disciples of the poison goo master mentally unstable? At least the two he had met were definitely not very good.
You really won't give in?
As Zhang Buhui sneered, Lin Yao was immediately put in danger. A woman took out some kind of poison and fed it to her.
No! Su Hao was furious.
You now have two choices, either drink the same medicine or help them. I want to see if you can act faster, or if my junior sisters can strike first. After Zhang Buhui finished speaking, several female disciples in black took out their weapons and attacked Lin Yao.
Su Hao!
When the sharp dagger cut through Lin Yao's skin, blood flowed freely, but it also brought her back to her senses. You must leave quickly, don't listen to her. If you are also poisoned, neither of us will survive.
Do you still hate me? Su Hao asked with a bitter smile. Hatred. I will never forgive you in this lifetime.
If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been qualified to come to Dong province, and Xiao Hao wouldn't have died.
But I hate myself even more.
From the beginning in Los Angeles, he's been a useless person. He can't help you, and he can't save Xiao Hao.
Lin Yao burst into tears.
She had been holding it in for too long, and when she suddenly let it out, she felt much more awake. I'm satisfied with just hearing that, Su Hao said. Zhang Buhui immediately took out poison and poured it down his throat.
420, Chapter 420. Harm others and yourself.
Very well, you surnamed Su, you really are a devoted man. Zhang Buhui said sarcastically as he saw him drink the poison without hesitation.
What's the difference between a person without feelings and an animal?
Su Hao said in a deep voice. I've already drunk the poison. Please release. Lin Yao as agreed.
Release them. Zhang Buhui nodded.
Her junior sisters immediately untied Lin Yao and kicked her over.
Insolence.
Su Hao's forehead veins bulged, showing his extreme anger.
Su Hao, how could you be so foolish? Am I worth you doing this?
Lin Yao shed tears of regret. She had always misunderstood Su Hao, but this man always silently endured it and was always her strong support. Silly woman, now is not the time to talk about this. It's just poison, it won't affect me at all. Su Hao smiled confidently. He had once said that he was immune to all poisons, and that was no empty boast.
Ha, don't underestimate the poison of the poison master. Try circulating your internal energy and see if it has any effect.
Zhang Buhui laughed arrogantly, as if he were looking at a fool. Su Hao frowned, decisively circulated his true energy, and his expression instantly changed drastically. The once abundant true energy within his dantian showed no reaction whatsoever. Not only that, his limbs gradually weakened, as if he were drunk, completely lacking any energy. What kind of poison did you use? Su Hao angrily rebuked. These people were truly despicable. He had actually fallen for their trap by accident. Telling you is fine too. This is our sect's secret 10 fragrance bone softening powder, specially formulated to deal with experts, rendering them unable to exert any strength for a short period of time. It's not poison, just a variant of a sleeping potion, and no antidote will work. Even if you're immune to all poisons, you'll still be affected.
Zhang Buhui proudly announced.
She never regretted becoming a disciple of the poison master, because she learned various skills in using poison.
Despicable, shameless. Su Hao said angrily. This is your last chance. Either join Master Poison Goo Master's sect, or die here today. My patience is limited, please make the right choice.
Zhang Buhui's gaze was icy as he issued his final ultimatum. Don't push your luck. Even if I die, I'll take you down with me. Su Hao said in a deep voice. You stinky man, if you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Zhang Buhui said coldly, and was about to make a move. Just then, a beautiful figure descended from the second floor. It was Xiao Mainyang. She smiled and said, handsome young man, you didn't expect to see me here again, did you? Junior sister, what are you doing down here? Zhang Buhui frowned, somewhat disliking Xiao Mainyang because the woman was favored by their master, which greatly displeased her. She always felt that Xiao Mainyang was the real vixen. Senior sister, why are you still asking me? I've given you so many chances, but you still can't win over Su Hao as a man valued by our master. If you keep dragging this out, it won't lead to anything. Don't you know that this kind of man responds better to gentleness than force? Xiao Mainyang smiled charmingly. Every frown and smile of hers made people swallow hard. Lin Yao frowned, feeling that this woman was too alluring in terms of appearance. She was no less attractive than Lin Yao and Bai Zhirua, making her a very formidable love rival. You think you can do it? Zhang Buhui crossed his arms and smiled coldly. Of course. She swayed her lithe waist and slowly walked towards Su Hao. When she rushed over, she kissed him fiercely. Everyone present, including Su Hao, was stunned. Junior sister, you're really shameless. Zhang Buhui laughed disdainfully. This was her method. She was just rushing forward to offer herself up. What kind of skill was that? Do you pretend I don't exist? Lin Yao was so angry she almost cried. President Lin, you still owe me a contract. Is it unreasonable for me to kiss him? After agreeing, Xiao Mainyang looked at the beautiful woman beside her and said seriously. That's unreasonable, he's one of my men. Lin Yao puffed out her chest and emphasized. Is that so? If that's really the case, why don't you kiss her and see? Can you do it? If you can't, you have no right to say that, Xiao Mainyang said coldly. Lin Yao was caught in an awkward situation. She wasn't that kind of woman, and with so many people around, how could she dare to kiss him? Zhang Buhui stared coldly for a while, then said unhappily, I asked you to subdue Su Hao, not to seduce him. If you continue this nonsense, won't you ruin your master's reputation? Senior sister, you're just jealous of me. I am beautiful and seductive, and in every way more suitable than you to inherit the mantle of our master. Perhaps in the future, among the disciples of the Poison Gu Master, only I will be able to make my master proud. Xiao Mainyang suddenly said coldly. His tone was completely different from his previous submissiveness, as if he had suddenly gained confidence. Mainyang, have you gone mad? How dare you look down on your senior sister? Believe me or not, I'll invoke the sect's ancestral precepts and take you down on the spot. Zhang Buhui roared angrily. Ancestral precepts? Ridiculous, what makes you think you can act tough in front of me? I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and apologize to me now, or you won't leave Tianxiang residence alive today. Xiao Mainyang countered sharply. These words stunned everyone once again. Lin Yao thought to herself, so the two of them don't get along and are hostile to each other. The Poison Gu Master is really incompetent, he can't even manage his own disciples. The other female students, although they knew that they usually disliked each other, had never seen such hatred before. You, surnamed Xiao, don't be so arrogant. If it really comes down to a fight, you're no match for me. Zhang Buhui said in a deep voice. Yeah? I'm no match for you, but someone else can take you down. Xiao Mainyang chuckled. Zhang Buhui suddenly realized what was happening and looked at Su Hao with astonishment. He noticed that Su Hao's complexion was noticeably rosier, no longer as pale as before, as if he had recovered. It looked like it was coming over. She suddenly realized that the kiss just now wasn't a declaration of love, but a secret delivery of the antidote. Having taken the antidote, Su Hao was now unable to control himself. In an effort to curry favor, she even let Lin Yao off the hook. Su Hao, I'm warning you, don't do anything reckless. I am a disciple of the Poison Gu Master. If you kill me, my master will never let you go. Zhang Buhui's forehead was sweating, and he could clearly feel Su Hao's killing intent. Are you trying to scare me with a master of poison and witchcraft? Do you think it's useful? Su Hao walked over and stretched out his right hand. Zhang Buhui hardened his heart and suddenly flung out a packet of poison. Instantly, a dark yellow poisonous mist flew towards Su Hao and the other two. It works? Su Hao was already on guard, so how could he fall for it again? He suddenly blew out a breath, like a hurricane, and all the poisonous mist reversed and entered Zhang Buhui's 7 orifices.
Thump!
Zhang Buhui collapsed to the ground, her head ulcerated and oozing pus.
421, Chapter 421 Just making a show. Ah!
Lin Yao suddenly screamed. Zhang Buhui's poison, like concentrated sulfuric acid, corroded her to a great extent before long. Only a skull remained. The rest of her body, however, remained intact.
This bizarre scene was truly terrifying. What kind of poison is this?
Su Hao was also terrified. He himself was not afraid of poison, but if Lin Yao had even a little bit of it, she would at least be disfigured. Sorry, the name of the poison will remain a secret for now. Also, the other junior sisters are unhappy that you killed your senior sister. Xiao Meinyang said with a gentle smile. Su Hao looked up and saw the other female disciples of the masked poison goo master glaring at him angrily. You killed the world, I'll fight you to the death. Xiao Meinyang, how vicious you are. You've joined forces with outsiders to deal with senior sister Buhui. Are you planning a rebellion? You two treacherous bastards, today is your death day. These people used all sorts of methods, some with poison, some with hidden weapons, each move deadly. A bunch of Su Hao was about to make a move when he saw Xiao Meinyang's expression change. She suddenly grabbed a handful of poison needles and flung them out with a whoosh.
All the female students were instantly affected. It's lethal upon contact with blood. Thump, thump, thump.
With her ruthless actions, she cruelly killed all her junior sisters.
Why are you so ruthless?
Su Hao felt a chill run down her spine. This was not an outsider, but her fellow disciple.
Are you kidding me? They're already enemies. Do you need to be merciful to enemies? Su Hao, I have to thank you. After eliminating Zhang Buhui, my status will be even higher.
Xiao Meinyang smiled faintly.
Su Hao frowned, and couldn't help but think of 4 words, femme fatale.
Su Hao felt a chill run down his spine at the sight of this kind of woman.
Handsome, what's wrong? Was my kiss not sweet enough? You're not satisfied, shall we do it again?
Or perhaps you're just lusting after her body. That's perfectly fine too. Just ask, and I'll give it to you right now.
Remember, Meinyang is still a virgin.
Xiao Meinyang walked forward again, her allure completely natural.
Stay away from me.
Su Hao subconsciously pulled Lin Yao back half a step. It's not that she's not beautiful enough, it's just that this woman is too dangerous.
If you really fall for her tricks, the consequences will be unimaginable. TCH, what a scumbag. Xiao Meinyang said unhappily.
Do you have anything else to say? If not, I have to leave. Su Hao just wanted to get away as soon as possible. This woman was far too dangerous.
Su Hao, no matter how you see me, you have to admit one thing. You owe me a favor today, right? Xiao Meinyang emphasized. Yes, I admit it. Su Hao nodded. The antidote she delivered was very timely. That's fine.
Xiao Meinyang's smile. Favors are hard to repay, and his words would be very useful in the future.
Can I leave now? Su Hao was about to turn around.
Suddenly, Xiao Meinyang unbuttoned her top, standing naked and displaying her stunning figure.
Hey, what do you want to do?
Su Hao's mouth was dry. If this continued, he might not be able to keep up. Lin Yao was stunned, even she felt aroused, let alone the men.
Don't misunderstand. Your refusal just now was your last chance. I killed these junior sisters today, so I can't get away unscathed. That's easy to understand, isn't it?
If you make a move now, you must leave me with some injury, but you must be careful not to cause serious injury. Just make it look like a fight. As Xiao Meinyang spoke, she proudly shook her head.
She did it on purpose.
Su Hao figured it out. It's just for show, there's no need for that at all.
He frowned, then thought of a solution and said, it might hurt a little. Can you handle it? Come on, ravage me. Xiao Meinyang shouted.
That voice was so alluring that Su Hao was almost completely bewitched. With a stern face, he suddenly slapped Xiao Meinyang on the shoulder.
Click.
It looks like some bone has broken.
You stinky man, are you serious?
Xiao Meinyang cried out in pain, tears streaming down her face. This is a warning to you from now on, communicate normally and don't take off your clothes so easily. Su Hao frowned.
I can't use my hands, can you help me put them back on? Xiao Meinyang said coquettishly.
It turns out that the crying just now was all fake. Su Hao's move was very measured. It sounded like a fracture, but it was actually a dislocation, something anyone with a little martial arts skill could easily fix. Most importantly, he left 5 bloody marks on his shoulder, which was more than enough to make it look like a staged event. Su Hao wanted to look away, but he still stared straight at him.
Xiao Meinyang enjoyed this greed and chuckled. I'll do it.
Lin Yao couldn't stand it anymore. The two of them were practically drooling. If they continued like this, something bad would probably happen on the spot. She took 2 steps forward to help them get dressed.
Mr. Lin, there's no need for that, I can manage on my own.
Xiao Meinyang's expression changed, and she quickly reattached her severed arm, dressing herself in a few swift movements. Lin Yao was ashamed of his own speed. Wasn't she perfectly fine? This woman, really, reveals her scheming nature in everything she does. Young man, I have a warning. Xiao Meinyang suddenly became serious.
Please speak, Su Hao nodded.
The new year is almost here, and the Bai family will be very lively. This is often the most dangerous time. You must tell them to be careful because Ami Master is about to come to Dong Province, Xiao Meinyang suddenly reminded them.
So the Poison Gu Master has been outside all along? Su Hao's heart stirred. No wonder the Bai family couldn't find any trace of her.
Yes, Master is very well hidden, you can't find him. In short, you and the Bai family must be careful and make sure Master doesn't find a way to harm you. An opportunity.
Xiao Meinyang issued a stern warning. Why did you help me?
Su Hao asked, puzzled. Have you forgotten what you just saw? Of course, it's because I like it when I'm free. I'll come to you. You will stay in bed together every day and have a whole football team of kids, okay? Xiao Meinyang's reply was getting frivolous again. Su Hao regretted it.
I shouldn't have asked that question in the first place.
He immediately noticed that Lin Yao's eyes looked like they wanted to stab someone, so he changed the subject. What exactly is the identity of the Poison Gu Master? Is he male or female?
I'm sorry, this is a secret I can't tell you.
You can leave now. If you stay any longer, Mr. Lin will punish you by making you kneel on durians when you get home. Xiao Meinyang said with a smile.
No way. He never knelt. Lin Yao blushed.
Alright, let's go back. Su Hao had accomplished his goal of rescuing people and drove away with Lin Yao. Xiao Meinyang watched his retreating figure, slowly shaking her head. She thought to herself that Lin Yao was truly a lucky woman. Did she save the galaxy in her past life to have a man who treats her so well?
422, Chapter 422 Indignation.
In the president's office of the Lin Group, Su Hao stretched in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window. The first rays of sunlight in the morning brought me to a much better mood.
Where is this?
Lin Yao woke up on the sofa and looked around groggily. When she returned yesterday, she fell ill again and fainted. Su Hao couldn't possibly take her back to the Bai family, so she came back here. When she saw Su Hao in front of her, a hint of surprise flashed across her face, but she immediately remembered something and her face turned serious.
What are you doing here? Is he up to no good?
As she spoke, she also checked her body for any signs of assault.
Mr. Lin, is it necessary for you to be so wary?
If I wanted a woman, I would have stayed at Tianxiang residence with Xiao Meinyang yesterday.
Su Hao is still unsure what the consequences would have been if he had stayed yesterday. Tianxi Angju? Xiao Meinyang?
She muttered to herself, finally snapping out of her daze, and warned, if you dare sleep with her, don't ever come see me again.
Mr. Lin, you're not jealous, are you?
Su Hao laughed jokingly.
Nonsense. If anyone is jealous, it's Bai Jiruo.
Lin Yao kept a straight face, making it impossible for her to admit it. Su Hao chuckled to himself. This was the best expression of his jealousy. He took out the black poison needle from yesterday, placed it on the coffee table, and said, I investigated Lin Hao's cause of death, and it's related to this poison needle.
Could it really not be you who did it? Lin Yao hesitated for a moment.
I never use poison, Su Hao said dismissively. But me mom and the others said that someone saw you brutally beat Xiao Hao. Lin Yao still couldn't get over this hurdle in her heart.
It's not distrust, it's fear. Imagine if the man closest to you turned out to be the murderer of your own brother, how devastating would that be? The more you cherish someone, the more you fear they might hurt you.
I was just teaching him a lesson, and I felt sorry for you, Su Hao said. He is, after all, my own brother. No matter how outrageous his actions are, I have no choice but to accept it. Perhaps one day, your younger brother will make a mistake, and you will make the same choice. Lin Yao sighed. Su Hao's heart skipped a beat. Would such a day ever come? It'll probably be soon. If his younger brother really causes trouble, it will be much more serious than Lin Hao's situation. Now is not the time to consider these things, and he is not sure whether to help. Don't worry, I've got the Kunpeng gang doing their best to investigate. Once we have the results, I'll let you know first, Su Hao promised. Looking into his burning gaze, Lin Yao began to waver and asked, "Are you really willing to help me get revenge?" Yes. Lin Hao is, in a way, my younger brother. I will absolutely not ignore his death if there is a mastermind behind it, only I can avenge him. Su Hao's firm and powerful promise. Su Hao, I believe you. Hug me. I'm so scared that I'll lose you too. Lin Yao felt utterly helpless. Su Hao embraced her, offering her the warmest hug. Lin Yao buried her face in his shoulder and cried uncontrollably. All the grievances of the past few days were swept away with her tears. She didn't know how long she cried, but her eyes seemed to have dried up before she finally stopped looking up at Su Hao's handsome face. She couldn't help but give him a shy kiss, then hurriedly got up. President Lin, I'm going to let you molest me. Su Hao breathed a sigh of relief. She was finally alright. If Sha Mengyang can kiss me, why can't I? Lin Yao said arrogantly. How can that be the same? She was delivering the antidote yesterday, Su Hao explained. Giving you the antidote, do you think that's a valid reason? Couldn't she just shove it into your hand? She had her back to everyone else. There were many ways to give you the antidote, but she chose the most disgusting one. That woman just wanted to enjoy that kind of thrill. Lin Yao said angrily. Deep down, she also felt a little regretful. If she had tried kissing him yesterday, the thrill she would have felt would have been much stronger than the affirmation she had just experienced. However, that's not in her nature. She simply can't take that step. She enjoyed spending time with Su Hao when no one else was around to disturb them. Okay, don't be angry anymore, it's all over now, Su Hao said with a smile. Come here, let's lie down for a while longer. Lin Yao said, lying on the boss's chair, her face flushed. With pleasure. Su Hao smiled, and he eagerly lay down, gently embracing her. His hand seemed to accidentally touch the incredibly elastic peak. Lin Yao blushed. It was only daytime. If it were night, she wondered how this man would escape. A woman consumed by jealousy could be quite terrifying. Hey, what are you doing? Suddenly, Chen Chunhua, Zhang Meiting, and Shen Hong walked in. They had discovered that Lin Yao had disappeared from the ward, searched all night, and, on a whim, finally found her in the office. What she didn't expect was that this woman was actually hugging and cuddling with Su Hao, which made Chen Chunhua furious. Mom, why didn't you knock before coming in? This is the CEO's office, outsiders are not allowed in. Lin Yao blushed, pushed Su Hao away, and stood up. Are we outsiders? Daughter, I'm asking you, why are you with the murderer who killed Xiao Hao? Chen Chunhua said angrily. Yes, don't we all think that Su Hao is the murderer? Zhang Meiting also expressed some dissatisfaction. Cousin, don't be fooled by his sweet talk. This kind of man is the most dangerous. You have to be careful. Chen Hong said, equally dissatisfied. That's my business. Only Su Hao can currently track down Xiao Hao's killer. Neither I nor any of you have this ability. We can only trust him now. If you don't agree, there's nothing I can do, just don't bother me. Lin Yao spoke very forcefully. Daughter, you're being ridiculous. Yuri, putting aside Xiao Hao's hatred for a man, how can you two catch up on the killer if you're always together? Xiao Hao's body is barely cold. Is this the time for you two to enjoy your time together? Chen Chunhua said angrily. Auntie, please don't worry, I will definitely handle this matter. Su Hao stepped forward. You'll solve it. How long are you planning to take? Don't even mention 10 days or half a month. I can't wait that long, Chen Chunhua said angrily. 5 days. I will find the real culprit within 5 days, Su Hao said proudly. Very good, 5 days it is. Chen Chunhua agreed. 5 days is not long. We can wait a little while and see the results. I hope you won't let us down. Zhang Meiting was still somewhat skeptical.
Su Hao, this is your last chance. If the murderer isn't found, you'll never see your cousin again, and our whole family will hate you. Chen Hong said coldly. The group left with these words, seething with resentment. 423, Chapter 423. Deeply worried. Su Hao, is it really possible to find the murderer in 5 days?
Lin Yao asked worriedly, but the words were already out and could not be taken back. If they don't achieve this goal in 5 days, will they still be able to meet? As long as Chen Shunhua and her ilk are around, they'll definitely cause trouble, and it'll be incredibly annoying. If I don't give them a specific time, they definitely won't let it go. Su Hao smiled wryly. This was also to put some pressure on himself. 5 days was neither particularly long nor particularly short. With a little effort, it shouldn't be a big problem. Then what are you waiting for? Go investigate. Lin Yao stamped her foot. How could she possibly find out anything if she stayed in the office? I need a little motivation. Come on, give me a kiss here. Su Hao pointed to his lips. Get out of here right now. Lin Yao laughed irritably. What kind of time is this to be acting recklessly? Okay, wait for my good news. Helpless, Su Hao went downstairs. He planned to go to the Kunpeng gang to put some pressure on Yi Long. I had just started the car when I suddenly received a phone call. It was Huang Niu who brought it. He frowned. Had something happened over there? Niu, what's wrong? He asked directly. Brother Su, could you come over? I don't know why, but suddenly a lot of people came to my house with an excavator, ready to demolish it, but we didn't receive any notice or compensation. Hey, let go of my dad, I'll fight you to the death. What followed was no longer the content of the call, but rather what was happening in real time. Wait for me. Although Su Hao knew she couldn't hear him, he still spoke angrily. Forced demolition? This kind of thing is absolutely infuriating. Remembering the meals Huang Youji had given him, he became angry. Furthermore, Huang Niu had given herself to him, there was no way he could stand idly by. He slammed on the gas pedal, once again employing the Soviet-style speeding method, pushing the speed to its maximum, and speeding along the way. The Huang family. The roar of the excavator was extremely jarring. Huang Youji was knocked to the ground, covered in mud, trying to stop these people, but he was powerless to do so. Behind the excavator followed dozens of thugs, all dressed in uniforms like security guards, carrying batons, with fierce eyes. They were all demolition henchmen. It's just demolishing a house, why are you resisting like this? Are you out of your minds? The leader of these people, Brother Chang, shouted loudly. What nonsense are you spouting? Would you be happy if your house were demolished? Huang Niu appeared out of nowhere, holding a wooden stick in her hand, and said menacingly. Hey beautiful, move aside. Even your dad isn't a match for us. If we really fight, and I end up with your face all messed up, you'll regret it. Brother Chang said coldly. Shut up. You injured my father, you must apologize to him and then compensate him. Huang Niu retorted, not giving an inch. You? Brother Chang laughed heartily. The other thugs laughed along with them. Or what? To deal with you cowards, 1 stick per person is enough. Since receiving guidance from Su Hao, Huang Niu has become increasingly stronger, possessing a powerful internal force. She was just worried about not having a way to test her strength, and now the opportunity has come. Brothers, let's make a move, don't let women look down on us. Brother Chang shouted loudly. Leave it to me. Immediately, a sleazy-looking man stepped forward and swaggered towards Huang Niu, saying, Little girl, I'll play with you when I make my move, don't scream, or it'll only excite me more. Dream on. Huang Niu said dismissively. Hey little girl, I'm about to make my move. He swung his baton and smashed it down on the head. Huang Niu swung her wooden stick and struck instantly. The powerful force of the collision sent the man flying. That's it? Huang Niu was overjoyed. She hadn't realized that her martial arts training had yielded such good results. What are we waiting for? Let's all charge. Cheng Gu immediately sensed something was wrong. This woman had trained. Dozens of people surrounded her, making it difficult to move freely. Huang Nianyo grew increasingly fierce, her gaze like the Grim Reaper's scythe, each strike sending someone flying. In just over 10 minutes, all of Brother Chang's men were lying on the ground, screaming and yelling.
What happened?
Suddenly, a voice came from inside the BMW, filled with displeasure. Boss, this woman is suspicious. She took down all our men. Brother Chung frowned.
You're perfectly fine, aren't you? Take her down, she's just a little brat. Don't think so many of you can't handle her, otherwise I'll have to reassess your abilities.
The car window rolled down, and the young man inside, wearing sunglasses, said coldly.
Boss, don't worry. I'll get to work right away.
Brother Cheng's expression changed drastically. He valued this job very much. His brothers were all counting on getting the money to go back and have some fun. He gritted his teeth, gripped a baton, and charged towards Huang Nianyo.
Are you really going to make a move? Huang Nianyo asked dismissively. Nonsense. Brother Chang roared. If he didn't take action, he would lose his job. Did he have any other choice?
He swung the baton, exhausting all his strength. I was thinking, Huang Nianyo has been fighting for so long, she must be exhausted, right?
But the result was different from what I had imagined.
Huang Nianyo blocked the attack with her first strike, and then struck Cheng Ji's chin from below with her second strike, sending him flying. She only managed to catch her breath after teaching the last person a lesson. The kung fu that Brother Su taught me is really useful. Huang Nianyo recalled the realm that Su Hao had mentioned and guessed that she had now reached the peak of internal strength.
She gained more confidence in ancient martial arts.
He was already known for his fiery temper and love of fighting. Now that he has internal energy, he's practically a tiger with a vengeance. Saying something like I can beat 10 people in a movie is an understatement. I could easily beat dozens.
Nianyo, you are so amazing. Thank you for standing up for us.
Huang Yoji, you've raised a fine daughter. The neighbors nearby applauded and cheered for her.
Huang Nianyo was overjoyed, waving to everyone as if she were receiving an award.
Daughter, you were too impulsive. Huang Yoji stood up, his face showing some injuries. These people are fearless. Hitting them won't solve anything.
Dad, I'm so angry. Huang Nianyo said unhappily. Besides, don't you think it's hard to beat your daughter now?
That's right, you can fight, but you're only one person, and you're at your limit now. If they send in more people, how will you deal with them? Besides, your strength is just so. There are always people stronger than you, and there are definitely martial artists who are more powerful than you. Huang Yoji was deeply worried. Defeating a few thugs was utterly useless.
424, Chapter 424. Utterly shameless.
Dad, I don't agree with you. No matter what the other party is like, we should take action. I can't be a coward.
Huang Nianyo shook her head.
You just won't listen to advice. You'll regret it sooner or later.
Huang Yoji sighed.
Dad, I'm a martial artist. No matter what, it's impossible for me to bow down.
Huang Nianyo's mind was filled with images of chivalrous heroes.
You're still young, it's too early to say. When you encounter a real crisis, you'll understand that with just this much strength, it's impossible to change anything.
Huang Yoji was helpless.
It's not that he thinks martial arts are bad, but he has come to understand the true nature of society. Without power and status, relying solely on passion will only result in being battered and bruised.
Very good.
Little beauty, you're quite a tough opponent. Your performance just now has really impressed me. A young man wearing sunglasses walked out, a lewd smile on his face, staring unabashedly at Huang Nianyo's chest and legs.
Who are you? Huang Nianyo said unhappily.
My name is Wan Qian, everyone calls me Brother Qian, and I come from the Fierce Dragon Gang. He said proudly.
Ha!
Huang Nianyo hadn't yet grasped the weight of those words. The others were all astonished. The Fierce Dragon Gang is a very powerful force, ranking among the top gangs in the Eastern Province, even more ruthless than the former Red Dragon Gang. Of course, the renamed Kuanping Gang, thanks to Su Hao's presence, has recruited many experts and is now on par with them. However, for ordinary people, they are still people who cannot be offended. Brother Qian, it was all a misunderstanding. Nianyo is young and doesn't understand how powerful the Fierce Dragon Gang is. I apologize to you on her behalf.
Huang Yoji stepped forward shakily and said respectfully. Who do you think you are?
Wan Qian slapped her away, then coldly said, "Little beauty, you only have one choice, immediately come back with me and be a worry-free servant for my amusement, otherwise, your family and your father will be ruined." He was quite satisfied with Huang Niu. She's good-looking and knows martial arts. A woman like that would definitely be exceptional in bed, capable of things others can't do. Thinking this, he grinned lewdly. Huang Youji collapsed to the ground again, inwardly groaning. This was the result of Huang Niu standing up for him. Originally, the house was demolished, so be it, they could just move to another place. Now things are really messed up. Wan Qian has his eye on us, and it might be hard for us to extricate ourselves. Grass. You dare hit my dad, I'll kill you. Unable to bear the insult, Huang Niu swung the wooden stick and struck the victim hard. Her aggressive move seemed designed to smash Wan Qian's head, yet he remained motionless, standing there with a smile. The next moment, a large hand suddenly grabbed the wooden stick, exerted a little force, lifted her up, and threw her 3 meters away. Little girl, your strength is simply not enough. Wan Qian's guard, with a booming voice, said disdainfully. I really like your personality. After taking him back, I will definitely spend time training him properly. Wan Qian walked over and looked down at her. He was completely unconcerned about the anger in her eyes. When a weak person gets angry, a strong person only finds it endearing. With her limited strength, she might be able to handle ordinary thugs, but she's nothing in front of the young master of the fierce dragon gang. Dream on, I'd rather die than be with you. Huang Niu said stubbornly. Yeah? Let's do it. Wan Qian snapped his fingers, and immediately 2 excavators roared to life, heading towards the Huang family's house. Click, click. As the machines were started simultaneously, their house was being destroyed. In less than a minute, the entire second floor was gone. No! Huang Niu was furious and was about to get up. Stay put. Wan Qian coldly stomped hard on her stomach. No matter how much Huang Niu struggled, she couldn't move at all. She could only watch helplessly as her old home, which held countless memories, collapsed. At that moment, she felt powerless. Perhaps her father was right, there are always people better than her, and she was no match for the raptors. I'll ask you one more time, are you willing to come back with me? Wang Qian said forcefully. No, I don't want to. Huang Niu angrily spat out the 3 words. Great, this is more interesting. Wang Qian gave a signal, and his guard took out a sharp knife and walked towards Huang Youji. What do you want to do? Huang Niu was lying on the ground and couldn't see what was happening over there, but she felt that something was wrong. No. Dragon Gang, don't go too far. Do you want to kill someone in broad daylight? The neighbors were furious. Shut up, anyone who dares to say another word will suffer the same fate. Wan Gan laughed ferociously. Everyone immediately fell silent, no longer daring to utter a sound. Little beauty, I have a soft spot for you. I'll give you one more chance. Are you willing to be with me? If you say no, I'll kill your father and then take you back. Wan Qian laughed heartily. Huang Niu gritted her teeth, she was practically bursting with anger. Wan Qian is utterly shameless. What he did was something no carbon-based lifeform could possibly do. However, I was willing but powerless. No matter how angry you are, what can you do if you can't beat your opponent? Don't touch my dad. Huang Niu pleaded. You agree? Wan Qiansong asked. Huang Niu stood up, looking disheveled, and saw the guard's dagger pressed against Huang Youji's neck, already stained with blood. Huang Niu shed tears of regret. If she hadn't intervened back then, perhaps things wouldn't have turned out this way. Niu, don't agree. Huang Youji said angrily. How could he want to see his daughter jump into a fire pit? It would have been better if she hadn't spoken. Once she did, it put even more pressure on Huang Niu. She could watch helplessly. How could he watch helplessly as his father died right in front of him? Let my dad go. I'll go with you. Huang Niu closed her eyes weakly. That's more like it. Wan Qian pinched her face, turned her head to face Huang Youji, and scolded, Unfortunately, I've changed my mind. Don't want to let your father off the hook either. He nodded, and the guard grinned maliciously. This was the young master's true face, cruel and bloodthirsty. That outcome was sealed the moment Huang Nianniao made her move. What happened just now was merely a formality. Wan Qian liked to see the other person's expression when they saw hope, only to have it shatter in an instant. Huang Nianniao's face was filled with disbelief. Was his talk just like a fart, completely meaningless? Die. The guard's dagger slammed down. The neck is very tender, the knife is very sharp, and what follows will be a bloody scene, right? Laugh. Just as he was about to exert force, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his wrist. Looking down, he saw a tiny needle had somehow flown past him, stopping his killing spree. The next moment, another silver needle pierced his throat, and he fell to the ground, dying with his eyes wide open. 425, Chapter 425. Now you know how powerful it is. Which despicable person is lurking in the shadows, causing trouble? Get out here. Wan Qian's expression changed drastically, and he stood still, shouting loudly. Are you looking for me? Suddenly, a figure appeared, floating over from over 100 meters away. Everyone was shocked. This person was incredibly fast. 100 meters away, you can get there in the blink of an eye? If you were to dedicate yourself to sports, like the 100-meter dash, wouldn't winning be an easy feat? Huang Nianniao felt the voice was unusually familiar and subconsciously asked, Brother Su, is that you? It's me. As Su Hao spoke, he walked towards Wan Qian. What do you want to do? Do you know who I am? Wan Qian's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Before he could finish speaking, a slap landed on his face, sending him flying into the air before crashing to the ground, leaving him dazed and disoriented. Brother Su, thank you. Huang Nianniao did a somersault and suddenly stood up. She performed this move with a show of bravado, hoping to gain praise from Ong, but afterwards she was inevitably out of breath. It turned out that her internal energy was exhausted, and all her movements were now somewhat imperfect. Not bad. Your strength is much better than before, but your internal energy is almost completely depleted, so you can't perform the movements you want. I have a qi-nourishing pill here. Take it first. It will help you recover quickly and also aid your cultivation. As Su Hao spoke, he took out a bright green pill and handed it over. Brother Su, you are truly a miracle doctor. Huang Nianniao was overjoyed. She had always known that he was a skilled doctor, but she never expected that he would have such an elixir. She excitedly swallowed it, and immediately felt that the internal energy in her body had been restored, surging and surging, even stronger than before. Brother Su was being modest. The Peiyuan pill doesn't restore health quickly, it restores it instantly. She didn't know that this was because she was weak to begin with. If she became even slightly stronger, her recovery wouldn't be as quick. Who the hell are you to dare hit me? When Wan Qian stood up, his face was filled with boundless anger, and 5 bloody marks appeared on his face, making him look utterly disheveled. His previous high spirits had vanished instantly. Was it you who tried to kill Lao Huan just now? Su Hao asked with a stern face. So what if he did? He had a beautiful daughter, which is a sin in itself. Wan Qian gave a wink, and several members of the fierce dragon gang instantly surrounded them. These aren't Cheng Ji's thugs, they're pure ancient martial arts masters. A cold smile was on everyone's face. Forget about chivalry and honor. This person attacked first and was just venting my anger. We don't need to kill him outright, just break one of his arms and then both of his legs. Wan Qian sneered. He is the young master of the fierce dragon gang and can mobilize countless experts. How could Su Hao possibly be a match for him alone? Young master, rest assured, leave it to us, please don't worry. These men, exuding murderous intent, rushed towards Su Hao. You lackeys, you must have done plenty of bad things before, right? Su Hao looked at these people indifferently. They were able to follow Wan Qian around to make money, so they must be extremely wicked. No matter what they did, they had no psychological burden. Young master has shown great mercy by sparing your dog's life, you should be secretly happy about that. The group shouted and unleashed their true energy. Huang Nianniao, who had been hoping to help, immediately retreated far away upon seeing this. Wow, the raptors are pretty strong, they have some experts under their command. Slap, slap, slap. The group had barely approached Su Hao before they were all taken down as easily as chopping vegetables. Useless trash, get up!
Wan Qian was furious so many people couldn't beat one person. They usually treated him well, and these people were so disappointing he angrily ran over and kicked the first person hard. After a long while without any response, he looked down in surprise and found that the person lying on the ground had a split head, meaning they were already dead. Su Hao made his move and killed him in one strike. I heard you're going to break my arm and both my legs? Su Hao looked at him coldly. You're talking nonsense, I never said that. Wan Qian trembled. This person was so ruthless, and now that he was all alone, it was best not to be reckless. Coward! Su Hao walked over, kicked him over, and stomped hard on his throat. These two blows nearly killed Wan Qian. His legs felt like a road roller, incredibly heavy, and he had difficulty breathing. His face turned red. Mr. Su, please have mercy. Huang Yoji walked over, looking disheveled and with a hint of fear on his face. Old Huang, are you going to plead for mercy? Su Hao frowned. Mr. Su, it's better to resolve conflicts than to let them fester. As a member of the Fierce Dragon Gang, a force I simply cannot afford to offend, Huang Yoji said fearfully. What are you afraid of? Let us come at me. Su Hao said coldly. Mr. Su, you make it sound simple. In reality, ordinary people have no right to stand against the powerful. You can't protect us 24/7 either. Once they find an opportunity, we will still suffer merciless retaliation in the end. Huang Yoji sighed. Su Hao was stunned. Although he didn't want to admit it, it was indeed the truth. Old Huang has indeed suffered as a result these days. He instinctively loosened his grip and released Wan Qian. Heh, is that all? Wan Qian picked up his sunglasses from the ground, put them back on, and pointed at Su Hao with an arrogant expression. Now you know how powerful the Fierce Dragon Gang is, right? I'll give you a chance to kowtow and apologize to me, or I'll kill you and that father and daughter. Say that again? Su Hao turned around and glared at him with a murderous look that made the other person break out in a cold sweat. More and more people gathered around to watch the spectacle. Everyone burst into laughter when they saw Wan Qian back down. The young master of the Fierce Dragon Gang is a bully who picks on the weak and fears the strong. He only bullies ordinary people. When facing the strong, they have no choice but to grovel and submit. He's really disgracing his father. Hearing their provocative shouts, Wan Qian's face turned extremely ugly. A man lives for his pride, especially as the young leader of the gang. How could he bear being insulted and talked about behind his back? Grass! Apologize to me right now, or I'll kill you. Wan Qian gritted his teeth and said angrily. Apologize? Very good. Su Hao walked over instantly and delivered a hook punch, sending him flying several meters into the air. He landed headfirst on the ground amidst the ruins of the house, his face bruised and swollen. Su Hao felt that wasn't enough, so he continued to approach and kicked out, aiming directly at the man's groin. Ah! Wan Qian, having suffered a fatal blow, turned pale and glared angrily at Su Hao with a cold killing intent. Damn it, we've made an enemy of each other for good. From now on, it's either you or me who dies. You don't deserve it. Su Hao smiled coldly. Brother Su, well done. Huang Niu felt relieved and gave him a thumbs up in praise. 426, Chapter 426 Tenfold Compensation. Oh no, this is terrible. Huang Yoji sighed repeatedly. Was this a complete offense against the Fierce Dragon Gang? Dad, everyone has a sense of pride. They've gone to such lengths. No matter how much you swallow your anger, it won't solve anything. This whole thing wasn't caused by Brother Su, they're the ones who were making trouble. Huang Niu argued her case forcefully, unable to tolerate her father's weakness. This matter has nothing to do with Mr. Su. I am just worried that they will retaliate. Huang Yoji said with a grim expression. Don't worry, Lao Huang, it would be better if the raptors didn't come, but if they do, I'll personally solve this problem, Su Hao promised. Is this really true? Huang Yoji asked, still somewhat skeptical. Before Su Hao could agree, he saw several cars speeding towards him in the distance. Wang Qian glanced at it, then excitedly scrambled to his feet, clutching his crotch, and became arrogant again, saying fiercely, You're finished, that's my dad's car. Even if you apologize now, it's too late. Faced with this person's provocation, Su Hao coldly said, Idiot, why should I apologize to you? Just because my father is the leader of the Fierce Dragon Gang, do you think you can afford to offend him?
After Wan Chen finished speaking, the cars stopped next to him, and a group of people got out. The leader was Wan Long, the leader of the fierce dragon gang, who exuded a fierce aura.
Father, you've finally come.
We ran into a tough nut to crack today, and he killed all my men.
You must get justice for this. Wan Qian said angrily. Leave it to me.
Wan Long nodded. He had heard that there had been some problems with the demolition work here, so he rushed over. He hadn't expected things to be more serious than he had imagined. The fierce dragon gang had not only lost several of their top members, but even his son had been beaten.
Enough is enough, he led dozens of experts and angrily walked up to Su Hao. That's it, the show's over now.
The Wan Gong leader is notorious for his ruthlessness. This young man is going to suffer a great loss. He shouldn't have made a move. Offending the fierce dragon gang means he'll have nowhere to hide in the entire eastern province.
Everyone was worried and didn't want to see Su Hao suffer.
However, when Wan Long realized that the person standing in front of him was Su Hao, his expression changed drastically.
His arrogance vanished, replaced by beads of sweat on his forehead, and he stood there, his legs trembling. Boss, should we kill him?
Someone nearby suggested loudly.
Kill young Master Su, I'll kill you first.
The man turned around, slapped him hard, and then respectfully knelt down in front of Su Hao with a thud. Chief Su, it's all our fault. Please give us your instructions, young master. Our fierce dragon gang will definitely comply.
Everyone was shocked. Isn't Wan Long a local power? Do they have to kneel down when they see Su Hao? Father, get up, are you out of your mind? Wan Qian said unwillingly.
He had barely finished speaking when he received the heaviest slap of his life from his father, which made his nose bleed profusely.
You bastard! Of all people to offend, don't you know that the young man standing in front of you is Chief Su of the Kunpeng gang? Wan Long announced loudly.
Su Hao was initially puzzled as to why Wan Long was being so polite to him, whom he didn't even know. It wasn't until this sentence came out that he understood. When Su Hao was competing against Wu Junbao, Wan Long had come to watch, but was so intimidated by his strength that he didn't dare to fight back.
Is he Su Hao?
When Wan Qian came to his senses, his face was filled with shock. His thoughts of revenge vanished, replaced by boundless terror.
My God, this is someone even Wu Junbao can't beat. No matter how powerful their fierce dragon gang is, it's still just an underground force. How can they compare to the Wu family? Su Hao's name is more important than their entire gang. Thump!
Wan Qian also knelt down, prostrating himself at Su Hao's feet. Young Master Su, I was blind to your greatness. Your actions just now were a loving lesson, and I have no objection today. Our fierce dragon gang will definitely come up with the best solution, offering compensation and an apology until young Master Su is satisfied.
Apologize to me, you've got the wrong person.
Su Hao said with a stern face and displeasure. Mr. Huang, Ms. Wang, we were wrong today. Name your price. How much do you want? We will compensate you for everything. Wan Long, with his good-for-nothing son, turned around and knelt down in front of Huang Youji and Huang Niuniu. Huang Niuniu, however, was all smiles. Being able to make such a powerful figure kneel was already half the battle. Wang Ziyang, on the other hand, was filled with trepidation and still somewhat incredulous. Had the fierce dragon gang truly bowed down? Things were resolved more smoothly than expected. We don't really know how much is appropriate in terms of money, Huang Youji said honestly. The house was built quite early and was for their own residence, so they hadn't estimated its value. It cost over 100,000 yuan to build, but that's far beyond what the current market price would be. If you really think about it, it's probably worth over 1 million.
Understood, I'll write you a check. If you're not satisfied, we can discuss it further.
Wan Long was very decisive. He took out a pen and checkbook, quickly wrote down 29 million, and handed it over with both hands.
So much money? No, that won't do, there are far too many.
Huang Youji said honestly that this amount was already more than 10 times the compensation, and even the demolition compensation obtained through normal procedures would not reach this figure.
So you can accept this?
Wan Long breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the money was too little. Dad, just take it. Why be polite with them? They make 10 times more dirty money than this. Huang Niuniu snatched the check and happily stuffed it into her pocket. From this moment on, she is also a small-time millionaire.
Huang Youji gave a wry smile and said nothing more. Are you You satisfied with the compensation? Su Hao asked to confirm.
Yes, I'm satisfied, Huang Niao answered loudly, and Huang Youji nodded as well. Once they get the money, it's no big deal if they get injured.
They were full. I'm not satisfied.
Su Hao abruptly changed the subject, looking directly at Wan Long and demanding, your son just said he'd break my arm and both my legs, what do you think I should do?
Such a thing is true.
Wan Long broke out in a cold sweat. The scene of Su Hao beating up Wu Junbo was still vivid in his mind. Even if all of them in the Fierce Dragon Gang were combined, they wouldn't be able to beat Su Hao. He suddenly turned around and started slapping Wan Qian. Before long, he slapped her dozens of times, leaving her breathless. Wan Qian was in a terrible state. He was beaten so badly his head turned into a pig's head.
Young Master Su, I have personally taught him a lesson. Are you satisfied? Wan Long forced a smile and said awkwardly. You mean, my legs and feet are only worth a few slaps?
Su Hao said with a smile. The brighter his smile, the more frightened Wan Long became. Everyone says that a smiling tiger is the most terrifying, and today I've learned that lesson the hard way.
Mr. Su, do you really want his hands and feet? Wan Long asked, forcing himself to speak. 427, Chapter 427 Crazy Hints. Young gang leader Wan Qian was completely panicked.
He suddenly realized that the Fierce Dragon Gang, one of the 4 major gangs in the eastern province, wasn't so strong after all. The other party was also a gang leader, and a single sentence from him was enough to make the father and son feel terrified. I will not attack unless attacked. He dared to speak without restraint, so he must pay the price. Or perhaps you all, if you all attack at once, possess the strength to defeat me?
Su Hao said 3 sentences, each of which terrified them.
Yes, Su Hao didn't provoke the Fierce Dragon Gang at all. It was Wan Qian who started the trouble. Not only that, but he also wanted one of the opponent's arms and 2 legs. This would be quite explosive even in the entire martial arts world of the South. The saying trouble comes from the mouth was perfectly illustrated in this moment.
Chief Su, is there a third option?
Wan Long asked with an awkward smile. They couldn't beat him, and they couldn't bring themselves to harm their son. There really is one, Su Hao sneered. Please tell us, and we will certainly comply. Wan Long was overjoyed.
Listen carefully to the final choice.
I believe the Fierce Dragon Gang is quite strong, but they have committed many evil deeds. Therefore, I have decided to act on behalf of heaven and incorporate you into the Kunpeng Gang, merging you into one force to create new glories.
Su Hao said coldly. Holy crap! Wan Long was completely stunned. Su Hao's appetite is actually that big? Just because of a minor conflict, they want to swallow up the entire Raptors gang? Wrong.
He suddenly realized that punishing Wan Qian was just a pretext. The real plan to take over the Fierce Dragon Gang was probably something that had been planned long ago. No matter how he punished Wan Qian, Su Hao's ultimate goal would not change.
Chief Su, do you really think the Kunpeng Gang has enough strength to swallow up our Fierce Dragon Gang? Wan Long was a little annoyed.
The 2 gangs are now roughly equal in strength. If they were to engage in a full-scale battle, it would only result in mutual destruction.
Wrong.
It's not that the Kunpeng Gang is annexing you, but rather that I personally value the Menglong Gang and am now issuing you this notice. If you don't agree within 3 days, I will storm into the Menglong Gang headquarters, kill you first, and then support the vice leader or other obedient people. Su Hao was very experienced. He used this very tactic to subdue the Red Dragon Gang.
Following the example exactly will always work.
Chief Su, don't push your luck. Wan Long felt more aggrieved than ever before. He was, after all, a gang leader, the king of the underworld.
How could the other party look down on me so much? Boss, should we fight him to the death?
A skilled fighter nearby was also furious. People live for their pride, especially strong people like them.
Did you say those words just now?
Su Hao's eyes flickered, and he decided to make an example of someone. He suddenly stretched out a claw, and a powerful force struck the target from a distance.
Thump!
This was a top 10 expert from the Raptors gang, yet he had no ability to resist at all, collapsing to the ground and dying instantly.
Everyone fell silent.
Su Hao was decisive and never hesitated, he would take action without hesitation. Wanlong felt a chill in his heart, death was so close.
Can he resist? Can the Dragon Gang, with all its top fighters gathered, fight him to the death?
He lacked confidence and felt he had no chance of winning.
Chief Su, I, Wan, am willing to submit and lead the Fierce Dragon Gang to join the Kuanping Gang from now on. The Fierce Dragon Gang will cease to exist, and only the Kuanping Gang will exist if anyone within the gang is dissatisfied. I will personally deal with them. Wanlong immediately knelt down, speaking with trepidation.
The position of gang leader is nothing compared to staying alive.
You're smart to know what's good for you. Go back and consolidate your forces. Report to the Kuanping Gang tonight.
Get in touch with Yi Long from now on. You will also be the vice leader of the Kuanping Gang. From now on, you will be my right and left arms. You must get along well and work together to expand the gang's influence. Su Hao said seriously. What was said without malice may have been taken to heart by the listener.
Wanlong was overjoyed.
Could it be that Chief Su has a plan to annex the 4 major gangs? This is something that none of the previous chiefs were able to accomplish. The underground forces in Dong province are fragmented in fighting their own battles. They originally had the most powerful hands and the widest sphere of influence, but they still couldn't compare to the wealthy families, who put them at a disadvantage. If all the gangs are consolidated, the Kuanping Gang will become the dominant force, and the Nangong family or the Wu family will be completely out of reach. As the vice-gang leader, he will be able to stand on equal footing with Wu Shenyuan and others. In this way, even if he is no longer the gang leader, his status as the deputy gang leader will be far higher than it is now. Having figured all this out, Wanlong left with a satisfied smile.
What is he thinking?
Su Hao never imagined that this person would use psychological manipulation on him inside his head and become so ambitious. As for Chief Su himself, he really hadn't considered that far ahead.
He likes to do things spontaneously.
Whether it was subduing the Red Dragon Gang or the Fierce Dragon Gang, it was all their own doing. He didn't want to waste the innocent members, so he chose to subdue them and strictly control them. Everything was in accordance with fate.
Where did everyone go?
No sooner had Wanlong's people left than Bai Jiruo arrived excitedly in her car.
Bai Jiruo was overjoyed to hear that the Bai family's house had been forcibly demolished. When did the Fierce Dragon Gang stop taking the Bai family's servants and descendants seriously? Just as she was about to come over and teach them a lesson, she discovered that the Red Dragon Gang's house had been robbed. The Crimson Dragon Gang no longer exists, it has become part of the Kuanping Gang.
Su Hao, if you're going to play like this, I'll fully support you.
Bai Jiruo laughed heartily. Huang Niu stood to the side, secretly observing.
Today, Bai Jiruo wore high heels, a leather jacket and pants, exuding a cool and arrogant aura, perfectly embodying the style of a CEO.
Old Huang Niu, are you alright?
Bai Jiruo asked with concern. Miss, thankfully Mr. Su arrived in time. We're all safe, only the house is destroyed. Huang Yoji sighed. This was their home, and now everything's gone. We need to find somewhere else to go. Miss, we've received enough compensation and will be able to rebuild our home soon, Huang Niu immediately added. Don't worry too much about the house. The Bai family has many empty rooms. Come back with me and choose 2 to live in first. You can move out when the time is right.
Bai Jiruo came to rescue them and offered them shelter without hesitation.
Thank you, Miss. We'll be in your way then. We'll stay for a few days, Huang Yoji said gratefully. The Bai family had been so kind to them. If they had the chance, they would definitely repay them with their lives. Young miss, you are so beautiful, Huang Niu said abruptly. I love hearing that. Did someone hear that? If you propose now, I'll seriously consider it. Bai Jiruo's words were a direct and blatant hint to Su Hao. Ahem, if you have nothing else to say, I have to go back to the Kuanping Gang. Su Hao wanted to leave immediately. Wait a minute, Bai Jiruo called out to him.
428, Chapter 428. Once glorious.
Su Hao, don't even think about running away. My dad's got his eye on you. Bai Jiruo laughed as she stopped him, grabbed his hand, and led him directly to her car. As for her driver, he rushed out, took Su Hao's car keys, and took Huang's father back. Thank you so much, boss, for coming all this way to save old Huang and his daughter, Bai Jiruo said gratefully as she drove.
It's what I should do. Old Huang has been good to me. It's just something I can do easily, so why not?
Su Hao said with a smile. You're good at everything, even dealing with Wu Juanbao. Since you're so capable, why don't you just go and get a marriage certificate with me? I'll give you special privileges. After we're married, you can still see Lin Yao and do whatever you want.
So, this is a condition that Lin Yao couldn't offer, right? Bai Jiruo looked over with deep affection and spoke earnestly and expectantly. Drive carefully. Su Hao shouted, she's the one in the steering wheel, how can she be distracted?
Don't rush to answer, think about it carefully. Bai Jiruo didn't urge her, this matter needed to be handled slowly. The car returned to the Bai family home without incident. Bai Jiruo, accompanied by Su Hao, went to the study without saying a word.
At this moment, Bai Ziyuan was deep in thought, his face pale. He hadn't fully recovered from the poisoning he suffered last time. Coupled with all the recent events, he hadn't had a proper rest for almost a single day.
Yesterday, Su Hao sent a message reminding me that the poison goo master was about to arrive in Dong province, which made me unable to sleep all night.
Su Hao, you're here, please have a seat. Bai Ziyuan greeted him with a bright smile. Uncle Bai, what brings you here? Su Hao asked casually as soon as he sat down.
It's not anything particularly important. Our Bai family has decided to propose marriage to you. We wonder if you'd be willing to marry into our family. We can provide whatever dowry you require.
Bai Ziyuan said with a half smile. Is this how you and your daughter always talk? If there's nothing else, I must take my leave. Su Hao was starting to feel the pressure. It was just a little joke, don't take it to heart. Bai Ziyuan wanted to bring the two together, but it didn't seem like the time was right yet. He decided to stop while he was ahead and didn't want to embarrass Su Hao too much. Su Hao, did you meet with the Poison Goo Master's disciple yesterday? She told you personally that the Poison Goo Master was about to appear? Bai Ziyuan said seriously.
Yes, the Poison Goo Master will launch a new attack during the new year. Su Hao nodded and added, that disciple is indeed the one who impersonated Bai Wuji's stepmother.
That vixen. Bai Jiruo immediately remembered, wasn't she a beautiful woman? Su Hao and she met privately, could there be any feelings between them?
It must be said that women have a very keen intuition.
Like Lin Yao, Bai Jiruo was very wary of Xiao Meinyang and both felt that she was a formidable rival.
The Poison Goo Master is truly a persistent ghost. In any case, the Bai family will make full preparations this time to ensure that this person does not return.
Bai Ziyuan said seriously.
The Poison Goo Master has caused them too much trouble. If they could resolve this once and for all, that would be ideal. This Lunar New Year presents both a crisis and an opportunity.
Father, are we really ready?
Bai Jiruo was somewhat worried.
The threat posed by the Poison Goo Master was simply too great. Last time, Xiao Meinyang almost wiped them out. Her subordinates were all experts in poison, making them almost impossible to defend against. Don't worry, we used our last connections this time and invited Huang Shihu, one of the 5 grandmasters of Dong province. Bai Ziyuan said with a smile. Is this really true? Bai Jiruo was stunned. Even if she wasn't a member of the martial arts world, she had heard of this name. Huang Shihu was one of the 5 grandmasters of the eastern province, and was once on par with Ouyang Ke later. Ouyang Ke grew old and dared not take charge, but Huang Shihu was in his prime and was considered one of the top 2 masters in the eastern province. She couldn't believe that the Bai family could actually hire such a peerless master. Jiruo, you're still young. You don't really think our Bai family has no background at all, do you? Back then, over 100 years ago, that is, 3 generations ago, our Bai family was very glorious. Unlike other ancient martial arts families, our biggest advantage was that we were rich. The Bai family has been in business for generations, reaching its peak 100 years ago, when they were unparalleled in their influence. Although they declined later, they still helped many martial arts masters. Huang Shihu once received help from your grandfather and promised to repay us a favor. For martial arts masters, the debts of gratitude are the most expensive. It seems that if they don't repay them, it will cause inner demons and prevent them from breaking through in their cultivation. Bai Ziyuan spoke of the past with a proud smile on his face. Even though things are not what they used to be, our ancestors were once wealthy. I see. Bai Jiruo smiled happily. In addition, I have also contacted some martial arts sects. They will send people to guard the Bai family and take on the task of protection. Bai Ziyuan glanced at the time, as if he was waiting for someone. Father, even if we make all the preparations, can we really deal with the Poison Goo Master? Bai Jiruo smiled, but something felt off in the past.
the Bai family had used all their connections to try to get rid of the poison goo master, but each time they had failed. Even if we call upon Huang Shihu now, it will only be a passive defense. Before the confrontation even began, they were already at a disadvantage.
Zhiruo, we can't let our momentum falter. Bai Ziyuan emphasized.
Alright, Bai Zhiruo nodded as the pillar of the Bai family. She really couldn't let others get ahead of them. She felt that her father had borne a lot of responsibility. Zhiruo, now that you're back at headquarters, it's time for you to take on the responsibilities of the family head. This family will eventually be handed over to you among the younger generation, only you can put everyone's minds at ease.
Bai Ziyuan earnestly advised him. I'm not interested.
Bai Zhiruo frowned. Whoever wanted the title of future heir could have it. She just wanted living a free and easy life, spending time with the one you love. Being the head of the household is so frustrating, you're controlled at every turn.
Uncle Bai, there is something I don't understand. How exactly did the Bai family become enemies with the poison goo master?
Su Hao suddenly asked.
This is the origin of everything.
Logically speaking, the Bai family is not an ancient martial arts family, so they should not have any hatred with people in the martial arts world. Why is the poison goo master so persistent in causing trouble for the Bai family? There must be some hidden reason behind this. He even felt that the poison master was showing mercy in every situation. If he were to truly become ruthless, he only needed to increase the dosage of poison each time, and the Bai family's security capabilities would be completely unable to prevent it.
This Bai Ziyuan frowned. Could he really say this? Dad, I want to know too. Didn't you ask me to take over the Bai family? If I don't even know this, how will I manage things in the future?
Bai Zhiruo said, choosing to stand on Su Hao's side.
429, Chapter 429. Taking advantage of a crisis.
Alright, since you treat him like an outsider, I'll be frank.
Bai Ziyuan took a sip of tea and then told a story.
Once upon a time, there was a family that, through generations of hard work, amassed immense wealth, attracting the covetous eyes of countless others. After some discussion, the family decided to bury their treasure and create a hidden map. It was divided into 3 parts and given to the 3 branches of the family for safekeeping. Only by obtaining 3 treasure maps can one discover the final location of the treasure. In the generation that first saw the treasure map, everyone got along well and lived in peace, but things changed a bit when it was passed down to the next generation who wouldn't want to keep the treasure all to themselves. The 3 branches started fighting amongst themselves, giving outsiders an opportunity to take advantage.
In the midst of constant infighting, this family began to decline. One of its branches was even infiltrated by foreign forces, ultimately leading to its demise. Of the 3 branch families, the best preserved is the current main branch of the Bai family. As for the poison goo master, he is a descendant of that destroyed branch. He is determined to obtain the Bai family's treasure and harbors hatred towards us. He always feels that the destruction of that branch is inextricably linked to us.
Bai Ziyuan sighed. Bai Zhiruo was stunned. This story sounds incredibly melodramatic, nothing more than family infighting and fratricide, but within the context of a large family's centuries-long history, it makes perfect sense. Even brothers can sometimes not get along.
When family branches are passed down, they can easily become mortal enemies.
So that's how it is. The poison goo master's surname is actually Bai.
Su Hao exclaimed. This is truly a tragedy.
No, we can't be sure if this person's surname is Bai yet. If the poison goo master is a descendant of the woman, then his surname is uncertain. In short, the situation of that branch is quite complicated. The fact that this person was able to become the poison goo master already says a lot.
Bai Ziyuan frowned.
Su Hao also realized that the Bai family was not an ancient martial arts family. The poison goo master, on the other hand, was the complete opposite, possessing incredibly powerful abilities. Regardless of whether he was surnamed Bai or not, this person was definitely of mixed blood, having combined the bloodlines of other forces.
That's right. Su Hao didn't know how to comment. This was an internal conflict within the Bai family, but if necessary, he would still choose to help Bai Zhiruo first. The two were friends, and he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Second, the poison goo master's actions were indeed despicable.
Master, they're here. Suddenly, the old steward of the Bai family walked in and said something meaningful. Really? But quickly invite them in, and remember, their attitude must be respectful.
Bai Ziyuan was overjoyed.
Understood. The old butler left. Dad, who's here? Why are you so happy?
Bai Zhirua asked curiously.
Didn't I find some martial arts masters? The first to respond was the Five Tigers sect, who sent several of their talented disciples to help.
Bai Ziyuan said happily. The Five Tigers sect?
Bai Zhirua was completely confused. What kind of sect was this? She had never heard of it before. Silly girl, the Five Tigers sect is very strong. Being able to invite them is already a great honor for us, Bai Ziyuan said excitedly. Alright, Bai Zhirua smiled faintly.
As they were talking, the old butler brought the person in.
3 people from the Five Tigers sect came in total, 2 women and 1 man. The man had striking features, was under 25 years old, and wielded a long sword, exuding an imposing aura. The 2 women, one gentle and graceful, the other aloof and cold, though different in temperament, both gave the impression of being highly skilled. I am Fei Yang, the eldest disciple of the Five Tigers sect. It is a pleasure to be here at the Bai family. The man introduced himself, then pointed to his 2 junior sisters and said, These are my junior sisters Wan Jun and Bai Yu.
Greetings, Patriarch Bai.
The 2 beautiful female disciples greeted him respectfully.
Taking advantage of the break, Fei Yang glanced at Bai Zhirua and was immediately awestruck by her beauty. The woman in front of him was so beautiful that he was instantly smitten and felt like he was in love. Welcome, 3 ancient martial arts geniuses with you here. The safety of the Bai family should be no problem, right? Bai Ziyuan was very pleased.
That's for sure.
As long as the 3 of us, brothers and sisters, are here, we can easily deal with any troublemakers.
Fei Yang spoke confidently, but his eyes involuntarily swept towards Bai Zhirua's face.
With 3 people offering their righteous assistance, we are naturally much more at ease, but we wonder if the Five Tigers sect has sent anyone else? Bai Ziyuan frowned slightly. If it was just 3 juniors, it would be far from enough.
They weren't even qualified to be a mere mouthful of poisonous goo masters.
Of course, the Five Tigers sect takes this very seriously. Given how much money the Bai family has spent, my master and senior uncle will be there in person soon, Fei Yang said with a smile.
Money makes the world go round. Even martial arts sects need to maintain good relations with wealthy families. This time, the Bai family invited various sects to help, and the Five Tigers sect, seeing the benefits, came immediately and became the first sect to respond.
That's excellent. Bai Ziyuan chuckled and said that as long as the family's safety was guaranteed, spending a little more money was nothing.
If you ask me, this so-called poison goo master is nothing to fear. They only know some despicable methods of poisoning, and they are no match for the righteous sects, let alone that this person is no match for my master. Even if he encountered the 3 of us, he might not be able to escape unscathed. As Fei Yang spoke, he suddenly drew his long sword. Immediately, a cold light flashed, and the teapot and teacups in front of Bai Ziyuan were all split in 2.
Fei Yang's display of this skill drew gasps of amazement from the Bai family members.
In the short span of a single breath, this person unleashed several moves, severing different targets with astonishing speed. The strength of the Five Tigers sect disciples impressed them.
With young Master Fei Yang here, we feel much more at ease, Bai Ziyuan said politely. Patriarch Bai, you are too kind. This is all I should do after all. I have another favor to ask of you today. Fei Yang's expression changed and he became serious.
Please speak. Bai Ziyuan smiled faintly. I've heard that the 2 young ladies of the Bai family are exceptionally beautiful and outstanding. I've come here today specifically to propose to your daughter and discuss our future marriage.
Fei Yang said with a confident smile.
In his view, the Bai family was just a fallen clan with no background this time, threatened by the poison goo master. Only the Five Tigers sect could help them escape danger.
In that case, it makes perfect sense to get the money and the girl at the same time, right?
Fei Yang, I remember that this wasn't included in the agreement with the Five Tigers sect.
Bai Ziyuan frowned and said unhappily, isn't this taking advantage of someone's misfortune? The agreement can be updated at any time. Isn't this something we can discuss?
Fei Yang said, looking directly at Bai Zhirua with confidence, Miss, what do you think?
What do you mean? Bai Zhirua's face darkened. Will you marry me? Fei Yang skipped all the intermediate steps and proposed directly. 430, Chapter 430. No internal strife. Roll.
Bai Zhirua had long been dissatisfied with his gaze, and said crisply and decisively. She considered herself to have already given them face.
The other person, like a toad, actually proposed to me? Am I destined to be an unmarriageable woman?
Even Nangon you wouldn't give him a second glance, let alone the eldest disciple of such a small sect. This kid probably spends most of his time practicing martial arts and doesn't roam the martial arts world much, so he's completely unaware of the situation outside. Fei Yang's face immediately turned a deep purplish red, and he was on the verge of losing control. He thought that marrying into the Bai family was a way of lowering his status, but he never expected to be rejected so ruthlessly. Isn't the Bai family just a family that's about to fall into second-rate status? What right does she have to refuse? Jiruo, you've gone too far. Bai Ziyuan was much more experienced. He scolded his daughter in reality, then turned around and smiled, saying, "Young Master Fei Yang, Jiruo is just shy. She didn't expect you to propose so suddenly, and she wasn't mentally prepared. Patriarch Bai, this time you are the ones who need my help. Without the 5 Tigers sex assistants, you would have no chance against the Poison Gu Master's disciples. Now that your family is facing annihilation, Miss Bai still dares to put on airs. Is that really appropriate? If I call Master right now and say that the Bai family is not cooperating, and that our 5 Tigers sect is retreating directly, and even has the opportunity to cooperate with the Poison Gu Master, can you bear such consequences?" Qingfeng's face was cold, and the threat was quite obvious. "Please calm down, young master. Actually, you don't know this. Ziruo's refusal was actually due to her own difficulties, because she had already secretly pledged her life to someone else. If she agreed to your proposal now, wouldn't that be against the virtues of a woman?" Bai Ziyuan's eyes darted around as he came up with the best solution. Bai Jiruo was secretly angry, guessing that her father would have to compromise again. These few words, however, brought her immense joy. "So this is how you can play it, someone's going crazy. Such a thing really happened? Miss Jiruo is a celestial being, which brat could possibly win her favor?" Qingfeng frowned, somewhat disbelieving. "Young Master Fei Yang, besides you, we have another young man here," Bai Ziyuan said with a smile. The three of them immediately focused their attention on Su Hao. Su Hao's lips twitched. He hadn't even had time to leave when he was arranged a marriage for someone. His reasoning was quite good. A secret engagement? Is this something outsiders could possibly know? That reason is just right. Who are you? Su Hao. You and Jiruo are engaged? It's not just an engagement, she's also pregnant with my child. It's just that she's not showing yet because she's not quite there yet. Su Hao didn't care anymore since the Bai family didn't care about his reputation. He had to at least retaliate. Really? Fei Yang's expression was grim as he turned to look at Bai Jiruo. Yeah, I've been with Su Hao for half a year, but I haven't gotten pregnant yet. He even thought he couldn't have children. Bai Jiruo teased him from afar. You can't blame me for this. You've always been reserved, and I didn't even want to touch you. It wasn't until recently that you started to become more promiscuous, Su Hao retorted from afar. Fei Yang was furious when he heard the sweet nothings exchanged between the two. Is this the woman I value? How could she say such explicit things to other men? Even Bai Ziyuan was a little embarrassed. He was just taking the opportunity to help his daughter out of a tight spot, but he didn't expect her to pull this stunt. He had made a fool of himself. He sensed something was wrong as soon as he heard the beginning and immediately covered his ears. Although I couldn't hear what was said after that. However, judging from Fei Yang's reaction, he was quite angry with this talented disciple of the 5 Tigers sect. Su Hao. I've never even heard of you before. You must be some nobody. How could someone like you be worthy of Miss Jiruo? I'm giving you a chance to break off your engagement with her. Otherwise. Fei Yang said angrily. He felt that Su Hao was only good-looking, and in other aspects he was not as good as him at all. Otherwise what? What makes you think you can compare to Brother Hao? His status is no less than yours. He's a renowned gang leader. Bai Jiruo interrupted him directly. What kind of bullshit gang leader is he? He has absolutely no reputation. What does he have to compare with the 5 Tigers sect? From the perspective of the righteous path, these so-called gang leaders are nothing more than thugs. Utterly shameful. These gangs may seem numerous, but in reality, they are a disorganized mess, lacking the cohesion of the 5 Tigers sect.
Fei Yang firmly believed that Su Hao was an unknown nobody. Ignorance is bliss. Su Hao said coldly. Are you fucking looking to die? Just because of what you said, I have to challenge you to a duel. Let's go, let's find an open space, and fight to the death. The arrogant Fei Yang was simply furious. He's making such a fuss, wanting to have a life or death battle with Su Hao? I think we should forget about it. Someone like you who has never seen the world will definitely cry to your master if you lose. Su Hao pointed out the obvious. He's nothing but a hothouse flower, a child prodigy. Only by relying on the protection of their sect elders can they be so arrogant and look down on others. Without the support of the Five Tigers sect, they are nothing. Of course, Su Hao was arrogant and disdainful of everyone. Even if this person had the Five Tigers sect backing him up, he wouldn't take him seriously. Are you scared? Fei Yang naively thought that this person was the coward who chickened out at the mention of a life or death battle. Afraid of you? Su Hao retorted angrily. Enough! Seeing that the situation was about to spiral out of control, Bai Ziyuan immediately shouted, You are all on the same side, young geniuses I value. How can you fight amongst yourselves? Use this energy to deal with the Poison Gu Master and his followers. If you can't do that, none of you are worthy of discussing marriage with Jiruo. He appeared to be impartial, but in reality, he favored Su Hao. He couldn't be happier that Su Hao agreed. Marrying Bai Jiruo, even if it's proposed now, is fine without a dowry. But Fei Yang is different. You have to appease him. He's quite capable and can be of some help. Besides, the Five Tigers sect's leader and some elders also possess considerable strength. The biggest enemy at present is the Poison Gu Master. We must unite all forces that can be united. The Bai family can't afford the internal strife. Consider yourself lucky. Fei Yang had no choice but to stop his provocation. Young Master Fei Yang, Mrs., you've come from afar, you should get some rest from now on. The work of guarding the Bai family will be in your hands. Bai Ziyuan always had to be polite. This way, gentlemen, the old butler led them out. Before leaving, Fei Yang glared angrily at Su Hao, his eyes wide like those of a vicious dog. This kid is so naive. Su Hao shook his head. Honey, am I really pregnant? Bai Jiruo didn't let him off the hook and immediately asked with a grin. Huh, isn't this just playing along with your act? The root of the problem is still Uncle Bai. Su Hao reacted quickly, shifting the blame to Bai Ziyuan. For 31, Chapter 431 Letting the Wolf In. Alright, stop fooling around. Go back and get some rest. Urged on by Bai Ziyuan, the two left at the same time. Honey, I've arranged a nice room for you. Having learned from her previous experience, Bai Jiruo knew that since Su Hao was staying at the Bai family home again, she needed to make sure he relied on her this time, so she arranged for him to stay in the adjacent courtyard, separated from her by only a walled-in environment. There was quite nice, comparable to a private villa. As the year draws to a close, the temperature in Dong province suddenly dropped overnight, and snowflakes began to fall. Su Hao's days, ironically, suddenly became much easier. These past few days, he has only been guiding Huang Niu in her cultivation. After taking the Peiyuan pill, her strength improved somewhat. With the guidance of a renowned master like Su Hao, she gradually reached the peak of internal energy. Niu, you are truly a peerless genius. Perhaps your family has ancient martial arts lineage. Su Hao sighed. Like begets like. If Huang Niu's parents were ordinary people, they could not possibly have such a bloodline. It's just that we don't know whether it's her father's or her mother's bloodline that's better. Huang Youji is a meek and obedient person, and he never retaliated against the beatings from the Ouyang family. Is it possible to conclude that the mother is the one with superior bloodline? Yeah. It's a pity I don't know where my mom went, otherwise I would ask her. Huang Niu had the same idea, feeling that everything was thanks to her mother. Besides teaching, Su Hao hadn't forgotten to track down the murderer of Lin Hao. Now that he was the leader of a gang, he didn't need to take matters into his own hands and left the matter to Yilong. To solidify his position, Yilong worked extremely hard, personally overseeing the investigation. There were people stationed at the hospital 24/7. Finally, the investigation revealed that a surgeon had secretly inserted the fatal poison needle into Lin Hao. Unfortunately, the doctor's whereabouts remain unknown. Yilong stated that they would not overlook any clues and would definitely be able to investigate thoroughly. Before we knew it, it was New Year's Eve. The Bai family home became lively.
Countless martial arts masters gathered in the living room for a meeting. To the uninitiated, it would look like a martial arts tournament.
Meanwhile, the core members of the Bai family gathered in Bai Ziyuan's study. There were quite a few people present here.
There are three brothers, Bai Ziyuan, Bai Zhenyu, and Bai Zhantang. The younger generation includes Bai Zhirua, Bai Anan, Bai Yufang, and Bai Yilong.
Su Hao was the only outsider, but he received the highest level of courtesy, sitting below the family head Bai Ziyuan, and even a little ahead of Bai Zhirua. Fourth brother, wasn't it said that the poison goo master would appear soon? It's already New Year's Eve, why is there still no trace of him?
Bai Zhenyu said, somewhat displeased.
If this is fake news, the price the Bai family paid was quite high.
It's not easy to provide food and drink for those martial arts masters in the living room, let alone having to pay money to bring them back. In order to have a good new year, the Bai family has spent nearly a small fortune in the past few days. This is only the initial cost. Once a fight breaks out and casualties occur, the subsequent costs will only be greater. It's better to be safe than sorry. Being prepared in advance is the best option. None of you want a repeat of the situation at the annual meeting, right? We were caught off guard and completely unprepared, Bai Ziyuan said in a deep voice. The others nodded in agreement. There was nothing wrong with what they said.
By the way, this information was provided by Su Hao, right? Could he be deliberately spreading false information to get closer to Zhirua? Bai Yufang asked suspiciously. Do you think I need to do this?
Su Hao said coldly. In short, I just don't like you, Bai Yufang said directly, dropping the pretense.
Whatever, Su Hao said indifferently. Alright, stop arguing. We're all family here. If you keep arguing all day long, aren't you afraid of being laughed at by outsiders? Bai Ziyuan said unhappily. Just then, the old steward walked in, his face grave, and said, Gentlemen, a group of martial arts experts are causing a ruckus in the hall. Could someone go out and maintain order? Let's go out and take a look. Bai Ziyuan frowned. Their status in the underworld is not high enough. If someone really causes trouble, they might not be able to suppress it.
If Huang Shihu were here, everyone would be wary of his grandmaster status and would definitely behave themselves. However, using this card now would be a waste. They only have one chance, and they must use it only when necessary. Upon arriving at the lobby, I found it to be quite noisy. People from all walks of life gathered together. Bai Ziyuan frowned. There were more people than expected. Some of them were not exactly respectable figures. They had come directly after hearing about the gathering. At first glance, people were gathered in twos and threes, probably representing dozens of factions, making their composition incredibly complex. Moreover, everyone's skills are somewhat different. Some people carried swords, some played with poisons, and some men and women hid in corners to do illicit things, euphemistically calling it absorbing yin to replenish yang. It was utter chaos. Beauty. 3 beautiful women have arrived. Some people, acting like thugs, whistled and cast lewd glances at Bai Zhirua, Bai Anan, and Bai Yufang. What's going on? Everyone else was stunned. Were these people really from the martial arts world? They're even more shameless than petty thugs. Their gazes were completely undisguised, almost brazen. I've heard that Miss Zhirua is the most beautiful woman in Dong province. Seeing her today, I can confirm that she truly lives up to her reputation. In my opinion, you are 100 times more beautiful than Ling Yao from the Lin family. Would the young lady do me the honor of having a few drinks with me? A handsome young man with a folding fan stepped out from the crowd, pretending to be a charming and suave gentleman. Not interested, Bai Zhirua shouted angrily. Isn't this a bad idea? We're all white-collar workers. These are your guests, all gathered here to protect your family. If Miss Bai treats you this way, wouldn't that be disheartening? The handsome young man said hypocritically. Stop pretending, I think you're just a lecherous thief, Bai Anan said bluntly. Since you've been insulted like this, don't blame me. I'll have you sisters come over and have a few drinks with me. The man's gaze turned cold, and he immediately closed his folding fan and walked towards the two of them.
It looks like they're going to snatch it in public. Well done.
The Bai sisters are nothing to be ashamed of, so there's no need to show them any mercy.
I did what I wanted to do.
If you get tired of it, young master, I can take over.
All sorts of unpleasant words were heard incessantly. Bai Jiruo and Bai Yan'an's expressions changed drastically. Wasn't this like inviting a wolf into the house?
As the handsome young man drew closer, the Bai family members grew increasingly impatient and were about to make their move when they suddenly heard a loud shout, "Stop!"
432, Chapter 432 Leaving in Disgrace. Stop!
A voice filled with a sense of justice rang out in the Bai family hall.
Everyone turned to look at the source of the sound and saw two men carrying long spears standing righteously in front of Bai Jiruo and her companion. They stared at the people in front of them and shouted angrily, "You scoundrels, stay away from Miss Bai. Who do you think you are?"
The handsome young man said coldly. "I am Wu Qing of the Long Spear sect, and with my brother Wu Chang here, we will absolutely not allow you to act recklessly,"
the man said imposingly. Long Spear sect?
Upon hearing this, many people cast admiring glances at him. The Long Spear sect is a third-rate sect with limited strength, but its disciples are all righteous and courageous individuals who will help those in need whenever they see something immoral. They will always step in without hesitation.
What is the Long Spear sect? You dare to stop me? The handsome young man said arrogantly.
Looking at these two ladies with lecherous eyes is the most despicable behavior in the martial arts world. I believe that anyone with a sense of justice would not stand idly by. Wu Chang, one of the two brothers, also spoke angrily.
Two ants, how dare you spout such nonsense?
The handsome young man shouted and pressed down on the two of them, throwing a punch filled with powerful true energy. The two brothers drew their spears and unleashed powerful attacks, using offense as their defense, to engage the handsome young man in a fierce battle. However, the battle had just begun when two loud bangs rang out, and the weapons in their hands were instantly shattered into countless pieces. A powerful force sent both of them flying. Wu Chang crashed into the ceiling, his skull shattered, and he died. Wu Qing crashed into the wall, sustaining serious injuries, and collapsed unconscious. An aura of slaughter instantly filled the entire hall. Many people saw the blood and started to jeering. A few wicked people and a few righteous disciples immediately got into a fight. The situation is getting increasingly out of control. Quiet. Quiet. Just then, three people walked in. The person walking in front had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and looked like a handsome man. It was Fei Yang from the Five Tigers sect. Following behind were two beautiful women, Wan Jun and Bai Yu. Seeing the powerful aura emanating from the three of them, the crowd subconsciously quieted down, and the troublemakers also stopped. Who are you, daring to cause trouble at the Bai family's residence? Fei Yang looked at the handsome young man with disdain. My name is Wang Mang, the man said proudly. Upon hearing this, some people exchanged bewildered glances with strange expressions. Wang Mang was not a righteous person at all. He was a notorious figure of evil despite his youthful appearance. He was actually over 50 years old. He possessed a secret art of preserving his youth, maintaining a face that appeared to be around 20 years old. This person's greatest talent is indeed stealing beautiful women. He was handsome, and many women were attracted to him and willing to offer themselves to him. However, Wang Mang didn't like women who offered themselves to him. He only liked those he seized. He ranks among the top dozens on the evil path's heavenly ranking, making him a force to be reckoned with. Are you still proud? If I were you, I would have buried you somewhere long ago. At over 50 years old, with such little strength, what's the difference between him and a piece of trash? Fei Yang said dismissively. These words immediately broke Wang Mang's defenses. Youngsters of the Five Tigers sect, if your master were here, I might give you some face, but since you three juniors have shown up, then blame me for being impolite. Wang Mang said angrily. Senior brother, leave it to us. You don't need to lift a finger to deal with this kind of scoundrel. Wan Jun and Bai Yu were eager to try. Be careful, this person has some tricks up his sleeve. Fei Yang frowned, but still decided to let them make the move. The two beautiful female disciples immediately stepped forward and drew their long swords. Oh dear, two beautiful women have arrived, I really can't bring myself to be ruthless. Why don't you two just switch sides and come with me, go back and serve me properly? Wang Mang said frivolously. Dream. Take this. Enraged, Wan Jun and Bai Yu took direct action. Wang Mang's smile vanished instantly. He had only said that on purpose. He was actually uninterested in submissive women now. Seeing the two men's actions riddled with flaws, he secretly sneered. He lunged forward, first smearing a drop on Wan Jun's face, then grabbing her arm and forcefully parrying Bai Yu's attack with his sword. The next moment, he appeared beside Bai Yu like a ghost, tearing half of her top off with a hiss, revealing her undergarments. It smells so good. He held the shredded clothes, took a deep breath, and grinned lewdly. Ha ha ha. Some busybodies immediately burst into laughter. Is this the female disciple of the Five Tigers sect? His strength was insufficient, he couldn't even defeat a master of evil arts. I'll fight you to the death. Senior sister, let me help you. Bai Yu was filled with shame and indignation. She gripped her longsword tightly and launched another attack. Wan Jun, fearing that she would suffer a loss, also launched an attack. The two men's swords flashed, and their inner energy surged. He unleashed all the strength he had ever possessed. Wang Mang merely chuckled disdainfully, then his figure moved like a ghost, approaching Bai Yu and striking her left chest with a palm strike. The powerful internal energy instantly caused her to vomit blood. He had barely finished one move when he faced Wan Jun with another, his two fingers gripping the sword blade, a bold and skillful display that drew thunderous applause. His final kick struck Wan Jun in the groin, sending her flying several meters. His moves were ruthless and blasphemous. After the cheers, there were also angry accusations. Hey Wang, what kind of move is that? Was it necessary to be so ruthless when dealing with two beautiful women? Evil and heretical practices should be eradicated by everyone. Faced with everyone's righteous indignation, Wang Mang chuckled and said disdainfully, anyone who's not convinced, step forward now and see if I can beat you to death. His sharp gaze startled everyone, causing them to lower their heads. They were somewhat unable to deal with the unorthodox masters. Wang Mang! Fei Yang roared, drew his longsword, and pointed it angrily at him. You hurt my junior sister, and you still dare to be so arrogant? You're not convinced, come and beat me up. Wang Mang said disdainfully. Very well, today I represent the righteous path and will teach you a lesson. I will defeat you within 3 moves. His words were bold and righteous. You think you can compete? Wang Mang said dismissively. Yes, me. Fei Yang took a step forward, and the air pressure suddenly increased several times. I remember now, young Master Fei Yang is ranked 50th on the heavenly ranking. One person exclaimed in surprise. The chief disciple of the Five Tigers sect is quite powerful. Upon hearing this, everyone was optimistic about Fei Yang. They saw his swordsmanship, which was powerful and expansive, displaying the spirit of righteousness. After a couple of moves, Wang Mang realized he was struggling to keep up. The third strike, a longsword flying, pierced his shoulder, slicing off a chunk of flesh. This is your punishment for bullying my junior sister. Get out of my sight now, or I'll take your dog's life. Fei Yang shouted angrily. Damn, you win. Wang Mang clutched his wound and slunk away. 433, Chapter 433 Arrogance. Young Master Fei Yang, so domineering. This is how a righteous disciple should be. What kind of heretical and unorthodox methods are they? How could they possibly be a match for the leader of the Five Tigers sect? Everyone greatly admired Fei Yang's righteous act. Wan Jun and Bai Yu helped each other walk over, and after a short while, they were able to stand up steadily. Senior brother, you are truly amazing. Defeating the demon with just 3 sword strikes is something I could learn from for a lifetime, Wan Jun said admiringly. Senior brother, you've really brought honor to the Five Tigers sect. Bai Yu was very happy. Fei Yang was smug and walked directly up to Su Hao, saying provocatively, see, when it's time to make a move. My strength is far beyond your reach. I advise you to be sensible and give up. Miss Jiruoshi and I are a match made in heaven. Are you a 3-year-old? Coming here to seek attention? Su Hao wasn't going to tolerate him and said coldly. Presumptuous.
Shut up. Wan Jun and Bai Yu were very unhappy and angrily rebuked each other.
You, surnamed Su, are incapable of protecting your own woman. My senior brother intervened on her behalf. You should at least say thank you, right?
Wan Jun said angrily.
So self-righteous, does my woman need his protection?
Su Hao said disdainfully. Since you're so strong, why don't you dare to make a move? It's easy to be a coward. Yuri not even as good as a woman.
Bai Yu said disdainfully they couldn't stand it anymore and made their move, but Su Hao hadn't touched a muscle from beginning to end. To borrow a phrase from Fei Yang, if only one person from the Five Tigers sect can barely stand up, I advise you to close down your sect, Su Hao said coldly. Hey Su, I've put up with you for too long. If you've got the guts, let's go outside and have a showdown, Fei Yang said in a fit of exasperation. Do you deserve to fight me? Su Hao laughed loudly.
Fellow martial artists, did you all hear that? This guy surnamed Su actually said I'm not worthy to fight him? Fei Yang angrily searched for others, demanding an explanation. Someone surnamed Su? He's none other than Su Hao, the leader of the Su gang.
Although you were very handsome just now, you are still a bit inferior to Chief Su.
You're definitely not worthy. I am talking about you, not Chief Su. After everyone recognized Su Hao, they all said disdainfully.
The Five Tigers sect is, frankly speaking, a second-rate sect. Only the sect leader and his junior brother can barely be considered experts. The disciples are all inferior and he is merely the chief disciple, so he is indeed not qualified to fight against Chief Su.
Fei Yang was stunned and couldn't quite understand.
Everyone was praising him just now, so why is he suddenly filled with contempt? Su Hao, there are too many people here today, so I'll let it slide for now, but once this is over, I'll definitely have a showdown with you,
Fei Yang said angrily. Whatever, Su Hao said calmly.
Brother-in-law, don't take it to heart,
Bai Yanin said disdainfully.
Forget it, he is, after all, a guest of the Bai family. At least he's better than Wang Mang. Bai Jirua felt that this person was somewhat righteous, but also a bit petty.
Better than Wang Mang? Fei Yang was somewhat displeased upon hearing this.
Just as he was about to confront Bai Jirua, he suddenly heard a loud bang, and the door shattered from the outside.
A tall figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone.
This man wore a ghost mask and looked incredibly frightening when he first appeared. His aura was dozens of times stronger than Wang Mang's, and even the electric lights flickered on and off due to the shock. His sharp gaze swept around, and finally he said disdainfully, Alas, the righteous path is declining. So many mediocre people have come to fill the ranks.
Who are you to dare spout such nonsense?
A righteous master suddenly drew his weapon and charged forward. As soon as they approached, the newcomer grabbed the man's throat and squeezed, severing his head from his body. Wisps of blood mist drifted out. A bizarre scene unfolded. The man removed his ghost mask, opened his mouth, and, right before everyone's eyes, absorbed all the blood mist in less than a minute. The righteous people who had died had turned into mummies.
Blood-sucking? Everyone's expression changed drastically.
This is the blood of the righteous path, it tastes so sweet. The man suddenly threw off the ghost mask, seemingly disdainful of disguise. Everyone looked over and saw that the man's face was pale and bloodless, yet there was blood at the corner of his mouth, giving him an aura of bloodlust.
Who is he? Someone asked in surprise.
I understand now, he is the chief disciple of the Poison Gu sect, the Netherworld Blood Demon.
Someone exclaimed in surprise.
He trembled when he recognized him. The name of the Netherworld Blood Demon was once feared by all. This person survived by absorbing the blood of martial artists, and followed a wicked path. The stronger he became, the more martial arts masters he harmed.
He has been out of the public eye for the past year.
Many people thought he had been killed by righteous people, but it turned out that he had joined the Poison Gu sect and gone to practice the art of Poison Gu. Now that he has reappeared in the martial world, he still inspires fear. With him around, tonight will surely be a bloodbath.
What Gu Poison sect, is it really that powerful? Let me get rid of this person.
Fei Yang gripped his longsword and took a step forward.
You're the leader of the Five Tigers sect? Defeating Wang Mang makes you arrogant and domineering?
The eyes of the Netherworld Blood Demon are like those of a venomous snake, sending chills down the spine of anyone who looks at them.
Who do you think you are? I am ranked 50th on the heavenly ranking. How dare you underestimate me? Fei Yang was furious. Ha ha ha.
True masters don't care about this list at all, only those who seek fame and fortune are obsessed with it. The Netherworld Blood Demon said coldly. This statement has a rather broad impact. There are only 100 people on the heavenly ranking, and countless others are desperate to get their names on it. Upon hearing this, many people's faces turned grim. The Netherworld Blood Demon was arrogant and didn't take righteous people seriously at all.
There's nothing wrong with what he said,
Su Hao said truthfully. Nonsense, you can't make it onto the list. Of course you think there's no problem. Wan Jun was displeased.
You surnamed Su, did you collude with him, working together from the inside to try and split the Bai family? Bai Yu said angrily. Su Hao frowned, but in the end, he couldn't be bothered to argue with them. Young Master Fei Yang, teach him a lesson.
Pull out all his teeth and see if he can still suck blood.
Who gave him the audacity to act so arrogantly, given his mere heretical and unorthodox methods?
Compared to the righteous path, the evil path is simply too weak.
Many people have expressed their support for Fei Yang. Don't worry, everyone. Leave this man to me.
After Fei Yang finished speaking, he thrust out his sword with lightning speed. He disregarded the rules of the martial world when dealing with the disciples of the Poison Gu sect, and attacked them in a fit of rage.
A sneak attack?
A righteous person indeed, with high moral character. The Netherworld Blood Demon sneered disdainfully. He aimed at the opponent's longsword and suddenly blocked it with his palm. With a clang, the longsword, imbued with powerful true energy, failed to harm him in the slightest. Instead, the Netherworld Blood Demon suddenly grabbed his weapon, exerted a little force, and the entire longsword broke into 13 pieces, which were then launched out in a series of whooshing sounds, killing all 13 righteous people who were watching the spectacle.
434, Chapter 434. Never back down. Five Tigers Sect, what are you doing?
The relatives and friends of the fallen righteous people were furious upon seeing this. When everyone looked at Fei Yang, they found that his situation was even more dire. The ghostly blood demon's claws were incredibly sharp, comparable to a razor-sharp weapon, and it sliced open his chest, drinking blood.
The exhilarating atmosphere gradually faded.
Junior sister, quickly contact Master and Uncle Master and tell them to hurry over.
Fei Yang said weakly, his face pale. Good.
Wan Jun made a phone call to tell them what was happening here.
Netherworld Blood Demon, you need to think this through. We are from the Five Tigers Sect. You killed my senior brother. Do you think you can stay in Dong Province after this? Bai Yu threatened angrily. The Five Tigers Sect, do you really think you're the Shu Mountain Sect?
Even if your master comes, I'm not afraid.
Why hide when you're all going to be killed?
The Netherworld Blood Demon continued to exert its power, accelerating the absorption of Fei Yang's energy.
Stop.
The two junior sisters couldn't stand it any longer, so they drew their long swords and rushed over.
Too weak.
The Netherworld Blood Demon stopped and struck out with its palm. Wan Jun and Bai Yu instantly fell to the ground, spitting out streams of black blood.
Ugly freak, stay away from my junior sister, come at me if you dare.
Seeing that he was about to deal with Wan Jun and the other two, Fei Yang was furious and bravely stood up. His wound was still bleeding, but his spirit was not weak.
You three are all useless. Is there any need for you to support each other?
The Netherworld Blood Demon grabbed a handful of poison needles and threw them at them without turning his head. Then he shouted, "Come out, all of you, and take care of everyone in the hall."
Yes.
In an instant, dozens of masked men in black rushed out, all of them disciples of the Poison Gu sect, unleashing various poison techniques and launching an attack on the righteous people.
The scene immediately descended into chaos. The Netherworld Blood Demon wondered, are the three members of the Five Tigers Sect already dead?
Looking back, they were astonished to find that the three of them had actually been rescued. Standing before them was a handsome young man.
You're Su Hao?
The Netherworld Blood Demon's gaze darkened. This was the kid that his master valued highly.
That's right.
Su Hao said coldly.
Even if you, surnamed Su, lend a hand, we won't be grateful to you, Wan Jun said indignantly, feeling that this person was just trying to pick up the scraps.
Shut up,
I don't have time to waste on your nonsense.
Su Hao shouted angrily.
Wan Jun's face turned red with anger.
Su Hao's gaze fell on the netherworld blood demon, and he said, your martial arts are somewhat interesting, it's a pity your heart is wicked. You can't digest all the blood and energy you've absorbed. Your martial arts are not even as good as the star absorbing technique.
How dare you boast? Do you even know the benefits of my blood darkness divine art?
The netherworld blood demon scoffed, then picked up another handful of poison needles and threw them at Su Hao.
Huang Niuniu, lead everyone away. Leave this to me.
The scene in the hall was extremely chaotic. Too many people in the poison gusek use poison, and someone can easily be poisoned if you're not careful. If he gets entangled with the netherworld blood demon, he won't have enough time to save everyone. Leaving as soon as possible is the best option.
Good. Huang Niuniu suddenly felt immense pressure. She was actually tasked with protecting the Bai family. Come on, this way.
Fortunately, Bai Yilong arrived and fought his way through, leading everyone in a desperate retreat. However, he was quickly entangled by the poison gusek disciples, and in the end, it was Huang Niuniu who protected everyone and helped them leave the hall.
Su Hao was right.
In the end, the one who protected Bai Zhirua and the others was actually the half-baked Huang Niuniu.
Young miss, second young miss, stay close to me. I will risk my life to protect you both.
Huang Niuniu's gaze was resolute. This was something Brother Su had entrusted to her, and she absolutely could not allow anything to go wrong with the two of them. Niuniu, if there's any danger, you should leave as soon as possible, Huang Youji suddenly said.
Dad, what are you saying? The Bai family has been incredibly kind to us, how can we abandon them? Huang Niuniu said unhappily. That's not what I meant. Huang Youji couldn't quite win an argument with his quick-witted daughter.
Niuniu, what Lao Huang means is that you need to be careful about your safety, and I are big targets, so it's okay for you to conserve your strength. Bai Zhirua didn't want her to take risks and only sacrifice herself in vain.
No, I must protect you. Huang Niuniu insisted. Protect them? Do you have that ability? Suddenly, a sinister laugh rang out.
Several people stared intently, and their expressions changed drastically. The person who emerged wasn't a disciple of the Poison Gu sect, but Wang Mang. His wounds had been bandaged, and although his face was pale, his strength remained. He had only suffered superficial injuries, which were actually the least serious of his wounds.
Don't come any closer. Huang Niuniu didn't have a suitable weapon, so she picked up a brick and held it tightly. Little beauty, you can step back now. My target today is the 3 members of the Bai family. Go back and rest well. I'll come back to you when I'm done with you. Wang Mang's gaze shamelessly swept over Bai Zhirua and the other 2. As long as I have a breath left, you will never get close to the 3 young ladies of the Bai family, Huang Niuniu said firmly. Really, then I'm sorry. Wang Mang was very unhappy and punched him. Huang Niuniu didn't have time to use the brick to block. Like a kite with a broken string, she fell to the ground with a thud, her blood immediately staining the nearby snow. Niuniu. Huang Youji was heartbroken. Dad, I'm fine.
Huang Niuniu stood up unsteadily, too lazy to even pick up the brick, and walked towards Wang Mang empty-handed, seemingly with a hint of defiance.
You still dare to come over?
Wang Mang was also a little surprised. He had already shown mercy earlier, but dealing with such a reckless young man was proving to be troublesome. He is a very principled person, with 2 principles. First, what you snatch is the most delicious. Second, beautiful women are meant to be cherished. He only robs women, he doesn't kill them.
Huang Niuniu's behavior put him in a difficult position. If she uses even a little more force, she won't be able to withstand it. Niuniu, listen to Lao Huang, leave quickly, you can't help.
Bai Zhirua said anxiously.
Niuniu, hurry up. Huang Youji shouted. No, I promised Brother Su, so I have to complete the mission. Huang Niuniu said stubbornly. Smack.
Wang Mang struck again, slapping Huang Niuniu flying. Just as they were about to continue forward, Huang Niuniu unexpectedly got up again. At this moment, her complexion was getting worse and worse, her left cheek was swollen, and her steps were unsteady, as if she were about to collapse at any moment. Niuniu, don't be reckless. Even Bai Yufan couldn't stand it anymore.
this girl was really stubborn. I am a practitioner of ancient martial arts, how can I sit idly by?
Huang Niu still held on to her dream of becoming a hero, and continued to walk forward unsteadily.
Thump!
Huang Youji knelt on the ground, crawled on his hands and knees toward Wang Mang, and pleaded, "Hero, please spare my daughter, I'll do anything for you if you agree."
435, Chapter 435 Tacit Understanding. Do anything?
A crazy idea popped into Wang Mang's mind.
Yes, anything, as long as you can release Niu. Huang Youji said. Do you see those two women over there? Go over there and tie them up.
As Wang Mang spoke, he threw out 2 hemp ropes.
Everyone was stunned by these words. Hey, don't listen to him, weary allies, how could you betray us?
Wan Jun was stunned. That's right, we are from the 5 Tigers sect, not the Poison Goo sect.
Bai Yu trembled with anger. Your surname is Huang, right? How dare you lay a hand on my 2 junior sisters, I will never let you get away with this. Fei Yang shouted angrily. All 3 of them were injured and had almost no ability to resist.
If someone were tied up at this time, the consequences would be unimaginable. Especially the 2 junior sisters, who are as beautiful as flowers. Wang Mang was a heretic and unorthodox man, falling into his hands was no different from falling into hell. Dad, if you dare to kidnap them, I will never forgive you for the rest of my life.
Huang Niu roared. Wasn't this aiding and abetting a tyrant?
This Huang Youji was also somewhat embarrassed.
What, you won't listen? Then I'll have to take action against your daughter. You don't want your daughter to suffer endless torment, do you? Or do you hope your future son-in-law is someone like me? Wang Mang laughed heartily. The arrogant laughter was so grating.
Everyone seemed angry, but powerless. Fei Yang's eyes were practically bulging with rage as the dignified chief of the 5 Tigers sect. He was actually being suppressed by evil and unorthodox methods. It was simply too painful for him.
Wan Jun and Bai Yu trembled, unsure of what would happen next. Make a decision quickly. My patience is limited. Wang Mang angrily rebuked him. Why? Why are you making me make such a difficult decision? Huang Youji sighed heavily. Why? Do you really think anything in this world is easy? It's just asking you to tie them up, not robbing them, so what's there to hesitate about? Does that mean you have feelings for them? Wang Mang laughed even more heartily, feeling the exhilaration of finding a kindred spirit. Wan Jun and Bai Yu's expressions changed drastically. Was this really true? Huang Youji looks honest, but deep down he's a despicable and wicked person. Hello?
If you dare to lay a hand on my junior sister, I swear the 5 Tigers sect will never let you get away with this.
Fei Yang made another threat. What kind of trash is the 5 Tigers sect?
Wang Mang dodged past and slapped him hard, knocking out 2 of his teeth. Your master and uncles are hiding and dare not come out, yet you still have illusions about them? You're talking nonsense, they're on their way. Give them a few more minutes, and they'll beat you to a pulp.
Fei Yang retorted angrily. Is that so?
Wang Mang was trying to get information out of him. He was still somewhat wary of the elders of the 5 Tigers sect since he knew that they hadn't arrived yet. These few minutes were the perfect time for him to do whatever he wanted. Of these people, who has the ability to stop him?
I'll count to 3.
Either you tie up those 2 pretty girls, or I'll publicly humiliate your daughter.
Wang Mang's shameless words. Don't force me.
Huang Youji clenched his fist tightly, as if making a difficult decision.
3, 2, 1.
Very well, your decision will ruin your daughter. Seeing that he still didn't make a move, Wang Mang grinned maliciously, unleashing a terrifying aura as he charged towards Huang Niu, his right hand reaching forward, aiming directly at Huang Niu's chest.
Court death.
Suddenly, Huang Youji shouted. His aura suddenly underwent a dramatic change, transforming him from an ordinary person into a master. In an instant a violent aura formed a tornado, carrying countless blizzards, and suddenly enveloped Wang Mang.
Grass. You're actually an expert?
Sensing danger, he turned around and used all his inner energy to fight against Huang Youji, unleashing a ruthless killing move.
I didn't want to make a move. Why do you keep pushing me?
Huang Youji's eyes suddenly sharpened as he spotted the opponent's attack and unleashed a barrage of powerful moves.
Boom!
Wang Mang rushed forward, only to be immediately sent flying backward as he landed on the ground. He was horrified to discover that a powerful force within his body had shattered all his meridians.
Huang Youji's strength was actually far superior to his. Dad? Huang Yonyo was completely stunned. Is this still the same timid and submissive father he usually is?
The power he just unleashed definitely surpassed the innate realm and fatally touched the threshold of the Grandmaster realm. How could such a master have been hiding so deeply?
This.
Fei Yang was stunned, seeing an aura from the other party comparable to that of his master. Huang Youji walked towards Wang Mang step by step, saying, I don't want to make a move, but it's a pity that someone like you is a disgrace to the martial arts world today. I will rid the martial arts world of this scourge. After saying that, he threw a punch.
With a bang, Wang Mang's head split open like a watermelon.
This wicked demon died in the snow at the Bai family's residence.
He didn't even have time to shout before he died. Father, you're so strong, why didn't you teach me martial arts sooner? Huang Yonyo was both happy and angry.
If she had trained from a young age, her strength would definitely be much greater than it is now.
Her family also has a lineage of ancient martial arts, which is truly astonishing. Sigh, practicing martial arts isn't always a good thing. Isn't it good to live a simple and ordinary life? Huang Youji smiled bitterly. He's kept such a low profile, all he wanted was to be an ordinary person.
All his past experiences have taught him that revealing his strength has brought him no benefit.
Old Huang, no, I should say Senior Huang, thank you so much for saving my sister and me, Bai Jiruwa said excitedly, becoming even more polite to him.
Such a master deserves to be treated with respect. Young miss, you are a benefactor to the Huang family, there's no need to be so polite, just continue to treat me as a servant. After dealing with Wang Mang, Huang Youji returned to his original state.
Okay. Bai Jiruwa nodded, thinking that although she could say that, she definitely had to be respectful in her attitude.
The Bai family searched far and wide for a master, but they never expected that the master was right beside them.
Is everyone alright? Hey, who killed Wang Mang?
Bai Yilong finally arrived when he saw that the dead people on the ground were not members of the Bai family, but Wang Mang's descendants. He showed a surprised expression.
Of course it is, Baianan was about to explain.
He brought this upon himself, he deserves to die. Bai Jiruwa spoke first. Now that Huang Youji doesn't want to reveal his strength, then let's not let more people know.
Fei Yang and the other two also tacitly kept quiet.
Bai Yufang's lips moved, but after analyzing the pros and cons, she decided it was best not to offend an expert like Lao Huang and chose to remain silent.
Strange, how exactly did he die?
Bai Yilong muttered to himself, completely baffled.
You wouldn't believe it, would you? I'm the one who killed him. Huang Nyo suddenly said.
436, Chapter 436. I don't believe it at all.
It's you?
Bai Yilong saw her injuries and didn't believe it at all.
Besides me, who else here has the ability to defeat him?
Huang Nyo said arrogantly. To be honest, she looked quite convincing when she was putting on airs. After all, she had practiced in front of the mirror many times, and knew what a master should look like. Now that she had the opportunity, she said smugly.
Is this true? Bai Yilong looked at Fei Yanghe was a member of the Five Tigers sect and would definitely not lie.
I suppose so, Fei Yang said awkwardly. To some extent, Wang Mang's death was indeed directly related to Huang Nyo.
Who? Bai Yilong suddenly shouted. I never expected that someone would be able to find my trail.
Suddenly, someone fell from the sky, releasing countless toxic gases as they landed. This person, wearing a mask, appeared before the crowd.
Who exactly are you? Bai Yilong raised an eyebrow. Strange, weren't you looking for me? Why don't you recognize me when I appear?
The man spoke in a low, calm voice.
Are you a master of poison and curses? Bai Yilong's expression changed drastically. Has the poison goo master really arrived?
Looking at this person again, a terrifying aura emanated from him, especially the faint, almost imperceptible poisonous gas, making it impossible for anyone to approach him rashly.
Holy crap!
Fei Yang, who was lying next to him, immediately scrambled away upon hearing this, keeping a safe distance.
I never expected that the Poison Goo Master would actually show up. Bai Ziyuan arrived with a group of people upon hearing the news. Is he the Poison Goo Master? Su Hao arrived shortly afterward. Master, you finally arrived.
The Netherworld Blood Demon, accompanied by several men in black, returned to the Poison Goo Master's side.
Useless thing, you couldn't even take down the Bai family, I had to do it myself.
The Poison Goo Master was furious when he saw him and slapped the Netherworld Blood Ghost to the ground. Even a powerful Netherworld Blood Demon dared not offer any resistance in front of the Poison Goo Master.
Poison Goo Master, you've shown yourself so directly this time, aren't you afraid that the experts invited by the Bai family will take you seriously? Bai Ziyuan rebuked angrily. Ridiculous, does the Bai family have any experts?
The Poison Goo Master said disdainfully.
Certainly. I am the #1 expert in the Bai family. I am Bai Elong, from the Shu Mountain sect. Today I will take you down. Enraged, Bai Elong gripped his weapon and stepped forward. You? The Poison Goo Master was utterly disdainful. Arrogant.
Bai Elong roared and launched his strongest attack on the Poison Goo Master instantly. His true energy surged, carrying a cold killing intent.
You think you can take advantage of me? How dare you lay a hand on our master, who do you think you are?
Before the Poison Goo Master could move, the Netherworld Blood Demon suddenly flew into the air and clashed with him with a palm strike. Bai Elong slammed into the ground like a cannonball, and a cracking sound was heard instantly, like bones breaking.
Everyone gasped. The Netherworld Blood Demon had just unleashed his full power, without resorting to any unorthodox techniques, purely overwhelming the opponent with raw strength. If he was already so powerful, wouldn't his opponent's master be even stronger? Bai Ziyuan, listen carefully. Today is the day I settle accounts with you all. There's no point in dragging this out any longer. Hand over the treasure map, or the Bai family will be utterly destroyed.
The Poison Goo Master said coldly.
With just this many people?
Bai Ziyuan sneered. This time he had made thorough preparations.
That's enough.
The Poison Goo Master said confidently.
Yeah? Such arrogance? You don't take the righteous masters of Dong Province seriously? 13 powerful experts suddenly appeared behind Bai Ziyuan. Let's all attack together. Let me see just how weak the righteous masters really are.
Poison Goo Master said calmly.
Kill him. One person then shouted.
13 masters unleashed their full power. With the terrifying surge of true energy, sand and stones flew everywhere, and the strength of the attack was beyond the imagination of those present.
Father, you really brought a group of truly skilled experts. Baianin was overjoyed.
I don't believe he can withstand such a powerful attack from so many people, Bai Zhenyu said dismissively. He's so confident instead of using poison, he's going to fight head-on. He really doesn't respect the righteous path. Bai Zhantang smiled, as if he could see the dawn of victory. 13 masters attacking at the same time, how can you possibly lose? They're all useless. The Poison Goo Master smiled coldly, and with a palm strike of his right hand, a black true energy instantly rushed towards the righteous expert. The two people at the front suddenly sensed something was wrong and tried to avoid it, but they still absorbed some of the black energy immediately. Blood flowed from their 7 orifices, one clutched his head, and the other covered his ears before collapsing to the ground with a thud.
Sizzle! They emanated a corrosive aura and were rapidly decaying at a visible rate. Oh no, he's covered in poison.
The remaining 11 people realized what was happening and switched from offense to defense.
Coward!
The Poison Goo Master was even more disdainful. This person didn't even have the courage to attack. He continued to strike, unleashing streams of poisonous gas that enveloped the people.
Before long, they all collapsed.
13 experts could only hold out for a few dozen seconds before they all died suddenly.
They're all dead? Bai Ziyuan's expression changed drastically.
The others held their breath, not daring to make a sound.
These senior masters have all perished. If they rashly attack, they will only be throwing their lives away.
Who else? The Poison Goo Master said casually, mocking everyone.
What arrogance!
Suddenly a loud shout came from the sky, and a figure descended from the sky.
Who gave you the confidence to be a mere poison user? Another figure arrived shortly afterward. Master, Uncle Master, you finally arrived! Fei Yang exclaimed with joy.
The two who arrived were the two strongest masters of the Five Tigers sect. The one dressed in white is his martial uncle, Linghu Tianzuan, the other, exuding a powerful aura, is Linghu Tianhua. The two are not only brothers but also fellow disciples, and their strength is close to that of a Grandmaster realm.
Sect leader Linghu, Elder Linghu, you finally arrived. Bai Ziyuan breathed a sigh of relief.
There were some delays on the way, but fortunately we arrived in time. Linghu Tianhu nodded.
You are the last elite of the Five Tigers sect, aren't you? It's truly surprising that they have the audacity to show up here. I advise you to leave as soon as possible and not get involved in this mess, otherwise the entire Five Tigers sect will be wiped out of the martial arts world. The Poison Goo Master said with a cold laugh. Expulsion? You have the ability? I am enough to deal with evil and heretical practices.
Linghu Tianzuan said proudly. After saying that, he walked straight ahead.
Wait! Suddenly, a loud shout came from behind. Su Hao, what exactly do you mean? You don't dare to make a move yourself, and you even want to stop my martial uncle? Fei Yang was very unhappy. What do you have to say? Linghu Tianzuan asked disdainfully, seeing that Su Hao was young.
Senior Linghu, do not underestimate the Poison Goo Master, or you will suffer a great loss, Su Hao warned sincerely.
Get out of my way! Linghu Tianzuan roared. 437, Chapter 437. So powerful. Senior, I meant no harm.
The Poison Goo Master is extremely powerful, we must not underestimate him. My opinion is that the two of you working together might be able to withstand 3 of their moves. Su Hao said loudly.
What did you say? We are the only 2 masters in the Five Tigers sect. To pay such a mere Poison Goo Master, it takes 2 people to work together? Could his strength even reach the Grandmaster realm? Linghu Tianzuan was furious.
Their status in the martial arts world of Dong province is absolutely top tier, second only to the 5 Grandmasters. Either brother alone is strong enough to contend with everyone from the other sects.
If we unite, wouldn't that be bullying people?
They are senior masters of the righteous path. To use numbers to bully the few would be a laughingstock. Linghu Tianzuan, you should listen to this young man. Has just one person, he's only wasting his life. Poison Goo Master said coldly.
Arrogant. Linghu Tianzuan insisted on going his own way. Hey, I was just trying to give you some good advice, why won't you listen?
Su Hao sighed. Linghu Tianzuan is, after all, the Bai family's reliance, and it would be a real pity to lose such a master. But since things have already come to this point, there's nothing that can be done if he's unwilling to accept the advice. Hey Su, if you're not strong enough, don't spout such ridiculous nonsense.
Fei Yang said disdainfully, this is my martial uncle, not an ordinary righteous expert. Do you even know how strong a half-step Grandmaster really is? A half-step Grandmaster?
Su Hao smiled. Was this really that strong? He even glanced at Huang Yoji, who was about the same level as this person.
You frog in a well, you'll never reach that level in your lifetime. How dare you question your master's strength? Wan Jun said unhappily. Watch closely, let me show you the strength of a master. Bai Yu said proudly. Su Hao, stop causing trouble. Can't you just shut up if you don't have the ability? Bai Yu Fang sneered. This is your best learning opportunity. Try to understand it well, and you may be able to improve your level. Bai Yilong said. Su Hao sighed. Since everyone says so, let's leave it at that. Continuing to persuade them will only make them more annoying. Linghu Tianhua, are you really going to just watch your brother die? Poison Goo Master looked at the Five Tigers sect leader and said disdainfully. Enough with the nonsense. Killing you is as easy as slaughtering a chicken. Why would I need my brother's help? Ling Hu Tianzuan said confidently.
After saying that, he immediately took action. As they flew into the air and thrust their swords out, 3 afterimages appeared. This was a technique the two brothers had devised, called One Chi transforms into 3 pure ones. One move became 3, tripling its power.
With such powerful moves, how could he possibly be afraid of the Poison Goo Master? However, the technique is good. It's a pity the person isn't good enough.
Poison Goo Master said coldly with a thought. The black energy that appeared on his body instantly condensed into 7 clones, which were even more powerful than Ling Hu Tianzuan's One Chi transforms into 3 pure ones.
Not good.
Ling Hu Tianzuan realized something was wrong, but the attack had already begun, and stopping would only make things worse. His offensive was undeniably powerful, and he used this move with even greater precision and efficiency than he usually did during his training.
But when the Phantom was hit, things immediately went wrong. The Poison Goo Master's greatest skill is Goo, a type of poison, followed by poison.
The Goo poison needs to be prepared in advance and is not easily used. However, poison gas can be produced at will and can be released at will. These phantoms are also formed from poison gas. After Ling Hu Tianzuan shattered the weapon, he smelled a pungent odor. He had no choice but to hold his breath, and his attack paused. It was this small opening that Poison Goo Master immediately seized upon. Among masters, a slight difference can lead to a huge error. With a single, simple, and direct move, Black Tiger strikes the heart, instantly sending Ling Hu Tianzuan flying. The blood he coughed up was also black. This attack was, in fact, highly poisonous.
Uncle Master.
Fei Yang was stunned. The Poison Goo Master was powerful and cunning. Fighting him required being on your toes, otherwise you would face a fatal crisis if you lost focus.
Give me your life.
Ling Hu Tianhua was very unhappy. He jumped up from the ground, drew his sharp sword, and slashed at the back of the Poison Goo Master, forcing him to come back to his aid and preventing him from pursuing Ling Hu Tianzuan.
Isn't it still 2 against 1? Even righteous people are so untrustworthy?
The Poison Goo Master countered with a palm strike, blocking the attack.
Nonsense. There's no need to talk about chivalry when dealing with a scoundrel like you. Ling Hu Tianhua rebuked angrily.
Very well, let me see how much stronger you are than your brother. The Poison Goo Master launched another attack, with the phantom of poisonous gas still appearing behind him. Ling Hu Tianhua was much more cautious, not daring to rashly shatter the poison gas. The lessons of the past were clear. Inhaling the poison gas would reduce one's strength by at least half. However, what he didn't expect was that the Poison Goo Master was far stronger than him. The poison gas phantom only created psychological pressure. In reality, with 2 swift palm strikes, one knocked away his weapon,
and the other landed a direct hit.
He was sent flying backwards, landing right next to Ling Hu Tianzuan. The 2 only top experts of the 5 Tigers sect, combined, could only withstand 5 moves from Ling Hu Tianzuan.
Master! Fei Yang shouted loudly. Is this the power of the Poison Goo Master? Even in a direct confrontation, neither the master nor his master could stand a chance. It's a pity the 2 of them didn't join forces. Bai Ziyuan felt that Su Hao's suggestion was perfectly reasonable. Unfortunately, these 2 were too arrogant.
Now, each person is defeated individually, and all are injured.
Even if we unite now, it will be too late. Poison Goo Master, just what is your strength? Ling Hu Tianzuan retorted, unconvinced.
When this person fought Bai Yilong, the strength he displayed was only at the half-step Grandmaster level, right? At the time, I thought that since their levels were the same, they should at least be evenly matched. I never expected the result to be so unexpected. He actually lost miserably.
Idiot. Of course I'm better than you. Otherwise, why would I dare to appear here?
The Poison Goo Master sneered. Everyone thought that he was so strong because he used poison and goo, but little did they know that poison and goo were just icing on the cake. Without strong strength as a support, no matter how fancy the attack was, it was useless.
Hard power is the key.
Last month, he finally reached the Grandmaster realm.
Could it be? You're already a Grandmaster? Ling Hu Tianhua's expression changed drastically. The answer is almost obvious. Defeating 2 half-step Grandmasters in just a few moves, who but a true Grandmaster could do that? That's right. This time, you guessed right.
The Poison Goo Master said proudly. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed drastically. Grandmasters were the pinnacle of martial arts in the eastern province. No one had expected that the Poison Gu Master's strength was already so formidable. Linghu Tianzuan and Linghu Tianhua were speechless. Even if the two of them joined forces, they could only hold out for a few more moves. They had no chance of winning. 438, Chapter 438 Offensive. The difference between a half-step grandmaster and a grandmaster is tenfold. Relying solely on numbers cannot bridge the gap between the two levels. That's not fair. He's a heretic, how can he be so strong? Fei Yang was furious. The Poison Gu Master had done so many bad things, yet he possessed such power. It was truly shameful for the righteous path. Fair? Is there any fairness in this world? If you actually believe that, you're being incredibly naive. Fairness will only be in the hands of the strong. Without strength, you're nothing but an ant, deserving only to be trampled upon. The Poison Gu Master grinned maliciously. His laughter was laced with boundless anger. If we're talking about the injustice of fate, his lineage has the most to say. As members of the same Bai family branch, they had done nothing wrong, yet due to collusion from within and without, they became the target of everyone. In the end, only he survived, all the rest of the clansmen perished. His parents and his relatives, without exception, were all ruthlessly slaughtered. At that moment, he secretly made a vow. One day he will rise above others, reclaim his treasure map, rebuild the Bai family, and destroy all forces that have harmed the family. He finally reached the Grandmaster level and prepared to take revenge step by step and reclaim everything he had lost. At this point, it's ridiculous that someone would talk to him about fairness. Master, what should we do? The Bai family members were a little confused. The current situation is extremely unfavorable to them. The Poison Gu Master's strength is far too great. He has already reached the Grandmaster realm, and with the current strength of the Bai family, they are probably no match for him. However, admitting defeat is not an option either. The Poison Gu Master is ruthless and will certainly not let anyone go. Poison Gu Master, if I hand over the treasure map, will you spare my two daughters? Bai Ziyuan knew the answer, but he still wanted to try asking. Impossible. The entire Bai family deserves to die. Hand over the treasure map, and I'll only make your deaths easier. Otherwise, everyone will suffer countless torments. The Poison Gu Master said coldly. Master, let's fight him to the death. The young people of the Bai family could no longer hold back. Since things have come to this point and no one can escape it, we might as well die standing and fight him to the bitter end. Fight to the death. Bai Ziyuan steeled his resolve and shouted. With everyone working together, they charged towards the Poison Gu Master. It works? Now that the Poison Gu Master had revealed his cultivation level, he no longer concealed anything. In an instant, dark clouds gathered, shrouding the entire world in black mist. Countless fumes churned and rolled, instantly withering the surrounding flowers, plants, and trees. A black hand the size of a mountain appeared in the sky and pressed down. Its earth-shattering aura controlled everyone. The mere presence of a Grandmaster was enough to terrify everyone, leaving no room for resistance. They watched helplessly as the dark hand pressed down, rendering them unable to move and plunging them into despair. Su Hao frowned. This opponent was quite strong. Should he try to play with him? The next moment, a powerful aura appeared from the side, instantly providing a strong backing for the Bai family members, releasing them from the oppressive force and restoring their freedom. Meanwhile, an astonishing fist emerged from the ground, surging upwards. Boom! The two attacks collided amidst lightning and thunder, as if it were the end of the world. They actually tied. Old Huang, you've been hiding your strength too? Su Hao was amazed. Last time, Huang Youji didn't show much of his strength because Wang Mang was weak. Now it's different. Facing the Poison Gu Master, he's using the power of a Grandmaster. His strength was actually at the Grandmaster level. Old Huang, you're actually this strong? We haven't neglected the Bai family all these years, have we? Bai Ziyuan was stunned. This strength was comparable to that of a Grandmaster, yet he was working as a servant in the Bai family. A true master doesn't reveal their abilities, and a master who reveals their abilities isn't a true master. Old Huang, you've really fooled us. Bai Zhiruo smiled. Just now, the strength he displayed wasn't as strong as it is now. I understand now. It wasn't your daughter who killed Wang Mang, it was you. Bai Yilong found it strange at the time Huang Niu's strength was obvious at a glance, so how could she possibly defeat Wang Mang? It turns out that when she said someone died because of her, she didn't mean she did it, but rather her father did it. You, a grandmaster, are actually working as a servant in the Bai family? A person like you is a disgrace to the martial arts world of the South. The Poison Gu master was furious. Who would have thought that just when it seemed Bai Ziyuan's lineage was about to be wiped out, a grandmaster would suddenly appear? This person was so well hidden that no outsider could possibly guess who he was. What's there to be ashamed of? I once owed the Bai family a favor, and now I'm just repaying that favor. Huang Youji said calmly. Returning a favor? Bai Jiruo's heart skipped a beat, and she thought of a possibility. She blurted out, "You are not Huang Youji, your name is Huang Shihu." Upon hearing this, everyone's faces lit up with surprise. Huang Shihu was a legendary figure, on par with Ouyang Ke because he was younger. He was even considered the most promising person in the southern martial arts world to break through to the Grandmaster realm and reach the Great Ascension level. Who would have thought it would appear in a place like this? I see. By Ziyuan's side originally, they did not want to use this favor, but now it seems that Huang Shihu has been repaying the favor in his own way without them realizing it. Dad, why did you hide it so well? Huang Niu said with delight. Niu, I'll say it again, a simple life is the best once you enter the world of martial arts. It's like entering a deep sea, nothing is easy to control. Huang Shihu seemed to have some secret he couldn't reveal right now. You bastard, Huang Shihu. They've even abandoned their dignity. Even so what? The new generation surpasses the old. I refuse to believe I can't beat you today. Poison Gu Master Cold. The road is cold. He was a recently advanced master and wanted to challenge this martial arts senior to see just how strong he really was. I don't want to kill anyone, and I have no grudge against you. Leave now, and I won't hold it against you. As Huang Shihu spoke, he suddenly grew more than 10 centimeters taller, and his appearance changed considerably. Now he was tall and imposing, without any trace of timidity. At a glance, he looked like a middle-aged grandmaster. Yeah? The Poison Gu master's eyes flickered. He had no intention of giving up so easily. He refused to believe that there could be such a large difference in strength between grandmasters. If he couldn't win, couldn't he at least run away? Defeating a legendary figure could bring him a good reputation when rebuilding his family later. If he defeats a legend, won't he become the new legend? Are you really going to make a move? Huang Shihu asked coldly. That's right. I've prepared for this for so long, how can I leave so easily? Poison Gu Master, he said in a deep voice, billowing black smoke rising from his body as he prepared for his strongest attack. Chapter 439 Surprise. Everyone, stand back. Huang Shihu roared. The Bai family members retreated several meters. The same applies to the 5 members of the 5 Tigers sect. Only Su Hao stood still, without any reaction. Brother Su, the Poison Gu master is a master of poisons, don't get so close. Suanan reminded him. I'm not afraid of poison. Su Hao shook his head calmly. Mr. Su, your influence is truly unfathomable, Huang Shihu said with some emotion as he glanced over. Likewise, we're not enemies, there's no competition between us, Su Hao said calmly. That's right. Huang Shihu laughed heartily. I should thank you more for guiding Niu in her training. You're welcome, Su Hao smiled. The Poison Gu master was furious. How did these two end up chatting? Don't you know that now is the time for the decisive battle? Or perhaps Huang Shihu felt that his opponent was easily defeated? Hateful. The Poison Goo Master hardened his heart and launched an attack without any hesitation. His true energy erupted, transforming into countless plumes of black smoke that formed a giant skull in the air, carrying countless poisonous gases, and charged towards Huang Shihu. As the gas was applied, everyone felt dizzy and lightheaded after just one sniff. By Ziyuan, recalling the toxic gas at the annual meeting, felt uneasy, wondering if anyone would be affected again. Using poison is the most despicable tactic. Huang Shihu roared, clenched his fist, and punched out. The entire space seemed to crack open, and all the black energy instantly entered the chaotic spacetime. He then flicked out a finger, and the sharp true energy was comparable to a missile, instantly hitting the Poison Goo Master. Bang! This true energy also exploded. The wound on the injured person, resembling the size of a bull, appeared. Huang Shihu won? Linghu Tianhua couldn't believe it, and he won so easily, as if an adult were disciplining a child, without even using his killing move. Even among grandmasters, there is a world of difference. If Huang Shihu is the ceiling of this realm, then Poison Goo Master is the passing grade. It's the difference between 100 points and 60 points. By the time Poison Goo Master decided to make his move, he had already been defeated. The Grandmaster realm is truly powerful. Linghu Tianzuan muttered to himself. He too dreamed of breaking through his cultivation level and becoming a Grandmaster. Now it seemed he was still quite far off. Perhaps he would never reach that level in this lifetime. Huang Shihu gave him a sense of something unattainable. Master can't even beat him? The Netherworld Blood Demon didn't dare move at all. His strength was simply no match for Huang Shihu, as he estimated that Huang Shihu could crush him with a single finger. Huang Shihu, with such strength, why are you helping the Bai family? With the two of us joining forces, what is there to worry about in conquering the martial arts world of the South? The Poison Goo Master is ambitious, and it's hard to understand what this reclusive master is thinking. Is it really necessary to be so aggressive and confrontational? There are always people better than you. You can never become the strongest in the end. You will only be consumed by desire and suffer a miserable end. Huang Shihu's Dao heart was not something he could shake. That sounds nice, but I still want to fight you to the death. The Poison Goo Master suddenly roared. You still dare to make a move? Huang Shihu's face darkened. He had already shown mercy, but the other party couldn't even tell. Otherwise what? I'll never admit defeat in this lifetime. The Poison Goo Master was furious. His aura grew stronger and stronger, and the surrounding poisonous gas increased. Huang Shihu was getting a little nervous. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered. If the Poison Goo Master were to launch a reckless attack, they would have to take it seriously. Run! The Poison Goo Master suddenly turned and ran away in the blink of an eye. He had run dozens of meters. Master, wait for me. The Netherworld Blood Demon was stunned. It turned out that even the Poison Goo Master was afraid of death. He hurriedly followed. What a clown! Huang Shihu glanced at it, then turned around, grabbed Linghu Tianzuan's longsword, gripped it tightly, and slashed out fiercely. To everyone's horror, this sword strike seemed to shatter the entire sky, powerful and swift. Oops. The Poison Goo Master sensed something was wrong behind him. This sword light actually possessed a locking ability, demonstrating the terrifying extent of Huang Shihu's control over true energy. He dared not stop, otherwise he would surely be intercepted. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the Netherworld Blood Demon following behind, and immediately grabbed him and threw him into the air. Bang! The chief disciple had no time to react before Huang Shihu cleaved him into dust with a sword strike from an extremely long distance. Pity! Su Hao sighed. The angle and power of that sword strike were just right. If it weren't for the Poison Goo Master sacrificing his eldest disciple, he would never have been able to escape unscathed. That's his fate. Huang Shihu failed to defeat the man with a single sword strike, so he didn't bother to continue. He turned around and returned the weapon to the 5 Tigers sect members, a calm smile on his face. Dad, are you just going to let him go like that? Huang Niu was not happy. Letting a tiger return to the mountain would cause endless trouble. It's true that we can't catch up to you. Think I'm a god. He's so far ahead, how can I close the gap? Huang Shihu said calmly, but there's no need to worry too much. Even if he uses his disciple's life to block this sword, the overflowing sword energy will be enough for him to bear. Master Huang, do you mean he's already injured? Bai Ziyuan was overjoyed.
Serious injury is inevitable. Huang Shihu nodded, speaking with arrogance. If there's no result to his attack, why bother making a move?
Very well, I'll send men to chase after them right now. Bai Ziyuan mobilized his troops, sending a team of experts to chase after the direction the Poison Goo Master had left in. After making this arrangement, he said to Huang Shihu again, Master Huang, without you, our family would be finished today.
Really?
Huang Shihu felt that there was still a master who hadn't made a move yet.
Master Huang, the Bai family will do their best to help you with anything you need in the future. Busy, Bai Ziyuan solemnly promised.
No need, I was just repaying a debt of gratitude. Now I'm even with your family. Huang Shihu shook his head.
Dad, he's a grandmaster, he doesn't need our help at all. Don't flatter yourself, Bai Zhiruo said with a smile.
Ha ha ha. They exchanged smiles. Yes, Huang Shihu was in trouble, and now the Bai family was helping him out. In the darkness, the Poison Goo Master walked further and further away.
If someone followed, they would see a trail of blood behind them. He was still injured by the sword energy. I never imagined that Huang Shihu was so strong. Can he protect for a time, or can he protect forever?
The Poison Goo Master was extremely unwilling. All his plans had been ruined by one person. He walked slower and slower, his injuries flaring up, causing him excruciating pain all over his body. The Poison Goo Master was even more unwilling. He was already a grandmaster, yet he was still injured. This was utterly outrageous.
We're almost there.
Just as the Poison Goo Master's consciousness was about to collapse, a wooden house appeared before him, and a hint of surprise flashed across his face.
440, Chapter 440 Roar. Someone come quick!
The Poison Goo Master shouted. Several disciples of the Poison Goo sect immediately came out of the wooden house. They were very surprised to see that he was seriously injured.
Master, what's wrong with you? Someone actually injured you? Quickly, bring Master inside.
Several people hurriedly helped the Poison Goo Master into the wooden house. Inside sat a stunningly beautiful woman, practicing poisonous insect techniques. Before her sat an incense burner, from which mysterious black smoke billowed. Numerous poisonous insects crawled on her body.
Senior Sister Xiao.
Several junior brothers and sisters addressed this person respectfully.
Master, how did you get injured?
She turned around, immediately stopped cultivating, and looked at the injured Poison Goo Master with a surprised expression.
Mainyang, you are now the person I trust most. Quickly, heal my wounds.
As the Poison Goo Master spoke, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood.
Good.
Xiao Mainyang took out a pill, fed it to the Poison Goo Master, and then used her inner energy to heal his injuries.
Half an hour later, the Poison Goo Master's complexion had improved considerably. Damn yellow lion tiger.
After recovering, the Poison Goo Master said angrily. Today's plan was so perfect. As long as he used the Bai family members as hostages, he could threaten Bai Ziyuan and obtain the treasure map. Unexpectedly, Huang Shihu appeared out of nowhere and ruined everything.
He now hates this person to the core. You mean the legendary Master Huang Shihu? Xiao Mainyang asked in surprise. Hasn't this person disappeared a long time ago? How could it reappear? And it just so happened that they appeared at the Bai family's residence?
Yes, it was he who ruined my plans, the Poison Goo Master said indignantly, then changed the subject, saying, but he also brought me an opportunity.
Master, what does this mean? Xiao Mainyang asked curiously. Mainyang, I ask you, what sect are we?
The Poison Goo Master suddenly asked. Of course it's the Poison Goo sect. I am the senior sister of the Poison Goo sect now, Xiao Mainyang said with a smile. Her status has risen since Zheng Buhui died last time.
The death of the Netherworld Blood Demon today will only solidify its position. Wrong.
The Poison Goo sect was only founded by me. It's small in scale and not very powerful. My true sect is called the Poison Goo cult, which is one of the top 3 evil sects. The Poison Goo Master proudly announced.
Xiao Mainyang frowned. What kind of sect is this? Could it be the poisonous Goo demon cult? Divine religion is their own name. In the eyes of the righteous sects, it is regarded as a demonic cult. This is because this sect has done many heinous things.
The poison goo master was just one of the disciples. He was expelled from the sect for making a mistake and founded the poison goo sect, which committed so many evil deeds it is conceivable that the things done by the poison goo divine cult headquarters were even more terrifying.
Master, what is the relationship between the poison goo cult and Huang Shihu?
Xiao Meinyang blinked her beautiful big eyes and asked curiously.
You just don't understand.
When Huang Shihu was young, he once swore to wipe out the poison goo cult. He called himself a messenger of justice and caused a lot of trouble for our cult until one day, the holy maiden of the cult appeared and fought him for 3 days and 3 nights without a clear winner. The two also fell in love during this battle and secretly pledged their lives to each other.
This holy maiden is Yi Yueru, Huang Shihu's wife. Poison goo master said in a deep voice. Xiao Meinyang was stunned. Who would have thought that there was such an entanglement between Huang Shihu and the poison goo cult?
The marriage of a so-called grandmaster of the righteous path to a holy maiden of the demonic sect would undoubtedly have caused a bloodbath. At the time, Huang Shihu's seclusion was inextricably linked to this event. The saintess holds a very important position within the church and is regarded as the successor to the church leader.
After Yi Yueru and Huang Shihu got married, her whereabouts became unknown.
From then on, the successor of the poison goo cult remained vacant.
Master, what exactly is your plan? Xiao Meinyang still hasn't figured it out. Meinyang, you are a smart person. The poison goo cult values bloodlines. Who do you think will be its future successor?
The poison goo master asked with a smile.
You mean Huang Shihu has a daughter?
Xiao Meinyang's heart stirred, and a hint of surprise appeared on her face.
Yes.
I discovered by chance today that Huang Shihu has a daughter named Huang Nyonyo, who is not very strong right now. If I can capture her and take her to the poison goo cult after I recover, it will be a great achievement.
At that time, I will be the guide for the future leader. Returning to the poison goo sect will be a natural thing, won't it?
Once I join the poison goo cult, I won't be afraid of the Bai family, or even the Shu Mountain sect. Poison goo master said viciously.
Master, this is truly precious news. But I can't understand why Master told me this. Xiao Meinyang sighed.
You are Master's most trusted disciple, said the poison goo master.
Meinyang is truly flattered. However, I am wondering why Meinyang didn't capture Huang Nyonyo herself and bring her back to the poison goo cult. You're injured and old now, what can you do if you go back?
You old poison master, your potential is exhausted. Make way for your disciple,
Xiao Meinyang suddenly said. What do you mean? You want to rebel?
The poison goo master was furious. He suddenly waved his hand, about to kill Xiao Meinyang with a single blow.
Suddenly, I realized something was wrong. Severe pain all over my body.
Suddenly, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of black blood, completely stunned.
Was the pill poisoned? Meinyang, why are you treating your master like this? I treated you so well, how could you be so heartless?
The poison goo master looked utterly incredulous.
You old scoundrel of poisons. You really have a bad memory. Don't you remember, 15 years ago, you did it for a little bit of profit? So, you went and led your men straight into the Xiao family compound, slaughtering over 1,000 members of our clan?
I joined the poison goo sect for revenge, enduring humiliation and swallowing my pride, all for this day.
The hatred of killing one's father and wiping out one's entire family is irreconcilable. Do you still need to ask why? Xiao Meinyang said angrily.
You're insane. Deceiving your master and betraying your ancestors is a grave taboo in the martial arts world, the poison goo master said in horror.
Ah, you finally met your match.
Even if you beg me, I will not spare you today, Xiao Meinyang said coldly.
Senior sister, you.
Inside the wooden house, the others, who were loyal to the poison goo master, suddenly stepped forward, wanting to rescue him. However, just as they were about to make their move, they sensed something was wrong. Inside the wooden cabin, rustling sounds came from the countless venomous scorpions crawling all over everyone.
You old scoundrel of poisons, I have to thank you for teaching me so well. She sneered. No.
The poison goo master roared in anger. His voice was quickly heard by the poisonous scorpion devouring demon. He spent his life dealing with poisons, but in the end, he still died from poisonous fog. 441, Chapter 441 The Poison Master is dead. In the Bai family hall, only Huang Shihu and Su Hao were present. The others stood outside consciously, not daring to approach at all. That's Huang Shihu, his personal appearance is enough to earn the respect of the entire Bai family.
What are they talking about?
Baianin was very curious, but she couldn't read lips.
I'd like to know too, Bai Zhiruo smiled.
There was another person who wanted to know at this moment. Huang Nianniu, however, her injuries were quite serious, and she was undergoing an examination by the Bai family doctor while taking healing pills given to her by Su Hao.
Mr. Su, if I hadn't intervened, could you have withstood the attack of the poison goo master?
Huang Shihu said directly.
There shouldn't be any major problems, Su Hao smiled.
It seems I should continue to hide my identity, but for my daughter's sake, I dare not take the risk. Huang Shihu was partly to repay a debt of gratitude, but also worried that if the poison goo master went on a killing spree, he might drag Huang Nianniu into danger as well.
You're so good to Nianniu. Su Hao sighed, thinking of his own father, whose approach to things was completely different. Huang Shihu was truly capable of taking action, regardless of the cost. But my identity has still been exposed.
Su Hao thought that his mention of being exposed was merely about his status as a grandmaster. I didn't expect that after it was explained, I would find out that the poison goo cult existed.
Old Huang, you actually kidnapped someone Saintus? Su Hao clicked his tongue in amazement. This was something no ordinary person could do.
What a joke, I was very handsome back then, Huang Shihu said proudly, but then immediately said with distress, after I reveal my true identity, I believe it will soon spread throughout the martial arts world that Nianniu is Yuru's daughter, who is also the current holy maiden of the poison goo sect. This is a huge deal for both the righteous and the demonic paths. The future will definitely be filled with bloodshed and chaos. And Nianniu's situation will also be extremely dangerous.
Su Hao nodded.
This was to be expected. With Huang Nianniu's identity being exposed, she will become the target of public criticism. Both the righteous and the demonic paths desire her. Therefore, I have an idea. I hope Mr. Su can take in Nianniu and let her follow you as a maid.
Huang Shihu said. Is this appropriate? She is a saint. Su Hao hesitated.
Is it inappropriate, Mr. Su? Don't think I don't know about your relationship with Nianniu. When Huang Shihu suddenly looked over, he already had a very troubled expression. In a way, Su Hao is just like that blonde guy. Huang Nianniu was infatuated with him back then and slept with him for one night. Although more rules were introduced later, the fact that the two had a relationship could not be changed.
This Su Hao was embarrassed.
Don't worry, I won't expose this. It was Nianniu's own choice, so it's not your fault, but if others find out about this, you'll be the next me.
Huang Shihu carried a hint of threat. So, I have to take responsibility for Nianniu? Su Hao said, both amused and exasperated. You have to take responsibility, you're a man.
Huang Shihu emphasized. Su Hao had a feeling that if he refused now, Huang Shihu would definitely beat him up without hesitation. Calling him sir now was already being polite. Later, they would be enemies. Alright, Su Hao had no choice but to say, I promise you, I will take care of Nianniu.
The sins we have committed must be borne.
That's more like it. I'll come back to you after I've explained the situation to Nianniu. Huang Shihu said, then walked out of the hall and left with Huang Nianniu.
Just as they disappeared, the entire Bai family gathered around. Seeing everyone's focused expressions, Su Hao smiled. Is your family also gossipy?
He said first.
Xiao Su, what exactly did Huang Shihu talk to you about? The first person to ask this was Bai Ziyuan.
Yes, what exactly did you talk about?
Baianin was very concerned.
It's a very simple matter. He might be leaving for a while, so he asked me to take care of Huang Nianniu. We also chatted about some past events in the martial arts world.
Su Hao said calmly. It's best not to reveal Huang Nianniu's identity for now.
If people told me, it would be quite frightening. After all, she is the holy maiden of the poison goo master's sect, and it's hard to say whether the Bai family can accept her identity.
So That's all we talked about? Bayanin was a little disappointed, it didn't seem like anything special. Young Master Su.
The old butler suddenly walked in, holding a sandalwood box in his hand.
What's going on? Su Hao asked, frowning.
Someone just delivered this, saying it's a gift from Miss Xiao to Mr. Su. The old butler said.
Miss Xiao? Everyone's expression changed. Isn't that Xiao Meinyang?
The Bai family had a very deep impression of her, she almost wiped out their entire Poison Gu sect disciples all by herself.
Su Hao, are you friends with Xiao Meinyang in private? Don't you know that she is an enemy of the Bai family?
Bai Yufang said unhappily.
Wrong.
To be honest, Xiao Meinyang didn't do anything heinous. The deaths of your mother and Bai Wuji were caused by other members of the Poison Gu sect. She was just pushed out and used as a tool.
Su Hao explained calmly. Impossible, what evidence do you have? Bai Yufang simply didn't believe it. Evidence? It's in here.
Su Hao pointed to the sandalwood box.
Open. No, everyone be careful.
Bai Yufang's expression changed, and she shouted loudly.
None of the Bai family members dared to open the box. Everyone was filled with fear. This was sent by Xiao Meinyang. What if it contains some deadly poison, wouldn't we be in trouble?
Su Hao laughed. The Bai family was truly bitten by a snake once and was afraid of ropes for 10 years.
I'm going to open the box now. I'm sure you'll be amazed by this thing. At the same time, you will understand that Xiao Meinyang is not your enemy.
After he finished speaking, he opened the wooden box directly. Upon closer inspection, everyone realized that it wasn't a poisonous creature at all, inside was just a bloodied head.
It was the deceased Poison Gu Master. The Poison Master is dead? Died at the hands of Xiao Meinyang? Everyone was stunned. Su Hao, how did you know there was a head inside?
Bai Yufang was a little embarrassed. Xiao Meinyang's actions were enough to prove that she was not an enemy of the Bai family, and could even be considered a benefactor of the Bai family. You don't practice martial arts, so you don't know the aura of the Poison Gu Master. The poison on his body is too obvious. As Su Hao spoke, he dripped the black blood from the head onto the ground.
Sizzle!
2 small holes appeared directly in the floor tiles. Even if he dies, he will still retain a deadly poison. Someone, take it out and cremate it. Bai Ziyuan immediately ordered. Pass down the word that the Poison Gu Master is dead, and all precautions are now lifted.
Very good. That devil is finally dead. Our Bai family can finally have a good new year. The entire Bai family breathed a sigh of relief. 442, Chapter 442. Charge in. The Nangong family.
Nangong Yu sat in the pavilion, frowning in deep thought. Could he learn from Wu Juanbao's method of suppressing his strength? It seemed unlikely. His current strength was already quite good. If he forcibly suppressed it, it might backfire.
So, is there any way to break through to the Grandmaster realm in a short period of time?
He had a feeling that his strength was somewhat insufficient. Suddenly, a figure appeared silently and stood beside him.
It was the mysterious woman wearing a mask. What is it? Nangong Yu asked calmly.
Something's happened, the Poison Gu Master is dead. The mysterious woman announced.
Huh, wasn't he already at the Grandmaster level? The Bai family actually has someone who can defeat him? Nangong Yu was stunned.
In fact, the recent breakthroughs of the Poison Gu Master were entirely due to the support of the Nangong family. His goal was simple, to divide the Bai family's treasure equally.
Unexpectedly, the expert we invested so much in training has died? Wouldn't all our efforts have been for nothing?
In other words, he is emotionally detached. If it were anyone else, they would have already started smashing things to vent their anger.
Not a member of the Bai family.
The mysterious woman said.
Could it be Su Hao? Nangong Yu frowned.
It's not Su Hao, it's Huang Shihu, the mysterious woman said.
Huang Shihu, he's actually a friend of the Bai family? Nangong Yu frowned. No matter how much they planned, who could have imagined that Huang Shihu would come to the Bai family on New Year's Eve? Young master, Huang Shihu has already come to the Bai family. Should we send someone to directly seize the treasure map?
The mysterious woman asked somewhat unwillingly.
We must not alert the enemy.
When the Bai family possessed the treasure map, fewer and fewer people knew about it after the death of the Poison Gu master. Even if we launch a large-scale attack and defeat the Bai family to obtain the treasure map, wouldn't other forces already know about it? The Nangong family is not powerful enough to be an enemy of the entire southern martial arts world.
Nangong Yu shook his head and refused. How about we spread the word about the treasure map?
The mysterious woman continued. That's the worst possible solution.
Nangong Yu refused again.
Young master, shall we bring Bai Jiruwa here? I'm 90% confident I can handle her if I take action, the mysterious woman said.
You never think things through. Even I'm a little wary of Bai Jiruwa's identity, otherwise why would I have tolerated her until now? The best course of action now is to cultivate the next head of the Bai family. Since Bai Ziyuan is unwilling to cooperate, then we should find a way to replace him.
The Bai family has 3 other brothers. Go and investigate them to see which one is willing to cooperate.
Nangong Yu waved his hand and said.
Young master is wise. The mysterious woman was overjoyed. This was probably the best solution. Supporting agents allows you to reap the greatest benefits without directly intervening.
Lin's Group, President's Office.
Lin Yao stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down upon the world on this New Year's Eve. Cold snowflakes drifted outside, and the lights of thousands of homes around her created a lively atmosphere. She was the only one who stayed here overnight. Even Su Hao couldn't make it in time because of the Bai family's affairs. Her mother, Chen Chunhua, brought Lin Hao's ashes home. She said that regardless of whether the murderer could be found, Xiao Hao couldn't be left to wander far from home during the new year. He should be returned to the ancestral home.
I am all alone.
Lin Yao held her phone, wanting to call Su Hao, but ultimately refrained from doing so. Just then, Lin Changqing, the head of the Lin family, made a phone call.
Yao, I heard you're still at the company? Lin Changqing's voice was full of affection. Master, how did you know? Did the company report my whereabouts to the police? Lin Yao was a little unhappy.
Don't overthink it. The reason is actually quite simple. I just called your grandfather, and he told me. Lin Changqing said.
I see.
Lin Yao smiled bitterly. She did speak with her family on the phone, and her grandfather asked if Su Hao was with her. She sadly replied that she was working overtime at the company alone.
Yao, you don't need to work so hard during the new year. Should I have the driver pick you up and bring you to the Lin family headquarters?
Let's have some fun and celebrate New Year's Eve together, Lin Changqing said warmly.
No need, I'm fine here now.
Lin Yao politely declined, then said, Patriarch, let's not beat around the bush. Please tell me what's on your mind.
Good, I like your straightforwardness. It's very simple. I'm preparing to retire.
Starting next year, the heavy responsibility of being the head of the Lin family will be entirely entrusted to you.
Lin Changqing announced. Lin Yao was stunned. On New Year's Eve, did he entrust the entire Lin family to her? That won't do. Forget about controlling the Lin family. I can't even handle the affairs of the group right now. How could I, at such a young age, possibly command the obedience of the Lin family?
Lin Yaoguang felt a headache just thinking about the opposing voices within the company.
Facing the entire Lin family would increase the difficulty tenfold. Yao, since I'm willing to give up my position, I'll definitely pave the way for you.
You can just agree this is a decision I've thought through carefully, and it's the best choice for everyone.
Lin Changqing promised.
Alright, thank you for your trust, Patriarch. I will definitely do my job well. Lin Yao had no choice but to agree. So this is the real New Year's gift.
The power I've always dreamed of is finally mine.
At the beginning of the new year, Su Hao received a call from Yi Long and came to the Kuanping gang.
Happy New Year, Chief Su.
Yi Long walked out excitedly.
Why are you so happy? Did you sleep with the neighbor's wife yesterday?
Su Hao joked with a smile.
Chief Su, you can't say things like that. Yi Long smiled helplessly, not daring to get angry, and simply said, Chief Su, the murderer you asked me to find has been caught yesterday. This person went home and tried to contact his family. He was having a family reunion dinner when our brothers who were staking out the place spotted him and brought him back immediately after a night of interrogation. He finally revealed the real culprit. Who exactly is it? Su Hao asked coldly. Hu Weitong. Yi Long said. It was him? Su Hao had thought it would be a more important person, but he never expected it to be this inconspicuous person. Hu Weitong was just the vice president of the Lin Group. Compared to Nan Gongyu and others, he was nothing at all. Perhaps it was precisely because of his lowly status that Su Hao didn't pay attention and repeatedly missed opportunities to investigate. It's not too late to find out now. Boss, according to the doctor who poisoned you, Hu Weitong has ulterior motives. He wants to use Lin Hao's death to make you and Miss Lin hate each other, even to the point of fighting, so that he can reap the benefits. Yi Long confessed honestly. The reason is so simple and unpretentious? Su Hao was furious and said, find his address and we'll go there immediately. 443, Chapter 443. You dare to me. Reporting to the leader, I have already ascertained his whereabouts, Yi Long said with a grin. Su Hao nodded in satisfaction. Since Wan Long joined the Kunpeng gang, Yi Long's enthusiasm had increased significantly. It seemed that competition was a good thing. Once the opportunity arose to subdue the other two gangs, his enthusiasm would only rise even higher. Come on, bring him along, let's go have some fun with him. Su Hao said with a sneer. Understood. Yi Long felt a chill run down his spine when he saw the cold smile. It seemed someone was about to be punished. The Kunpeng gang is no longer what it used to be. A dozen black sedans set off aggressively. At the Heaven and Earth nightclub, Hu Weitong stood at the entrance, accompanied by two beautiful women in cheongsams. When a middle-aged man in a tang suit walked in, he immediately bowed and scraped as he greeted him. Manager Jiang, it's been a long time, please come in. The man in the tang suit nodded arrogantly, then walked in with two beautiful women in his arms, laughing loudly. Inside the private room, various drinks and dishes had already been prepared, including several bottles of mutai and wuliangye. After Manager Jiang sat down, he began to grope the beautiful woman to his left. Manager Jiang, this is a small token of my appreciation, please accept it. Hu Weitong immediately took out a check and handed it over with a smile. Manager Jiang glanced at the package and, seeing it only contained 10 million, immediately became displeased. Without moving an inch, he even slapped the beautiful woman to his right hard across the face, angrily saying, You scoundrel, have no sense at all, what use are you? The beautiful woman covered her face, her eyes filled with tears of grievance. She hadn't done anything wrong, yet she had been slapped for no reason. Get out! Hu Weitong threw her out, then turned back and said with a smile, Manager Jiang, look at my memory, I forgot to take out a check. He didn't accept another check for 10 million, cursing under his breath. What is he? He's getting more and more greedy. That's more like it. Don't keep me in suspense next time, okay? Manager Jiang then accepted the money with a smile. Understood. Hu Weitong burped and snapped his fingers. 7 or 8 more beautiful women walked in and sat down in front of Steward Jiang. He knew the steward's hobbies were money and beautiful women, so he had to treat him well. Little Hu, you're a very sensible person. Steward Jiang smiled, took out a mysterious red jade bottle, handed it to him, and instructed, this stuff is very expensive and produced in low quantities, so you must use it sparingly. I can only bring out a few bottles a year, and I'm basically giving them all to you. I know, this thing is for saving lives, Hu Weitong said with a grin. Help? Steward Jiang raised an eyebrow, seemingly disdainful, but since this was how the other party used it, he couldn't say anything. Just then, the door was suddenly kicked open. Hu Weitong, you really know how to play games, hiding in a place like this on the first day of the Lunar New Year? Yi Long walked in coldly, followed by more than a dozen thugs, and said menacingly. Who are you? Do you know whose territory this is? How dare you come in and cause trouble? Hu Weitong said coldly. I know. Isn't this what you, Hu Weitong, have done? Does a mere Heaven and Earth club scare the Kunpeng gang? Yi Long said proudly. The Kunpeng gang is completely different now. After integrating the power of the Menglong gang, it is no longer what it used to be and is no longer afraid of ordinary families. I have no grudge against the Kuanping gang, so why would I cause trouble here? Huitong frowned and said unhappily. What a perfect excuse of having no grudges against each other. Su Hao then walked in, followed by a doctor with a bruised and swollen face. When Huitong saw Su Hao, he seemed disdainful, but when he saw the doctor, he immediately flew into a rage. Damn it, how dare you come back? Uncle Hu, is there anything wrong with me going home on New Year's Eve? The doctor cried. Who spends the new year all alone? A wife, children, and a warm bed or what make it New Year? Damn it, why the hell didn't you just die out there? Huitong said angrily. So, you admit that Lin Hao's death is related to you? Su Hao said coldly. Who is Lin Hao? How come I didn't know? Huitong immediately revealed a cunning look, refusing to admit it at all. Chief Yi, what should we do in this situation? Su Hao asked Yi Long with a smile. Simple. Leave it to me. Yi Long smiled confidently and nodded to the two thugs. The two men immediately walked up to Huitong, slammed him onto the coffee table, and one of them grabbed a wine bottle from the table and smashed it hard against Huitong's left hand. Clang! The bottle shattered, and his entire left hand was torn open, with shards of glass embedded in his flesh. Ah! Several beautiful women screamed in fright and got up at the same time, hiding in a corner. Get out! Out! Su Hao frowned. The women, feeling as if they had been granted a pardon, left without looking back. I'll ask you one more time, did you order someone to poison Lin Hao? Su Hao said coldly. No. Don't try to frame me. Huitong gritted his teeth, unwilling to admit it. Very well, let's see how long you can keep up this tough act. Yi Long sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, the thug picked up a second bottle and smashed it down on his right hand. The same scene repeated itself. This person's right hand was also torn and bleeding. Painful screams echoed throughout the nightclub. Su Hao, don't you know I'm the adopted son of the matriarch of the Lin family? You used such force, do you not respect the mistress of the house? Huitong said angrily, things have come to this point, so we can only resort to our background. The matriarch of the Lin family? I believe she is a reasonable person and would never protect a murderer. If she knew you had made a move on Lin Yao's brother, she might even try to expel you from the family. Su Hao sneered. If the mistress isn't stupid, she would definitely distance herself from the situation and wouldn't take the blame for what he did. If I guess wrong, then this proves that the mistress is just SOSO, someone who isn't tactful enough is even easier to deal with. Still being stubborn? Yi Long was unhappy. He wanted a good start, so he immediately picked up a ceramic bottle of Mutai liquor, walked up to Huitong, and smashed it on his head. Instantly, blood flowed freely. Huitong had never seen anything like this before. He was in so much pain that he was grimacing and almost fainted. Steward Jiang, please help me. Huitong had no choice but to plead with the man beside him. You're the one who's stupid. What good will bringing up a woman do? In the end, this world is ruled by the men who hold power. After watching the commotion for a while, Steward Jiang sneered and said, so you're Chief Su, right? I order you to apologize now. Daring to interrupt my womanizing is no small offense. Who the hell are you, daring to be so arrogant? Yi Long was displeased. How dare someone threaten the gang leader? What, you dare to mess with me? Manager Jiang raised an eyebrow, exuding the domineering aura of a superior, which made Yi Long dare not make any move. 444, Chapter 444. Like a dream. Su Hao, listen carefully. Chief Steward Jiang is not from the Eastern Province, but from Yanjing. He is the steward of a powerful family in the capital. How could you possibly compare to him? Huitong said proudly. Yi Long looked embarrassed, and a cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Good heavens, Huitong actually has connections with a powerful family in Yanjing? That's the capital of the Dragon Kingdom. Every family there is stronger than those in the Eastern Province. Even if the Jiang family were a second-rate family in Yanjing, they would be a force to be reckoned with in Dong Province. If it were a supreme family, they could probably wipe out the entire Eastern Province.
Fortunately, the Jiang family is not among the supreme families. Otherwise, Yi Long would have fainted on the spot.
Are you scared now? Steward Jiang is here, let's see how arrogant you still dare to be.
You, surnamed Su, apologize to Steward Jiang now. If he's in a better mood, he might forgive you. Remember, Steward Jiang loves money. If you pay him 30 to 50 million, he'll definitely let you off the hook.
Hui Tong laughed arrogantly.
What kind of Kunping gang is that? When faced with the powerful families of Yanjing, they still have to kneel down.
You're from Yanjing?
Su Hao frowned.
That's right.
You only get one chance. I advise you to apologize now. Otherwise, your Kunping gang will be wiped out of this world.
I can't believe it, said Steward Jiang arrogantly.
Steward Jiang, I'm so sorry.
We didn't know you were here. How about we put today's expenses into the Kunping gang's account? When I get back, I'll find you a few more beautiful women to serve you.
Yi Long turned pale with fright and ran over to apologize, trembling with fear.
Snap!
Manager Jiang stood up and slapped him hard across the face. Who do you think you are, daring to apologize? Do you think I need you to find me a woman? He was very dissatisfied, and his apology missed the point. Hui Tong explicitly hinted that an apology would require 50 million, but Yi Long simply wouldn't listen.
Manager Jiang, Yi Long is my deputy leader. I isn't it inappropriate for you to hit him like this?
Su Hao said calmly.
Not good? I'm going to teach you a lesson.
Come here. Manager Jiang slammed his fist on the table, making a loud thud, clearly very angry.
Are you sure you want me to walk there?
Su Hao frowned. Get over here. Steward Jiang shouted angrily.
Okay, Su Hao walked over.
When he got close, the other person raised his hand and slapped him hard. Yi Long sighed silently. This was the power and influence of the powerful families of Yanjing. Even Chief Su had to bow his head. However, what happened next greatly surprised him. All he saw was Su Hao grab his hand and suddenly throw him over his shoulder.
Snap!
Steward Jiang was flipped over and slammed onto the table, shattering into pieces. Countless shards of debris pierced his back. Blood gushed out immediately, and he looked even worse off than Hui Tong.
Su Hao, are you fucking insane? He's from Yanjing, how could you possibly compare to him?
Hui Tong stared wide-eyed, finding it unbelievable. Boss, it's not really necessary for you to stand up for me. Yi Long smiled awkwardly. He had only been slapped, but he could take it for the sake of the gang.
When did the Jiang family become so arrogant?
And he's just a dog kept by the Jiang family, nothing in Yanjing. Su Hao said coldly.
Grass. You don't even respect the Jiang family?
Steward Jiang was furious.
So noisy.
Su Hao stomped on him, knocking him unconscious. Immediately, the atmosphere in the private room became much more intimate. Yi Long was completely stunned and didn't know what to say. For a moment he knew that Chief Su was very powerful, but he didn't know that Chief Su didn't even put the Jiang family in his eyes. Su Hao's eyes flickered, and he saw the red jade bottle, which he picked up immediately.
Su Hao, put him down, are you a robber?
Hui Tong's expression changed drastically. This was his godmother's life-saving treasure. This thing. Su Hao opened the bottle cap, smelled it, and confirmed its origin. He said, You actually bought this from the Jiang family?
Of course, this is SK2 facial treatment essence. It's to prolong my godmother's life.
Hui Tong said coldly.
Prolonging life? Do you know that every medicine has some degree of toxicity?
The miracle water uses a mixture of poisons and elixirs, which can prolong your life but also cause chronic poisoning.
No matter who you use it on, their physical condition will definitely be much worse than before.
Su Hao said dismissively.
Nonsense, my godmother is perfectly fine.
Hui Tong's expression changed drastically, and he said with a fierce but weak tone.
Yi Long.
Su Hao brought up this, saying that it might come in handy sometime. If all else fails, he'll go back and do some research, and try to replicate the miracle water. With his order given again, Yi Long walked over coldly, causing Hui Tong to tremble and say, Don't hit me. I'm willing to confess.
Do we need you to explain?
As long as there are witnesses, whether you confess or not is completely unimportant.
Yi Long gave him a wink.
The two thugs continued their attack, and after a few moves, Huitong collapsed unconscious. His injuries were now more severe than those of Steward Jiang, with several of his bones broken.
Take him away,
Su Hao said coldly.
Lin Yao's office.
She changed into an expensive dress and was putting on makeup in front of the mirror.
Bang!
Chen Chunhua, Chen Hong, and Zhang Meiting walked in excitedly.
Daughter, is it true?
Chen Chunhua suddenly appeared in front of her and asked in surprise. Cousin, congratulations, this is definitely a great start. Chen Hong said excitedly.
Yao Yao, I knew from the moment you were born that you were no ordinary person, and that one day you would become a phoenix, Zhang Meiting said with a flattering smile.
It turns out that this morning, shocking news came from within the Lin family.
Clan leader Lin Chongqing is about to abdicate in favor of Lin Yao.
This was definitely a great opportunity for Chen Chunhua and her two companions to curry favor with powerful figures.
Either they their daughters or either their cousins or nieces, they're all family. Doesn't that mean they also benefit from the family's success? After discussing it, the two went straight to the office, ready to enjoy their immense wealth. Has the news spread?
Lin Yao was also happy, and hearing everyone's congratulations made her even happier.
My daughter, you finally made it through.
In the past, everyone used their status to suppress us.
Now it's our turn to shine. The head of the Lin family is actually my daughter. This feels like a dream. Chen Chunhua couldn't stop smiling.
If Lin Hao were still alive, how happy he would be. Never mind, when a person dies, it's like a lamp going out. She can still enjoy this kind of wealth and luxury in the future.
Yes, it's like a dream. Lin Yao nodded as well.
She even felt that the position of family head had come too easily, as if someone was pulling the strings behind the scenes, forcing Lin Chongqing to relinquish it. In any case, she remained vigilant, understanding that the position of family head was not easy to hold, and that she needed to remain humble while also knowing that challenges and setbacks awaited her.
445, Chapter 445 Buying the Murderer.
Chen Chunhua and the others were celebrating when the office door opened from the outside and a group of people walked in.
Su Hao. What are you doing here? Do you know that my daughter is about to become the head of the Lin family, and you want to come and live off her? Chen Chuanua's smile vanished instantly, and she said with a sullen face, I'm not happy about it. You surnamed Su, you never show up when we need you, but now that there's something to gain, you come running over to freeload. Get out of here. Chen Hong's face darkened.
Don't forget, the 5-day agreement is about to expire. If you can't find the murderer, we'll have to make you pay for Xiaohao's death. Zhang Meiting said coldly.
Murderer? I've found it for you.
Su Hao said coldly. A burly man from the Kuanpun gang walked in menacingly, carrying a person in his hand.
Huitong. How could it be him? Lin Yao recognized the man. Wasn't this the group's vice president?
I thought this person had been quiet for a while, but I never expected that he would become the mastermind behind Lin Hao's murder.
Confess now, or you'll regret it.
Yi Long had barely finished speaking when he slapped her twice across the face without waiting for a response.
Nonsense, isn't this torture to extract a confession? Chen Chunhua immediately flew into a rage.
Huitong was already injured, and if he were to strike so severely in front of them, it would inevitably raise suspicions that he was a scapegoat they had temporarily brought in.
Right.
They were tortured into confessing. Mr. President, please don't be fooled by his sweet talk. I have absolutely nothing to do with young Master Lin Hao's death. Huitong seemed to see his last hope of survival, and he ran straight to Lin Yao, pleading.
Su Hao, what exactly is going on?
Lin Yao didn't believe him. She just looked at the man in front of her.
Bring the person up.
Su Hao said coldly. Yi Long nodded, and a man with a bruised and swollen face immediately walked in. He knelt down with a thud and introduced himself to Lin Yao and the others. President Lin, I am the doctor on duty for young Master Lin Hao. It was Huitong who instructed me to give him the poison needle. He used my wife and daughter as hostages, and I had no choice. After saying this, the man gritted his teeth and glared at Huitong.
Did you see that? This is the truth. Su Hao said coldly. So it was you.
Lin Yao was furious. She picked up the ashtray on the table, intending to take matters into her own hands.
Wait. This was all coordinated by them. They couldn't find the murderer, so they had to frame me. Think about it, I have no grudge against Lin Hao, why would I harm him?
Hui Tong rolled his eyes, then decided to swallow his pride and deny everything.
Yes, this matter is of great importance. Don't believe Su Hao's one-sided story. Chen Chunhua nodded. Su Hao, do you have any evidence?
Lin Yao was also in a bit of a dilemma.
Currently, there doesn't seem to be much compelling evidence. Show me your evidence. Su Hao shouted.
Clear. The doctor immediately took out his phone and played a recording. Hui Tong's voice could be clearly heard in the recording. The man was using his wife and daughter as leverage and promising $1 million after the deed was done.
That beast, he still hasn't paid me. The doctor shouted. You dare to record this? This is evidence of murder. If you wanna die, don't drag me down with you.
Hui Tong was stunned. No one expected the other party to pull this stunt. Once these words were spoken, everyone understood.
It's definitely Hui Tong, no doubt about it. Clang! Lin Yao finally brought the ashtray down, smashing it into Hui Tong's head and causing it to split open, blood gushing out. She said coldly, Hui Tong, you deserve to die, it's just a pity that Xiao Hao died at the hands of someone like you. Grass. What's it to me?
If you hadn't suddenly appeared out of Los Angeles and stolen my CEO position, he wouldn't have died. It's perfectly normal for a few people to die in a power struggle among wealthy families.
Hui Tong grinned maliciously.
He still feels that there is nothing wrong with what he did. If there is anything wrong, it is that he has left evidence for others.
I'll fight you to the death.
Enraged, Chen Chunhua rushed over, straddled him, and began punching and kicking him.
Auntie, let me help you. Me too.
Chen Hong and Zhang Meiting rushed over one after the other and unleashed a barrage of attacks on Hui Tong. Lin Yao has become somewhat unable to get involved by now. Su Hao, thank you for helping me find the real culprit. She looked at Su Hao gratefully.
President Lin, you don't know, the gang leader takes this matter very seriously, reminding me about it every day. His kindness towards you has moved the entire Kunpeng gang, Yilong said, not forgetting to flatter him.
Shut up.
Su Hao frowned, he didn't like this kind of empty talk.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood you before. Just as Lin Yao was feeling grateful, she suddenly saw several more people walk in, and she had a bad feeling.
Stop.
At this moment, a graceful and elegant old lady walked in, accompanied by a young gentleman and several burly bodyguards. As soon as they finished speaking, the bodyguards rushed over, pushed Chen Chunhua and the other two aside, and took Hui Tong to the old lady's side.
Who are you? Why did you save Hui Tong? Chen Chunhua stepped forward and questioned him angrily. Smack!
Without saying a word, the old lady slapped him across the face. The loud slap startled several people. She looked gaunt, with sallow skin, and walked unsteadily, yet she was so ruthless.
You dare hit me? I am the mother of the Lin family patriarch, who do you think you are? Chen Chunhua was unhappy and wanted to call back.
But she was outnumbered and outgunned. Her hands were immediately grabbed by two bodyguards, leaving her with no way to fight back.
Slap! Slap!
The old woman slapped him twice more hard, then said coldly, so what if I hit you? You're just a lowly commoner from Los Angeles, what makes you think you can compare to the people at the Lin family headquarters?
You think you can destroy the unified empire? Chen Chunhua was completely stunned by the blow. Didn't news come that Lin Yao was about to succeed as the head of the family? Why does this person show no respect at all? Stunned now, aren't you? Let me formally introduce you. This is Sun Guifeng, the current matriarch of the Lin family, and next to her is her grandson, Lin Xingyu. They are the true heirs of the Lin family.
With someone backing him up, Hui Tong became incredibly confident.
Madam?
Even so, you cannot protect Hui Tong. He hired someone to kill my brother. This grudge must be avenged.
Lin Yao said neither humbly nor arrogantly. You think you can just hire someone like that? In our Lin group, I'm the one who calls the shots.
Sun Guifang said coldly.
No matter what, you can't distort the truth, can you?
Lin Yao said unhappily.
446, Chapter 446 Standing Taller. You say Yitong hired someone to commit murder, do you have any evidence?
Sun Guifang said coldly.
He is the evidence. Chen Hong pointed angrily at the doctor. Is that so?
Sun Guifang smiled coldly. All that was seen was a bodyguard moving swiftly, taking a few steps forward, and striking the injured doctor with a loud bang. The man's head exploded, and he died instantly.
Everyone was stunned.
Sun Guifang was far too arrogant, committing murder in public to silence witnesses.
Old woman, aren't you going a bit too far? The head of the family, Lin Changqing, has already decided to hand over power to my cousin. What you're doing is practically a provocation against the future head of the family. Chen Hong rebuked angrily. Guards, slap him.
Sun Guifang said coldly and ruthlessly.
Snap. It was the same bodyguard who struck, slapping Chen Hong hard twice, leaving her dizzy and disoriented. You bastard, how could you? Zhang Meiting was furious and about to accuse him when the man turned around and kicked her over. See that, that's power. Don't try to frame me. With my godmother here, what if I kill Lin Hao? He only has a worthless life, he's not worth dying for. Hu Yitong laughed arrogantly. The laughter sounded surprisingly jarring.
Chen Chunhua and the other two were beaten one after another, and they were all indignant and very unhappy.
Daughter, call the head of the family quickly and ask him to uphold justice.
Chen Chunhua said unwillingly.
Yes, this old woman is going too far. Once we take over the power, the first thing we'll do is settle scores with her. Chen Hong said coldly. Just you wait, you'll be sorry soon. Zhang Meiting said angrily. Lin Yao nodded, took out her phone, and dialed Lin Changqing's number from yesterday. Beep beep beep.
The call was made, but no one answered. Her face darkened, her earlier premonition was now coming true. When Lin Changqing announced her succession as head of the family yesterday, no one else knew until now, only rumors have circulated, power has not been formally established, and no one will acknowledge her position. Now that Sun Guifang has come so aggressively, perhaps the Lin family has undergone tremendous changes. You shameless mistress, how dare you lay a hand on your own husband? Lin Yao said coldly. Little girl, don't make false accusations. My relationship with the family head is very good. How could you outsiders know that? I hereby formally announce that, due to Lin Changqing's illness, I will temporarily assume the position of family head starting today. When the time is right, I will transfer power to my grandson, Lin Xingyu. Sun Guifang solemnly announced. Lin Xingyu stood to the side and nodded proudly.
Upon hearing this, Lin Yao and the others' expressions changed drastically.
Lin Yao never expected that she would actually do it for real. How was this any different from an ancient empress dowager ruling from behind the curtain, directly targeting the old patriarch, seizing power, and ultimately handing it over to her grandson? In this way, her status as the heir was directly eliminated.
Old woman, how can you do this to the head of the family? Chen Hong said unwillingly. Shut up. You have no right to speak here.
Sun Guifang said coldly, from now on, you have nothing to do with the Lin family. Go back to where you came from. I will send security guards to keep an eye on you the whole time. You are not allowed to take anything from here except your personal belongings.
You're going to kick me out? Lin Yao was stunned. This CEO position was something she had always dreamed of now. Not only had she lost her status as the family heir, but she was also back to square one, forced to return to Los Angeles. Having witnessed the prosperity of the provincial capital, it would be somewhat unfair to ask her to go back. Otherwise what? Is there any connection between the Lin family headquarters and your branches?
Sun Guifang said coldly.
You've gone too far.
Lin Yao was trembling with anger, but there was nothing she could do.
Without anyone to support them, they were utterly powerless. Not only was he unable to avenge Lin Hao, but he also couldn't even keep his own position. Remember, all of you get out of here today. Hu Yitong laughed heartily. He had finally waited for this day now that his godmother was in power. Wasn't the future his domain? If he kicks Lin Yao out today, the CEO position will be his tomorrow. We've finally made it through. Excitement was written all over his face. Lin Yao, do you want revenge? Su Hao asked abruptly. Want? A life for a life, this person absolutely cannot be allowed to live. Lin Yao said angrily. Yes, you must avenge us. Chen Chunhua was also very unhappy. Su Hao nodded and walked towards Huitong. The vice president, who had been so arrogant just moments before, changed his expression instantly upon seeing him, recalling the ruthlessness of his previous attack. He instinctively hid behind the old lady and said, "What, stop him." "Don't worry, it's not for outsiders to speak here." Sun Guofeng nodded and said coldly, "I don't care who you are, the person standing in front of you is the head of the Lin family. No matter what mistakes Huitong has made, with me here today, absolutely no one can lay a finger on him." Yeah? Su Hao frowned. Ha, are you scared now? Your Kuanping gang is nothing, it can only bully little kids, it's far inferior to the Lin family. Huitong straightened his back again and launched a seamless barrage of taunts. What are you so happy about? Su Hao frowned, then suddenly his body swayed, bypassing the others and appearing in front of him, saying menacingly, "A life for a life, today is your death day." Hey, you surnamed Su, don't do anything reckless. Lin Xingyu quickly stopped him upon seeing this. Shut up, you have no right to speak. Su Hao angrily threw a punch. The attack struck Huitong instantly. The man's face contorted as he slammed into the wall, his brains spilling onto the ground, and he died on the spot. Su Hao! How dare you? Kill the barbarians and unify the land? Men, seize this man! Lin Xingyu roared, isn't this a public slap in the face? Several bodyguards immediately moved towards Su Hao. Boss, leave it to me. Yilong became excited. Dealing with these little calamus was no challenge for Su Hao. He charged in unarmed and quickly took down all the bodyguards. He looked at Lin Xingyu with lingering enthusiasm and said, "Young master, would you like to join the fray? Let's have another spar?" Grass. Who's like you? You're all barbarians. Lin Xingyu was terrified. Even though he was a man, he trembled behind Sun Guofeng. He now only regretted not having brought more bodyguards, otherwise, how could Yilong have bullied him? Enough! Now that Huitong is dead, this matter is off from now on. The Lin family headquarters and the Luo City branch have no connection whatsoever. Whether you live or die, don't bother us. Sun Guofeng coldly announced. 447, Chapter 447 Accusations. Old woman, do you really want to seize the position of family head that belongs to Lin Yao? Su Hao faced her and said disdainfully. Robbery, this originally belonged to my grandson. I am just helping him stabilize the family's morale. How can this be considered robbery? Why don't you let Lin Yao wave her hand and rally the rest of the family to support her? If she can command a large following, I will give her my position. Sun Guofeng smiled coldly. Lin Yao opened her mouth, but in the end, she couldn't say anything. This is the awkward situation faced by those who come from the branch. Without any power base, once the leader's support is lost, one becomes a commander without any troops, possessing nothing. Oh, I originally thought you were an old man and deserved respect. I never expected him to be so vicious. Here's what I'll do. I advise you to apologize to Lin Yao as soon as possible and then officially recognize her as your wife. Otherwise, you will definitely have a relapse, and no one can save you. Su Hao said coldly. What illness? Sun Guofeng didn't believe it at all. Your eyes are weak, your gait is unsteady, and your hands and feet tremble from time to time. You are terminally ill in the entire eastern province. No one but me can cure you. Su Hao said coldly. Spreading rumors and misleading the public. Xingyu, let's go. Sun Guofeng didn't believe it at all and left with her grandson. The two left the building and returned to their Cullinan car. Grandma, you really seized power? Lin Xingyu only just found out that Grandpa was bedridden. Wasn't he perfectly fine yesterday? Xingyu, I'm doing this for your own good. Your grandfather is senile. He actually wants to hand over the family headship to Lin Yao. What right does this woman have? Since ancient times, the headship of the Lin family has been hereditary. You are his eldest grandson. It has no right to that woman. Sun Guofeng said indignantly.
When she learned of this news, she immediately sent people to place Lin Chongqing under house arrest, preventing him from having any opportunity to meet with outsiders.
Grandpa is really confused. Grandma, you did a great job. I just hope that you can keep your promise today and make me your official wife as soon as possible.
A wicked glint flashed in Lin Xingyu's eyes. Forget about grandfathers, as long as someone stood in his way of gaining power, even his own father would be removed from the scene.
You're not yet able to command respect, I'm just keeping an eye on things for you. Once you grow quickly, you'll definitely be the head of the family, Sun Guifang said with a loving smile.
Okay.
Lin Xingyu nodded. Suddenly, Sun Guifang opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Grandma, what's wrong?
Lin Xingyu panicked immediately. He really didn't have any backbone. Although he was an adult, he still acted like a child and was completely at a loss.
Damn it, Hui Tong is dead, and I haven't even gotten my medicine yet.
Sun Guifang muttered to herself, her face pale. She hadn't gotten the miracle water yet, and now she was in trouble. Only elixirs could prolong her life.
Grandma, what do you think I should do?
Lin Xingyu had no idea what to do. Quickly, contact Steward Jiang and tell him we're willing to spend a lot of money to buy the miracle water again, Sun Guifang said weakly.
Good. After receiving the instructions, Lin Xingyu felt a little more at ease.
He contacted the Lin family's housekeeper, got the phone number for Chief Steward Jiang, and immediately called him. Manager Jiang, do you still have any more miracle water? We're willing to pay any price to buy it. Lin Xingyu said urgently. Miracle water, this stuff isn't produced in large quantities, and we won't be able to get it anytime soon, Manager Jiang refused.
If I may ask, do you know who got Hui Tong's miracle water? Lin Xingyu couldn't help but ask. Su Hao. Manager Jiang uttered 2 words and hung up the phone.
He was also somewhat wary. I got beaten up last time, the other party was a real jinx.
Su Hao. Who is he?
Lin Xingyu muttered to himself. He had his driver rush to the hospital and consult with several renowned doctors, but unfortunately, no results were found. He only learned later, after being reminded by others, that the head of security for Lin Yao was Su Hao. That is, the people who beat up his bodyguards. So it was him. Lin Xingyu immediately led several experts and angrily rushed to the Lin group.
Sai, is it really time to leave?
Lin Yao was very reluctant to part with it. Under the supervision of several security guards, she handed over her work to her secretary. However, the president had an overwhelming workload and was busy until the afternoon. Seeing her hard work about to be handed over to someone else, Lin Yao felt a pang of heartache. The Lin group has just started to show some improvement, and its losses are gradually being made up.
Who would have thought that she would have no connection with him anymore? If Su Hao hadn't taken action against Hui Tong, would we have been able to keep our positions as president?
Chen Chunhua suddenly had this thought and looked angrily at Su Hao. Yes, it's all his fault. If he hadn't found out Hui Tong, the murderer, none of us would have been beaten. Chen Hong looked at Su Hao without any politeness. At that moment, Su Hao was sitting on the sofa with his eyes closed, resting. When he heard these words, he just frowned and treated them as if they were just flies buzzing.
Where do we go next? Lin Yao asked with an apologetic smile.
Go downstairs first. If no one comes to ask you to go back, we'll stay at the hotel for now. Trust me, the Lin family will definitely come back to you, Su Hao said confidently.
Why should I thank you? Are you that close to Sun Guifang?
Chen Chunhua said bluntly. They couldn't even get a word in edgewise with the Lin family now, let alone this outsider.
It's simple. You either believe me or go back to Luo City. Do you have any other options?
Su Hao said coldly. Chen Chunhua hesitated. It seemed that this was indeed the case. Did she really have to trust him? She felt somewhat unwilling.
Let's go down. Lin Yao didn't want them to keep arguing, so she led a few people downstairs. Just then, Lin Xingyu's Cullinan drove in head-on.
The car door opened, and he led several. A group of skilled guards appeared menacingly and blocked Su Hao and his companion's path. Lin Yao, you're shameless. No wonder you're from a small town. You actually sent someone to take away my grandmother's life-saving medicine. Lin Xingyu was somewhat intimidated by Su Hao, so he questioned Lin Yao first.
What medicine? Why would I need that?
Lin Yao was a little confused. She hadn't known Sun Guofan was sick until today.
You women are utterly despicable. We're capable of anything. How can you treat a sick old man like this? Doesn't your conscience bother you?
Lin Xingyu shouted in accusation.
Ha!
Lin Yao was still completely confused.
You mean this?
Su Hao said coldly, taking out a red jade bottle from his hand.
Oh, so you really managed to snatch it?
Lin Xingyu's expression changed drastically, and he suddenly made a move, trying to catch the other side off guard and get his hands on the item.
Su Hao easily dodged it.
Hey Su, this is my grandmother's life-saving medicine. I advise you to hand it over immediately.
Lin Xingyu said, very displeased.
448, Chapter 448. The Spoiled Brat.
Who do you think you are, and what gives you the right to speak to me?
Su Hao said coldly.
Grass. I am the future heir of the Lin family. Who do you think you are?
Lin Xingyu was also furious.
He's a spoiled brat, after all, and he has a temper. Can't he be bossed around?
A moment of strength can lead to a lifetime of shadows.
Su Hao slapped him hard on the head. You dare hit me?
Lin Xingyu covered his injured face, saying in disbelief, that was really brutal. I almost saw my great-grandmother.
So what if I hit you? You have no right to be arrogant in front of me.
Su Hao said coldly.
Let's do it.
Useless piece of trash, cripple him. Lin Xingyu was overjoyed. Fortunately, he had brought several experts with him this time. These were guards hired by the Lin family at great expense, far more capable than the previous bodyguards. The fundamental difference was that all of these guards were martial artists. Dealing with this person would be a piece of cake. Several guards drew their short knives, their eyes flashing with malice, and were about to make a move when suddenly a figure flashed before their eyes. Before they could even see what was happening, they all fell to the ground. Lin Xingyu's face turned completely green. Is this what they call a master? These people are just swindling money. Their skills are utterly inadequate.
Young Master Lin, who did you say was crippled? Su Hao asked in an unfriendly tone. Thud.
Lin Xingyu was sweating profusely. He tried to reassure himself, telling himself not to stoop to the level of a barbarian, and said politely, Brother Su, young Master Su, let's talk this out. Everything is negotiable as long as you hand over the divine water. We are willing to pay any price.
Apologize to me, have you got the wrong person?
Su Hao said coldly.
Ah, then who should I apologize to? Lin Xingyu had absolutely no opinion. Of course it's Lin Yao. Su Hao was furious. This guy had absolutely no sense of propriety. Okay. Lin Xingyu obediently walked towards Lin Yao and said respectfully, Sister Lin Yao, my grandma and I are sorry for what happened to you today. We hope you won't hold it against us for the sake of the unity of the Lin family. If you're unhappy, just punch me to vent your anger. Forget it, this has little to do with you. Lin Yao sighed. This guy couldn't make the decision anyway, and getting angry with him would make her seem petty. Having been forgiven, Lin Xingyu suddenly felt much more confident and said, Young Master Su, can you give me the medicine now? Of course not. You have to agree to 2 more conditions.
Su Hao said coldly.
Please speak.
Lin Xingyu immediately replied politely. First of all, no one but Lin Yao is qualified to be the president of the Lin Group. Now that you have admitted your mistake, return what belongs to her immediately. Don't tell me that as the eldest grandson of the Lin family, you don't even have this much power.
Su Hao said calmly. Okay, no problem. I can decide this.
Lin Xingyu agreed reluctantly, thinking that even if she became the president, so what, she would still be making money for the Lin family. To put it bluntly, she was just a high-level working-class person, still unable to reach the center of power in the Lin family.
Great, we don't have to go anymore. Chen Chunhua was overjoyed. This was indeed good news.
In this way, they can continue to stay in the Lin Group.
You surnamed Su, you've done a good thing. Chen Hong was also happy, as it meant she could still be the president's secretary and her job was saved. Su Hao, thank you. I owe you another favor. Lin Yao was also very happy. She didn't want to go back. If she could return to the Lin Group, that would be the best outcome right now. Don't get too excited yet, this isn't over yet. Su Hao continued watching the conversation, a bright smile on his face.
That smile gave the eldest son of the Lin family a bad feeling. Then, Su Hao continued, since Lin Yao is the most suitable candidate for president, it's reasonable for him to acquire all the shares of the Lin Group, right? You don't want the Lin Group to go bankrupt and waste the hard work of several generations, do you? What did you say? Lin Xingyu was furious. Isn't this taking advantage of someone's misfortune? The Lin Group is worth at least tens of billions, and he just blatantly robbed it? Don't worry, we still adhere to business rules and will buy all the group's shares at market price, Su Hao said calmly. Is this really true? Lin Xingyu was happy. For the Lin family now, the Lin Group is in an awkward position. It's neither worth keeping nor worth giving up. They lack the ability to revitalize the group, but they are reluctant to abandon it altogether. If it can be transferred and someone is found to take over, that would definitely be good. Su Hao, do you know what you're saying? Where would we get so much money to buy the entire group? Chen Chunhua said angrily. This kid has no concept of money, does he? That's over 10 billion. Chen Hong was stunned. Su Hao, can you really find me that much funding? Lin Yao was also a little uncertain. She definitely couldn't come up with 10 billion, but if Qian Fugue or someone else was willing to help, she was willing to lend money. Who said I wanted to buy it at the original price? Su Hao was taken aback, then said to Lin Xingyu, since the Lin Group is a bad asset of your family, then it's reasonable for us to spend 1 yuan, formally sign a contract, and take over this hot potato for you, right? Everyone was stunned by these words. What is the reason for this? Buying billions of assets for just $1? Even the most unscrupulous capitalists wouldn't go this far. Damn it, why don't you just rob someone? Lin Xingyu was furious. Was there any point in continuing the conversation? You're right, I'm going to rob you. Just tell me, will you agree or not? The production of this miracle water is extremely low. If I accidentally drop this thing, your grandmother will soon be going to hell to meet Yama, the king of hell. Could it be? Does young Master Lin have the ability to stabilize the current situation? At that point, we won't even need to lift a finger. Your position as heir to the family head will certainly be lost. Su Hao sneered. Who is Lin Xingyu? How can he intimidate the rest of the Lin family? This man is practically useless and has no say in the Lin family. Once Sun Guifang dies, even Lin Changqing's wives would tear him apart, not to mention the other powerful figures. The man's face immediately turned extremely ugly. Lin Yao watched the scene with a detached attitude. She had already reclaimed what was rightfully hers, and as long as she retained her position as CEO, she wouldn't be considered to have completely withdrawn from the competition for the Lin family headship. To put it bluntly, she can still control the finances, can't she? Useless trash, why don't you ask your grandma for advice? Su Hao was stunned. The kid was completely dumbfounded and couldn't make any decision at all. Right, I need to contact Grandma. Lin Xingyu finally realized what was happening, made a call, and with his back to everyone, dialed Sun Guifang. 449, Chapter 449. Regret for the divorce. Su Hao, although you fought for my daughter's position as chairman, your opportunistic behavior was too impulsive. If you ruin this, I'll still blame you. You gave us hope, only to let us experience despair. Are you trying to destroy us? Chen Chunhua said unhappily. Yes, something that was supposed to be a sure thing is now taking risks. Chun Hong was also very unhappy. That's just how this person is, you can't like them for a single moment, Zhang Meiting said, equally annoyed. Su Hao frowned. These people were really too noisy. He and Lin Yao exchanged a glance. Thankfully the person in question was in a stable mood, saving them some trouble. Lin Xingyu's call ended quickly. He turned back and said reluctantly, congratulations, my grandma agreed. Really? Was Su Hao surprised? Of course not. In reality, once he learned that what he held was miracle water, he knew the other party would definitely agree. This substance was a slow-acting poison. No one could tolerate it. Furthermore, Sun Guifang was already over 70 years old. The older one gets, the more afraid of death one becomes. Otherwise, why would she spend so much money each season to prolong her life? Understanding this psychology makes it entirely possible to manipulate her. My grandma is on her way. I hope she keeps her word and doesn't play us for fools. Lin Xingyu said angrily. Did she bring the contract? Su Hao asked pointedly. Nonsense, did you come empty-handed? Lin Xingyu said irritably.
Are you asking for a beating, kid? How dare you talk to me like that?
Su Hao walked over and punched him, sending him flying.
His domineering behavior left Lin Yao and the others dumbfounded.
What was most surprising was that Lin Xingyu didn't utter a sound after being beaten. After suffering the loss, he sat angrily in the car, not daring to put up any resistance. He thought to himself, I'll remember these 2 beatings and get my revenge. Another to me, a gentleman's revenge is never too late. Why fight over a temporary victory?
If you can't beat them, that's the only way you can comfort yourself.
Half an hour later, Sun Guifang arrived, carrying the contract and looking very aggressive. They completed the share transfer on the first floor of the building. After Su Hao received the contract and confirmed that there were no problems, he couldn't help but look in his pocket and said, "Oh no, I didn't bring any coins. How about I pay you back?" "You surnamed Su, you're really despicable, trying to cheat me out of even a single yuan." Sun Guifang was furious. "I'll give it to you next time. You two can leave now. The Lin Group is now Lin Yao's personal group and has nothing to do with you," Su Hao said coldly, directly seeing the guests out. "You just wait." Sun Guifang was furious. Having lived for decades, she'd actually been outmaneuvered by this kid. She couldn't swallow this insult. After leaving, she immediately contacted someone and prepared to deal with Su Hao. "Grandma, next time I'm going to slap you a few times myself," Lin Xingyu said indignantly.
"Okay, no problem."
Sun Guifang had just finished speaking when she immediately took out the red jade bottle. She was already intoxicated by the scent of the elixir. Lin Xingyu felt a chill run down his spine when he saw this scene. After regaining control of the Lin Group, Chen Chunhua took Chen Hong and her daughter to inspect the area. Their mindset was different now. The group had become Lin Yao's exclusive property, and the group had become the true owners, no longer needing to be beholden to anyone else.
"Su Hao, what exactly is the mistress's life-saving potion?" Lin Yao asked in surprise.
"This stuff is called miracle water. It can save lives, but it's also poisonous. Her condition is terrible, and she'll definitely die from this stuff later," Su Hao said dismissively. Lin Yao responded with an "oh," clearly indicating that this wasn't the main point she wanted to discuss. It was merely a starting point.
"Su Hao, can I still call you husband?"
Lin Yao asked, blushing and looking at him expectantly. At that moment, she was so excited that she couldn't breathe. The implication of saying this so boldly is quite obvious. She wants to remarry. During this time, she has experienced so many ups and downs, which has made her realize one thing: no matter what happens, Su Hao will always stand firmly by her side, overcome all difficulties for her, and become her solid support.
Isn't this exactly the meaning of a husband? Is this what you really think? Su Hao was a little unsure how to answer.
"Yes, do you want to listen?" Lin Yao threw herself into his arms, and the two could feel each other's heartbeats. "President Lin, I am very grateful for your trust, but this matter of remarriage involves many things. It's not something you can decide alone, and your mother may not agree either," Su Hao said with difficulty. "What can she decide? Besides, we can skip her and go straight for Grandpa's approval." With the old man's nod, "Nothing she says matters," Lin Yao said happily.
"Really?"
Su Hao smiled awkwardly. Lin Yao suddenly let go of him, realizing something.
She immediately said with displeasure, "There have been some rumors lately that you and Bai Zhirua are not only engaged, but you have also successfully gotten her pregnant with your child. Is this true?"
"Of course it's fake. Zhirua and I are innocent. Nothing happened between us," Su Hao explained earnestly.
"Ah, I understand. You have feelings for her, and for me. You can't decide now, and you want to have both of them?" Lin Yao was very unhappy. Men are so greedy.
"I didn't think that way, I just felt it wasn't the right time yet. But don't worry, I'll still be by your side if anything happens. I'll be there immediately with just one phone call."
Su Hao swore an oath.
He just couldn't make the final decision, but hoped that their relationship wouldn't be affected in any way. Lin Yao sighed. It seemed she really couldn't persuade him now. She was somewhat angry, but she couldn't bring herself to hate him.
Come to think of it, if we hadn't gotten divorced back then, we wouldn't have this problem now. If anyone's to blame, it's because I was too impulsive back then.
The mistakes we made in the past must now be repaid in full. Su Hao, regardless of, please, don't abandon me.
I have nothing left but you,"
Lin Yao said with deep affection. Silly girl, you will always be the woman I love, Su Hao said with a smile, holding her close. Really? Lin Yao smiled sweetly. Just then, Su Hao's phone rang. He glanced at the unfamiliar number and hesitated whether to answer. Lin Yao picked it up for him, saying, maybe someone needs to contact you urgently. Okay. Su Hao had no choice but to take out his phone and communicate with the other party. Brother Hao, do you know who I am? A very arrogant voice came from the other end of the phone. Zhao Qianjun, what brings you here today? Su Hao was a bit annoyed. A sudden phone call meant something bad must have happened. Congratulations, Han Yu has come looking for you. You'd better watch yourself, Zhao Qianjun said quickly and hung up the phone. What? Has Zhao Han Yu arrived? What's going on? 450, Chapter 450 Dispelling Doubts. He already had 2 women around him causing him headaches. If Zhao Han Yu were to set her sights on him as well, things would get really interesting. You and I have to go now. After saying this, Su Hao hurriedly left Lin Yao's side. Lin Yao frowned. Was he being chased by someone? It was extremely rare for him to leave immediately after receiving a phone call. Su Hao had barely left when he sensed a presence behind him. Luo locking onto him. He frowned. It seemed to be Zhao Han Yu, and she was quite fast. But Dong Province was still his territory. He turned left and right, deliberately taking alleyways, and finally managed to shake her off with all his might. Brother Changsheng, you're really hard to run from. Finally, a dashing woman suddenly appeared, gazing in the direction where Su Hao had disappeared, and scoffed. Kuanpeng Gang. When Su Hao returned, he saw Huang Niu sitting there obediently. Niu, why are you all alone? Su Hao looked around and, confirming that Huang Shihu wasn't there, felt a pang of regret. My dad left. He said that after his identity was exposed, he didn't want to stay here and needed to leave for a while. He has some things to do, at least a month, at most a year. He doesn't know when he will come back yet, Huang Niu said. So he entrusted you to me. He really trusts me. Su Hao smiled faintly. Of course, my dad thinks highly of you and wants me to stay by your side as your mate. He also hopes to receive your guidance. Huang Niu said happily, then handed over an envelope, saying, this is a message from my dad. He wrote down everything he wanted to say. Su Hao nodded, opened the envelope, and began to read it carefully. Huang Shihu explained the specific reasons for his departure, but it wasn't convenient to tell Huang Niu right now, so Su Hao decided to keep it a secret. Besides that, he also left behind a token. The character, Thunder, is engraved on it. What is this? Huang Niu looked at the token, which was neither gold nor jade, and found it very strange. This was left to you by your father. Su Hao smiled faintly and said, this thing seems to be Lei Wanyan's keepsake. He said that if you take out this thing in a critical moment, it can save your life. Lei Wanyan? Huang Niu's eyes lit up. Brother Su, do you know him? He's one of the 5 grandmasters, and he's on par with my dad. Is that so? Su Hao nodded and said solemnly, in that case, you must keep this safe and never lose it. He placed the token in her hand. Actually, according to Huang Shihu's intention, the token was meant for Su Hao. Lei Wanyan once owed Huang Shihu a favor, similar to the relationship between the Bai family and Huang Shihu. This token was very valuable and could save lives in a critical moment, so Huang Shihu gave it to him to repay Su Hao for his kindness. But he felt it wasn't very useful, so he handed it to Huang Niu. Okay, master. Huang Niu looked at him happily. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was around, she actually tiptoed and kissed him. Hey, don't do anything reckless. Su Hao's expression changed. Lin Yao and the other person beside him were already giving him a headache enough. If Huang Niu interfered, it would be even more troublesome. Humph, do you want to shirk responsibility? Huang Niu said with a smile. Come on, that day was an accident. Consider it tuition for guiding your cultivation. What does this prove? The world is dangerous, and you just couldn't control yourself. Su Hao argued with her. Alright, so now you're teaching me how dangerous the world is, huh? Huang Niu wasn't angry at all, and kept smiling. Yes. Su Hao said seriously. What if I use my beauty to seduce you, would that work? Huang Niu raised her head and asked with a charming smile. It's no use, you're too ugly. Su Hao replied without even thinking. Just then, Huang Niu was about to play around when she suddenly saw a fat man walk in. She immediately stopped smiling and became dignified. God of Wealth, what brings you here? Su Hao's eyes sharpened. Mr. Su, you are truly amazing, I can hardly believe it. As I walked in, Chen Fugui was stunned along the way. He saw that the Kunpeng gang was full of talented people, which was completely different from when he was in Luo City. Back then, Su Hao was fighting all by himself. Now, with just a little effort, they have created such a huge force. The Kunpeng gang scale is beyond that of ordinary families, and it has become the strongest gang in the eastern province. It's all because they think highly of me and are willing to follow me, Su Hao said with a faint smile. Mr. Su, I'm here to tell you some important news. Do you remember that Medicine King Valley obtained a 900-year-old snow lotus from Nangong Ling? Medicine King has been using a unique secret method to accelerate its ripening. Now, news has come that the 1,000-year-old blood lotus has taken shape, Qian Fugui said excitedly. He had been keeping an eye on Medicine King Valley, and upon receiving this news today, he rushed to Kunpeng gang to share it with them. Is this true? Medicine King Valley truly produces many talented individuals. Su Hao sighed. He has almost collected all the spiritual herbs he needs, with only the 1,000-year blood lotus and the 9-turn spirit mushroom remaining. Once he obtains these, he can focus all his efforts on searching for the final 9-turn spirit mushroom. He was determined to obtain this medicinal herb, no matter what. We've got the items sorted out, but since they're in Medicine King Valley's hands, it won't be easy for us to obtain them, Chen Fugui said worriedly. Can I buy it with money? Su Hao asked. Of course not, the Medicine King has no shortage of money. The pills they produce every year are sold all over the world. No company can make as much money as they do. The Valley of Medicine Kings has no shortage of pills, and secondly, money. Qian Fugui shook his head. Everyone calls him the God of Wealth, but compared to Medicine King Valley, he's somewhat inferior. What do they need? Su Hao asked. Bartering is the only way to obtain the Medicine King's treasures. Only the rarest of treasures can be acquired through this method. That's my idea, Mr. Su. I prepared a few things. I don't know if they'll impress the Medicine King, but at least we can give it a try, Qian Fugui said warmly. Okay, anything prepared by the God of Wealth can't be bad. Su Hao didn't have any rare treasures at the moment, so he could only go and see what was available, first going to Medicine King Valley and then figuring out a solution. Thank you for the compliment, Qian Fugui said. Let's go to Medicine King Valley, Su Hao said. Okay, let's go, Qian Fugui readily agreed. One can imagine that this trip will definitely involve a fierce battle. Once the treasures of Medicine King Valley are revealed to the world, many people will be interested. He was prepared to watch the excitement. Following Su Hao, he was sure he would experience many interesting things. Young master, I want to go too. Huang Niu couldn't stand being left out and followed along. You? Su Hao frowned. Could her identity be revealed? Young master, are you really comfortable letting me stay here? Huang Niu asked. This dispelled his doubts. Yes, of course, it's safest to have someone by your side. 451, Chapter 451 Unreasonable Demands. Yaowang Mountain, Yaowang Valley. Qian Fugui was very rich, so he took a helicopter directly to his destination. However, I was somewhat surprised when I arrived. The entrance to the entire Medicine King Valley was packed with people. From the air, it looked like a dense mass of heads. What's going on? Su Hao was a little confused. Even if they came to ask for medicine, there shouldn't be this many people, right? 1,000-year-old snow lotus is not something an ordinary person can afford. Today. Mr. Su, I had completely forgotten about this. Today is an auspicious day for Medicine King Valley to accept disciples. In the past 2 years, Medicine King Valley has not accepted any disciples. Countless people in the martial arts world are eager to try their luck. Everyone wants to infiltrate Medicine King Valley and achieve a leap in social class. Once you become a disciple of Medicine King Valley, you can rise above others. Qian Fugui sighed. The identity of Medicine King Valley is really too useful. No matter
No matter which family you appear in, you will be treated with respect. Ordinary people without family support can only change their lives by joining such prestigious sects. I see. Su Hao nodded.
They had no choice but to park the helicopter some distance away and continue on foot. As they approached, they found dozens of people already lined up, waiting to enter Medicine King Valley. Qian Fugui walked over, whispered a few words to someone, and finally took out his bank card, completed some transaction, and ultimately secured a place near the front. The three of them were then able to enter Medicine King Valley without any problems. God of Wealth, you've gone to so much trouble today, Su Hao said with great appreciation.
It's nothing, it just cost a little money.
Qian Fugui smiled faintly.
How much is small change? Huang Yonyo asked with interest.
Su Hao chuckled. This girl hadn't seen much of the world, yet she was actually asking around. However, he was also quite curious, and looked at Qian Fugui with a smile. I spent 10 million to buy his position. Qian Fugui said calmly.
As expected of the God of Wealth, so generous. Su Hao nodded and affirmed. Wow! Huang Yonyo exclaimed, so some people consider 10 million as a small amount of money.
Qian Fugui just smiled faintly. Apart from being rich, he really didn't meet Su Hao's standards in any other way.
The three followed the crowd and walked further inside. Soon, my eyes lit up.
Halfway up the mountain, there stands a magnificent palace with 7 stories, exuding extravagance. From a distance, the 3 characters' Medicine King Hall look as if they were inlaid with gold. Beside the palace, there were also various medicinal herbs and herbs.
Su Hao took a breath and immediately felt refreshed.
The air in Medicine King Valley is filled with the sweet fragrance of medicinal herbs. Only upon approaching did the 3 realize that the Medicine King's Hall was over 100 meters tall. Standing at the entrance, they all appeared quite small. The Medicine King's Hall was a towering structure in the martial arts world.
Wow, they're really rich! Huang Yonyo exclaimed. Even I find this eye-opening.
Qian Fugui shook his head. Compared to this place, his manner was really too ordinary.
At first glance, the Medicine King's Hall seems incredibly vulgar, decorated with the most commonplace gold, but if one's status is high enough, people will perceive it as imposing.
This suggests that they are the wealthiest sect in the southern martial arts world. Countless young people around me exclaimed that they would gladly give up 10 years of their lives just to get into this place.
Put.
Su Hao chuckled. Since it is Medicine King Valley, once you enter, you will not only strengthen your body, but also have various spiritual herbs to nourish your body. Not only will it not shorten your lifespan, but it will also prolong your life. Suddenly, a commotion broke out in the crowd. Su Hao looked closely and saw several people walking out in front of him. One of the boys was handsome and elegant, seemingly out of place among his surroundings. The other girl was dressed in pristine white, possessing an outstanding presence. The two, like a perfect couple, attracted everyone's attention the moment they appeared. In contrast, the other people around him became mere background figures.
What's going on? Isn't this Jiang Saishue from the Jiang family? I never expected Miss Jiang to appear in Medicine King Valley. The reputation of Medicine King Valley is too great. Who wouldn't want to join this sect?
The young master beside her is no ordinary person either. He is also a disciple of the divine physician, named Lu Shanhai. He is also a genius youth. Not only is his cultivation quite good, but he also has superb medical skills.
With the appearance of these two, all eyes turned to them. These worthless scoundrels want to join Medicine King Valley?
Lu Shanhai looked around disdainfully.
Young Master Lu, these people are no match for you. It seems we are the real competitors today.
Jiang Saishue said calmly, showing no regard for the others. Junior sister, how could I bear to compete with you? As long as I defeat everyone else, and it's just the 2 of us left, I'll withdraw immediately. Lu Shanhai looked at Jiang Saishue with endless admiration in his eyes. His statement is a true depiction of a sycophant.
As long as you can win her favor, what does it matter what kind of disciples of Medicine King Valley they are? Senior brother, you really spoil me.
Jiang Saishue smiled sweetly. Her goal was actually very simple. Rather than being a disciple of Medicine King Valley, she is more like a 1,000-year-old snow lotus. Her status was already quite good, having the additional status of a disciple of Medicine King Valley was merely icing on the cake. However, obtaining the 1000-year Snow Lotus would be a completely different story, bringing immense benefits.
Ha!
As the group walked forward, everyone else instinctively made way for them.
Only the 3 people in front showed no intention of giving way and remained blocking the way. A good dog doesn't block the way. Don't you all know this road?
Lu Shanhai said unhappily, looking ahead.
You mangy dog, who are you calling a bastard?
The person in front turned around. It was Su Hao. He spoke in an unfriendly tone.
You dare to insult me? Do you know who I am?
Lu Shanhai's expression changed drastically. A single sentence broke through his defenses.
I don't care who you are.
I was walking perfectly fine in front of you. Why should I give way to you? Su Hao said coldly.
You brat, listen to me. Alright.
I am Lu Shanhai, the chief disciple of the Divine Physician sect. I'm giving you face by making way today. Don't push your luck.
This person spoke forcefully.
Su Hao frowned.
I've seen unreasonable people before, but I've never seen anyone this unreasonable.
What a joke. This is the Medicine King Pavilion. What does it have to do with your Divine Physician sect?
Su Hao said disdainfully.
Say it again?
Dare to underestimate the Divine Physician sect? Believe me or not, I can kill you without leaving a trace with just one word?
Lu Shanhai spoke with an air of superiority. The Divine Physician sect has extensive connections, rivaling even the Medicine King Valley in some aspects. Take the young people present today, for example. Many would have to give them face if a single order were given. Many would undoubtedly be willing to curry favor with the Divine Physician sect and directly attack them.
You have that ability? I don't believe it.
Su Hao said coldly. If the Divine Healer sect is full of unreasonable people like you, I don't think this sect needs to continue.
452, Chapter 452. What do you mean? What do you mean? Are you looking down on the Divine Physician sect?
Lu Shanhai was trembling with anger.
Since you put it that way, then I'll admit it.
That's right, the entire Divine Healer sect is full of useless trash.
You're the epitome of trash. Are you satisfied now?
Su Hao said coldly.
Grass.
Lu Shanhai had initially maintained his elegance, but at this moment he couldn't help but swear, appearing extremely vulgar, and angrily said, Who the hell do you think you are, daring to look down on the Divine Doctor sect?
You need to understand this.
I don't look down on the Divine Physician sect, but I look down on disciples of the Divine Physician sect like you. There is a difference between the two.
If everyone in the Divine Physician sect is a person of high medical ethics, I will definitely admire them.
And you are just a clown, bringing shame to the Divine Healer sect. Su Hao said coldly. These few words enraged Lu Shanhai, who rolled up his sleeves as if preparing to attack.
Senior brother, calm down.
Jiang Saishue said coldly.
Junior sister, he's really gone too far.
Lu Shanhai roared in anger.
Who are we? How can we act like scoundrels and fight with people? Doesn't he look down on the Divine Doctor sect? Then let's have a fair and square competition with him.
Jiang Saishue said, feigning elegance.
What are we competing in? Huang Niu couldn't stand it anymore and blurted out. Of course it's a competition of medical skills. What else? A competition of who has the foulest mouth.
Jiang Saishue said disdainfully. Today is the day of the Medicine King Valley assessment, and their final assessment scores will be the final standard. The loser will have to bark 3 times like a dog and shout I lost.
Do you dare to accept such a competition? Huang Niu frowned. What kind of childish competition is this? The behavior of these individuals is indeed somewhat outrageous. Not interested. Su Hao said dismissively. Is it a lack of interest, or a fear?
Lu Shanhai laughed heartily. Why don't you just bark 3 times like a dog right now, and then publicly admit that you're inferior to me? What do you say? That's right, it's wise for you to admit defeat as soon as possible. Compared to young Master Lu, you'll lose badly.
A mere frog in a well dares to compete with young Master Lu? Who exactly is he, and why is he here? Everyone looked down on them.
Su Hao frowned and said unhappily, if someone likes barking like a dog, I have no choice but to agree.
You agreed?
Lu Shanhai laughed heartily.
That's right. Su Hao nodded.
Very well, I'll be a witness. I hope that someone won't be a sore loser when the time comes.
Jiang Saishua sneered. Su Hao didn't even bother to look at him and went straight into the Medicine King Hall. You're doomed, Huang Nianyo said, then walked in arrogantly. Ignorance is bliss.
Lu Shanhai followed them inside, clearly displeased.
Only Jiang Saishua's expression was somewhat unpleasant.
She realized that Su Hao hadn't given her a second glance the entire time. Aside from the initial scrutiny, they were completely ignored afterward. This made her very unhappy. Jiang Saishua was a very scheming woman, and also extremely confident, always believing that no beauty in the martial arts world could compare to her. She naturally decided that wherever she went, she had to be the center of attention.
Only Su Hao ignored her beauty. This kid is doing this on purpose, isn't he? Dare to ignore me, you'll regret it sooner or later.
Jiang Saishua was filled with hatred.
Medicine King's Palace. The interior had already been prepared. Dozens of disciples from Medicine King Valley stood ready for battle.
In the center of the main hall stood a golden dragon throne, inlaid with countless gemstones. Everyone marveled at how much this dragon throne was worth. Medicine King Valley was incredibly extravagant. Su Hao sighed inwardly. It seemed that Qian Fugui's news was true. The Medicine King really did like rare treasures, and actually displayed such a vulgar dragon throne. But I must say, it was so imposing that he almost wanted to sit on it and try it out.
The Medicine King has arrived.
As soon as one person solemnly shouted, everyone fell silent. An elderly man in a golden robe entered, accompanied by several elders from Medicine King Valley. Exuding a powerful aura, he appeared kind and benevolent, but his eyes gleamed with a sharp light, suggesting unfathomable strength.
He sat leisurely on the dragon throne, facing the crowd. The Medicine King, Xiao Goen.
Qian Fugui exclaimed in surprise. This person is the head of Medicine King Valley, whose name means peace and prosperity for the country, and he calls himself Xiao Goen. He is definitely one of the most mysterious figures in the martial arts world of Jiangnan. Any wealthy person who is ill would want to have him appear in court. Su Hao was curious about what methods this person used to ripen the snow lotus, and he also held him in some respect. Xiao Goen glanced around and saw that quite a few people had come today. He was slightly pleased, then nodded to Lu Shanhai and Jiang Saishua. After all, these two were disciples of the Divine Doctor sect, so he had to give them some face. Welcome everyone to Medicine King Valley. Today is the day we accept disciples. I believe many of you here would like to join Medicine King Valley.
We're going to have 3 rounds of competition today.
First, it is about identifying medicinal herbs. Second, it is about refining elixirs. Third, it is about treating stubborn diseases. An elder standing beside Xiao Goen proudly announced.
After the 3 rounds of testing, the person with the best score will have the opportunity to join Medicine King Valley and become Medicine King's personal disciple. This last sentence caused a stir.
In the past, when people accepted disciples, they were made to become disciples of elders. I never expected that the Medicine King would personally accept a disciple today. This kind of opportunity is really too rare.
Silence.
Medicine King Valley is not a vegetable market, nor is it a place for you to make a fool of yourselves. The test is about to begin, please prepare yourselves. The rules are simple. We will provide 3 kinds of pills, all of which will be boiled into a potion. You need to write down the complete recipe for the potion within 1 hour. For each of the 3 pills you answer correctly, you will get 100 points. If you answer all of them incorrectly, you will be eliminated immediately. This long though old man made the indifferent announcement.
Huang Nianyo's expression changed drastically.
This assessment is way too difficult. The ingredients for each type of elixir are extremely complex. Take the 7 insects and 7 flowers powder, for example. The ingredients used in its preparation vary from person to person, and there is no standard answer. Some elixirs are even more complex, using more than a dozen medicinal herbs. How can they be so easily identified by their composition?
The trials at Medicine King Valley are absolutely hellish in difficulty.
Qian Fugui glanced at Su Hao with worry, wondering if he would be eliminated in the first round.
You brat, you're finished.
Lu Shanhai said confidently this kind of test requires a very high level of medical skill. He even thought that Su Hao might not be able to recognize all the medicinal herbs.
Oh, are you going to bark like a dog now?
Su Hao frowned and said coldly.
What did you say? I was just having a normal conversation. Who the hell barked like a dog?
Lu Shanhai shouted angrily. However, his words immediately made him look foolish. Everyone was quietly waiting for the test to begin, but he was the only one making a loud noise, and he immediately blushed with embarrassment. Xiao Guan frowned, but ultimately said nothing, deciding to give the divine Dr. Sect some face.
453, Chapter 453 Taking Charge Alone.
In front of each person, there were 3 cups of dark, murky liquid. Many people frowned when they saw these things. Before they arrived, they thought they were well prepared and had memorized a lot of pharmacological knowledge. It wasn't until the actual practice that I discovered numerous difficulties. Even the first potion was difficult to identify completely. The second potion was twice as difficult. The third potion was twice as difficult again. Several people scratched their heads and racked their brains for a long time, but still couldn't get past the first hurdle. Lu Shanhai smiled confidently. He took the first medicine, held it to his nose, smelled it, and immediately wrote down the medicinal ingredients. He identified the second medicine in the same way and wrote down the ingredients again. The third one was a little more difficult. He tasted it 3 times before finally identifying it.
Report. I have finished answering the questions.
Lu Shanhai said confidently.
Young Master Lu, your speed is quite good.
The elder walked over, picked up his answer sheet, looked at it carefully, and then nodded, saying, Congratulations, young Master Lu, you answered all the questions correctly and have earned 300 points. These words were spoken.
Everyone was stunned.
My God, only 10 minutes have passed, that's incredibly fast. A disciple of the Divine Healer sect, truly a genius.
Oh no, I can't answer any of them.
While everyone was amazed, they also felt the pressure.
I finished too. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Saishua said elegantly.
The testing elder also came over and examined the items carefully. Congratulations, Miss Jiang, you answered all the questions correctly and have earned 300 points.
The elder announced happily.
As expected of the 2 geniuses of the Divine Healer sect, their basic skills were very solid, and they passed the first round of testing smoothly. The 2 exchanged a smile, both thinking it was just a piece of cake.
When they looked at Su Hao, they found that he hadn't moved at all, and they all looked down on him.
Looks like this guy can't even get past the first hurdle. Lu Shanhai said coldly. After all, he's not from a prestigious family. These kinds of pills are really too much for him. Jiang Saishua shook her head. It's perfectly normal for someone like him to be eliminated in the first round, isn't it? The 2 men's sarcastic remarks reached Su Hao's ears directly.
He just smiled coldly and didn't say anything. Your name is Su Hao.
Lu Shanhai was still not satisfied. He walked over and saw the name Su Hao had written down. He said, I advise you to give up. No matter how well you perform, you can't possibly be better than me.
Are you that confident?
Su Hao didn't want to pay attention to him, but he kept buzzing around like a fly. Nonsense, didn't you hear? My junior sister and I both got full marks. Lu Shanhai said proudly.
Your perfect score is just the elder's wrong judgment.
With your abilities, you are not yet able to identify the formulas for these 3 pills. Su Hao said coldly. What did you say?
Su Hao, how dare you question my verdict?
The elder was furious. It's not about questioning, but about being realistic. You're all wrong. Each of these 3 pills contains an extra ingredient. This ingredient is the common Polygonum multiflorum, which may seem like a tonic, but it actually conflicts with the pharmacology of all 3 pills. When combined, they become a poison. Once taken, it will definitely take effect within half an hour. As Su Hao spoke, he immediately picked up a pen and wrote down all the medicinal herbs he had analyzed.
Nonsense.
The elder who was testing glanced at his answer sheet. It was mostly correct, but he had listed an extra ingredient, He-Shou-Wu, Polygonum multiflorum. The elder was very displeased and said, You are just being unreasonable. Therefore, your score in the first round of testing is invalid. Please leave Medicine King Valley now.
Everyone was stunned by these words.
This was the first disciple to be directly expelled. Such a punishment is still very serious. After all, even if others get 0 points, they can stay and watch others take the test. Only Su Hao spoke rudely and was directly punished by the testing elder.
Ha ha ha, is this your confidence?
Lu Shanhai sneered. You don't even understand the most basic respect for elders. No sect would be willing to take in someone like you.
Su Hao, right, you're quite the oddball. You managed to offend the elder during a perfectly good test. You should be glad the elder doesn't want to stoop to your level. Otherwise, given your rudeness, breaking your legs would be the least of your worries. Jiang Saishue deliberately provoked him.
Unfortunately, Su Hao ignored her words and didn't even glance at her. He simply looked at Xiao Guan on the dragon throne and said calmly, Medicine King, you set up this test, now you should give me justice, right?
Insolence, you have no right to speak with us personally.
The testing elder roared in fury. Guards, throw this man out.
Wait a minute.
Xiao Guan stepped forward and said calmly, Su Hao's appearance is what makes this test interesting. Apart from him, everyone else is useless. You are all incredibly stupid. Lu Shanhai, let me ask you, when you first smelled the first elixir, couldn't you even analyze the Polygonum multiflorum?
Medicine King, I did analyze it, but upon further reflection, if this ingredient is added, the pill will become poison, which is against pharmacology, so I ruled it out.
Lu Shanhai said solemnly. Nonsense, people from your divine physician sector still too serious. That's why you can never compare to Medicine King Valley. We are willing to boldly experiment with all kinds of medicinal herbs and concoct all kinds of pills that are not recorded. What about the divine physician sect? They only stick to the old ways and inherit the old prescriptions. They will never be able to keep up with the times. I now declare that Su Hao is the only one to get a perfect score. Lu Shanhai and Jiang Saishue both made mistakes, so each of them will have 30 points deducted. This is what Xiao Guan, the king of medicine, announced.
The Medicine King.
According to you, does that mean everyone who tasted the medicine was poisoned? Jiang Saishue's face a huge change. He blurted out. In the first round of testing, many people tried to identify the medicinal herbs by taking them and relying on their sense of taste. Unexpectedly, their trust led them to drink poison.
Yes, you have all been poisoned. If you don't want to die, prepare the antidote now. The second round of testing begins.
We will provide you with all the medicinal herbs, but how to detoxify yourself is up to you. Xiao Guan then announced the start of the second round of testing. Immediately, the disciples of Medicine King Valley sprang into action, piling dozens of medicinal herbs on the ground for the testers to choose from.
This is insane.
So the tests at Medicine King Valley are this insane?
If we don't pass, are we going to lose our lives?
Some people said in despair. Su Hao frowned. He found the Medicine King's unexpected testing style interesting, but also too difficult. This wasn't about recruiting disciples. Anyone who passed both rounds of testing was ready to leave the mountain and take charge independently.
454, Chapter 454 is outrageous. Anyone who is not strong enough can withdraw immediately.
Medicine King Valley will provide the antidote. Taking it signifies the end of the test and automatic withdrawal.
Xiao Guan made a cold announcement.
Immediately, several disciples stood by, holding pills.
I give up. Am I crazy? I'd risk my life for a test?
Forget it, Medicine King Valley is too high up for me to join.
Most people chose to abstain after receiving the antidote and taking it. They chose to remain bystanders, with some participants becoming spectators.
By the second round, less than 1/10 of the participants remained. The second round of testing officially begins. Everyone, please use the medicinal herbs and prescriptions we have provided to concoct the antidote. The testing elder composed himself and chose to continue presiding over the test.
After that, Medicine King Valley thoughtfully prepared alchemy furnaces, one for each person, which they could use as needed.
This round of testing was quite interesting.
Everyone received the exact same prescription.
At first glance, there seems to be no problem at all in using the poison to counteract the first round of poison.
You, surnamed Su, you only won the first round by luck. We didn't lose at all. The next step is to test your medical skills. Alchemy is the specialty of Medicine King Valley. Every disciple must go through this step. You've been in contact with an alchemy furnace before, haven't you? You can't possibly not be able to refine even the simplest pills, can you?
Lu Shanhai sneered repeatedly, his voice full of mockery. Senior brother, he's just a quack doctor at best. How can he compare to us? This round is our competition. Let's see who can make pills faster and better. Jiang Saishua didn't consider Su Hao a match at all. The two selected medicinal herbs and started a fire to refine elixirs. Su Hao looked back and saw that many people were beginning to show signs of poisoning. Some were pale, others had weak hands. The effects of the previous round of medicine were slowly taking hold. Everyone's constitution is different, and their reactions are not exactly the same. For a weak person, drinking this poison can be extremely fatal. Sect leader, I think the two disciples of the Divine Physician sect have performed quite well so far. They should be the winners of the second round. Elder Yang said calmly, standing next to Qiao Guowen. Really, why do you say that? Qiao Guowen smiled faintly. It's already quite obvious, they're fast at refining pills. Look at Su Hao, he's still leisurely selecting medicinal herbs. Could it be that he doesn't even recognize the herbs for the antidote pill? Elder Yang had met Su Hao before and felt that there were some problems with his medical skills. He was prone to getting lucky and inexplicably curing difficult and complicated diseases. Don't rush into a decision. I think this kid is interesting, Qiao Guowen said calmly. Finish. Finish. Lu Shanhai and Jiang Saishua shouted almost simultaneously, and they handed in their answers at the same time. The testing elder walked over, took their antidote pills, examined them closely, and finally said, "Congratulations to you two for successfully refining high-grade antidote pills. Now you may take the pills." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Shanhai and Jiang Saishua simultaneously picked up the crimson pills and swallowed them instantly. All the discomfort in their bodies disappeared. They were all smiling calmly. This is a very common phenomenon for the disciples of the Divine Physician sect. After all, they would test the poison on themselves when they were making antidotes. However, others do not have this ability. Some people fainted completely, some were in so much pain that they couldn't hold on to the alchemy furnace, and some even lost control of their bladder and bowels. The people of Medicine King Valley had no choice but to take them down one by one to heal their wounds. The second round of testing was a disaster for those who weren't strong enough. Lu Shanhai coldly looked at Su Hao, seeing that he was still refining pills and his progress was far behind the top testers. He had a faint sneer on his face. "Su, you're progressing so slowly, it's almost too late. Are you not going to live to see the end of the test?" Su Hao said coldly. "Damn it, can't you speak properly?" Lu Shanhai roared in anger. "I'm refining pills, what are you babbling about?" Su Hao rebuked angrily. "I'll settle the score with you later." Lu Shanhai was furious. He realized that he was no match for Lu Shanhai in a verbal battle. The testing period is gradually coming to an end. Bang! At the very last moment, the alchemy furnace in front of Su Hao suddenly exploded. In that instant, everyone's expression changed. What is the most important thing in alchemy? Of course, it's the success rate. If we fail, wouldn't it be a complete waste of time and energy? Oven explosion is the most common type of failure. Su Hao, I hope your alchemy skills are as impressive as your mouth. Lu Shanhai laughed. You're out of the game. Jiang Saishua said coldly. Yeah? Su Hao smiled coldly as he slowly retrieved a purple pill from the shards of the alchemy furnace. Purple? Upon seeing this, the testing elder walked over and looked at Su Hao with a strange expression, saying, "You didn't refine the pill according to the recipe?" "No, and there's no need for that. The test requires me to refine an antidote, so of course I have to refine the best antidote within the limited range of medicinal materials," Su Hao said proudly. "What is this antidote?" Qiao Guowen suddenly stood up and asked in surprise. Mysterious Sect Detoxification Powder Beginner Version. Su Hao said calmly. What is that? Beginner version? Has this kid gone mad? He's using a basic version of the antidote during the test, doesn't he care about his score? The others exchanged glances, feeling that Su Hao's decision was questionable. If he had simply followed the recipe, he might have been able to obtain a high-grade antidote, but instead, he thought he was being clever and created a basic version. Haha, what beginner version? I think you're just making up an excuse because you're not very capable. Lu Shanhai laughed wildly.
Do you think you can come up with an advanced version? You say the conditions here are limited. You should know that these medicines are provided by Medicine King Valley. How can they not meet the requirements of some Xianmen detoxification powder? Jiang Saishua felt that this person was just making a fuss. You're wrong. The pills provided this time are indeed insufficient to meet the needs of the Xianmen detoxification powder. The detoxification powder provided in this test is a mass-produced pill from Medicine King Valley that is available on the market. The Xianmen detoxification powder is a legendary ancient elixir, now lost to time. The Medicine King, Xiao Goan, solemnly announced. How could a lost elixir appear in a test? Su Hao's actions inevitably earn him higher regard. Lu Shanhai and Jiang Saishua's expressions turned grim. Coming from the divine physician sect, they highly valued ancient medicinal formulas. They never expected Su Hao to use their own formula in the test. Damn it, isn't this like using a cannon to kill a sparrow? It's a waste of talent. Lu Shanhai was very indignant, feeling that he was cheating. It was just an assessment, but he made such a big fuss, obviously to attract attention. It was simply outrageous. 455, Chapter 455. You're welcome. I hereby declare that Su Hao has once again achieved a perfect score and advances to the next round. Xiao Goan made the announcement calmly. Everyone was surprised when these words were spoken. Young Master Su is truly amazing, he got a perfect score again. What kind of successor of the Divine Physician sect is he? He's not even worthy to carry young Master Su's shoes. Just who is he to be so powerful? When people looked at him, they did so with admiration. Huang Niu clapped her hands and laughed. This was the Su Hao she knew. Either he didn't make a move, or when he did, he shocked everyone. Her martial arts skills were like that, and so were her medical expertise. Shen Fuguei smiled faintly. This was why he was trying to curry favor with Su Hao. This guy was too strong, and it would definitely be good to get along with him. Lu Shanhai's face darkened. He had originally thought this test was his stage to shine, and that if he won first place, he would leave a good impression on Jiang Saishu. Unexpectedly, he was outshone by Su Hao in every aspect. Isn't he just an unknown, unlicensed doctor? What makes him so capable of suppressing the chief physician of the Divine Doctor sect? He grew angrier the more he thought about it, thinking that in the third round, he would definitely crush his opponent and completely turn the tide. Jiang Saishua was still very angry. Su Hao continued to ignore her, which greatly displeased this proud young woman. Alright. Next is the medical examination test. Someone, bring the patient up here. It was announced by the elder of the test. Soon, a disciple pushed up a middle-aged man in a wheelchair. His condition was heartbreaking to see. He was as fat as a bear, slumped in the wheelchair, and panting heavily. This is a young master who came to Medicine King Valley yesterday seeking medical treatment due to a lack of exercise and the consumption of various junk foods. He now suffers from many ailments. After discussing with him, we decided to use him as a test subject. Who can cure his ailment? Let's wait and see. It was announced by the elder of the test. Only 5 test takers remained to advance to the third round. As soon as he finished speaking, a handsome young man stepped forward and said confidently, "The biggest problem with the patient in front of us is that he can't get out of bed. Leave this to me." The man approached the patient and suddenly unleashed his qigong upon him. After a burst of energy, he was drenched in sweat, but the patient remained unmoved. Failure, eliminated. The testing elder said unhappily, "Isn't this ridiculous? Let me." The person who immediately stepped forward was a beautiful woman with a single ponytail, who looked neat and tidy. She took out a pill, fed it to the patient, and said, "This is a weight loss pill developed by our sect. After taking it, it will greatly help your figure and health." As soon as he finished speaking, the patient broke out in a hot sweat, and a lot of oil came out. Everyone looked over and it seemed the patient had lost weight. Her complexion looks a little better. Lose weight? You should go and sell products directly. Treatment is not suitable for you. Lu Shanhai sneered. The patient was already in a wheelchair, yet she still fed him this kind of medicine. What does this have to do with treating and saving lives? Eliminated. The testing elder also felt that she was there to cause trouble. Some people just wanted to take advantage of this occasion to advertise certain drugs, and were not sincerely trying to cure patients.
Okay, the beautiful woman wasn't angry. She returned to her seat and eagerly began introducing the weight loss drugs, immediately attracting some potential customers.
Quiet.
The elder frowned and rebuked him angrily.
Next, it's my turn.
Lu Shanhai walked confidently toward the patient. Upon approaching, he looked at Su Hao with a mocking tone and said, "A true divine physician doesn't rely solely on the wisdom of the ancients. Your alchemy skills are good, but your ability to heal and save lives is definitely lacking. Only someone like me can pass the Medicine King Valley's test." As he spoke, he took out a box of gold needles.
You know acupuncture?
The testing elder's eyes lit up. That's right, our divine physician sect's specialty is acupuncture. As long as I take action, the ailment before you is no match for me.
With that, he proudly inserted the needles.
Lu Shanhai truly lives up to his reputation as the chief physician of the divine physician sect. His medical skills are exceptionally solid. As the gold needles were inserted into various acupoints, the chubby patient let out joyful cries. He not only did not feel pain, but he also felt refreshed.
Done.
As Lu Shanhai administered the last needle, Fatty instantly stood up.
Young Master Lu, you are truly a miracle doctor. You actually cured my leg ailment. Fatty exclaimed in surprise. Not yet.
Your condition is chronic, so I'm just doing a preliminary step to clear your meridians.
It will take at least half a month to fully recover.
Lu Shanhai shook his head. When he retrieved the golden needles, Fatty realized that what he had said earlier was true. Without the blessing of the golden needles, he returned to his seat, still unable to move.
Lu Shanhai, you have passed the test.
The testing elder announced immediately.
Immediately, many people applauded.
Everyone had heard that the people from the divine physician sect were all highly skilled in medicine. Now, seeing it with their own eyes, they found that they were even more amazing than the rumors suggested.
Senior brother, you've really increased the difficulty of the test by a lot. Jiang Saixue came out.
Immediately, everyone's eyes fell on her. This is already the third round of testing with no other competitors. Everyone can see Jiang Saixue's beauty. Wow, this is a fairy descending to earth. Miss Jiang comes from a good family, is talented, and is a great beauty. Whoever marries her must have saved the galaxy in their past life. Miss Jiang is truly a beauty that could topple kingdoms and possesses unparalleled charm.
The various praises reached Jiang Saixue's ears, making her very happy.
This was the scene she had been hoping for. The moment she appeared, everyone would willingly become captivated by her beauty. However, out of the corner of her eye, she saw that Su Hao was simply staring blankly ahead, seemingly completely unmoved.
Is he a wooden man?
Jiang Saixue is very. He thought about it unhappily.
Miss Jiang, shall we begin?
The testing elder reminded her.
Good.
Everyone, my senior brother has just demonstrated his superb acupuncture skills. It's almost impossible for me to surpass him. But the patient has many chronic illnesses, and our Jiang family's elixirs can also come in handy. This pill is a secret recipe from our family for dispelling blood stasis. It will definitely be of help. Jiang Saixue took out a snow-white pill and fed it directly to Fatty. After squatting down, the man felt a powerful current of energy surging through his body, making his limbs and bones feel much more unobstructed. After thinking for a moment, the man, supporting himself on the wheelchair, slowly stood up. Taking 2 difficult steps, he looked at Jiang Saixue with gratitude and said, Miss Jiang, you are truly a goddess incarnate. Thank you for bestowing this divine medicine upon me. You're welcome. Your illness is quite easy to cure if needed. Whether you ask your senior brother or me, we can get it done within half a month. Jiang Saixue finished speaking confidently and looked at Su Hao with a provocative expression. 456, Chapter 456 Passing the Test. Is this the ability of the successor of the Divine Healer sect? Su Hao finally met her gaze, but it was filled with contempt. What do you mean? Our abilities have already surpassed all the testers. How dare you look down on us?
Jiang Saixue was extremely displeased and glared at him angrily.
I see you've only learned a little bit, enough to fool some ignorant people. Now I'll show you what real acupuncture for saving lives looks like.
Su Hao walked towards the patient, nodded to the testing elder, and said, Can we begin now?
Okay.
The testing elder was taken aback. How did he end up leading the process? Everyone, look carefully. I'll only demonstrate it once.
Su Hao took out the gold needles and demonstrated them to everyone. Then he thrust 12 needles into the patient's dantian. This scene made Lu Shanhai and Jiang Saixue shake their heads and smile bitterly. This is about healing and saving lives, not about who has the most acupuncture needles.
Have you ever seen anyone insert so many needles into one acupoint when saving someone? This is utter nonsense. Elder Yang exclaimed in dissatisfaction. If anything happens to the patient, we cannot let him off the hook. Does he actually know acupuncture? How can there be a logic in inserting 12 needles into one?
The other elders raised questions.
Xiao Guan frowned, feeling that Su Hao wasn't the type to act recklessly. There must be some reason behind it.
At that very moment, the patient in the wheelchair felt as if his dantian was about to explode. His face turned bright red, and he suddenly stood up and ran. As he ran, he tugged at his clothes, shouting, "It's burning hot, it's burning hot, my stomach is burning hot." This scene deeply shocked everyone.
The patient can run now? Impossible, how did they do that? Lu Shanhai's expression changed drastically. He simply couldn't understand it. You conspired with the patient?
Jiang Saixue asked indignantly.
You wouldn't understand even if I explained. Su Hao looked at the testing elder and said, "Can we announce it now?" Su Hao's method just now was actually opportunistic.
This test was flawed. Everyone was assigned the same patient. Those who appeared later clearly had the advantage. Lu Shanhai and Jiang Saixue had already provided treatment and laid a solid foundation. What Su Hao needed to do was to use his advanced internal energy to directly unblock all of the patient's meridians. The effect of 12 golden needles is exactly the same as that of one golden needle. He was just deliberately creating this sensational effect. As Lu Shanhai and the other person mentioned earlier, this patient's condition is not particularly complicated. Not to mention them, anyone from Medicine King Valley could cure him. The only difference is how long it takes to cure. Su Hao caught the two men's injuries and cured them on the spot with remarkable results. I hereby announce that Su Hao still scores a perfect score in the third round. Overall, Su Hao achieved full marks in all 3 rounds of testing. He is the winner of this Medicine King Valley test and enjoys priority in joining Medicine King Valley. It was announced by the elder of the test. Congratulations, young master. Huang Yonyo clapped excitedly. Mr. Su, you truly deserve it. Xian Fugui laughed heartily, giving a thumbs up and praising him directly. The others also applauded. Su Hao's performance in this test was amazing. Every single aspect was perfect. Mr. Su, I was wrong. You are the real Huatua in the world. The 2 doctors from the divine physician sector still far inferior, the chubby patient said gratefully. Take good care of yourself. It's your own body, don't ruin it anymore. Su Hao nodded at him, not forgetting to warn him. Understood, I will definitely maintain a healthy lifestyle from now on. Fatty said gratefully again. Lu Shanhai and Jiang Saixue looked grim. Who would have thought that they would become the ones paving the way for Su Hao's success? They were unwilling to accept it, but the test was over, and there was no other way to get a higher score. Lu Shanhai, according to our bet, are you going to bark like a dog? Su Hao said coldly. I was just kidding, how could you take it seriously? Lu Shanhai shamelessly refused to admit it. Useless. Su Hao said disdainfully. Lu Shanhai knew he was in the wrong and dared not argue any further. Xiao Guan stepped down from the dragon throne, looked at Su Hao with an appreciative smile, and said, Su Hao, it seems your medical skills have reached a very high level. Even I am not qualified to guide you, and you participated in this test for the 1,000-year snow lotus, right? Exactly. Su Hao said frankly, Medicine King, I hope you can bestow the 1,000-year snow lotus upon me. Will definitely repay this kindness in the future. Does Medicine King Valley need your repayment? Xiao Guan smiled and said, the 1,000-year snow lotus is yours, but you have to agree to one condition. He waved his hand, and immediately a disciple from Medicine King Valley came out carrying a sandalwood box. Upon opening it, there was indeed a snow lotus with 10 leaves. Compared to last time, the 10th leaf had finally bloomed. The quality of the entire elixir has improved significantly, officially becoming a top-grade elixir. Thank you so much, Medicine King, for the medicine. Su Hao said excitedly as he took down the sandalwood box. Medicine King, we have also come for the 1,000-year blood lotus. As long as you are willing to sell it, the Jiang family is willing to pay any price, Jiang Saishui said immediately. Miss Jiang, you've already seen it, haven't you? The snow lotus is now Su Hao's, and has nothing to do with our Medicine King Valley, Xiao Guan said calmly. Jiang Saishui's gaze immediately fell on Su Hao, and she said coldly, I am willing to offer 100 million to buy the spiritual medicine in your possession. I hope you know what's good for you and hand it over now. So what if you have a few stinking coins? Get lost, this elixir isn't for sale. Su Hao said disdainfully. Do you really want to go against the Jiang family of Yinjing? Jiang Saishui was furious. How dare someone in a small province like Dong province defy the wishes of a powerful family in Yinjing? How do you know that I haven't opposed your Jiang family? Please, this is Medicine King Pavilion, is not a place for you to cause trouble. Su Hao found it amusing when he heard about the Jiang family. He personally reprimanded Steward Jiang, and he also offended Miss Jiang. Su Hao, you'll regret this. Jiang Saishui said angrily before leaving with a few people. I'm ready any time. Su Hao was not afraid at all and gave him a provocative look. Xiao Guan frowned, seemingly surprised by Su Hao's assertive personality. He continued to look at Su Hao and said, as I said before, the 1,000-year blood lotus isn't free. We don't need any money, we just need you to agree to become an elder of Medicine King Valley. Isn't this inappropriate? Su Hao was dumbfounded. Passing the test not only grants access to the Millennium Blood Lotus but also the opportunity to become an elder. What incredible benefits! The status of an elder in Medicine King Valley is far too high. It's like suddenly finding a powerful backer. There's nothing inappropriate about it. Your abilities are in no way inferior to the other elders. You are absolutely qualified. Xiao Guan smiled with appreciation. 457, Chapter 457. The Old Fox. Sect leader, isn't this inappropriate? The elders of Medicine King Valley are all promoted from inner disciples who have made great contributions to the sect. Su Hao is just an outsider who has made no contributions. It's against the rules for him to become an elder directly. Elder Yang was the first to stand up and object. Sect leader, please don't act unilaterally now. You're giving away snow lotuses and granting elder status. Is this the treatment a young person who has passed the test should receive? The other elders objected. Everyone, please calm down. You've all witnessed Su Hao's medical skills. Ask yourselves honestly, are you really confident you can surpass him? In recent years, several of our Medicine King Valley's guests have been snatched away by this man. He has proven with facts that he has long mastered unfathomable medical skills. Making him an elder of Medicine King Valley is not to glorify him, but to glorify us. This matter is decided. Anyone who dares to object is disrespecting the sect leader. Xiao Guan made a cold announcement. The elders present all lowered their heads. The sect leader's words are correct. Su Hao's medical skills do indeed surpass everyone else. It's just that some people are unconvinced that he possesses such medical skills at such a young age. Jealousy and envy of talent are emotions that arise spontaneously in everyone. Now that the sect leader is backing them, their opposition is null and void. Medicine King, what benefits will I receive after becoming an elder? Su Hao hadn't even given his answer yet. There are still many benefits. First of all, if you encounter trouble from other sects outside, you can reveal your identity as Medicine King Valley. Secondly, whatever pills you need for support, you can get them from Medicine King Valley for free. As for other benefits, I don't want to say much, but you'll definitely experience them in the future. Xiao Guan said with a smile. Since that's the case, then I'll reluctantly agree. Su Hao smiled. Disciples, why haven't you greeted Elder Su yet? Xiao Guan said solemnly. Greetings, Elder Su. Immediately, dozens of disciples bowed respectfully. Su Hao was about the same age as them, and some of them were even older, but their statuses were still very different. He's suddenly become an elder of Medicine King Valley? Su Hao was somewhat dazed. Elder Su, let's speak in private. Xiao Guan led Su Hao away to the inner hall. Su Hao followed until they were all alone, then said calmly, Medicine King, if you need anything, please give your orders. Elder Su, I won't beat around the bush. Your Xian Tian detoxification pill is priceless. Can you sell it to Yaoang Valley? Xiao Guan still had ulterior motives. He had his eye on the detoxification pill from earlier.
That was recorded in an ancient book, and it's currently even better than the antidote pills from Medicine King Valley. Sell, that's too polite.
Since Medicine King Valley needs it, and I am also a member of the sect, I hope this pill formula can help the sect grow stronger. Su Hao didn't care at all. He took out paper and pen and wrote down the prescription in a very open and honest manner.
After reading the prescription, Xiao Guan burned it immediately.
Su Hao was not surprised. This was the Medicine King's method, collecting pill formulas that others could not obtain.
Elder Su, is there anything you need? Xiao Guan asked. I need another spiritual medicine, the Ninetern Spirit Mushroom. May I ask the Medicine King, is there any news about this spiritual medicine? Su Hao asked earnestly.
Not yet. This kind of spiritual herb is no less than the 1,000-year-old snow lotus. It seems that one of your friends has encountered a big problem. Xiao Guan immediately understood Su Hao was collecting these spiritual herbs to defy fate. He immediately assured him, I will have someone keep an eye out. As soon as there is any news about the Ninetern Spirit Mushroom, I will notify you immediately. Okay, Su Hao wasn't too disappointed. Spiritual herbs are rare and hard to come by. Even Medicine King Valley couldn't possibly possess all of them. Xiao Guan kept Su Hao with him and discussed a lot of medical knowledge. They didn't leave Medicine King Valley until after 3 p.m. Huang Nianniu clutched the Medicine King Valley Elder's token the whole way, clearly quite fond of it. Young master, you're amazing. This token would be worth a lot of money if you sold it, she said with a smile. You're obsessed with money. If this token is for sale, I'll be the first to bid, no matter the price. Xian Fugui said with a smile. Not for sale, give it to me. Su Hao smiled, took back the token, and put it in his pocket. Mr. Su, have you inquired with the Medicine King about the whereabouts of the Ninetern Lingji? Xian Fugui asked, a thought stirring in his mind. I asked, but he didn't know either. It seems the spiritual herb may have to wait quite a while before it can be born. Su Hao sighed. Things that are rare and hard to come by can't be rushed. That's the only way. Xian Fugui nodded. Since there was no news from Medicine King Valley, it proved that there really wasn't any. He felt that the 1,000-year-old snow lotus was the most difficult to obtain. If it weren't for Medicine King Valley, which is 100 years away from producing spiritual herbs, obtaining them would be very difficult. Xian Fugui then asked with a smile, Mr. Su, did you learn any methods for ripening fruit from the Medicine King? He's a cunning old fox. How could he possibly hand it over to me? Su Hao shook his head. Yes, he's a cunning old fox. He clearly just wanted to get benefits from the young master, which is why he gave him the young master's token. Huang Nianniu felt that the Medicine King was not a good person at all, but rather shrewd and cunning. Su Hao shook his head and smiled. We're all adults, it's all just an exchange of interests. Suddenly his smile vanished. He turned around and saw 2 black sedans speeding towards them. Jiang Saixue, Lu Shanhai, and a group of thugs got out. You surnamed Su, I told you long ago that I wouldn't let you go today. Jiang Saixue said coldly. Is this what the Jiang family does? If you can't get the 1,000-year snow lotus by your own ability, why not just steal it? Su Hao said coldly. Is it strange? We have power and influence, do whatever you want. Lu Shanhai said dismissively. You dog, you haven't even learned to bark yet, don't think you can get away with this. Su Hao said disdainfully. Damn it, there were too many people around, so I wanted to give you some face. Now I'm warning you, either hand over the 1,000-year snow lotus and bark like a dog 3 times, or we'll kill you, dump your body in the valley, and destroy the evidence. Lu Shanhai said arrogantly. He thought to himself, these people have been cornered, yet they still dare to talk back. They are simply courting death. Oh? Are you going to make a move? Su Hao smiled coldly. Of course, do you think we're afraid of you? Lu Shanhai waved his hand. A dozen thugs, wielding large knives, charged forward menacingly. Xian Fugui had a faint smile on his face. Are these people really enough for Mr. Su to beat? No, how's your training going lately? It's time to test your progress. Su Hao didn't intend to make a move, he simply stepped aside and gave way to Huang Nianniu. 458, Chapter 458. He fell from grace. Give it to her? Chen Fugui was stunned. Huang Niao looked like an ordinary female college student. Could she really defeat more than a dozen enemies? The other side was carrying a big knife, while Huang Niao was unarmed. Su Hao, you're such a coward, letting a woman do the work. Are you even a man? Lu Shanhai said with utter disdain. So this is the kind of person you are. You're really disappointing, Jiang Saishua said coldly. What do you know? You think I need to deal with these useless people? I can defeat them with just a maid. Su Hao said arrogantly. Yes, leave it to me. Full of confidence, Huang Niao walked towards the enemy, dodging a flash of blade, and immediately swept her leg, knocking down one of them and snatching his broadsword. Holding it in her hand, her aura instantly rose to another level, becoming murderous. She wielded her broadsword, slashing left and right, and in just a few moves, she felled several people. She frowned, picked up another machete, gripped it tightly, and her aura intensified. With two swords in hand, he defeated the swordsmen, knocking them to the ground one by one. After Huang Niao won, she carried two swords on her shoulders and revealed a wicked smile. Her handsome appearance impressed Su Hao. She's actually a master? Chen Fugui was stunned. I thought she was just an ordinary person, but now it seems I was completely wrong. How could a woman who follows Mr. Su be simple? Huang Niao herself was the happiest. The results of her cultivation during this period were on display. She was about to enter the innate realm, and dealing with these thugs would be no problem at all. She looked at Lu Shanhai and Jiang Saishua, somewhat eager to try. As long as Su Hao gives the order, they will rush up without hesitation and tear those two annoying people to pieces. Lu Shanhai and Jiang Saishua looked rather grim. They had actually misjudged Su Hao. He was accompanied by a female bodyguard. Young master, has my strength improved? Huang Niao turned around and asked with a smile. Indeed, there has been some progress, but compared to the experts, there's still a long way to go. Su Hao affirmed her progress, but also subtly hinted that she should stay grounded and not become arrogant. There are only two people left in front of us. What kind of expert could there be? Huang Niao looked ahead again and said coldly. True talent doesn't show off. You'll find out soon enough, Su Hao said calmly. Hey, can any of you guys take a hit? Huang Niao said aggressively. Junior sister, let me do it. Lu Shanhai walked out with a sullen face, saying as he went, don't forget, the Divine Physician sect is a renowned family in the martial arts world, and it's not just about medical skills. I just didn't want to dirty my hands earlier. I am more than capable of dealing with you all by myself. You're spouting nonsense. Let me show you how powerful the young master's maid is. As Huang Niao spoke, she slashed at him with her knife. The blade flashed, carrying a chilling killing intent. Do you really think you're invincible? Lu Shanhai smiled coldly and stood still until the blade was close before striking with lightning speed. Two fingers gripped the large knife tightly. Are you out of your mind? Huang Niao's expression changed. She was still kind-hearted and couldn't bear to continue stabbing him. Lu Shanhai's next action made Huang Niao realize that her previous words were completely unnecessary. Suddenly, Lu Shanhai exerted his strength, and the large knife shattered instantly. The flying blade grazed Huang Niao's shoulder, leaving a bleeding wound. Very good, you actually have some skill. Huang Niao did not back down. She gripped the broadsword tightly with both hands and charged forward with the force of splitting Mount Hua. Get away from me, I don't want to kill a woman. Lu Shanhai waved his hand, and a powerful gust of wind blew Huang Niao off balance, causing her to lose her grip on the broadsword and fly into the valley. I refuse to believe it, let's try again. After regaining her footing, Huang Niao said somewhat defiantly. Stop! Su Hao shouted. Young master, I can still fight. Huang Niao said. He already held back just now, can't you see that? What did the young master teach you? There are always people better than you. Don't embarrass me, and don't embarrass your father. If you can't beat someone, you have to admit it. If you're bad, practice more. Su Hao said seriously. Oh, I understand. Huang Niao shuddered, realizing that brute force alone was useless. When facing a master, it all comes down to raw skill. Watch carefully and learn well. Su Hao walked forward, facing Lu Shanhai directly. You finally dare to stand in front of a woman? Lu Shanhai laughed heartily.
What are you laughing at? I just don't bother to make a move, afraid I might accidentally kill you.
Su Hao said coldly. You must be dreaming. I only used 10% of my strength just now. Dealing with you was far too easy.
Lu Shanhai smiled. Yeah?
Su Hao's eyes were filled with deep contempt.
Senior brother, don't underestimate him. This kid is a bit strange. Jiang Saishua noticed that Su Hao was too calm.
In general, there are only two situations in which someone can remain calm in this situation. Either they are showing off without knowing their own limitations, or they have real skills. Jiang Saishua vaguely felt that Su Hao was the latter.
Junior sister, do you think I'd be afraid of a mere quack doctor? Lu Shanhai was furious.
His junior sister was someone he valued, and now she was praising another man in front of him. How could he swallow this insult? If you're determined to humiliate yourself, no one can stop you, Su Hao said calmly.
Prepare to die.
Lu Shanhai's abilities are indeed quite impressive. He lunged forward, his right hand in a fist and his left hand in a palm, as if he could multitask, unleashing both deadly strengths simultaneously. His attack was fierce yet swift. Huang Niu gasped. She couldn't even see this person's movements clearly. If they continued fighting, she wouldn't even know how she died. But what about the young master's strength? Su Hao merely frowned, seemingly finding the man's actions somewhat excessive. He was already in a bad mood, so he immediately took a breath and threw a punch. The attack, which appears simple and direct, has proven to be very effective.
Bang!
Lu Shanhai instinctively felt a powerful force that instantly sent him flying. At first glance, it looked similar to the scene when Huang Niu was sent flying backward.
Boom!
He fell directly into the pile of rocks, sustaining multiple injuries.
If you show mercy to Niu, I'll show mercy to you too. Su Hao announced coldly. Young master, your strength is so great. Are these moves that ordinary people can learn? Huang Niu was very embarrassed. He only threw one punch. Is it possible to learn this without any other moves? Ha, you can't learn it?
Su Hao chuckled, which was also to tell Huang Niu that ability is the most important thing.
If I can learn it, I won't be your mate anymore, Huang Niu said with a smile.
On the other side, Jiang Saishua hurriedly helped Lu Shanhai up. Seeing his serious injuries, she sighed and said, Senior brother, we've failed this time.
459, Chapter 459 Killing Intent.
I have no grudge against you, so I'll let you off this time, but don't let it happen again.
Su Hao turned around, about to leave with Huang Niu. Admit defeat? It's out of the question. How can I accept losing to someone like that?
Lu Shanhai frowned, steeled his resolve, and suddenly stood up, lunging at Su Hao. At the same time, he held a handful of poison needles in his hand, and only after getting close did he scatter them all.
Careful!
Seeing this, Huang Niu shouted a warning. Qian Fugui was completely stunned, unable to even offer a warning. The air was filled with countless black poison needles. Probably hundreds of them. If even one struck, the consequences would be unimaginable. Jiang Saishua was both surprised and delighted. She was surprised that her senior brother was so ruthless, but she was also delighted that once he hit Su Hao, who had no antidote, he would surely die. The Divine Healer sect forbids the use of poison, but disciples, when out in the world, still use poisons to varying degrees for self-defense. Lu Shanhai's poison needles are one such example.
You still dare to launch a sneak attack?
Su Hao didn't need any reminders. Hearing the wind behind him, he already knew that Lu Shanhai was up to something. Without turning his head, he waved his hand, and a strong gust of wind instantly sent everyone, including the needles, flying.
Ah!
When Lu Shanhai landed, his face was covered with poison needles. Black blood flowed out, emitting a putrid stench. Su Hao turned around and saw that Lu Shanhai, who used to be somewhat dashing, now had a pockmarked face and his eyes were bulging out. His appearance had plummeted, and he looked like a ghost.
Ha ha, you started it.
Huang Niu was overjoyed. How could someone be so stupid? They clearly couldn't win, yet they still used a poison needle. Now look what's happened. He's harmed himself and others, and in the end, he's the one who suffers.
He only got what he deserved.
Qian Fugui shook his head. No one would pity someone like him.
You brat, you actually poisoned your senior brother. I'm warning you, the Divine Doctor sect will not let you get away with this.
Jiang Saishua said, very displeased. Poisoning, you are truly the scum of the divine healer sect. If your ancestor knew what you had done, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. Su Hao was extremely disdainful. Since they call themselves the divine physician sect, they must have entered the Tao through medicine. These two people's behavior is completely contrary to the sect's principles. They are the worst of the worst.
Stop talking nonsense, who exactly are you?
Jiang Saishue said angrily.
Didn't I say that my real name is Su Hao? Su Hao asked in confusion, wondering when he had impersonated someone else.
Su Hao, what is that? He has no reputation whatsoever. Jiang Saishue assumed that he had made up this name, probably because he was afraid of retaliation and had chosen a name that nobody knew.
You didn't fall for it?
Su Hao had no choice but to go along with her and continue. Since that's the case, I'll tell you, I'm not afraid of scaring you to death. I am Lin Xingyu, the eldest grandson of the Lin family.
Lin Xingyu?
Jiang Saishue finally thought it made sense. At least it sounded like a name with some status. Listen to me, this isn't over. After she finished speaking, she helped the injured Lu Shanhai into the car with difficulty. The other fallen guards all came back to life and rushed to get into another vehicle.
In the blink of an eye, these people disappeared.
Young master, someone actually questioned your name. It seems you still have a lot more work to do to make the name Su Hao resound throughout the entire eastern province.
Huang Niu said helplessly. I just don't understand why these people are so shameless. Haven't I caused enough trouble already?
Su Hao said helplessly. He was already quite famous in Dong province, first dealing with Nangongyu, then with Wu Junbao. That's something no ordinary person could do. Unfortunately, Jiang Saishue was a wealthy young lady from Yanjing and had no idea who he was.
Even if they bring up the Kunpeng gang, they'll only consider it a second-rate gang, not worth worrying about.
But when it comes to the eldest grandson of the Lin family, that makes sense. Having achieved his goal, Qian Fugue returned to the Kunpeng gang and wisely left. Huang Niu, on the other hand, kept pestering Su Hao, asking him to teach her other martial arts. She was somewhat unconvinced by her previous loss to Lu Shanhai and felt that with some practice, she might have a chance to defeat him. Su Hao didn't refuse and directly taught him a set of falling petals palm technique he found it in an ancient book, and it was said to be very powerful, but he himself disdained to practice it.
It's perfect to teach Huang Niu.
She practiced for 2 days, and sure enough, her martial arts skills improved greatly. Meanwhile, Su Hao freed up time to prepare for the remaining 2 gangs, the Mighty Dragon Gang and the Red Dragon Gang. Under Su Hao's massive offensive, he subdued 1 gang a day, and within 2 days, both gangs had submitted.
His methods remain as forceful as ever.
Charge straight in, defeat their gang leader, support the second or third leader, cultivate obedient leaders, and join the Kunpeng gang.
After integration, the Kunpeng gang's strength doubled.
It has already become a top-tier force in the eastern province. After the expansion of their power, no one was happier than Yi Long. He was one of the first to follow Su Hao, and although he might not be the strongest, his seniority made him the most trusted of the 4 vice leaders.
He rose directly to a position second only to the emperor.
Yi Long sighed, life is a series of choices. Once you make the right choice and follow a promising and powerful figure, you can soar to great heights. Now, he no longer needs to pay attention to ordinary family heads. That morning, Su Hao was supervising Huang Niu's training. Seeing her rapid progress in the falling petals palm technique, he nodded slightly. As expected of Huang Shihu's daughter, it was only natural that her strength would improve by leaps and bounds once she began formal training.
Su Hao, my cousin is in trouble.
Suddenly, Chen Hong called, and her first 2 sentences startled Su Hao. Explain yourself clearly.
Su Hao didn't want to hear any alarming news. Get to the hospital quickly. Chen Hong hung up the phone immediately. What the hell?
He had no choice but to leave the Kunpeng gang and rush to the designated hospital. Upon arriving at the VIP ward, he saw that Lin Yao was pale, as if she were truly injured. He quickly checked her over and, after confirming that Lin Yao's injuries were not serious, he breathed a sigh of relief. Su Hao, I'm fine. Xiao Hong must have exaggerated, Lin Yao said calmly.
Exaggerate? I'm just stating the facts. My cousin was assassinated today and almost lost her life.
Chen Hong said with lingering fear.
Assassination? Su Hao frowned.
That's how it is, Chen Chunhua said impatiently. It turned out that when they went back to visit the old man today, they were ambushed on their way back. There were assassins who wanted to kill Lin Yao. The situation was extremely dangerous, and she had no one to protect her. Just when she thought her life was in danger, a strange expert suddenly appeared and successfully rescued her.
Who exactly is targeting you? Who else saved you?
Su Hao frowned, his killing intent palpable. 460, Chapter 460 Mutual Killing.
I don't know.
The person who made this move was very sudden. I wasn't prepared at all.
Lin Yao frowned and said calmly.
She seemed to be deliberately avoiding the question of who had helped her, as if she was worried that Su Hao might misunderstand something.
Could it be someone from the Lin family?
Su Hao murmured.
Lin Yao doesn't have many enemies lately.
Only after she acquired the Lin Group did she easily become everyone's target. They directly acquired a business worth tens of billions of dollars. I wonder how many people in the Lin family are envious. However, since the enemy was in the shadows while Lin Yao was in the open, it was impossible to figure out which member of the Lin family it was.
No way, we're all from the same family. Would they really come after me?
Lin Yao found it hard to believe. Cousin, even brothers kill each other these days. The Lin family will never accept you, so it's perfectly normal for them to target you. Chen Hongxin said the people in this family looked extremely resentful, and even Lin Xingyu and his group didn't have any good intentions.
It seems we need to increase manpower to protect my daughter's safety.
Chen Chunhua only has this one child left, so of course she cherishes her dearly.
Don't act rashly on this matter, leave it to me to investigate.
After Su Hao finished speaking, he immediately assigned Yi Long an investigation task.
Thank you.
Lin Yao said gratefully, then changed the subject and said, Su Hao, I heard that the clan leader has been unwell recently and has fallen into a coma. He urgently needs a spiritual medicine to save his life. Could you possibly get one from you?
No.
Without a second thought, Su Hao decisively refused. Why, she's the head of the Lin family. If she stays unconscious, I'll have no way to rejoin the Lin family. Lin Yao was somewhat unwilling. She was about to secure the position of family head, but now so many things had happened, and she could only deal with them one by one. If she couldn't get Lin Changqing's support, at best, she could only be a CEO.
Su Hao, how can you be so stingy? It's just one of your spiritual herbs. What's there to be reluctant about? Chen Hong was very unhappy. Do you think your cousin is less important than a single spiritual herb?
You surname Su, I think you're just greedy for money. Tell me, how much is this elixir? Name your price, we can afford it. Chen Chunhua said disdainfully. It's not about the money, the medicinal herbs I have all have important uses.
Su Hao frowned.
Both the 1,000-year blood lotus and the blood spirit flower were obtained after a great deal of effort. These elixirs were meant to save the sword immortal's life, and they even included a 9-turn spirit mushroom. Once any of them were consumed, who knows when they would be able to collect them again.
There may never be a second chance.
Su Hao, you said the elixir is useful, is it for saving someone's life?
Lin Yao couldn't help but ask.
Yes, you know this person too, that's the old drunkard. Su Hao nodded.
What, Grandpa Jiao is seriously ill?
Lin Yao was somewhat surprised. You've encountered this before, haven't you? Remember when he vomited so much blood, and you took care of him for half the night? Once his illness flares up, it can be fatal. All my elixirs were collected for him, they're priceless and I can't easily give them away to others.
Su Hao sighed.
Lin Yao frowned, she found the result somewhat unacceptable. Hey Su, it all boils down to your stinginess. Let's use one of the spiritual herbs to save the clan leader first, and once he recovers, we can just buy the same herb back, right?
Chen Chunhua's whimsical idea. Buy it back, where are you going to buy it? If I can buy it, why would I need my elixir?
Su Hao said coldly. Chen Chunhua opened her mouth. These words seemed to make sense. The clan leader desperately needed tonics to prolong his life, but such things were indeed rare and not easily obtained. Even so, she didn't think she had done anything wrong, and still said disdainfully, I think you just don't respect my daughter now that you have a new love, you've started to despise your old one. She said that on purpose, and Lin Yao's expression changed upon hearing it, clearly becoming even more displeased. She wondered, if something happened to Bai Jiruo's family, would Su Hao just stand by and do nothing? Nothing? Yes, that's how men are, cousin. I think Bai Jiruo's place in Su Hao's heart has already surpassed yours. Chen Hong chimed in, adding her own disparaging remarks. Lin Yao felt a pang of heartache upon hearing these words.
When I brought up the topic of remarrying him yesterday, wasn't he just hesitant and afraid to agree? Could it be that he has really fallen for someone else? Su Hao, is this true? Lin Yao asked angrily.
They're talking nonsense. You'll always be number one in my heart, Su Hao said anxiously. Really? Then take out a spiritual medicine to show your feelings, Lin Yao asked tentatively.
Nonsense.
Su Hao frowned. This was a matter of principle, and he could not accept it. Listen to this is his true feelings starting to find you annoying. He'll get even closer to Bai Jiruo in the future, and he probably won't even bother with you, Chen Chunhua said, fanning the flames.
Cousin, let's ignore him. You're so beautiful, you must have a lot of admirers. I think that young Master Jiang is interested in you.
Chen Hong said smugly.
What young Master Jiang?
Su Hao frowned.
Lin Yao felt a little guilty and didn't answer the question. Instead, she said coldly, "Humph, go find Bai Jiruo, don't come here."
Su Hao snorted and was about to turn around when he suddenly saw a handsome young man walk in. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, walked with the stride of a dragon and the gait of a tiger, and exuded heroic spirit.
Mr. Lin, how is your injury?
The man asked with a bright smile. Young Master Jiang, thank you for your help today. My injuries are not serious, Lin Yao said gratefully.
Who is he?
Su Hao and the man spoke at the same time. Oh, I almost forgot, let me introduce you. This is Su Hao, the head of the company's security department. This is young Master Jiang Xiaohu's, the one who saved us today and defeated those assassins. Lin Yao said with a smile.
Jiang Xiaohu?
Su Hao frowned.
Why are there so many people with the surname Jiang in Dong province lately? Could they all come from the same family? I don't know what the relationship is between Jiang Xiaohu and Jiang Saixue. You call yourself the head of the security department? Looks like you're not doing your job properly. Jiang Xiaohu looked at Su Hao with disdain. If you can't even ensure the boss's safety, this department head should be fired. What's it to you? Who gives you the right to criticize?
Su Hao had no liking for the man surnamed Jiang and directly rebuked him. I'm just stating the facts, and you're already getting agitated, Mr. Lin. Take my advice, fire this person, and I'll find you a top-notch person to protect your safety 24/7.
Jiang Xiaohu smiled ingratiatingly.
This Lin Yao hesitated, unsure whether she should accept it.
For 61, Chapter 461 is a master.
Young Master Jiang, is the bodyguard you hired male or female? If it's male, it's definitely not suitable, Chen Hong said with a smile. Of course, a female bodyguard, and a beautiful one at that, with good skills, capable of handling any crisis. She's definitely more responsible than these security guards, isn't she? Jiang Xiaohu coldly sized up Su Hao with a condescending gaze. Lin Yao, I advise you not to entrust your personal safety to strangers, Su Hao said calmly.
What stranger? You look like a stranger to me now. You're of no use at all, not even as good as young Master Jiang. Chen Chunhua was very satisfied with this young Master Jiang, who looked like he came from a wealthy family and had much more class than Su Hao.
Yes, he's a complete stranger, and he won't even hand over the elixir, Chen Hong said angrily.
What kind of elixir?
Jiang Xiaohu suddenly asked. It's about our family elders who need a spiritual herb that's over 100 years old for health maintenance. Lin Yao didn't go into too much detail, but she stated the requirement.
That's easy.
Jiang Xiaohu took out his phone, made a call, and said, I happen to have a 300-year-old Ganoderma lucidum on hand, which is perfect for the old man to recuperate. Don't worry, Mr. Lin, someone will deliver it to your door within half an hour.
That won't do.
Lin Yao hurriedly waved his hand. It's nothing, just an emergency. You can use it for now. If you can't find the same elixir later, you can always buy it with money. This stuff isn't expensive. Jiang Xiaohu said, feigning generosity. Daughter, why don't you thank young Master Jiang? There are still many good people in this world, unlike some people who can't even bear to part with a single elixir. Chen Chunhua said sarcastically. Exactly, he's just too stingy, Chen Hong said disparagingly.
300 years old is fine, why didn't you say so earlier?
Su Hao was speechless. He thought it was some rare treasure, but it turned out that just a top-grade spiritual herb would do. He is now an elder of Medicine King Valley, so he can have as many of these spiritual herbs as he wants.
If you don't want to give it, then forget it. Don't be a Monday morning quarterback.
Lin Yao was angry at his attitude. He didn't prioritize her needs, which made him an unqualified lover.
Jiang Xiaohu was much better than him in this respect. He looked at Jiang Xiaohu and said, "Young Master Jiang, I'll accept your elixir for now and find a way to return it to you Lateras for the bodyguards. There's no need for them at the moment, and the assassins won't come to kill you every day, will they?" She chose a middle ground approach, accepting the elixir but also heeding Su Hao's advice. "President Lin, you're right." Jiang Xiaohu didn't mind.
Half an hour later, someone delivered the Ganoderma lucidum, which Lin Yao gratefully accepted.
"Miss Lin, I have a banquet at Tai Bai restaurant tonight at 9 o'clock. Would you do me the honor of attending?" Jiang Xiaohu asked, seizing the opportunity. "No. Your origins are unknown. He doesn't look like a good person at all." Lin Yao was not allowed to go. Su Hao frowned. As expected, this person had no good intentions inviting someone to a banquet right after meeting them. There was most likely some ulterior motive. "Young Master Jiang, I will be there on time," Lin Yao replied. "Okay, I won't disturb your recovery." Jiang Xiaohu walked away with a smile. "How could you agree to that?" Su Hao sighed. "Su Hao, according to you, I should refuse. Jiang Xiaohu saved me first and then gave me the precious Ganoderma lucidum. What reason do I have to refuse? Don't always think that everyone else is a bad person," Lin Yao said angrily. "Cousin, isn't that simple? He's in a fit of impotent rage. He's clearly jealous." Chen Hong laughed gleefully. "Daughter, focus on getting yourself in good shape for the banquet." Chen Chunhua comforted her, then turned to Su Hao coldly and said, "As for this section chief, this is none of your business. Please leave." "You'd better watch yourself," Su Hao said helplessly. The outer gate of the hospital. After Su Hao came out, he sighed. The two women around Lin Yao were really too troublesome. They could always cause a lot of trouble even when there was nothing wrong. Just then, he suddenly saw several people in uniforms walking out aggressively, as if they had been waiting for a long time. "Su Hao, you're under arrest." One person took an iron chain and locked him up. "What reason?" Su Hao asked coldly. "Murder, isn't that enough?" Lin Xingyu stepped out from the corner, a cold smile on his face. "You killed Hui Tong, and many people witnessed it. This matter must be investigated." "Are you a sore loser?" Su Hao said dismissively. "Can't take a joke. If you want to say that, that's fine too. Anyway, you're barely able to protect yourself now, and you'll never be able to come out and wreak havoc on the world again. Take you away," Lin Xingyu roared. "Take away." These people immediately blindfolded Su Hao, and he felt as if they were putting something on his head. The vehicle continued driving out of the city, and when it finally stopped, there was a loud thud as the door opened, and then someone kicked it inside. "Where is this place?" Su Hao called out. Two strong, burly men immediately came over and led Su Hao to a room. "What's your name?" "Su Hao." "What did you do wrong?" "Eliminate evil and promote good." "How did you get in?" "Of course you were framed." "Did I want to get in?" Su Hao said bluntly. "Huh, here comes a quirky kid. Someone, untie his chains." The person in front of him didn't make things difficult for him. On the contrary, they seemed quite welcoming. "No need." Su Hao easily broke free. The chains shattered, and his hands were free again. When he took off the hood, he was shocked to see that he was in a dark room with several burly men in front of him. His eyes took a while to adjust. To my surprise, the lighting here was quite poor. High up in the wall, there was only a small hole connecting it to the outside. "Let some light in." "Kid, I didn't expect you to be such a master." One person burst into laughter. "If you could break free so easily, why did you willingly come here?" Another person asked in astonishment. "I just want to see what they're really up to," Su Hao said calmly. He was just arrested, his life wasn't in danger. "Good lad, you've got guts. We greatly appreciate your actions. Why don't you join our evil punishing gang?" one person said calmly. What's going on?
Su Hao was still a little confused about the situation.
Don't you understand?
You are now in the dark prison, a place filled with countless wronged people and the most heinous criminals. Simply put, once you're here, you need to stick together and support each other. Your style of doing things is very similar to ours, and you are qualified to join the Punish Evil gang.
The man announced loudly.
Kid, we all have high hopes for you. Follow us, and no one will dare to bully you.
Others chimed in.
462, Chapter 462 Offending the Jailer. Is that so? It seems I have no choice but to stay with the punishment gang. Su Hao smiled faintly. My name is Zhang Dewang, and I am the vice leader of the punishment gang. These are all important figures in the gang. The burly man facing him, who was shouting menacingly, was actually quite kind-hearted, and pulled Su Hao aside to introduce him to important figures in the gang. They exude a strong sense of Jianghu, the martial arts world, as if they belong to a completely different world from the outside.
Dewang, you've been so busy introducing them that you've forgotten about this old man?
A muffled sound came from inside the cell. Using the dim light, Su Hao looked closely and discovered that there was another person inside. This man was emaciated, bound by heavy black iron chains, and emanated a foul stench, as if he had been imprisoned for a long time. However, his eyes were bright and piercing, suggesting he possessed considerable inner strength and was quite powerful. Young man, come here, let me introduce you. This is the leader of the punishment gang. His name is Zhang Dewang. Was about to continue speaking when he was interrupted by the old man's cold snort. Greetings, old leader. Su Hao gave a curt bow.
Have you offended someone, kid?
The white-haired old man asked with interest.
Probably. Su Hao nodded.
On the surface, it was Lin Xingyu who reported it. But this person is cowardly and incompetent, lacks any independent thought, and would never have thought of such a despicable trick.
There must be someone with even greater power behind Lin Xingyu. Su Hao guessed that this matter was related to the Zhang family.
Whether it's Steward Zhang, Zhang Saixue, or Zhang Xiuhu, they are all more capable than Lin Xingyu. What a pity, to have fallen to such a state at such a young age. The white-haired old man sighed.
Is it possible that once we're here, there's really no way to get out?
Su Hao looked around. Once his eyes adjusted to the darkness, he noticed that the cell walls gleamed with a metallic sheen. They were made entirely of black iron and looked incredibly hard.
If we could get out, we would have gotten out long ago.
Zhang Dewang said unwillingly, I was also wrong. Someone humiliated my wife and daughters. How could I tolerate this? In a fit of rage, I slaughtered their entire clan, killing more than 1,000 people. The next day, I was thrown into the dark prison. It has been more than 20 years since then. I have never seen the sunlight again and have been living a life of darkness.
Well done, Brother Zhang.
Although the others had heard it many times, they still felt that Zhang Dewang was a man of principle, at least able to act with a clear conscience. Su Hao roughly understood that the members of the punishment gang all had some skills. They would either kill their enemies or do good deeds outside. If they committed a crime, they would be thrown into the dark prison. Compared to what they did, her behavior was very minor. Although guilty, he doesn't deserve to be thrown into prison. This made Su Hao even more certain that someone was deliberately targeting him.
Whether you believe it or not, I will leave this place. Su Hao didn't want to stay in this kind of place. Kid, stop daydreaming, it's impossible. The white-haired gang leader sighed.
Yes, that's impossible. Zhang Dewang shook his head. You don't know, do you? Our gang leader's strength once reached the Grandmaster level after being injured. His power regressed, but he is still at the great perfection of the innate realm and remains one of the strongest experts in the dark prison.
Was the gang leader once a Grandmaster?
Su Hao's heart stirred. It seemed he had been someone important before.
No wonder he doesn't want people to mention it. A hero doesn't dwell on past glories at this point. What good is a Grandmaster? He's still bound tightly by others, struggling to make ends meet. Bang, bang.
Suddenly, a startling sound seemed to come from the corridor. Upon hearing this voice, the members of the punishment gang trembled involuntarily.
Has anyone arrived? Su Hao said calmly.
Jailer. Zhang Dewang's expression was also somewhat unnatural. Every time a new person comes in, the jailer comes out to give them a hard time. Xiao Su, did you bring any money? At this time, if you don't want to suffer physical pain, using money is the simplest solution.
Do I look like someone who can bring money in here?
Su Hao said casually. That'll be of trouble then, good luck. After Zhang Dewang finished speaking, he immediately stepped back.
Su Hao stood by the window and looked outside.
In the corridor, a jailer swaggered around, carrying a menacing wolf and sheep club, followed by several burly men. The jailer, around 30 years old, had a large belly and exuded an imposing aura.
Where is the new guy who just came in?
The jailer shouted angrily.
The punishment gang took it. A sentence rang out from another cell. The punishment gang again? He's always causing trouble for me every day. The jailer swung his wolf and sheep club, banging on the door until sparks flew.
The noise was so loud it hurt my ears.
Stop it, it's so noisy. Su Hao roared angrily. So you're the newcomer?
The fat jailer roared, slamming open the cell door and staring at Su Hao with icy eyes, as if he wanted to devour him.
That's right.
Su Hao said proudly.
Do you know what I have in my hand?
The fat jailer said coldly, wielding a wolf and sheep club weighing 50 or 60 pounds.
A disciplinary rod? Su Hao didn't know what it was either.
That's right, it's for establishing authority among you newcomers. Everyone who comes in gets 50 lashes. As for you, I've decided to give you special treatment and 100 lashes. The fat jailer grinned maliciously.
Who gave you the right to double the price without my permission?
Su Hao frowned.
You're not convinced?
You are just ants. Once you enter the dark prison, you will be under the control of us prison guards. Don't even mention 100 strokes, even 1,000 or 10,000, it all depends on my mood. The fat jailer burst into laughter.
Aren't you afraid of killing someone?
Su Hao asked.
Kid, you're really young. You think anyone will care if a couple of people die here?
You have either committed a serious crime or offended those in power. Even if I die here, nobody will utter a sound. The fat jailer said indifferently. Ugh, this is a terrible place, Su Hao said helplessly.
It's too late to know now.
Alright, I'll only give you one chance. If you want to get preferential treatment here, you'll have to do something nice. The fat jailer chuckled.
Su Hao pretended not to understand. What do you mean? Damn, are you pretending you don't understand? Of course you pay. Starting at 1 million. Not a single point can be missing. If you don't have any money with you, I can allow you to call your relatives and friends outside.
The fat jailer said calmly.
You trying to blackmail me? No way.
Even if you had money, you wouldn't get it if you threw it in the latrine. Su Hao said coldly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dewang and the others were stunned. Didn't I just hint that he should pay to avoid trouble? Trouble, I didn't expect this young man to be so headstrong, actually going head to head with me.
Isn't this just asking for trouble?
Offending the prison guards only means that you will never have a peaceful day in the dark prison. 463, Chapter 463 Professional Players. Good lad, I love people like you who are so stubborn. The fat jailer burst into laughter. He's managed to subdue this guy more than once. He was just looking for something fun to do lately, and then Su Hao appeared.
Men, drag him out here.
The fat jailer said coldly. Yes, sir. The jailers behind him walked into the cell, intending to take advantage of their numbers to beat Su Hao up first, then drag him out and teach him a lesson with spiked clubs. It's over, there's no way to salvage this now.
Zhang Dewang was extremely anxious.
Little fatty, I'll pay Xiao Su's 1 million for him. The white-haired old man suddenly said.
Who the hell cares about that little bit of money? I care about my reputation, don't you understand?
I am the captain of the prison guards. If everyone rebelled like him, where would I put my face? Who would dare to obey my orders in the future?
The fat jailer said unhappily.
Boss, you don't need to pay. With this money, you might as well spend it on romance and pleasure. Su Hao said confidently. The white-haired old man and Zhang Dewang and the others were puzzled as to why this person was so calm.
Can't you see that disaster is about to befall us?
As the guards rushed in, Su Hao finally made his move. He moved like a ghost, elusive and dodging all their attacks. Finally, he launched a flying kick, striking one of the guards like a bowling ball, and sending all the other guards flying.
Boom!
All the jailers gripped the wall tightly, coughing up blood.
Grass! You actually dared to lay a hand on the jailer. 100 blows wouldn't be enough today. I'll just beat you to death and throw you into the back mountains to feed the wolves. The fat jailer's expression changed drastically, and he said angrily, You dare threaten me? Su Hao walked over with a cold face. What you up to? I'm the warden's own brother. If you dare hit me, you won't leave this prison alive. The fat jailer was terrified and his face turned pale. Get out of here alive? Wasn't it said that you can only enter and not leave this place?
After Su Hao got close, he punched him hard in the stomach.
Bang! The fat jailer felt a burning pain in his dantian. A powerful surge of true energy was frantically destroying his meridians. You really dare to do it?
The fat jailer was so frightened that his face contorted in terror.
I said I'd hit you, so I'll hit you. Do you need to pick a time?
Su Hao walked over and stomped on his fat face like crazy. This scene left everyone in the dark prison completely bewildered.
Su Hao looked extremely agitated. Shouldn't that kind of expression be on a jailer?
They've turned the heavenly gang upside down. As a prisoner, Su Hao was even more ruthless than the jailers. In no time, the fat jailer had been beaten beyond recognition.
You just wait. My brother won't let you get away with this. The fat jailer struggled, trying to stand up. What did I just say?
I hate being threatened more than anything in my life. Su Hao walked over and kicked him away, sending him flying. After landing, he bounced a few times.
Xiao Su, don't do anything reckless. If someone dies, then there's no hope left. He really is the warden's brother.
The members of the punishment gang shouted loudly.
Is that so? Su Hao turned around, frowned, and hesitated.
It's not that I'm afraid of killing this person, but I'm worried that it might cause trouble for these people.
Now you know fear, huh?
The fat jailer struggled to his feet, pulled out a pistol, pulled the trigger, and grinned maliciously, saying, Die. Upon seeing this, everyone's expression changed. The fat prison guard is really a sore loser. He actually used a gun. The two were less than 7 steps apart. Within 7 steps, the bullet exploded rapidly, and Xiao Su's life was likely in danger.
Serves you right for offending the jailer. The members of the punishment gang have been getting increasingly out of control lately.
A newbie is a newbie. They re-gone as soon as they join. The speed at which they log off is unbelievable and has already set a record.
It's better to live a miserable life than to die a good death, so why bother?
The other prisoners all showed disdainful expressions.
Bang!
The bullet made a cracking sound. Just when everyone thought Su Hao was about to die, they were shocked to find that he had caught the bullet between his 2 fingers. Although it eventually exploded, he remained standing unharmed. The shockwave from the exploding bullet had no effect on him.
More importantly, his fingers could catch bullets? This strength is truly eye-opening.
Why did you have to court death?
Su Hao turned around and looked coldly at the fat jailer. Handsome, let's talk this out. If you let me go today, I'll definitely repay you in the future. I'll let you eat and drink well here, and even if you want women, I'll get them for you.
The fat jailer was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat.
Beg for mercy? It's no use.
Su Hao flicked his hand, and the spent cartridge in his hand instantly pierced through his head. With a thud, the fat jailer collapsed to the ground, completely lifeless. That wasn't enough. Su Hao picked up the spiked club and launched a frenzied attack on the other wounded prison guards.
Boom, boom, boom. The brutal scenes terrified all the prisoners. All the prison guards died at the hands of Su Hao.
Xiao Su, you, Zhang Duwang was completely stunned.
Young man, aren't you the leader of the punishment gang?
The white-haired old man was also stunned.
Please rest assured, I will take full responsibility for my actions and will absolutely not implicate anyone. As he spoke, Su Hao sat down in the middle of the corridor, as if he were declaring war on the warden. Bang bang bang.
The other prisoners quickly closed their doors, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire.
The sun is setting.
Zhao Hongyu, with her red hair, was playing a battle royale game on her phone. She hid in the toilet and successfully headshot a passerby, then exclaimed happily, "See, I'm a gaming pro too." Two female guards stood beside him at Shushu and Fongfong. "Miss, you're a true gaming genius,"
Shushu said with a smile.
"Yes, if Miss had started playing this game earlier, becoming a professional player would have been entirely possible," Fongfong said, covering her mouth with a smile.
"You guys were right, watch how I get that chicken dinner."
Zhao Hongyu was having a great time when suddenly the poison circle began to shrink, forcing her to leave from her hiding place. Just as she stood up, a bullet came from somewhere and shot her in the head.
Someone's cheating.
Zhao Hongyu slapped her thigh angrily, saying resentfully.
"Miss, shall we report him?" Shushu suggested cooperatively.
"Yes,
ban his account,"
Fongfong said with a smile.
"Are you all laughing at me?" Zhao Hongyu looked up and said irritably.
Shushu and Fongfong were both beautiful women, and at this moment they could no longer hold back and laughed heartily.
"Stop, if you dare laugh at me again, believe me, I'll find you a random family and marry you off," Zhao Hongyu threatened.
464, Chapter 464 Another Marriage. Shushu and Fongfong were maids in the Zhao family. They had grown up with Zhao Hongyu and had a very good relationship. They were both mistress and servant, and also best friends.
"Miss, you yourself can't even get married," Shushu said with a smile.
"Miss, Shushu didn't mean it, she just felt. You can't catch up with brother Changsheng."
Fongfong smiled from ear to ear.
"I'll tear your mouths off sooner or later,"
Zhao Hongyu said angrily. Just then, a servant rushed in, his expression complicated, and said, "Miss, I have good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear?" "Listen to the good news first," Zhao Hongyu said.
"The good news is, we found young Master Su Hao's whereabouts," the man said immediately.
"What's the bad news?" Zhao Hongyu frowned.
"The bad news is, young Master Su Hao has been imprisoned in the dark prison." The man immediately added.
"Su Hao has been imprisoned in the dark prison."
Zhao Hongyu frowned deeply. This was the most terrifying place in the southern martial arts world, a place where, according to legend, no one could escape once they entered. Things had suddenly become tricky. She muttered to herself, "No matter what, I must rescue him."
Baijia Mountain Villa.
As Bai Ziyuan was drinking tea, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps. Bai Jiruo rushed in and asked in surprise, "Dad, why are we still going to have a marriage alliance with the Nangong family?" She heard the news that Bai Yufang and Nangong Yu had gotten engaged, and she found it unbelievable. The alliance between the two families is more beneficial than harmful, and there is no problem with the marriage, Bai Ziyuan said calmly.
"What do you mean there's no problem? Aren't the things the Nangong family did before enough for us to learn from?"
Bai Jiruo said unhappily. "Jiruo, the family won't blame you for refusing the marriage, but have you considered that Yufang is willing? She and your uncle have already agreed, so it's a done deal and there's nothing we can say."
Bai Ziyuan sighed. "If the parties involved don't care, what can outsiders do?" "She actually agreed?"
Bai Jiruo was completely stunned.
"Aren't the things that happened in the past enough to prove that Nangong Yu is a cold and ruthless person? Did Bai Yufang think that she could live a good life after marrying him? This woman is willing to do anything for money and status."
"Yes, not only did she agree, but some elders in the clan also fully support it," Bai Ziyuan nodded.
"Damn it, the Nangong family must be plotting something,"
Bai Jiruo said angrily.
"Do you have any evidence?" Bai Ziyuan frowned. Bai Jiruo immediately stammered and couldn't say anything. "It's just a feeling."
"Nangong Yu is a profit-driven person. What is he after in this marriage alliance with Bai Yufang? She's just average-looking, and compared to the beauties from other families, she has no advantage whatsoever. This person must have some ulterior motive behind the scenes."
"Sis, something's happened."
Baianan suddenly walked in, her face pale.
"Who's in trouble?"
Bai Jiruo was a little confused.
My brother-in-law is in trouble.
Bayanin gasped for breath and said worriedly, just this afternoon, a group of people took my brother-in-law away and imprisoned him in a place called Dark Prison.
Let's go rescue them.
Bai Jiruo was extremely anxious and was about to leave when she suddenly stopped and said, what did you say, Dark Prison?
Yes, it's the Dark Prison. Bayanin nodded.
She had absolutely no idea what kind of terrifying place the Dark Prison was.
Jiruo, if we really get to this place, with the power of the Bai family, there's no way we can rescue him, Bai Ziyuan said in a deep voice.
Bayanin then realized that Su Hao had gotten himself into a lot of trouble this time.
She seemed very anxious. The Dark Prison sounded like a place no human being could live. If she couldn't rescue her brother-in-law, wouldn't she have to suffer forever? I might never see him again.
No, I must save him. Bai Jiruo said in a deep voice, even complaining that Lin Yao was completely useless, actually allowing Su Hao to be kidnapped.
If you really want to save him, you can only go to, Bai Ziyuan hesitated. Understood, I'll go find Grandpa right now. Bai Jiruo sighed and resolutely left the Bai family. In the warden's office in the Dark Prison,
a man was holding his phone, watching a beautiful woman dance on a certain platform. The man smiled appreciatively. There weren't many beautiful women in the Dark Prison. Even Warden Luo Tong could only satisfy his cravings through his phone. Just as the female streamer was about to remove her last veil of modesty after her flirtatious flirtation, a prison guard suddenly knocked on the office door.
Come in. Luo Tong's face was grim. Why did he have to come now and then? Wasn't this just asking for trouble? Warden, a man claiming to be Zhang Yongkong's steward requests an audience.
The jailer said respectfully.
Zhang Yongkong? An elder of the Shu Mountain sect? Why are his men here? Luo Tong frowned. His position as warden is really not easy to hold. Having to deal with various sects frequently, Zhang Yongkong, who appeared this time, is not someone to be trifled with. Should I send him back?
The jailer suggested.
No need, let him in first.
Luo Tong shook his head. In any case, he had to find out the other party's purpose first.
Good.
The jailer went out and soon brought back a middle-aged man with a square face. Warden, I am Steward Zhang from Zhang Yongkong's residence. I have been entrusted by the master to bring you a gift. As Steward Zhang spoke, he took a sandalwood box and respectfully placed it on the table.
This is Luo Tong opened it and saw a crimson pill inside. Holding it in his hand, he immediately felt a surge of power flowing from his fingertips. His expression changed instantly, and he said, isn't this the Crimson Essence pill? It's an invaluable treasure for martial artist Steward Zhang. What exactly do you want to do with such an important item?
Warden, the master's goal is simple. He just wants you to release one person. Open. Butler Zhang said with a smile.
Release whom? Luo Tong asked calmly. Su Hao. Butler Zhang uttered two words. Su Hao.
Luo Tong was somewhat surprised. Who was this person? Why would Zhang Yongkong have to come out and demand him? Just as he was hesitating whether to agree or not, several prison guards suddenly walked in. Their faces were grim, and when they looked at Steward Zhang, they hesitated to speak.
Speak freely if you have something to say. Luo Tong said.
Warden, something terrible has happened. Your disciple has been beaten to death by a prisoner.
The guard said, his face pale. Who dares to lay a hand on my brother? Luo Tong's veins bulged, and he was furious. Su Hao. The jailer shouted. Su Hao, I'll fucking kill you.
Luo Tong slammed his fist on the table in anger, quickly put the Crimson Yuan pill back, and said to Steward Zhang in a deep voice, do you think I should still let Su Hao out now?
Warden, I think there might be some misunderstanding. Mr. Su is a law-abiding person. How could he possibly harm your brother?
Butler Zhang said with a smile. 465, Chapter 465 will not be concerned.
Misunderstanding? How could my jailer possibly say something that misunderstands someone? I will tear this man to pieces today. Luo Tong's face was contorted with rage, and he was on the verge of losing control. Warden, please reconsider. Mr. Su is Elder Sang's benefactor. Your actions will only put us in a difficult position, said Butler Zhang. Damn it, I've already given you face, don't even think about trying to persuade me.
If Zhang Yongkang were here in person, I might still give him some face, but you're just a butler. What gives you the right to be so arrogant with me? Luo Tong said coldly. When Butler Zhang saw that look, he subconsciously took 2 steps back. No matter what, this person is a grandmaster with formidable strength after all. This is the dark prison. Without immense power, it would be impossible to control a group of prisoners. Not good. Someone is breaking in. Suddenly, a jailer rushed in, looking flustered. Are you kidding me? This is the dark prison. Who would dare to break in? Send out all 9 venerables of the dark prison. I refuse to believe anyone can defeat them. Luo Tong said in a cold voice. Yes, sir. The jailer rushed out again, ready to mobilize his troops. Luo Tong's face was extremely ugly in all the years that the dark prison had been in. Only today had it been in such complete chaos. Why did the arrival of a new prisoner lead to so much trouble? First, my younger brother died suddenly, and now some reckless person is trying to break in. Boom, boom, boom. All that could be heard outside the thick walls of the office was the sound of fierce fighting. Just as Luo Tong was about to go out to investigate, the wall suddenly cracked open, and the 9 masters fell to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. Who are you? Luo Tong's expression changed as he looked at the newcomer. Butler Zhang also glanced at her discreetly, and after just one look, he revealed a faint smile. Miss Hongyu, it's you. The newcomer had fiery red hair, like a phoenix in the sky, and a chilling aura about her. She was as beautiful as a celestial being, yet as fierce as a war goddess. Butler Zhang, so you're here too? Zhao Hongyu nodded calmly. They were all from the Shu Mountain sect and had met in private, but their current target was Luo Tong. She faced him directly and said, release him. You think you can just release them like that? Enraged, Luo Tong disregarded the other party's identity, took a step forward, and instantly unleashed the aura of a grandmaster. He drew a sharp sword and slashed towards Zhao Hongyu. Instantly, a beam of light, hundreds of meters long, roared as if it were about to annihilate everything. Luo Tong, don't you dare do anything reckless. Butler Zhang shouted angrily. Unfortunately, it's too late. This person is incredibly powerful, and his attacks carry an aura of annihilation. Zhao Hongyu merely smiled coldly, then suddenly pulled out a red-tasseled spear, tapped it lightly, and a golden light shot out, instantly propelling her forward. Boom! The 2 moves collided instantly, but Luo Tong did not gain any advantage the next moment. He only felt a flash of red light in front of him and swung his sword to block. Click! His precious sword couldn't withstand the attack of the red-tasseled spear and broke in 2. The next moment, he felt a powerful force pierce through his entire right arm. With a bang, he was pinned to the black iron wall. Zhao Hongyu's strength is so great that even a grandmaster would not be able to defeat her in 3 moves. Who exactly are you? Luo Tong asked fiercely. Even she didn't know? She is Zhao Hongyu, the most talented disciple of the Shu Mountain sect and an unparalleled genius of the prestigious Zhao family. Butler Zhang introduced it with an air of pride. The Zhao family of Yinjing? Luo Tong's face turned pale. How could he have offended such a person? He was just a prison warden in Dong province. How could he be as powerful as the other party? Judging from her momentum, killing him would be an easy task if necessary. Losing to a young man made him feel frustrated. I'll only ask one question, will you release them or not? Zhao Hongyu said forcefully and domineeringly. Let me go, I'll let you go right away, but Miss Zhao, could you please put me down first? Luo Tong winced in pain. Good. Zhao Hongyu put away her red-tasseled spear. After landing, Luo Tong, with a stern face, led a group of people to the prison. Is there a fight outside? Has someone broken in? Hearing this, many people exclaimed with delight. So what if a fight breaks out? Do you have the strength to break through? Someone immediately exclaimed. Yes, this is a dark and gloomy prison. Over the years, countless people have tried to leave this place, but in the end, they all failed, and some even lost their lives. The defense here is incredibly strong. Not only are there countless masters, but there is also a Grandmaster Warden. The memory of Luo Tong's terror sent chills down everyone's spines.
Xiao Su, why are you so calm?
Zhang Dewang looked at Su Hao and saw him sitting in meditation, his face calm and composed, with an air of composure that would remain unchanged even if Mount Tai collapsed before him.
Yes, if the warden comes, your life will be in danger.
Others were also expressing their feelings.
I think the warden is a very easygoing person and he certainly won't hold his brother's death against him. Su Hao said calmly. Is he easy to talk to? You won't mind? Why does this sound so strange?
Young man, let me give you a piece of advice. If you really can't bear the torture later, then bite off your tongue and commit suicide. At least it will be easier, the white-haired old man suggested.
No. Su Hao shook his head. Do you have a better way? The white-haired old man asked in surprise. Because biting your tongue won't kill you. Su Hao replied politely.
The white-haired old man was stunned. This was just an explanation, intended to help him harden his heart and find his own way out when he couldn't bear it anymore. Suddenly, heavy footsteps came from outside, and everyone fell silent. The next moment, they saw Warden Luo Tong leading several of his men, rushing over menacingly. Everyone who saw his face was so frightened they dared not breathe. It was as if he were a living Yama, able to take the life of a prisoner with a single word.
Who is Su Hao? Luo Tong shouted sternly. That's me. Me. Su Hao said calmly. You're the one who killed my brother. Luo Tong roared. So what if he did? He attacked from behind, he was outmatched. Don't blame me. Su Hao said coldly. You little rascal, aren't you afraid of me? Luo Tong's teeth were grinding together.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Dewang and the others' expressions changed drastically. Did this mean that Su Hao was about to face the most severe punishment? To publicly admit to killing the warden's brother was the biggest provocation he could face.
Enough with the nonsense. If you want to fight or kill, then bring it on. Su Hao said disdainfully.
Alas, my brother is arrogant and disrespectful to young Master Su. He deserves to die. Luo Tong's tone immediately changed 180 degrees. He became respectful and bowed to Su Hao, saying, Young Master Su, I did not know your identity. Please forgive me.
Do you really know my identity? Su Hao asked in surprise.
466, Chapter 466 Substitution. I know, you are the young master of the prestigious Su family.
His former name was Su Changsheng. Luo Tong said with a gloomy expression. If he didn't have this identity, how could he possibly bow his head?
The sound outside just now, could it be? Su Hao's expression changed. The person who could accurately identify him must be that woman.
Yes, she's waiting for you outside. Luo Tong said calmly. So, I can go out now?
Su Hao smiled. Of course, young Master Su is so noble, you are certainly innocent, but were framed by a vile person, Luo Tong said helplessly.
By the way, my friends from the punishment gang are all very kind-hearted people. I'd like to take them with me. Does the warden have any objections?
Su Hao suddenly said.
No objection. Since they are all young Master Su's friends, they must have been wronged. Guards, release them.
Luo Tong dared not speak out against his anger, and now he only wanted to get rid of this plague god. Several jailers immediately unlocked all the chains on those people. The white-haired old man and the others never imagined that they would have the opportunity to leave the dark prison in their lifetime. They all turned to Luo Tong gratefully and said, Thank you so much, Warden, for letting us go. Why thank me? This is not something I wanted to do. Luo Tong's face was ugly. If he had a choice, all of these people should be executed. Young Master Su, thank you for pleading for us. The white-haired old man and the others immediately understood and expressed their gratitude to Su Hao with tears in their eyes. No need to be polite since you've called me your brother, of course we should all go out together.
Su Hao smiled. He led these people outside.
After thinking about it, Luo Tong had no choice but to follow behind and see them off.
Right at the entrance to the dark prison stood a pretty figure from behind. Is it Brother Changsheng who has come out?
The person turned around, and it was none other than the beautiful Valkyrie Zhao Hongyu. When she saw the face she had been longing for, a bright smile spread across her face. She jumped up and hung directly on Su Hao's neck.
Hongyu, you've grown into a beautiful young woman.
This weight is absolutely enough to crush someone to death. Su Hao pinched her nose and said with a smile. You brat, do you have a death wish? I have a perfect figure, where am I overweight? Zhao Hongyu continued to cling to him, unwilling to get down at all. The others exchanged bewildered glances. Could it be that the earth-shattering battle scene in the dark prison just now was all caused by her alone? When they came out, they saw that the warden's office had also been violently demolished. Recalling what had just happened, and comparing it to Zhao Hongyu's physique, everyone was baffled. How could a woman possess such formidable strength? Wrong. If everything just now was true, wouldn't that mean that Zhao Honyu's strength is above Luo Tong's? She was actually a peerless master, at least a grandmaster. To possess such strength at such a young age, one must have quite a background. And Su Hao is actually her friend, so how bad could he be? It is precisely because of their status and power that they can disregard everything that they appear so composed. Brother Changsheng, why did you avoid me last time? Zhao Hongyu said coquettishly. Alright, you're a grown woman now, get down and walk by yourself. Su Hao calmly put her on the ground and then said, I'm called Su Hao now, you can just call me Brother Hao, that's what your brother calls you anyway. Brother Hao. Zhao Hongyu nodded. Sigh, so many years have passed, and you feel completely different from before. How could Su Hao have ever put up with such treatment before? The entire dark prison would be turned upside down. Now things are different, his sharp edge is no longer as keen as before, and he has become calm and composed. No matter what, he will always be the handsome older brother next door in Zhao Hongyu's heart. People change. Yuri much more assertive than before. Back then, you were just a little follower, but now you're a peerless master, Su Hao said with a smile. Hee, that's true. Zhao Hongyu stared at Su Hao for a while, then suddenly said, how about we find an opportunity to spar again? The old Hao Ji could definitely beat me easily, but I have my doubts about this Hao Ji now. Stop thinking about fighting all the time. Girls should be gentler, Su Hao said with a smile. Alright, I have other things to take care of today. You can go back now. Brother Hao, I'm staying at Wulong Manor. Remember to come over, okay? Zhao Hongyu said with some reluctance. We had just met, and now we had to part again? Wulong Manor, I'll remember that. I'll definitely come to visit you when I have time. Su Hao nodded. Zhao Hongyu was skeptical, staring at him for a long time before finally having no choice but to leave. As soon as she left, Su Hao's face darkened. He looked at Luo Tong and said coldly, who dragged me in here today? Young Master Su, how would I know? You came in as an ordinary prisoner. Luo Tong implied that he had no right to alarm the warden when he entered the dark prison. You want me to teach you how to do things? Su Hao frowned. Understood, I'll explain to you right away. Luo Tong suddenly realized what was happening, and he was truly terrified. This must be related to the jailer, otherwise how could someone be inexplicably shoved in? With a grim face, he returned to the dark prison. Less than 10 minutes later, he came out with a prison guard covered in wounds. Young Master Su, it's this scoundrel. Luo Tong was furious. If it weren't for this person, dark prison wouldn't have suffered such heavy losses. I'll only ask you one question, whose favors did you receive? Su Hao said in a deep voice. Young Master Su, I received 1 million from Jiang Xiaohu's, the one who hired people to deal with you. There's a reason for this, so you can deal with him yourself. The man said tremblingly. Jiang Xiaohu? Su Hao's face darkened. Sure enough, it was someone from the Jiang family who was up to no good. Young Master Su, you don't have any questions, do you? Luo Tong asked directly. After receiving confirmation, he slapped the man so hard his head split open, venting all the anger he felt that day on the man's head. The others' expressions changed. Luo Tong was truly a ruthless man. Old folks, do you have anywhere to go now? Su Hao asked Zheng Dewang and the others. I don't really have anywhere to go for the time being. Several people looked a little bewildered. None of them had ever imagined that they would be able to escape from the dark prison. Some people no longer have any relatives. Even if I have relatives, I don't want to disturb their lives. They were, after all, prisoners, and had many enemies. Warden, please send a car to take these people to the Kunpeng gang. Su Hao instructed first, then said to Zheng Dewang, when you get there,
go directly to Yilong and tell him that you've been through thick and thin with Mei will definitely take good care of you.
Thank you very much, young Master Su. The group said gratefully.
The white-haired old man asked in surprise, Little Su, where are you going? Tai Bai restaurant.
Su Hao muttered to himself, and before anyone else could react, he vanished on the spot.
467, Chapter 467 Unpleasant. Tai Bai restaurant. Jiang Xiuhu stood on the second floor, watching the celebrities walk in one by one, a calm smile on his face. It seemed that there were quite a few people in attendance for today's banquet.
Looking around, one could see socialites moving about, trying to attract everyone's attention. But Jiang Xiuhu had no interest in these ordinary women. He simply looked towards the entrance, as if waiting for someone.
Brother Jiang, have you accomplished what I asked you to do?
A handsome young man appeared beside him at some point and asked in a nonchalant tone.
Young Master Nangong, do I really need to take action to deal with Emir Su Hao?
Jiang Xiuhu frowned and said unhappily. Don't worry, as long as you successfully imprison him in the dark prison, I will help you with anything you need in the future.
Nangong, you said grimly.
I know, but I feel that this person's status is too low. Throwing him into the dark prison is a waste of a favor, Jiang Xiuhu sighed. Don't underestimate him. He's quite capable, at least more so than you think, Nangong, you said calmly. Oh, even so, so what? He's already in the dark prison, and it's almost impossible for him to get out. No, it's absolutely impossible. Jiang Xiuhu grinned maliciously. In short, I owe you a favor.
Nangong, you nodded and promised. Jiang Xiuhu could only smile. The Nangong family still held a very high position in Dong province, and cooperating with them would be more beneficial than harmful.
This act of helping out can be seen as laying the foundation for future cooperation.
Brother Jiang, are you waiting for someone? Nangong, you noticed his urgency.
Yes, I met a beauty today, young Master Nangong. When are you going to bring Miss Bai out? Let's compare whose partner is more beautiful. Jiang Xiuhu said with a frivolous smile. What, I heard that Brother Jiang likes to switch partners. Do you want to lay a finger on Bai Zhirua?
Nangong, you said indifferently.
It's not impossible, if you can win her over.
Jiang Xiuhu said meaningfully.
Everyone knows that Nangong is completely incapable of handling Bai Zhirua, so his current compromise of getting engaged to Bai Yufang is really beneath him.
Brother Jiang, where is your beauty? Nangong, you asked curiously.
Look, here it is. Jiang Xiuhu looked downstairs. At the entrance of the Tai Bai restaurant on the second floor, Lin Yao, dressed in a white dress, walked in slowly, looking like a fairy from a painting. In an instant, all the other socialites at the banquet paled in comparison. They all looked over, some with envy, some with jealousy, and some with confusion. Why would a woman with such a refined demeanor like Lin Yao be present at such an event?
Cousin, I shouldn't have come with you. There are just too many beautiful women here. It makes me look like a clown.
Chen Hong, who was also dressed up carefully and adorned with gold and silver, was next to her, trying to attract everyone's attention. When I arrived, I found that all the other socialites were dressed like this. Even Chen Hong herself felt it made her look cheap. If you were the only one dressed like that, people might surround you and flatter you, but if everyone dressed like that, it would look cheap. In contrast, Lin Yao, who was standing next to him, was only wearing an ordinary dress, yet she still managed to attract everyone's attention. Why is that?
She wasn't born beautiful. In Chen Hong's mind, the only one who could rival Lin Yao was probably Bai Zhirua.
As for the other beauties, she was not qualified to even approach them.
President Lin, it's such an honor for me to attend such a banquet.
Jiang Xiuhu walked out with a glass of champagne in hand, trying to look dashing. Since young Master Jiang invited me, of course I will oblige, Lin Yao said neither humbly nor arrogantly.
Everyone, tell me, isn't Ms. Lin the most beautiful woman here?
Jiang Xiuhu shouted loudly.
That's right, everyone else is an ugly duckling in front of her. With President Lin here, I think these women don't need to stay, they can all leave. That still won't do. Everyone should do their own thing. President Lin is not someone we can disrespect, is he?
Other wealthy men have foul mouths.
Lin Yao frowned. Is this Jiang Xiuhu's social circle?
Birds of a feather flock together. It seems like this rich kid's friends aren't very good. She did spot the aloof Nan Gongyu in the crowd, but didn't recognize him at all.
Young Master Jiang, you said my cousin is the most beautiful tonight, so where do I rank? Chen Hong asked abruptly, trying to flatter herself.
You're with President Lin, so you're at least in the top 3. Jiang Xiaohu was very disdainful of her, but he said this against his will because of Lin Yao's cousin status.
Cousin, did you hear that? I'm the second most beautiful woman after you. Chen Hong didn't care at all and happily boasted to Lin Yao. Lin Yao shook her head. Chen Hong was just too vain. What was there to argue about?
Her gaze flickered, preparing to take another look at Nan Gongyu, who seemed quite mysterious. Unexpectedly, she caught a glimpse of Lin Xingyu casually walking in, and her expression immediately darkened. Young Master Jiang, your gathering was a great success, there were so many beautiful women here. Lin Xingyu said with a smile, but when he looked at Lin Yao and Chen Hong, his face darkened. Why did you invite these two of all people?
What, my cousin's status is lower than yours?
Chen Hong said irritably. You just have a good family background, your personal abilities are far inferior to my cousin's.
What, do you have a grudge? Jiang Xiaohu subtly sided with Lin Yao. It's not a matter of personal grudges, just some competition, Lin Xingyu said calmly. Then, looking at Lin Yao, he threw out a shocking question. Don't you have a head of the security department? He's really in trouble today. He offended someone he dared not offend, and he's been sent to the dark jail.
You mean Su Hao? Lin Yao's heart skipped a beat. How could you be completely unaware of something so big?
Yes, it's this guy surnamed Su.
You two should have met today, right? This is the last time you'll see him. I hope you remember his voice and appearance, because you'll never see him again or hear his voice again.
Lin Xingyu burst into laughter.
Dark prison?
Lin Yao frowned. Was this some kind of place where people were being held?
Cousin, the dark prison means that Su Hao can never escape that place again. No one who has been imprisoned there has ever left. Su Hao's life has come to an end, Chen Hong explained softly from the side. How could this happen? Su Hao was perfectly fine this morning.
Lin Yao couldn't believe it. Was this the last time they would see each other?
The two even had a bit of a disagreement. Looking back, it was just a medicinal herb.
No.
Lin Yao was unwilling to accept it. She would never forgive herself for separating from Su Hao like this. I have to go save him.
468, Chapter 468. Thank you. Save someone? Chen Hong was stunned. Cousin, this isn't something money can solve. To save someone, you need a very powerful background. Do we have anyone around us who can contact the people in the dark prison?
Lin Yao was stunned. Yes, she didn't even know what the dark prison was, yet she wanted to rescue him. How easy was that, if it was really as Chen Hong said, that there was no way out and that she would never see Su Hao again in her lifetime, then her whole life would become colorless. She trembled, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Su Hao, I don't want to be separated from you, she murmured to herself, holding Chen Hong's hand, and said helplessly, Xiao Hong, please help me think of a way.
What can I do?
Just as Chen Hong was feeling helpless, she suddenly saw Jiang Xiaohu and said with a smile, Young Master Jiang, you come from a wealthy family in Yanjing. You must have extensive connections and some connections with the people in the dark prison, right?
The dark prison is of course no match for the Jiang family, Jiang Xiaohu said proudly.
Really? Lin Yao seemed to see a glimmer of hope and immediately said, Young Master Jiang, could you find someone to pull some strings and get my friend Su Hao out? Saving him, that's practically impossible, Jiang Xiaohu said. Besides, I saw Su Hao today, and we don't get along.
Young Master Jiang, please don't take it to heart. As long as you can rescue Su Hao, I will definitely be grateful to you.
Lin Yao said, blushing. Since Mr. Lin says so, then I'll call the warden even if I can't get him out. At least I can make sure he suffers a little less. Jiang Xiaohu took out his phone, randomly dialed a number, and turned his back to say a few words in a pretentious manner.
Alright, he'll be set for life from now on, so you don't need to worry too much. Jiang Xiaohu said. Is there really no way to save them?
Lin Yao was somewhat dissatisfied. What's the point of just raising salaries?
Cousin, don't make things difficult for young Master Jiang. Has already done very well. If it were young Master Jiang who got into trouble, would Su Hao have helped?
Chen Hong said unhappily, putting herself in his shoes. Young Master Jiang had already been very generous.
Lin Yao was stunned. Why would Su Hao help Jiang Xiaohu when he was in trouble?
Because she has no intention of pleading for them. Mr. Lin, come on, let's sit over at my desk, Jiang Xiaohu immediately offered ingratiatingly.
Okay.
Lin Yao wiped away her tears and had no choice but to pull Chen Hong to sit down next to her. Mr. Lin, this is our first time getting together to celebrate this special day, I propose we have a drink. Jiang Xiaohu took the red wine and poured Lin Yao's glass full in one gulp. He himself was holding a glass of champagne.
Okay, cheers. Lin Yao was a little flustered and didn't think too much about it, so she downed the drink.
Jiang Xiaohu was delighted. He figured it would be fun to get such a beautiful woman drunk using his silver tongue. He fabricated numerous reasons and got Lin Yao drunk over a dozen cups. Gradually, a faint blush appeared on Lin Yao's face. He was showing signs of intoxication. A few more drinks and he'd be completely drunk. Chen Hong realized that Jiang Xiaohu's intentions were not pure, but she didn't dare to warn him and just stood by and watched silently.
Bang!
Just as Jiang Xiaohu was about to switch from red wine to white wine, the door to the second floor was kicked open from the outside.
A cold-blooded man walked in. Su Hao is so handsome.
His face was grim, clearly angry. Lin Yao was a little dazed. She opened her eyes and looked again and again. When she realized it really was him, she immediately smiled and waved, as if to say, I'm here. Su Hao saw her sitting there, drinking with Jiang Xiaohu, and felt displeased. Who is he? Why does he dare to cause such a scene at the banquet?
Someone questioned loudly. It's Su Hao.
Someone recognized him and exclaimed in surprise.
Impossible. Isn't he in the dark prison? Why were they released in less than a day? Lin Xingyu found it unbelievable. Can anyone who goes into the dark prison ever come out unharmed? Could it be Jiang Xiaohu's doing?
He wasn't just pretending on that phone call, he genuinely contacted the warden and got the person out.
Is this person out of their mind?
They arrest people first and then go through all the trouble of getting them out.
Even if it's for a woman, is it really necessary to make it this realistic? He actually came out? Jiang Xiaohu's ideas were completely different from Lin Xingyu's.
He couldn't even get those who entered the dark prison out, and now he couldn't help but wonder if Lin Xingyu hadn't sent anyone in at all.
He regretted it. Why had he entrusted such an important matter to Lin Xingyu?
It's important to know that even people within the Lin family have to acknowledge Lin Xingyu's reputation as a good-for-nothing. He glared angrily at Lin Xingyu. Looking into each other's eyes, the other person seemed somewhat unwilling to give up.
Young Master Jiang, are your connections really that strong? Can prisoners in the dark jail be bailed out?
Chen Hong's eyes lit up. This was truly a delightful result. Thank you, young Master Jiang. It turns out you have a sharp tongue but a soft heart. You actually managed to rescue Su Hao in secret. Lin Yao looked over with a dreamy gaze.
This even if Jiang Xiaohu wanted to take credit, he couldn't bring himself to say it.
Su Hao, it's so good that you can come out. Lin Yao stood up unsteadily, went to her beloved man, and hugged him tightly. Lin Yao, why are you sitting at the same table as Jiang Xiaohu?
Su Hao asked, somewhat jealous.
Why, of course, it's to save you. What else? Do you really think I'm interested in him? You know, it's hurtful to say that. Lin Yao asked 3 questions in a row, making Su Hao feel a little guilty.
You shouldn't have been drinking.
Su Hao had no choice but to change the subject.
Hee, since you can come out, I'm happy to get drunk.
As Lin Yao spoke, she stumbled and almost fell. Su Hao sighed, and had no choice but to put his right arm around her and walk back to their seat. Pressing her down into the chair, he said, "Don't stand up."
Okay, I'll listen to you.
Lin Yao smiled sweetly. The couple's sweet interactions made the men present extremely jealous. Oh my god, I thought Lin Yao was Jiang Xiaohu's woman, but then there was a huge twist.
She actually likes Su Hao.
Chen Hong sighed silently, unable to understand what was so good about this kind of man. What did he have to compare with young Master Jiang? Hey Su, you were only able to get out of here today thanks to young Master Jiang. Aren't you going to thank him? Lin Xingyu was the first to challenge him. Yes, without young Master Jiang, you would still be in the dark prison.
Chen Hong agreed loudly. Jiang Xiaohu, is that so? My release from the dark prison today is entirely thanks to you?
Su Hao looked over with a half smile. That's right, without me, you wouldn't be able to leave the dark prison today. You should kneel down and kowtow to me in gratitude. Now that things have come to this, what else can Jiang Xiaohu do? He had no choice but to grit his teeth and admit it. Yes, I really have to thank you. 469, Chapter 469. Don't make a move. Yes, I really have to thank you. When Su Hao said those words, Jiang Xiaohu's smile looked more like a grimace. But then, his smile vanished completely, leaving only tears. Tears. Su Hao walked up to him, but instead of kneeling down, he slapped him hard, sending him flying to the ground. The resounding slaps echoed throughout the banquet. The sudden turn of events was something no one could have predicted. Everyone stood there, stunned. Even Jiang Xiaohu couldn't have imagined that the other party's gratitude would turn into a slap. His left cheek burned with pain, as if Luo Tai had left 5 claw marks on it. Su Hao, why did you hit me? Chen Hong was the first to launch an attack. She simply couldn't understand it. Wasn't this repaying kindness with enmity? Jiang Xiaohu treated him so well, yet he received a slap in return? Hey Su, are you out of your mind? He's not making you afford the consequences of this slap? Lin Xingyu angrily rebuked. He thought to himself, it's one thing to hit me, but to even dare to teach a lesson to someone from the Zhang family in Yinjing? Is this person courting death? Su Hao, stop fighting, let's talk this out. Lin Yao was a little out of it and said unsteadily. Jiang Xiaohu finally realized what was happening. He stood up angrily and shouted, Su Hao, how dare you act tough in front of me? Believe it or not, I'll have someone kill you. Su Hao sneered. He immediately questioned Jiang Xiaohu, if you have the guts, confess to everyone whether my release from prison has anything to do with you? Upon hearing this, everyone instinctively looked at Jiang Xiaohu. Could it be that something else has happened? Of course it doesn't matter. Why would I be so kind as to rescue you? This is just wishful thinking on the part of a few idiots. If I were to actually call the warden, it wouldn't be to ask for better treatment, but rather to inflict more punishments on you, hoping to torture you to death. Jiang Xiaohu grinned maliciously. Now that he's already out there, what's the point of him taking credit for it? So you didn't help at all? Lin Yao said angrily. Help my ass, I wish I could kill him. Jiang Xiaohu touched his injured face, gritting his teeth in anger. Su Hao, even if young Master Jiang didn't help, you shouldn't hit him, Chen Hong said unhappily. You can't hit him? Jiang Xiaohu, tell me yourself, who exactly sent me to the dark prison? Su Hao coldly questioned. Everyone fell silent, realizing that the truth behind it was different from what they had imagined. Yes, putting aside how Su Hao got out of the dark prison, the question now is, who sent him in? He didn't commit any heinous crimes, so there's no reason for him to be in the dark prison. All eyes were on Jiang Xiaohu. This made him very unhappy. Why are you all looking at me? He's offended so many people, who knows who might figure out a way to deal with him. Jiang Xiaohu would never admit it. You still dare to argue? Unbeknownst to you, your actions in the dark prison have already been exposed. The jailer who took the bribe has already been punished by the warden. He has confessed that it was you who sent people to deal with me. Warden Luo Tong can testify on this matter. Do you wish to confront him in person? Su Hao said firmly. Did Luo Tong find out too? Jiang Xiaohu's expression changed drastically. He hadn't expected things to be exposed so quickly. Su Hao, I don't care how you spread rumors. Anyway, your business is none of my concern. Jiang Xiaohu's face fell, and he refused to admit anything. Everyone saw it just now. You were the one who started it. I am magnanimous and can't be bothered to argue with you as long as you kneel down and let me slap you a couple of times to vent my anger. We'll consider today's matter over. Ridiculous, how could you say such a thing? It's truly shameful. Su Hao's face darkened, and he looked like he was about to make a move again. Su Hao, why are you still going to attack? Lin Yao's mind was a little foggy. She was a bit confused and couldn't quite figure out what had just happened. She only saw Su Hao, who looked like he was about to hit someone. Lin Yao, stop causing trouble. Su Hao frowned.
What do you mean, don't cause trouble? Lin Yao stood up unsteadily, blocking his way, and said. Su Hao, I hate violence. Why do you always like fighting and killing? Young Master Jiang is a good man. He cannot accept that you would harm him. Su Hao held her hand and said softly, sit a little longer, I'll beat him up and then take you home right away. No, you're not allowed to make a move. Lin Yao remained confused. Okay, I'll do as you say. Su Hao first reassured her and led her back to sit on the stool. Upon seeing this, Zhang Xiaowu chuckled and said coldly, what a coward, actually listening to a woman. Just as he finished speaking, a figure rushed over. Su Hao raised his hand again. 2 slaps, and he saw stars. 2 of his front teeth were knocked out. You bastard, how could you be so ruthless? Zhang Xiaowu was stunned. Is that bad? Do you know how much inhuman treatment everyone endured in the dark prison? When Su Hao grinned maliciously, Zhang Xiaowu felt a strong killing intent. After his trip to the dark prison, Su Hao's domineering aura was even stronger than before. That look in his eyes is frightening enough now. When Su Hao saw him face up, Zhang Xiaowu trembled uncontrollably. Su Hao, stop. Lin Yao reacted a beat too late when she came to her senses. She found that Su Hao was still lecturing Zhang Xiaowu, so she stood back down. Don't stop me. Su Hao said helplessly. Smack. Lin Yao's mind went blank after slapping him hard. She realized something was wrong, especially when she saw the 5 bloody marks on his face. Her heart ached, tears streaming down her face. She asked, why didn't you dodge? Lin Yao, are you crazy? Su Hao never expected that she would slap him without warning. Tu didn't do it on purpose, I mean it. Lin Yao's tongue was a little tied, and her speech was not very clear. Chen Hong, remember to bring her back. Su Hao glared at her angrily, then abruptly turned and left. With her there, teaching Zhang Xiaowu a lesson today wouldn't have been so successful. Su Hao, don't go. Lin Yao gave him one last look, which made her break out in a cold sweat. Her mind cleared up a little, and she realized that she had caused trouble. She wanted to chase after him, but her steps were unsteady, and Su Hao was too fast. Watching him leave the restaurant, Lin Yao stamped her feet in frustration and had no choice but to continue running outside. Stop. You hit young Master Jiang and now you want to run away? Outside the Tai Bai restaurant, all of Zhang Xiaohu's guards appeared, some carrying short knives and others carrying pistols, all pointing them at Su Hao. Are you really going to make a move? Su Hao's gaze darkened, his killing intent palpable. Don't do it. Zhang Xiaohu walked out. With Lin Yao beside him, he smiled wickedly and said, since I saw you 2 lovers turning against each other today, I won't hold it against you. 470, Chapter 470. The young master is back. With a heavy heart, Su Hao slowly walked out. Just then, a red Rolls-Royce suddenly stopped in front of them. The car door opened, and Bai Zhihua stepped out, dressed in a white dress and high heels, looking every bit the queen. Seeing Su Hao, Bai Zhihua's anxiety finally subsided. Honey, you're finally out. When I heard that you had been arrested and imprisoned, I felt like the sky had fallen. I once tried to find someone to save you, and in the end I even asked your grandfather for help. I only found out later that you had already come out. How was it? Those guys in the dark prison didn't do anything to you, did they? Bai Zhihua held her hand and said affectionately. Fine. With my abilities, the dark prison is no match for me. Su Hao said calmly. He didn't seem very enthusiastic and looked somewhat dejected. Bai Zhihua sensed something was wrong. Su Hao wasn't usually like this. Had someone offended him? She looked closely and noticed 5 bright red marks on his face, as if he had been slapped. Who can hit Su Hao? Just then, Lin Yao staggered over to his side and said with a hint of sorrow, Su Hao, I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking straight at the time, I didn't mean to hit you. It's you! Lin Yao, how dare you hit my man? Bai Zhihua was furious and slapped Lin Yao hard, leaving the same bloody palm print. Bai Zhihua, are you crazy? How dare you hit your cousin? Chen Hong rushed out and said angrily. On what grounds? Su Hao is such a good man, he can't stand by and watch her hurt him again and again. You don't like him, that's fine, please don't hurt him. He's the apple of my eye. One day, when he marries me, you'll regret it.
Bai Jiruo, holding Su Hao's hand, proudly announced.
Yes, I deserve to be hit.
Lin Yao's tears fell as she looked at Su Hao and realized that although the two were standing so close, they seemed to be very far apart.
Cousin, don't listen to her nonsense. It was all Su Hao's fault today. He actually doubted young Master Jian. That was really wrong of him. If he had behaved properly, who would have targeted him? Chen Hong persisted.
Forget it, let's go. Su Hao was too lazy to argue with them, feeling that it was all pointless.
Humph, just you wait and see, Su Hao is my man now.
Bai Jiruo took him back to the car, stepped on the gas, and sped away. Lin Yao wanted to chase after him, but she could barely stand. How could she catch up? Her heart ached violently again. Was Su Hao really going to run to Bai Jiruo's side? She's a very shrewd woman. Once she wins him over, he might never have another chance.
Cousin, why do you care about him so much? Chen Hong asked dismissively, completely baffled. You've never been in a serious relationship, how would you know these things? Let's go back. Lin Yao sighed. Young Master Jiang, I've taken my cousin home. Let's meet again next time. Chen Hong said goodbye to Zhang Xiaowu before leaving. Inside the car,
Su Hao sat in the passenger seat, his expression cold and stern.
Hey Su, is Lin Yao really that charming? With me here, do you still have time to think about her?
Bai Jiruo smiled charmingly. Su Hao then noticed that beneath her white dress, she was wearing black stockings and high heels, making her incredibly alluring when she was focused on driving. Her expression was somewhat aloof, and her profile was exceptionally beautiful. Upon seeing this, I was somewhat stunned. Thinking back, the two of them haven't had much time alone lately, and a strange atmosphere permeated the car.
Jiruo, you are so beautiful, Su Hao said with emotion. Hee, I'll take that as the truth.
There are plenty of fish in the sea. Stop being obsessed with Lin Yao. You deserve better.
For example, me just ask, and I'll do anything for you. Remember, it's anything. Bai Jiruo emphasized this. Yeah? Are you willing to make such a big sacrifice?
Su Hao chuckled. Come on, I'm just afraid you don't have the guts. Bai Jiruo suddenly let go of his hand and hugged him.
Hey, drive safely.
Su Hao's expression changed.
The vehicle almost veered off the road. Ha, this is so exciting. Bai Jiruo gripped the steering wheel again, finding it quite amusing to tease Su Hao.
With her comfort, Su Hao's mood improved considerably.
Come on, come home with me.
Bai Jiruo revealed a victorious smile. No matter what, Lin Yao had suffered a crushing defeat today.
Wulong Mountain Villa.
Early in the morning, Zhao Hongyu still practiced her skills. Her swordsmanship was light and agile. After completing a set of drifting sword techniques, she looked radiant.
Well, brother, how come today?
Zhao Hongyu suddenly gripped her long sword, overcome with worry.
Miss, are you having a one-sided crush again? Shushu walked over with a smile.
That's right, she must be missing young Master Su again. If you ask me, Su Hao is probably in some woman's room right now. Poor miss, all her affections are going unanswered.
Fong Fong joked. You two gossipy women, one day I'll marry you off.
Zhao Hongyu said angrily. Brother Hao will never break his promise, he will definitely come. Shushu and Fong Fong exchanged a glance. This was completely unrelated to the previous topic, as she was lost in her own world. Miss, you're all sweaty right now. Shouldn't you change your clothes? Otherwise, when young Master Su comes, the smell will drive you away, Shushu said.
What do you think I should wear today?
Zhao Hongyu hesitated a bit. She usually spent most of her time practicing martial arts and wore tight-fitting clothes, which didn't seem suitable for dating.
Of course, I'm not wearing anything that would be perfect with your allure, miss. If you were completely naked, which man wouldn't be mesmerized?
Fong Fong said with a smile.
I shouldn't have asked you.
Zhao Hongyu shook her head and smiled. These two were never serious.
Okay, let us give you some advice.
The two chatted and laughed as they helped Zhao Hongyu choose clothes. In the end, they chose a tang suit, feeling that it was both heroic and charming, and suited Zhao Hongyu well now. She felt a little uncomfortable, as if her whole body was tense. Both her breasts and hips were accentuated. Miss, don't move around, you look good like this. With your figure, you can't find another one more beautiful than you in the whole of Dong province, Shushu praised. Yes, my young lady is beautiful. If young Master Su doesn't like her, then he's blind, Fong Fong said, patting her. I don't believe a single word from either of you. Zhao Hongyu blushed as she spoke, but her words still sounded very pleasing. Miss, young Master Su has arrived. Someone called from outside the door.